basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Is it Saffron Squad?
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-1. Vladdy hits it high. Left field. Hernandez back on the track. Looks up. It is gone. Plakatov. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. puts them in the lead with a 2-run shot. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the third.
That is the way we start off with the Hump Day edition
Hump Day
of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. It's 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back, and we have a tied World Series. Toronto did not pack it in and start holding the parades for the great Shohei Ohtani on the mound last night. They take Game 4 6-2.
Toronto, even the series, should be up 3-1. They have allowed in their last 19 innings of baseball 3 runs.
Wow.
And they've only won one of those games. They should absolutely, be kicking themselves because they put out, in the latter stages of game, I guess it was Game 3, in the extra innings, that was really a lineup that left a lot to be desired because they took out a lot of their guys, defensive replacements, or obviously Springer got hurt, and then you had some pinch running situations. It was like, all right, they're kind of leaning into run prevention, and then Shohei hits the home run, and it's a tie game, and all of a sudden that's screwed. They put out there basically a non-competitive lineup in the latter part of Game 3, and then goes back to normal in Game 4, and that offense started clicking again. And, you get a couple of walks in that inning that I guess it was the 7th inning where they took Shohei out. And the next thing you know, it's a 2-1 game that is busted open, to 5-1 and 6-1. And then Toronto, and then obviously LA scores another run in the 9th. But, man, they've got to be kicking themselves. They're only tied at 2, not up 3-1.
Vlad goes deep off of Shohei. Ohtani is charged with 4 earned, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk, and he ends up getting the loss. Toronto ends up adding 4 more in the 7th to end it.
Yeah, look, and it'd be very easy for me to just talk mess about Shohei Ohtani today. I'm not going to do that, though. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be positive, and I'm going to talk about the positive angle, which is, and you mentioned this, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago, that as great as Ohtani is, it's probably been overshadowing the last week or so just how great Vladimir Guerrero Jr. has been in this series. Not just this series, but just this whole postseason run. He's been absolutely absurd and is putting up as good or better of a postseason right now as what Ohtani has.
It's been better. I mean, obviously, Shohei has had an unreal 4-game stretch.
Well, and Shohei gets to pitch too, and that's going to obviously give him another opportunity to do something different that Vlad doesn't get to. But I'm just talking about what they both are able to do. Vlad, I think, Vlad's been a better player overall over the postseason.
Been more consistent since the opening round.
Well, last night, I felt like I was wrong in praising Vlad for this series because Smoltz and Davis were talking about how tough they had pitched Guerrero, holding him without an extra base hit and really executing the game plan. He still had 2 hits in Game 1. He had a hit in Game 2. He had 2 hits in Game 3, and I was like, okay, that's if that's limiting him,
Right.
then we really are talking about his greatness. And then last night he hit the home run.
Right. It's you're in the playoffs. They're not gonna challenge a guy like Guerrero. This is what the Shohei home run that happened in Game 3, the first one, the one that went to right field. Smoltz is even like, you can't do anything about that. The pitch is up, it's in, it's off the plate. Like, what are you gonna do? If he hits it out, he hits it out. But they're not giving these guys anything to hit. They're gonna make somebody else beat you. They're gonna make Barger beat you if you're Toronto. They're gonna make Bichette beat you when he's playing like that. They're not gonna let Vlad be the one.
The lowest his OPS has been during this postseason was after Game 2 against Seattle.
Vlad?
Yeah, and it was 1179 at that point. That's the lowest his OPS has been during the entire postseason run.
Yeah, they're sitting there talking about pitching him tough. Well, the average after the ALCS was at 442, so I guess it's gone down his postseason average to 419.
Yeah.
He's being limited.
He's being very limited. 419. You only hear 400.
You mentioned in the last 19 innings, it's 3 earned runs allowed for Toronto. It's 2 extra base hits. It's the Freeman homer, and then it's that Muncy double last night, and that's it. I mean, they're really not giving up much.
Yeah, and look, if it's not Shohei doing something, it's not Freeman doing something. Like, Betts has not been great.
No.
He has not been great at all. He doesn't have any power, it seems like, anywhere. Now watch, like tonight, I'll go out there and hit 2 homers. But it's really been the lefties for the Dodgers that have done a day. And Teoscar. Teoscar's been pretty good.
Blake Snell will be on the mound tonight for crucial Game 5 of the World Series. A lot of focus on the intentional walk because of what happened with Shohei in Game 3. And the Blue Jays manager set Choppy off yesterday when he said, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to continue to walk him. I was thinking it was going to be first inning, no one on, put him on automatically.
I did too.
Second at bat,
right,
put him on automatically. They did pitch to him more than I thought yesterday. He still ended up with a walk.
They did, yes. And because even in that extra inning game,
and the walk was the first at bat where the umpire screwed up the calls and got him backwards. Where the first pitch should have put him on, and then the second pitch, which should have been a strike, ended up being called a ball.
Yeah. So in that extra inning game, I think they did walk him with nobody on. Now, obviously, in an extra inning game, it's tied. Any kind of home run wins the game for you. But yesterday, the way I took that was that they were just going to put him on every time, and I was like, well, that's first of all, it's kind of gutless. Second of all, it's like, hey, this is primetime TV, man. I know you're worried about winning the baseball game. I know you're worried about winning the baseball game. Major League Baseball's not worried about you winning the baseball game.
Right.
Major League Baseball is worried about getting Shohei Ohtani 4 at-bats.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame Toronto.
No.
No one's going to remember in 5 years how many intentional walks, right? Unless he has 8 straight intentional walks at some historic number. So I don't blame the Blue Jays for doing it. It sucks for the sport if it continued to happen. Sandler put out a video with 3 different suggestions that someone had given him. I think it was interesting brainstorming if we're going to change this rule moving forward. The first option, y'all vote on it on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. If you get intentional walked, you get 2 bases.
That's like beer league softball, like a co-ed softball. If you walk a guy, he gets to go to second.
Yes.
The next, a ghost runner at second, might as well a walk's earning second more than the ghost runner is.
The next one is if you intentional walk, every runner on base advances.
2 bases? So if you got a guy on third and you intentionally walk him, he gets to score.
Yes.
Okay.
Or if he's on second, you go to third.
Yeah.
And the third is you get 1 intentional walk per game. Now, I know what you're saying on the fan text. All I got to do is unintentionally walk him. Well, you still have to go through the execution.
Right, you still could miss.
Of not making a mistake.
Absolutely.
So I thought those were pretty interesting.
I don't hate those. You get gimmicky, but guess what? We're past that. You've put a ghost runner on second, like Bobby says.
Yeah.
You've expanded the bags. You've put a clock on it. You've limited mound visits. You've limited pickoff attempts.
Yeah. I don't think saying everybody can advance on an intentional walk is more absurd than Rob Manfred winning the Golden at bat. Like, that to me is like way more of just like, hey, you can just like change your lineup all of a sudden and put somebody new up there. That to me is a more radical change than just saying an intentional walk advances everyone. That I would say more than putting them on second. I'd say the intentional walk advancing everybody. I like that better.
I like that a lot. You want to say another one? Add this. If you intentionally walk a hitter, that hitter gets to bat again at any other point of the game. Kind of golden at bat.
Golden at bat.
Yeah.
Maybe how they work the golden at bat in there.
Yeah.
So the two teams get back out on the field after the epic 18-inning contest. And yesterday the stat did come out that Shohei was known as an epic sleeper, regularly getting 12 hours a day.
I don't know how.
12 hours per for Shohei.
I saw someone on Twitter say, was it T. Rainey said that Luol Deng got 14?
Wow.
A day? A day? How do you do that?
Dude, there's a
Ask your kids.
I know, yeah.
There's an old chart that's been floating around the internet for forever about how do successful people sleep. And it was like I think Serta put it out years ago or something like that. And it was a map that showed like, this is what time all these like super intelligent or great people slept. And they were all over the map. Whereas like some people, it's like, this person sleeps 12 hours. And it's like, well, this person only slept 3 hours. Or I think it was Benjamin Franklin slept, I can't remember what it was, 30 minutes in 30 minutes. Like Da Vinci, that's what it was. Da Vinci slept 30-minute cycles throughout the day that totaled up to 4 hours. And he just felt like that made him more productive. So he took like 8 30-minute naps during the day or something.
Kramer tried that. And he woke up in a sack in the water, the lake, in the river.
And if you don't want to have another long game, just don't invite Brad Paisley to sing the national anthem. The Brad Paisley stat that came out, World Series Game 2 in 2017, he sang it. The game went 11 innings. World Series Game 3 in 2018, that game went 18 innings. World Series Game 1 in 2024, that went 10 innings. And then the other day, 18. So Brad Paisley is going to cost you your Z's.
Man, I'm just surprised that like
he's got to include that in the next song lyric.
He should. I'm surprised he sang the anthem that many times at World Series games. Like it's like you get your one anthem chance, and like they just keep recycling.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, like I think there's some Billy Crystals out there who get to sing the anthem pretty frequently, just like you get to host the Oscars all the time. So
he's like the Lee Underwood of baseball.
The Greenwood. Lee Greenwood. Who's Lee Underwood? We had to know who that is.
He's some other musician.
Yeah, let's see.
Some other musician. I just got the old white guys confused.
You got it. Yeah, he was lead guitar for with Tim Buckley.
Dallas Stars on the ice last night trying to prevent Ovechkin history.
Not past Rantanen. Kept it in. Seguin. Centering pass. Score! Deflected in front. That may have just been a fortunate bounce for Tyler Seguin as he was looking to center one through the crease, and it ends up in the back of the net.
And it was a fortunate bounce on ESPN. That's it. That's all the scoring is Jake Ottinger pitches the shutout against Ovechkin and the Capitals. Tyler Seguin gets the benefit of the Washington Capitol deflecting it into their own net, and the Stars win 1-0 at home over the Caps.
Man, the Caps had scored 20 goals in their previous 5 games going into their game before this one, and against Ottawa, and they only scored 1 that one. They didn't score last night. The Stars were at 23 minutes without a shot on goal, which is an insane number. To win a hockey game where you go 23 minutes without a shot on net is remarkable. It really is. Like it just kind of shows the kind of intensity game that was. There was a lot of intensity, especially in that third period.
3 in a row, 7 out of a possible 8 points in their last 4 games. Spittle points out, you're doing this without Ben, without Duchesne.
Otter's better. No hints.
Without hints. Lundqvist, Beck. They actually skated 11 forwards and 7 defensemen because they were so shorthanded rather than the usual 12-6. Ottinger is undefeated against the Caps in his career. Wow. 6-0 with a .958 save percentage, a 1.25 goals against average, and 1 shutout.
Keeping Ovi from getting 900 as well. Ovi had a chance of getting number 900 last night. That's always good. It was the Frozen Frenzy.
Is that like the Equinox?
It's for them. It is. It's the NHL is trying to brand this. It's all 32 teams playing on the same night.
Oh, that is kind of like the Equinox.
It kind of is. And I was talking about Hockey Boys. I was like, this is a promotion thing. I was like, baseball does this like 5 times a week.
Yeah, it's just. But they also have 162 games to cram in.
I'm like, is that NFL does this on like week 17 every year, right?
Yeah, they were without all those other guys, but they were with the new highest paid defenseman in all of hockey, Thomas Harley, who gets an 8-year contract extension yesterday.
10.5 a year. And we're old enough to know and to remember when if you had a single $10 million player on your roster, you could not win. That was the old joke. You can't win with a $10 million player. I think Vegas is the one with Eichel that changed all that a couple years back. Nobody can win with a $10 million player. Now you've had it 3 straight years in a row, just the way the contracts have gone. But with the new CBA coming, they think that might actually be kind of a steal.
Thank you for finally adding something productive to the hockey discussion. That's all you need to say.
It's what I do. Yep. Look, Money Puck said Capital should have won 67.
8-year extension worth roughly 10.5 for Thomas Harley. So that is your Tuesday night in sports as we start the Hump Day edition here on DFW Sports Station, your home of the Cowboys. RJ says that the team should not take Dak's season into account when trying to save the season. Huh? Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys after this. But you should always take the...
Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
The fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-or817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Trades are being made in the National Football League. Are the Cowboys missing out? Were they even aware? Good morning, Metroplex Inside the Star on the official home of America's team with Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt.
Were they even aware? It's funny. It's funny because it's.
Well, I do.
I'm
not trying to say it to I'm not trying to be insulting. I do wonder, when Kyle Duggar is traded, do they definitely know that he was available and he was a name that could be moved?
They definitely know who he is.
Well, that's another question that I have, which we'll get into in a second. New England is sending Kyle Duggar and a 7th-round pick to the Steelers in exchange for a 6. Bobby, tell us about Kyle Duggar.
Look, I mean, Kyle Duggar, that was somebody that we actually talked about last week. So I would imagine they knew he was available because he was
a captain there.
He's one of the guys that's been written about in these articles from Fowler and stuff of here are the guys that are definitely available and could be moving over the next couple weeks. And Duggar was a better player a few years ago when he was first coming out. So when he first entered the NFL, he was good. He came out the COVID year and he had been good the first 2 or 3 years. He's really dropped off, I felt like, in terms of his coverage ability. He can play up in the box, okay. And in the past, he used to be a more versatile safety who could do a little bit of both, but he's lost a step in coverage. He's not as good there. So if you're looking for somebody that's going to come in as a safety and dramatically improve what you're doing in coverage, I don't know that Duggar was going to be it, which is why when he got brought up a couple weeks ago, we were just kind of talking about him probably not. That's probably not going to be a solution. But
his PFF grade is a 58.
Oh.
62nd out of 88 safeties.
By the way, you know what I saw yesterday on PFF?
Man, you're on there a lot for hating it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this
Keep
is
your
why-
friends close kind of thing for Bobby.
Oh, don't you worry. 18th ranked edge rusher in the entire NFL right now is Dante Fowler. That website needs to shut down.
Oh, my Lord. Wow. Let's hear Marcus Mosher defend that. So there's a New England deal. The Rams.
By the way, New England is a playoff team that's selling.
I think they're doing the Rays. They're doing the sell buy thing.
Sell by.
Yeah,
which I think everybody should do.
Yeah, but Duggar didn't seem like he was fitting into Vrabel's plan.
Perhaps, yeah.
He wasn't fitting into Vrabel's system, it sounded like.
Yeah, and Keon White, who they also traded yesterday to the 49ers. Keon White had been a decent player the first couple of years. Again, same sort of thing, though. I think he's not a fit for what Vrabel's wanting to do.
Because Travion Henderson is not a fit right now. Patriots fans are freaking out because Henderson was, Peyton knows this, an upside fantasy football pick that people were excited about at running back. He can't see the field. He can't get the touches, even behind fumbling Ramondre Stevenson.
Yeah, you got Stevenson there as well. It's like you just got to pick some guy and hope that you don't want to hope for an injury, but you hope the other guy it rises the occasion. But yeah, it's tough out there in New England right now to pick a good running back.
That was his guy too. Like Vrabel picked him like last spring. I don't know why they've soured on him.
The Rams traded for Titans corner Roger McCreary.
Yeah, now Roger McCreary that one is interesting to me because of the fact that, first off, Tennessee's defense has been awful. I think they're the one right now that is ranked below Dallas. Dallas is second to last in the NFL in like everything. I think it's Tennessee that's been dead last. But McCreary is an interesting trade because it shows a little bit, I think, of what you would be able to get back for Diggs. He's not a stud by any means. Roger McCreary isn't, but seeing what he goes for, which is basically just a pick swap, a late round pick swap is all that it was. The Titans are going to receive a conditional 5th. The Rams get a conditional 6th and McCreary. That tells me that Diggs, even if he were healthy and available right now, would go for a 6th or something along those lines. But McCreary was a highly regarded player a few years back when he was coming out of college. He's a short arm guy, so I don't know how much Dallas would have been interested in him because they don't like short arms at corner, but decent player. And it does show that the NFL trade deadline is interesting compared to the NBA and MLB one because it's that, 3 p.m. time or whatever where it's like this flurry leading up to it of everybody trying to cram stuff in. The NFL trade deadline, now that it's picked up some steam, you're seeing it happens like 2 weeks out.
Yeah.
Or a week out. It doesn't happen as much on the day, but the like 2 weeks leading up is where you'll see a lot of the moves.
Tougher to get acclimated to an NFL playbook versus just going out there and pitching or going out there and having 4 at-bats. Bobby, with some possible interest in a Bengals defensive tackle?
I would have some interest here. Mike Pennell, who's been in the NFL now for a decade, has been with I'm positive. Has been with the Packers, Bengals, Chiefs, number of different teams, but has always kind of been one of these guys who rotates teams every 2 years, it feels like. He's just the run stopper. He's the big, heavy run stopper in the middle. Well, the Bengals went ahead and released him yesterday. That was per his request, apparently. And Jordan Schultz reported this morning he's already visiting the Kansas City Chiefs, who he had spent the previous 2 years with. And he is now expected to sign with them if everything goes correct. But this is somebody that played for Matt Eberflus in 2022 with Chicago. I think is probably better right now than any of your defensive tackles and could step in and play right away. So I would have at least... And I don't know, maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Maybe he's got his heart set on Kansas City. I would have at least picked up the phone to the agent and said, can we get a workout? Can we talk about something? We got some money to spend.
So this is my 2-part question, and Bobby, you can swat it away as being stupid and not airworthy. When Jerry and Steven have their red zone on their TV and they're watching games, and compare this to other general managers, when Duggar is playing, or McCreary is playing, or Pennell is playing, does Howie Roseman sit there and watch the games and be like, Tennessee stinks, we need a safety, what about Duggar? Because there's no way that Jerry Jones knows who Duggar, McCreary, and the D tackle are. And then number 2, in terms of getting them, with their philosophy of usually we want the phone to go ahead and ring to us, Do they know that these guys are available? How does that work throughout the league in terms of Tennessee or New England being like, we're looking to move him. Let's call every single team to make sure we get the best deal versus let's call this team. They may need the position. The deal gets done, and the Cowboys don't even have a say.
So the league usually knows who's on the block. Like there's usually an idea of these are the guys that are available. In fact, Dallas, when they made the trade for George Pickens, they knew there were a few receivers out there who were potentially available. So I would actually just say that in a normal like approach to watching the game, Jerry may not know a player on another team who's up there.
Yeah.
But there's a chance he would know Kyle Duggar or somebody like that, because what happens is that they
but when if I put Adam Peters, Joe Shane, and Jerry Jones in a room and they're all watching a Red Zone Sunday, there's like no comparison in my mind that Shane and Peters are knowing more players that they're looking at on the screen than Jerry is.
Probably.
And I wonder how much that decelerates the process, because Will McClay has to know who it is. He does, I would assume. And then they have to sit down and inform Jerry of who this player is. And then we have to, there's an added step versus these other GMs knowing the players.
Jerry would say there's not an added step. Because he would say that
they have to take it to the owner.
Go to the owner anyway.
Okay.
And Will McClay is Joe Shane and Howie Roseman.
So
and Jerry is just he's cut out the middleman.
So let's just say, just as an exercise, let's say that 3 weeks ago the Cowboys decided, this is typically how it works for the Cowboys, this is typically how it works for most NFL teams. 3 weeks ago the Cowboys go, hey, we could really use an edge rusher, and they're in a personnel meeting with a bunch of different people. It's like, we could use an edge rusher. Who's out there? Who's available? Who do we know is available? So they make a list. All right, here's who we know is available. And then they make a list, probably guys who it's like, here's who's available. Here's who might be available if we call. We should pick up the phone and see, just given where they're at circumstances-wise, where they're at money-wise. So they've got a list of people they know are available, people they think might be available. And maybe they start just asking around like, hey, would you be willing to move him? Once they figure out who their list is of who's available, they'll do, throughout the season, whether they're planning on making a trade or not, they're doing scouting reports on people that are on other teams, trying to see, hey, this is what it. So you'll get guys presented. George Pickens was not the only receiver presented to them over the summer. And so a lot of teams will then do it, and then you've got an idea of, all right, this is everybody, who do we want?
Von Miller.
Or which deal are we willing to accept? Like, they're all in the same tier. Which deal do we want?
Von Miller, by the way, has 4 sacks for the Commanders. The Cowboys' leader in sacks is, and with how many?
Boy.
We're going to say it's still James Houston at 2.5.
3.5.
Okay.
Then Kenny Clark, 1.5.
Oh.
And then everybody else 1.
I mean, 2.5 plus 1.5. I mean, that's
4.
4.
That's Von Miller.
So there you go.
Everyone keeps saying, if you're going to make a move, you have to save this great season that Dak Prescott is having, minus the Denver Bronco game. RJ Choppy disagrees.
I hate hearing that. Because it's a short-term thought process. Are you going to save the season for Dak? Sure. But what is saving the season? Making the playoffs? If that's saving the season, then fine. I don't think that's what people mean when Jerry says we're wasting
Nick Eatman's like, I'm just looking to make the playoffs. And then anything can happen.
Yeah. What does that mean then if it's not make the playoffs, do you think?
What Jerry says, one of my biggest regrets is I wasted Tony Romo. I didn't get Tony his ring. To me, he's not saying he didn't make the playoffs more. It's that he didn't get Tony his ring. Right? Yeah. When he said he wasted Romo's career.
Okay.
All right? Mm-hmm. This team, the only one who thinks this team can win a Super Bowl with one player is probably the Jones boys.
Jerry even said, I don't believe that. We're not one player away.
Good.
But the counter to what you're saying, Zach Wilczek would say, I'm not trying to make a trade just for this year. I want someone under team control.
That's fine. Like, if you're going to make a move, because if you make a move because you don't want to waste a great year by Dak, then what you're doing is potentially wasting the rest of his career. Because these 4 draft picks in the first round, 5 if you move on from Pickens, will save the rest of Dak's career and extend the rest of Dak's career. If you try to do it this
if you
year,
hit on unknowns
got to hit
versus
on unknowns.
trading for knowns.
Well, you're trading for knowns, you're trading for age, you're trading for salary.
Yep.
Because this team is already in a situation where they're going to be in a salary cut. If they keep George Pickens and they sign him to $35 million a year or whatever the number, $30 million a year, or they tag him, which might actually even be worse because that money would be just that cap number is his cap number.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way to manipulate it. And Dak's cap number next year, Bobby, is $76 million.
Yeah, it's big.
So you're going to extend Dak. So you know what you're going to do next year is you're going to have to give Dak contract extension.
You're going to have to extend him, or you're going to have to do some more switch flipping.
Switch it, yep. And that's just going to kick the can down the road. But this is the equivalent of like, are you if you do it for this year, you say, I don't want to waste Dak's year.
Yeah.
Are you making moves with your heart
Right.
versus making moves with your brain? Making moves with your brain would be, we're going to do the year as it is.
Yep.
We're going to get cheap labor in the draft.
Yep.
Now, look, if you want to make a trade and you wanted to get somebody like
Duggar.
Minka.
well, he might even be too old, but somebody who's going to be here 2-3 years down the road.
Minka's 28.
He feels like he's 50.
No, I know. He got in the league at 20 years old.
I
But
know.
I mean, he's young and he's got another year on his deal.
He's like Tyron. You know, he's got in the league so early. I don't know. I just feel like it's like repairing a dilapidated house versus just tearing the thing down and just rebuilding it. Like, what's going to be better?
877-881-1053. Franklin Franco injury attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Did Michael Jordan make us all brilliant again last night? And this is the way to own your hair loss as a man. That's important for two people in this studio.
Hey.
Next on Sean and RJ. It was a shot.
the market. Upgrade your vehicle. Get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax. Enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Well done, Jaylen Brown. You are now officially off the hook for the way you handled getting caught with the balding hair situation the other night against the New York Knicks. This was so crazy, I didn't even believe it was real.
Fresh off terrorizing OG Anunoby. Fresh off terrorizing the laundry department of the New York Knicks with the black shoe polish on the jersey after he did the old up and under and rubbed his forehead right on the jersey.
Did he not think that was going to sweat off?
I mean, Rudy didn't.
Rudy
Giuliani, when he was sweating, it was dripping down the side of his cheeks.
Oh, it's just patting with the little napkin.
Yeah, it's Larry David did know in the last season.
That's bad.
When they had to do that, but look, this is bad. And, this is when you find out or you get blackmailed into, hey, we have hacked your phone and we are going to release your naked photos. Oh, you are? I'll just release it myself. Okay? And you take the power back and you take the control. And there's a freedom in that. There's a freedom in that, Sean Sharif, Belt.
Yes.
Peyton Phillip Russell. There's an absolute freedom in that. And that's what Jaylen Brown did last night. Putting on the old, what is this called? The scarf, the drape. The apron, and shaving his head on a live stream.
Amazing. And he also embarrassed LeBron James in the process. He's trying to call LeBron on speaker, and he's like, yo, man, should I go to Turkey for this type of procedure? I need to know. Call your little bro back. Hit me back. This is serious. And he's on the live stream with all his boys like he's in a barbershop, and he's asking LeBron whether he needs to leave the country for some type of extra hair procedure. So he immediately owned it. He said, they caught me.
Yeah.
And I love it.
He still got good coverage, too. I mean, I saw this. I mean, that's decent coverage there.
Loved it. Well done.
That just dawned on me, by the way, when you said he's in the barbershop. That just dawned on me the irony of LeBron has his show in a barbershop. Yeah. Like that, just go ahead and do it. You're sitting in the chair anyway. Just knock it out, buddy.
Just call LeBron.
Yeah, just knock it out.
Give him a shout out.
But you're bringing up the issue that has maybe held you back.
I've talked to many of the people. Now some do say. Now look, I mean, there are some. They had this new razor type thing where the way it conforms to your head, it's super easy. But you got to be vigilant on this. If you're going to shave the head, you can't just shave it's not a one-time thing. Mm-hmm. You got to shave the head 3 to 5 times a week. Otherwise, you get that class. You get the wash. You get the Ron Washington 5 o'clock shadow.
Bald guys, is that true? 3 times a week you have to do it? 3 times?
So I knew a guy who he would do it. Yeah, I know guys. He would do it. I think it was 2 times a week. He would usually do it Sunday before work, and then he would do it again like Wednesday morning when he woke up. Mm-hmm. But it was twice a week. I know that he did it with like a straight razor.
Did Troy ever say anything about doing it? I feel like he's a guy that would shave his head.
He did shave his head
3 times a week.
Yeah,
he
I
was
don't know.
Too busy putting glitter on his jeans.
He would, but he did the old school. I mean, he took that. He took the Crocodile Dundee giant knife and just went just back. No, that's what he said. That's what he said.
I don't know.
I don't think that's true.
His looked so smooth that it just made me wonder if it was like alopecia or something.
I don't think it was alopecia, but man, you gotta be vigilant with that.
So applause for Jaylen Brown for absolutely owning it and doing it immediately. I was like, what's the next Boston media session going to be like, and who and how do you bring that up to him?
Oh man.
I mean, he's cut through it, right? Like, because he did it on a live stream.
No, if he didn't do it.
Oh yeah, that
post-game Knicks.
It's got to be a New York reporter, one that just doesn't see him again.
Or someone who has a relationship.
Or someone that has a relationship with it that could do that.
I think you have to probably go to Knicks PR at that point, or Celtics PR at that point, and just be like, do y'all want to just have him say something? Because somebody's going to ask, like, you have to coordinate with them a little bit of, like, how do we broach this? Because we're going to.
Wow. I shave my head 3 to 4 times per week. I shave my head every morning.
Oh.
Every other day. Let's see. I shave it every other day or every third day. Every day. I have to do it 5 times a week.
Oh.
I shave 3 times a week. See, this is just too much. I mean, you just don't have time for that.
Dang.
Every day.
Yes. So applause for Jaylen Brown. Applause for Joe Flacco, who changed his mind on eating in that restaurant by yourself. This is Flacco being asked how he's doing moving to Cincinnati with the rest of his family not there with him.
I think there's always a challenge of sitting in a room by yourself and being lonely. So for me, it's trying to find ways to maybe stay over here a little bit longer and then, just kind of take myself out of that mindset, call home, go sit at a restaurant by myself and realize that, man, that's pretty enjoyable to do. After there's not too many situations. I tell people all the time. I mean, I used to see guys sitting at a bar by themselves or, just sitting by themselves eating and grabbing a little meal. And I'm like, man, I feel so bad for that guy. Like, you almost want to go join him. And now I realize, that dude was in heaven.
And Joe Flacco was loved even more after that clip.
No doubt.
Look, the meal by yourself is enjoyable. It is just the awkwardness when you go out of just one? Nobody else joining you?
Yeah.
It's like that conversation.
And then the waiter comes and goes, you expecting something else?
Yeah. That's why you got to sit at the bar.
And then, the bar, I think the bar top is easy. You just pop up there like all the other alcoholics. You look like, all right, I'm just here for a drink, whatever else.
It's amazing. You'd rather look like an alcoholic than lonely.
Exactly. You don't want to you don't want to be a loser.
That's a great point.
So, but when you're sitting there, that's the thing is that you're worried about the person that Joe Flacco said he used to be, which is, I need to go. You're almost inviting potentially interaction with a stranger you don't want. Like, hey, do you want me to sit down with you? And it's like, no, I really don't.
Yeah.
So I think the bar top is the best call there.
The bar top is the best, but you are inviting conversation, at least with the bartender at the bar top. If the bartender's got nothing to do, they might come over and chat.
Yeah.
If you want to be fully alone and not say a word and just sit in silence, then you got to get a table, like the booth or something.
All right. We move on over to Michael Jordan Part 2. Thanks to T. Rainey for sending this, as always. Insights to excellence. It was the same sit down as week 1.
It's going to be the same sit down.
So stupid.
In week
I think
15.
How many sit downs will they have to get through a season? It's not coming all from one. Tarico's going to have to fly. No, it doesn't. Why? Because Tarico's going to fly back out there and he's going to refilm at least one more interview.
Ooh, I don't know, because if he talked for how many are they getting to these? Like how many broadcasts are they supposed to be doing with this?
I don't know.
20 right? Something?
Oh, it's only 20.
Yeah,
20 weeks?
I think it's supposed to be like 20 or something like that. And I mean, if you get how long these segments have been 3 minutes, something like that, that's an hour. I mean, and I'm sure you get some more because you gotta cut through it a little bit. But I bet they had a 2-hour sit down. Or they filmed for a day and that was it.
There's only 15 or 18 more inside the NBAs. They're only doing 20 of those.
Don't tell me that. Stop. Please don't tell me that.
Until the playoffs.
This was Michael Jordan on load management today.
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I want to shut him up. He's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
People are going to eat that up. You know who's going to eat that up? Who's going to light up our phone here in a second?
Let's see.
He used to work here.
Big Anthony.
Anthony DiVincenzo. Michael Jordan over LeBron. YMCA Hooper every week. The intangibles, the this, the that. He is going to eat that up. But when Michael first starts off with that, I roll my eyes a little bit. It's
an eye roll, but I do think he believes that. It is an eye roll. I do think Jordan found motivation in everything.
Make no mistake, load management is a humongous problem. Like, I'm shocked Anthony Davis has played all these games, like, to start off the Mavs season.
It's only 4.
Exactly.
It's only 4 games.
Exactly. But Michael will say stuff, right? He's always going to say love the game, and he knows that tugs at the heartstrings when you say that construction worker who's busting his rear end and giving that entire paycheck, that people eat that up.
Oh, he's always been aware of that. Republicans buy shoes too. Wasn't that his famous line? And so, I mean, he's great.
Mike?
Yeah, no, like I love listening to him talk about things like that. I do love it.
Part 2.
You play basketball 2.5 hours a day, 3 hours a day, right? That's your job. That's what you get paid to do as an NBA player. What are you doing the other 21 hours? I mean, to me, that's when you should be preparing for your next day of work or your next, challenge. Now, I'm the worst. I mean, maybe I'm not one of the guys that you would probably model that, or
I was going to say, did you do that every time?
But you should think about that in retrospect of what load management really is. I always felt like one is a sense of pride for the fans that are paying.
Right.
2 is a sense of making sure that I stay sharp. I'm not going to lose it. And 3, I want our rhythm as a team to always be there. It can disrupt that synergy that's happening.
And that's a good point at the end there in terms of team chemistry.
I wonder if you could do a study on the teams that had the most games together with their 5 throughout the course of the year and how they performed in the playoffs that year. I wonder if there's any correlation.
Yeah, versus saving the star like Kawhi.
One guy out here, one guy out there. You never have your top 5 together.
And then having them perform in the postseason.
Yeah, because, I mean, the whole rhythm. I wonder if also, though, that if you look at it by era, it makes more sense. Because the NBA has become so, like, ball dominant. Like, you've got these individual ball dominant players, and you've got, guys who are just basically, all right, I'm standing out here waiting for the ball to, like, throw up my 3. Like, I do wonder, though, how much that would have shifted now where it's like it doesn't matter as much because the team chemistry aspect of it doesn't matter as much.
So there's MJ Part 2. The Dallas Mavericks. Man, I feel bad for our guy, Rick Carlisle. Man, Pacers in town tonight. Mavs at home again. Pacers winless without Halliburton, and they got rid of Miles Turner as well. Poor Rick.
They go for the NBA Finals. How many games did they make it? They make it
7?
It was 7, right?
Series,
It was 7.
7, and Tyrese got hurt.
Yeah, and here you are. It's winless, and it's like, okay, this is going to be one of those gap years. Boy, the NBA, a lot of teams. Celtics are in a gap year.
Imagine being a Pacer fan.
No, I couldn't imagine being a fan. That ugly yellow, hideous yellow.
Oh,
I couldn't imagine that.
Why are the Mavs and Stars fighting with each other? Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M leasing studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-1. Cole hits it in the air out to left. Straw going back. Makes the grab. The Blue Jays tie the series. One night after heartbreak, they beat the Dodgers 6-2, and it is a best of 3 now for the World Series.
Jays Radio with the call. Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Tomorrow in the 9 o'clock hour, we're giving away Monday night tickets for Cowboys Falcons. So make sure you remember, Turn It On, Leave It On for Monday night tickets tomorrow in the 9 o'clock. Tonight, you are going to get Game 5 of the World Series after the Blue Jays tied it on Jays Radio 6-2. Shohei, he gets the loss, 6 innings, 4 earned. He also went 0 for 3 at the plate with 2 strikeouts. And Bobby, you just did a little research project in the commercial break.
Yeah, I was curious because we were talking about how they decided to pitch to him, and it made me wonder, all right, were they willing to throw to him more in this game because he was pitching? Ooh. And so I was looking at just how he'd done this year, so I don't know about previous years, but in games where he pitches and doesn't pitch, his average at the plate is completely different. So he is 222 in games that he pitches. He's 287 when he doesn't. He strikes out about 25% of the time when he doesn't pitch. When he does pitch, he strikes out about 35% of the time. His OPS in games where he doesn't pitch is 807 or 804, and in games where he doesn't pitch, it's 1026. So he has been a much more efficient batter at the plate when he doesn't pitch.
I mean, that makes sense. That's why.
Well, Smoltz just raves about it every broadcast.
It's crazy. I mean, it really is. Like
he's like the day before, right? A pitcher is sitting there watching and scouting,
charting,
and sleeping, and charting,
and doing everything, and he's hitting. Like just the in between innings. They made a point of this. I think it was the first inning. He goes out there on the mound and he pitches. Then he comes right to the dugout. A lot of times these pitchers will go maybe to the iPad or go relax, rest. You got to rest. He's got to run the bases, and he's got to put his batting gloves on. And he's got a million things he puts on. I mean, he's got an elbow guard. He's got a shin guard that he tucks underneath his pants. You don't see that very often. I mean, he's got guard. He's like Barry Bonds up there.
So we give him that pass, but then we get on Altuve for saying, I don't want to run in from left field and then lead off the inning. Altuve's got a lot to do as well.
Yeah,
Chop,
Altuve
come on.
We usually
He's
love.
like you're punching a little person.
We usually love. Is it diminutive?
Yes.
We usually love athletes like that, and he has become so hateable.
Mm-hmm.
What other small athlete is hated?
Wojo.
Yeah, that's a good question. Little athletes who are hated.
Like Muggsy Bogues, loved. Spud Webb, loved.
Yeah.
Who's a small, talking about a little person? I already know what you're looking for, Peyton.
MJD?
Not hated.
Not hated.
Not hated
You don't
while
think
playing.
he's hated now? Well,
not hated.
Now.
Not hated.
I don't think he's good on air, but he was not hated while playing. Sproles liked.
Kyler.
Not hated, but not loved.
Not loved.
Yeah.
We make
That's
fun
a
of him
video
with
game thing.
Video game thing. So
Breeze, not hate.
No.
Think about that.
Altuve might be the most hated little athlete of all time.
You have to really go over the top and be dislikable to be despised as a little person.
Brian Harmon.
Who?
Golf. Won the British Open a couple years ago. Not a fan. Not a fan.
All right.
Slow.
We also had the Dallas Stars in action. Otter pitches the shutout, and they get a lucky goal that Tyler Seguin gets credit for. Wyatt Johnson gets the 8-year extension at about $10 million a season.
Thomas Harley.
Oh, Thomas Harley. I'm sorry. Here's Glenn Gulletson on the shutout, preventing Ovechkin from getting more history.
Yeah, I thought this is the way you have to win. You take your 5-on-5 play, and you got to keep it as tight as you can. And we were pretty tight tonight, 5-on-5. So, I think they outchanced us a little bit, but you got to keep that tight, and then you got to try to win it with specialty teams and obviously our goaltender. Those are the big four. And our power play got a deflection there. Our penalty kill came up big, especially late in the last 5. And obviously Otter was real good. So you got to win that way. You got to keep your 5-on-5 stuff to a minimum. That's when you're shorthanded. That's the recipe. And tonight they did a good job of it.
You got a late entry on the fan text or little hated short athlete?
Ray Rice.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
One.
Ray Rice is yeah, but again, we're also talking about like I guess we got to think of like what it is on the field because Altuve was just cheating on the field. It wasn't like security cam footage.
So the Stars get the win, but yesterday the news comes out that they're fighting with the Dallas Mavericks.
The Mavericks and Stars just they've gotten a love. I think the Mavericks are. You ever know somebody who was just like in a downward spiral? And they start lashing out and trying to drive away everybody close to them. I think the Mavericks are in that stage of life where they're trying to drive away all their loved ones. They don't want to have any longer the social media shout outs between all the Dallas teams. Like, good luck tonight on your season starting. So the Mavericks actually filed suit against the Dallas Stars on Tuesday. This is from the Dallas Morning News. It is a 253-page petition. It is on a breach of contract dispute the Mavericks raised in October of 2024. Basically, this comes down to that the Mavericks argue the Stars are in breach of a contract where the clause in their 1998 franchise agreement states that the team's headquarters must be located in Dallas. The Stars' headquarters and facilities have been located in Frisco since 2003.
So they're right on top of this.
So the Mavericks...
For 22 years, they're right on top of this.
Well, they're looking to get them on a couple different things because this is the bigger thing to them. The Mavericks are also accusing the Stars of obstructing maintenance and improvements to the American Airlines Center where both teams play their home games. The Mavericks originally called out the Stars last year, weeks before both the Mavericks and the city of Dallas accused the Stars of backing out of a $300 million deal that would have renovated the AAC, the Dallas Morning News reports. So this is something where the Mavericks are just annoyed that the Stars seem to be like, it's kind of like, we're changing buildings. So, like, maybe something will get fixed or whatever. The Stars are just like, we're going to be leaving here eventually. We don't want to fix anything up.
And fortunately, they're moving to a mall.
Yes. Could be moving to the mall. The Valley View Mall. Could be moving.
That's such a significant part of my young childhood.
Big property there. It was a 635. What is it? Like Preston kind of area?
It's not Preston. It's like Josie.
Yeah. So they're looking at that spot. The Mavs are, or at both organizations really for the movement of the organizations, which would be interesting because, that would obviously be A, you're leaving downtown, but B, you're moving where the population center is kind of shifting, which is north of Dallas. You get your Friscos and your Prospers and your Salinas. Look, I'm a big fan of the Arlington area for the sporting events because it brings in both cities, and Fort Worth is now, I think, the 11th largest city in the U.S., and Dallas is like the 9th in terms of just the general population of the downtown. Like, those are two big-time mega cities. Why would you not want to bring both of them in instead of alienating one? But, the city of Dallas always looked down at Fort Worth anyway, and that's why we look back and just fart on Dallas and we're over there.
There literally doesn't have to be any of that. It
doesn't have to be.
We're all together.
Tell Dallas that.
I don't think it is Dallas.
I think it is Dallas. I don't think it is. Well, then why is everything? Oh, we got to keep the teams in Dallas. Nobody wants to come down here.
No,
we're moving.
I think
I don't want to come down here. The day we move, I probably will never come back down here again.
Look, Dallas to me is when you look at it, there's a right to be anybody who is like firm city of Dallas. I live within these boundaries and this is my home and everything else, and doesn't just consider Dallas to be the Metroplex. I get somebody who would be like a little bugged by the idea of like they've all left, like nobody's left here in city limits.
The whole city is left. Like I said, Dallas is 9th and Fort Worth's 11th. Like we're right. It's like the same size cities.
That's why it's DFW.
Yes, of course.
It's not like
that's why you put the things in Arlington.
Just like we're not going to otherize cities here.
We're
okay?
otherizing.
We're not otherizing.
We are going to otherize.
It is the Metroplex. It's all of it encompassing. See, that's Nico Harrison behavior right there.
Yeah.
To otherize people in the city is Nico Harrison behavior, and you need to get that situated.
An NBA update. The gambling story's kind of gotten quiet.
Yes.
What is the update with a memo that was sent out? Bobby, you think they're in major trouble. Choppy's ticked off that the gambling props are trying to get shut down, and Terry Rozier apparently in trouble with the IRS.
Yeah, so he's got an $8 million IRS lien that's just so happened to be placed on his IRS tax bill the same year he started making all these prop bets. So, or at least that's what the allegations are, right? So that happened at the same time, which is like, how do you owe the IRS $8 million? Do you not have an accountant?
Yeah.
Is that accountant? Do you think just because you played in a no tax state That meant you'd have to pay federal taxes as well? Like, is that what you thought? Is that what happened? Financial literacy, man, it's a tough thing. But the NBA sent out a memo basically addressing this and addressing what they call the dire risks of gambling. And the NBA really wants prop bet reform. And they want to make sure that the prop bets that they use either go away, are limited, become more difficult. I don't know how they're going to do that because everything's on your phone now. Doesn't matter where. Now, if you live obviously in Texas, you can't do a whole lot on your phone. You can't access BetMGM. You can't access a lot of these gambling sites like some of those to place wagers on, but some you can. You make plays on Underdog. Promo code TOLO.
Yes.
You make plays. But there's a lot of it's just so readily available. And this was the problem that all these leagues were going to run into the moment that all this was legalized outside of Vegas and outside of Atlantic City. Because it used to be you could gamble in Atlantic City, but you couldn't place bets there on sports. It had to be done in Vegas. That's it.
This can quiet down. That's fine. It's not going away for them. Like no. the what was the name of the Aspiration or whatever?
Yes.
What was the name of that company for
Hawaii.
The Balmer thing? They can make go away. That doesn't break any laws. It breaks rules of theirs, and they're the governing body. The FBI's already arrested people tied to the league. You're in trouble, and there's nothing you can do to make it go away. And so they're going to try and make it as quiet a PR hit as they can right now. But man, that I don't know about the league in terms of total health for the next decade.
Why?
Because the product they put out there is bad, and now there's questions about, is that crappy product fixed to be that way anyway? That's just you're going to have a lot of, the NBA more than any other league has trust issues with their fan base about, is this on the up and up?
Yeah, and I'll tell you, Bobby had brought it up that all these leagues have this built-in surveillance now with these gambling sites, right? That they can, access your IP address and they know who's gambling. The IRS might be a surveillance thing too. If you find a guy who's got an athlete who owes $3, $4, $5, $10 million to the IRS, like that is okay, it's something to keep an eye on.
On Saturday, the New York Post published an article that tells the tale of an unnamed gambler who says he was the victim of a rigged poker game and that an unnamed ex-NFL player served as the face card. That's what Chauncey was for the NBA. Chauncey was used to lure. He was used to bring in other millionaires, right? Oh my God, Chauncey Billups. He knows a lot of rich people. Chauncey, right, brings them in. They get robbed basically, and now he's the someone who's serving as the fish. I got to get on my mafia terms down, but there it is. This guy saying that he and his friends lost $1 million, and it was an NFL player who brought them in.
Yeah, and now obviously the question is, the one of the main questions is, did Chauncey know these games were fixed?
Right.
Or was he just like, hey, just bring your friends in. I got if he didn't know, like, oh boy, he's going to turn. Right, he would flip. That's a mafia term.
If he didn't know, that's better for him.
It's better for him, but he would absolutely flip on the mob guy.
You did see, I don't know. Did you see who Pablo Torre said it was? The NFL player? Antonio Gates.
He said that?
Torre said it was Gates.
Wow, and they put him in the Hall of Fame even after
his mid numbers doesn't even stack up against Jason Witten.
And the PEDs.
Which we all forget about in football.
Wow. So there it is. Little recap of what else is happening in the sports world with the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
Bobby just threw my schedule for a loop because last night, instead of RJ's overreactions or not, Bobby sent this. I've got changes to personnel scheme and trades without giving up a first that would make the Cowboys a Super Bowl contender.
What?
Mm-hmm.
I have to hear this. In the commercial-free expressway, then we chop it up, then power rankings coming up on 105.3 The Fan.
Cowboys?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
This is the Expressway right now on the Fan, and it's brought to you by the on-time experts in the HOV lane of the Expressway. Is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are, God, I love this song, commercial-free in the Expressway. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Bell, Peyton, and Aiden in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Thanks for consuming the show. However you do it, you are appreciated.
There was a time a couple years ago, like when they were every kid had this as their walk-up song in youth baseball. Like you would hear it 4 times per team. Kind of got maddening. It did.
We will chop it up at 7:40. Power rankings at 8. But Bobby Belt kind of threw me for a loop yesterday when he said I can get the Cowboys to the Super Bowl without using any
without a plane ticket
of the first round picks. So this better be good, Bobby.
Look, I'm going to just lay it out there for you. I'm trying to think. You don't want to give up first round picks. You want to be competitive. You want to be in contention. How do you make sure that you can get there? How can you make sure that you can actually compete for a Super Bowl without giving up one of your first round picks? Because it does feel like it's pretty hopeless on defense right now.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna have to follow me and trust me. All right. This is a multi-step process. This is not going to be just a thing where you just say, well, what we're going to do is we're going to play more man-to-man, and then it's over.
And what year are you getting them there?
This year.
Oh.
I'll get you there this year.
Okay.
You tell me if this would make you a contender. If I just told you all these things happened.
Okay.
If it makes you a contender. Now, I'm going to first start off because I think everybody agrees the offense is pretty good.
Yeah.
So we're going to start on the offensive side
More
of the
than
ball.
pretty good.
Yeah. They are legitimately a top-tier Super Bowl caliber offense.
The only issue with the offense, the only thing that's going to keep them from being an elite offense is that they're inconsistent on the road.
So here's what we've got. I'm going to make 3 changes on offense. 1, I want more Jaden Blue. No. Not in the backfield. I want more Jaden Blue in the slot. I want him sharing the Turpin reps a little bit. And I want you to make them kind of... You have the ability to flip them. So I want some reps where it's going to be when Blue's on the field, he's in the backfield, Turpin's in the slot. Sometimes it may be Turpin's in the backfield, Blue in the slot. Blue was a legit receiver at Texas.
Was he?
Yeah. And so you're talking about a guy who has Turpin and Blue have similar skill sets, actually. Blue's a little built thicker because he's obviously a running back. But you're talking about top-end speed and agility and shiftiness. I would think that if you could work Blue in there a little bit more, that would just add another dimension to the offense that makes you even more difficult to cover. I want to ratchet up the deep crossers. We have not seen yet a lot of deep crossing routes were a big thing in Kellen's offense when Dak was having a lot of success. We haven't seen a ton of CD and Pickens crossing. I think if you can cross them a little bit more frequently and force secondaries to make certain decisions between those two, or even just bunch them up or have them stack up on the same side of the line of scrimmage. Just basically force teams to have a decision point on who are we covering here? What are we doing? More than just pre-snap, they're all on different sides of the line. So that's that. And then the other thing, increase the 4th down aggressiveness. There have been too many times I feel like where we all feel like we've looked at it and gone, you should have gone for that.
Yeah.
Just start taking more chances on 4th down.
4th and 5 last week is really bad.
Start taking more chances on 4th down when they present themselves. Get out of your comfort zone. Even if you think this may not be the best call, if there's a sheet that says percentage-wise you should go for it, step out of your comfort zone and try it and see if you start having more success. Because you know how we feel like with the Cowboys when they get a stop on 3 downs? And we're like, oh, what a miracle. And then when you see they're going for it on 4th down, you're like, there's 0 chance we're stopping them 4 times.
Yeah.
I feel like teams would feel that way with Dallas. Like, we're not stopping them on 4 straight plays. And so start putting some pressure on them. So that's the offensive side of the ball. That'll make them, I think, slightly better.
Okay. That's doing nothing for me in terms of them making the Super Bowl.
Well, obviously not, because, I mean, right now we think their offense could do that. That's just to get a little bit more out of it. Okay. So here's what we're going to do on the defensive side of the ball. You need to reduce your defensive line rotation. I don't care about how much you like having them fresh and the different things that you want to do, and you don't want anybody playing more than 60% of the snaps. It's pretty obvious who your best defensive linemen are at this point.
Who?
So your best edges are Donovan Ezeraku and Jadeveon Clowney. That's just flat out.
Jerry yesterday praising Ezeraku, a.k.a. 41, and Bobby has been loving him more every week.
And if you want to rotate somebody in, you can rotate James Houston in on passing situations. So you've got James Houston, Donovan Ezeraku, Jadeveon Clowney. That's who's basically going to be your edge group. And I think that Ezeraku and Clowney have been solid when they've played together on the field. That's generally been Dallas's best look. On the interior, Kenny Clark has not been good lately. John Oning from PFF yesterday said that it's bad enough to him in the most recent weeks that he's just starting to question whether you might have to have him as a cap casualty in the offseason.
Oh, my God.
Because he said he was good the first few weeks, but this has just been not good the last few.
Oh, my Lord.
Mozzie Smith can't be out there. The guy who needs to be out there, we talked about it yesterday, Solomon Thomas is your best defensive tackle. He's played well for the most part. I feel like most of the time when we see a run get blown up in the backfield by a defensive tackle, it has been Solomon Thomas. So Solomon Thomas, and then he hasn't had a good run the last couple weeks, but Osa is the most talented left of your defensive tackles. I think Osa and Solomon Thomas is the defensive tackle rotation that you need there. So if you've got that set up and you want to work Kenny Clark in occasionally in some obvious run situations,
work him in.
I'm saying I want to reduce this rotation.
And they targeted him, man. They targeted him. Had to have him.
I want 80% snaps for these four. Like, that's how I think it should be. I think you need to start using some of those Zimmer and stuff Broncos do, those sim pressures and those creeper blitzes, where you're showing 7 guys on the line of scrimmage, 4 are rushing. If you don't want to blitz Matt Eberflus, fine. Get creative with the way that you send 4 rushers then, and not just twists and stunts. Change that up. That's scheme change. Start having more sim pressures. Start having more creepers. Now what you actually need, because those changes obviously are not going to be enough to fix everything.
Right.
So you're going to have to go add players. Okay? You are getting DeMarvion Overshown back. You are going to get Malik Hooker back, which I do think Malik Hooker is an NFL caliber safety. I think you can win with him back there.
When's Hooker supposed to come back?
That one's been a little less certain as he's been recovering from that foot injury. All right, I'm going to go sign Stephon Gilmore. He's on the street. That's a smart, savvy player who
he's just still sitting there.
I know, and he sat there last year for a while, and then he went out and he played pretty well.
When did he sign last year? What week?
It was before the season started, but it was like training camp.
Does it make you feel any different that nobody else has signed him?
Yeah.
No, I think it's just he's a 35-year-old corner, and most teams have figured out who they have, and they're like, we're not going to run that way. Dallas, who is
him being still available does say a lot.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're
not
playing
every team is set in the second.
If you're playing, no,
but teams are just fine there, and it's us.
Teams don't want to gamble at the beginning of the season, especially on 35.
Yeah,
like at 35 and decent. Like, they're just not willing to do that. Dallas is at a point now where they need guys who are smart, and they need guys who understand what the coverages are. That's going to be Stephon Gilmore. Stephon Gilmore playing in zone, he's not going to be asked to do a lot of man-to-man. He doesn't have to be a 26-year-old athlete.
Yeah.
He can be 35 and play in zone and be able to improve your secondary. And then at that point, take Bland out of the nickel. To me, Reddy Stewart they were better in the secondary when Reddy Stewart was taking the nickel. I don't know why the last 2 weeks they haven't done that. Reddy Stewart in the nickel, physical player, understands Eberflus' scheme, Bland and Gilmore on the outside. You're going to trade a 5th-round pick or a 6th-round pick, depending on if you can get away with 6th, for Demario Davis. Again, older player, but we're just talking about trying to make them competitive this year. Demario Davis is playing really high-level football right now, even still at 36 or whatever he is.
Yeah, he's 36.
You're going to add the older players there. The big investment is going to be you're going to trade a 2nd-round pick. Not a 1st. You're going to trade a 2nd to Miami for Minkah Fitzpatrick. And Minkah Fitzpatrick and Malik Hooker are going to become a safety duo that both of them can play interchangeably up or down. And if you want to start fleshing out the linebacker core a little bit, you're going to have to start looking at, all right, Donovan Wilson, when you get snaps, you're playing only in the box. You're not doing anything else. You're playing in the box with Overshown. You're playing in the box with Davis and Overshown, whatever it is. But basically, he becomes a hybrid linebacker. So I think you've got Gilmore, Bland outside as your outside corners. Your Nicholas Stewart. You've got Minkah Fitzpatrick and Malik Hooker as the safeties. Demario Davis, who's playing at a Pro Bowl level, is your linebacker with DeMarvion Overshown, Shamar James, Donovan Wilson. Those guys can rotate in. And you start reducing the rotation. Stop worrying about the depth. Stop talking about the depth of rushers. Just focus on who's been able to do stuff for you this year. Highlight the top 4 defensive linemen. Focus on them. Start doing some different disguised pressures with 4-man blitzes and roll with the defense that way. I think if you get all of that with giving away just a second and a fifth round pick.
So the only draft picks that you moved on from were a 2 and a 5.
Yep.
That's
Yeah.
it.
And you added Minka, Demario Davis, Stephon Gilmore. You've tightened up the D-line rotation.
Getting Overshown and Hooker. Look,
Yeah, that's not, I mean,
I think it's really, really good thinking and creative thinking. It's not going to get them to the Super Bowl, but you're losing so little for the hope of just being below average that I'm in.
Does it make them a realistic playoff team if they're that way? Not necessarily they're slam dunk in, but do you look at it and go, I feel like they've got a competitive shot at being in the playoffs?
Yes,
and
but
if I think it does, and I think if you get into the playoffs at that point, now you're talking about, all right, you've got a defense that's not just getting blown up, and your offense has shown they can run anybody out of the building.
The problem, you want to finish your yes, but?
Yes, but they wouldn't be at home.
Well, why
and
do
that's going to kill it.
Why do you say yes? Why does that make them a realistic playoff team?
Because that's overhauling, and I don't want to say overhaul. It's stabilizing a defense.
It's stopping the bleeding on defense is what it is.
Well, the problem here in all these fixes is
age,
run defense. So
Kenny Clark, that's why we got him.
Well, he's benching Kenny Clark.
I know. I'm just saying.
So Solomon Thomas is really, and Demario Davis are the only two additions to stop the bleeding with run defense. That I don't see being fixed. Yes, you can get smarter and better in the secondary with Gilmore and Minka, but this is not enough here. Oh, I mean, you want to give me Overshown maybe? This is not enough to have them not get gouged for 8 a carry.
Yeah, so it would not just, like, obviously it's Overshown's coming back. Wilson, who I think is still an instinctual player at the line of scrimmage, if he's playing more up in the box and he's basically playing linebacker the rest of the year, I think that is a situation where he all of a sudden does change the dynamic of the run defense a little bit when he's used. But Davis and Overshown essentially with Thomas, and then it's about really upping the snaps for Clowney and Ezeraku and making sure that you're limiting the amount of times that other guys who are getting blown off the ball are even on the field.
Yeah.
And so, like, you are going to probably get some guys fatigued. Like, you're risking wearing some guys out.
Yep.
But to me, it's a calculated risk where it says the run defense will be better, though. Like we're going to have some guys that they're going to be tired, but this has got to be the way. We got to have a philosophy change here. We got to have a scheme change and just say we're not going to heavily rotate.
Well done, Bobby.
Thank you.
Very reasonable, well thought out, even if it doesn't lead to the ultimate success and playoff berth. But reasonable and well thought out. So good exercise right there. What do y'all think? Franklin Franco injury attorney text line 877-881-1053.
By the way, these are the percentage of snaps Jadeveon Clowney's played so far this year.
And has he been just definitely better against the run than the
Yes.
pass rush?
Yes. Yeah. 27% of snaps against Green Bay, 39 against the Jets, 24 against the Panthers, 39 against the Commanders, 39 against the Broncos. So you're talking about he's out there pretty infrequently in the grand scheme of things. And so if you can start getting, I think Clowney, and that was one of the things that it sounded like Schottenheimer was saying would be one of the changes that they were going to make, is that Clowney's going to play more. Because they need him out there more consistently in run defense.
2 updates. Calvin Watkins is reporting that Trayvon Diggs' knee injury may require surgery. So this is just me speculating, and I feel comfortable enough with Calvin that if he got mad over my speculation, I'll buy him a cigar. He'll be cool. But I don't think he'd be mad. Calvin's got a good relationship with Diggs. My guess is he is caught up with Trayvon here, because what he's been tweeting and saying over the past 2 days sounds like it probably would be coming from Diggs. And I don't even say Diggs camp, because Diggs apparently don't have an agent in the NFLPA.
There is no camp.
In the NFLPA book. The camp's Micah, and Micah already spoke.
Yep.
Saying the Cowboys screwed Diggs. Here's what Calvin has been saying. There's a possibility Diggs might need some minor surgery on his right knee, but rest is the prescribed method right now. Diggs did work out hard and wanted to return for the season opener, which he did. He pushed to return sooner than what the team wanted him to. However, there were issues with Diggs going to treatment during the season, and he was benched and fined for it. So that's Calvin reporting that the Trayvon Diggs in-season benching was in part, or maybe totally, because he did not go to his treatment during the year. And then Calvin came out yesterday with a story from Dallas Morning News just covering the fact that he may require surgery. So that to me would kind of be getting Trayvon off the hook a little bit by saying, hey, this concussion thing, yeah, it happened at home, but his leg is really messed up, and that's why he was bad this year, and that's why he's been compromised, and that's why he's on IR. So that's the latest on Diggs. Any comments before I give you Pickens?
No, I mean, I think there's clearly some
spin.
I think
spin's a good word.
Yeah, there's some chess maneuvering, I think, from everybody in terms of the way they're talking about how everything has played out to this point.
Does Diggs play another game this year?
I'm going to say no.
Because of what the Cowboys' true intention with him is, or because of possible surgery?
Possible surgery. I'll say yes, he does.
I just think
I'm going to say no.
There's been clearly so many tension points with them with rest and rehab that them saying, let's put you on the shelf for rest and rehab is not going to work. And it's going to cause more problems.
Ed Werder reports, RJ, the Cowboys have yet to engage in contract negotiations with George Pickens. A report last week said the Cowboys have had internal discussions about a possible extension to the point where they've been examining the rosters. We should do this. The rosters and cap situations of other teams that are all paying multiple high-end receivers. So, Cincinnati. I'm thinking Philadelphia. What do other teams' cap situations and defenses and roster depth look like? Miami, that are paying two receivers a lot of money, but they have yet to engage in talks.
Yeah, Philly doesn't seem to have a whole lot of problems with roster depth.
They got problems on defense, I believe.
But they used a lot. They've used a lot of their resources in the draft on defense.
Mm-hmm.
They basically drafted Georgia.
Yep.
Just Georgia. Like, that's what they do. They just go to Georgia. They call Kirby. Go, hey, who you got?
Right.
But look, I mean, I am all for signing George Pickens. What I do not want is for them to tag him and then let him walk. That is, to me, not an option.
Why?
Well, because if you tag him, his cap number is his cap number next year. There's no manipulating of it. And next year you have Dak's $76 million cap number, which means that if you do sign him to just tag him.
So Dak and Pickens alone, till you manipulate Dak, is 100 right off the bat. Dak's at like 70, and George would be at 30.
Something like that, right?
Well, that's 100.
I think Dak's at 76, George would be like 24. But either way, that's still 100. And then when you add in CD, I mean, that's not really sustainable.
Diggs, Bland, I don't know what theirs are.
Right? But. I mean, so that's a lot. Now, are you going to extend Dak? Are you going to restructure? If you restructure, you just kick the can. It ruins things down the road. If you extend him, you're now extending a 35-year-old quarterback. Or a 34-year-old quarterback. Like, that's okay. That's a take, right?
The highest, if you want to look at like the way that if they're studying teams, trying to figure out how do they work two receivers under the cap, probably the best option they have to figure it out right now would be Detroit. Because Detroit's paying two receivers a lot of money right now, Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jamison Williams. And
come on, Jameson, pick it up in fantasy.
They're also, he's got to hit those unders. They've also got the
whoa.
He's gotten in trouble for it before.
Oh, okay.
That's the joke. The joke is he got the betting suspension previously.
Okay.
So, if you look at Detroit and the fact that they're paying those two receivers, and Detroit has also had to pay a bunch of people lately. They've had to pay Hutchinson. They've had to pay Kirby Joseph. Yeah. They've had to pay Sewell. They've been like doling out money to other positions too. So that's probably the best cap representation of a team that's had to pay a bunch of people. And now they also kept.
Is it this though? Like their last year? Like this is it. If you go look at Detroit's cap, like this, people are saying like this might be. It's like this year or bust.
I mean, it just depends. So, like right now,
they can manipulate.
It just it depends on how they've structured it and how which ones they will need to walk away from. They may not be able to pay other people that are coming up in the future, but where it's at right now, they've paid guys and locked them in.
Why would the Cowboys have not had a conversation with Mulugheta or his reps to this point?
Because I think it was made clear from all sides that they were going to play it. And so I think the Cowboys told them, we'll play it. And they said, cool, we're fine playing it out.
But if you're the Cowboys and you're like, this is only going up, break the rule. Change your mind. Change your approach.
I think they believe that the person they're negotiating with, it's going to be what it's going to be.
Yeah.
And I also think at this point
And right now is you'd be paying the peak.
You would. Yeah.
Like.
Should have done this before the year.
Well, you had to see what he was.
Well,
we're talking about the biggest cancer in the National Football League, arguably.
You are.
Any of us who acted like we knew this was going to happen, it's a lie. You have to be the ultimate Cowboy homer.
This team, though, man, they love the whole. We got to see. We got to see what they are.
Yeah,
got to see.
And I've agreed with it many times. You can get your burn, though. You can get your burn. So that's your update inside the Star on Sean and RJ with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Let's chop it up with the Hump Day edition.
Let's talk to our dude who knows everything about Big D. Really, it's Little D. We're talking to our guy, RJ Choppy. Pew, pew, pew. Pew, pew, pew.
Man, all right. I got to say.
Great intro.
That is a great intro. Happy birthday to my little man.
Aw.
Julian Choppy.
Dion.
This is very sad. Because he is a teenager now. He is 13. And I am without a child. I no longer have a child in the house.
You are without child.
I have 2 teenagers. I have 2 teenage boys. I don't have a kid. I don't have a kid anymore. I started seeing, not facial hair, but like fuzz on the side of his cheek. And I was like, crap.
You're going to have to start shaving
that's
soon.
That's a cheek. I used to rub the cheek with the back of my hand. I still do that. But it's just different now. It's a little bit rougher. Skin's not as baby soft skin anymore. So I'm gonna have to have another baby. That's just the reality of it. I've already got empty nest syndrome. I've already got I don't have baby fever, but I've already got empty nest. I'm getting very, very sad. Like my oldest one's gonna drive here in 2 months from today. 2 months from today, he gets his driver's license.
Wow.
Which
How is he? How is he as a driver?
He's getting better. We got to work on parallel parking. We're going to work on parallel parking. But now it's like, hey, he doesn't need me anymore. I'm gone. The only thing I am now is a checkbook. Okay. And by the way, you insurance companies out there, not only are our insurance premiums going up 50% here at the company. Yeah, we do that next week. 50% they're going up. Try having a kid, a boy, which by the way, that's always a scam. The fact that teenage boys cost more in insurance than teenage girls.
Really?
A lot more, because they say boys are more aggressive drivers. Well, I thought you were talking about
health insurance. I was like, that shouldn't be at all.
Yeah, car insurance. Car insurance. Yeah. And I would say, yeah, they are more aggressive. Aggressive drivers are less dangerous. You know who the most dangerous drivers are? The people who drive 5 miles an hour under the speed limit. The defensive drivers. They're the more dangerous. They cause traffic. They cause accidents.
So when you have a ticket, do you think you should go to aggressive driving instead of defensive driving to really
I think
learn how to
defensive
drive?
driving's a scam.
Yeah,
I don't drive defensively. I drive aggressively. I drive offensively. I'm weaving around. I'm not waiting for you.
Yeah.
You're the defensive driver. You're the problem. Me, I'm the solution. I make solutions. Okay, I make solutions on the road. So happy birthday to my young one. I got to figure out what to get him. I haven't bought his present yet. He wants cash.
Get him something football related.
He wants cash. He wants cash. Oh, he wanted basketball shoes. So my ex-wife got him those. He had the Sabrinas last year. And this year he got the Sabrina 2s.
Oh, wow.
The Sabrina 2s. That's what they want. They want the Sabrinas, I guess. I don't know. So there you go. Happy birthday, Julian. I love you.
Yeah, they do want that.
You're not a kid anymore. And that's a problem. That is a what?
Nothing. You missed this.
I did miss it. They have found and caught and made arrests in the Louvre heist.
Oh.
It appears these are just very common criminals. There's nothing James Bond about this. Now, it is the world's most famous museum. There was millions and millions and millions of dollars in jewels that were stolen. But they found at least one person. And I believe, Aiden, we have a photo that we can put up on the fan cam of the detective that has captured these individuals, or one of them.
Okay.
And this guy looks this guy is trolling.
No way.
This guy is trolling.
That's Tommy DeVito's agent.
It looks like it. But this is the man. This is the detective guy.
He's like 19.
He looks 19. He looks like he's something out of Central Casting for Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
Like
Bond.
This is so amazing. If this guy did this on purpose, and he was like, "Hey, I know the photogs are going to be here, the paparazzi. I'm just going to show up."
This guy's going to become a superstar
in the most obnoxious outfit of all time.
Yeah, that I mean, I don't know. That even like that fedora down as low as it. That's like what is it? It's a smooth criminal backup dancer.
I mean, he's got even the hook umbrella.
They use DNA, and I'm like, okay, did you not think of that? Well, the police said they left gloves, a walkie-talkie, a vest, and a can of gasoline, and they used that with the forensics team to find the DNA traces. Man, it seems like a rookie move.
It's a rookie mistake. It's big time rookie mistake. I mean, you just can't. You got to know about DNA. I mean, watch some forensic files, man.
The only way that guy could be doing more of a bit, though, that investigator, is if he had a pipe. Like if he had a pipe or a monocle.
Monocle.
He should have done the monocle just to like, what? This is the way I dress.
Why doesn't nobody use a monocle anymore? That wasn't English. Why doesn't nobody?
Investigators worry that thieves may melt down or dismantle the jewels to sell them off as soon as possible.
Why would you melt down the jewels?
Because you can't sell the jewelry. It's going to be, people are going to know what it is.
So you got to change it up.
Yeah.
Well, that makes sense.
My favorite thing about that picture, now that I look at it, is the officer in the middle just like looking at him like, you don't dress like this normally, dude.
You're not a real person.
He's like, this is such a bit.
All right, Chop. Will they rat?
Will the guys that got caught rat? Yes, they will. They're gonna sing. They're gonna be singing like a canary, big time. They will absolutely rat. So that's gonna happen. But they've caught some. Not all, some of the jewel thieves. It is chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. Public bathrooms.
So they tell you you're getting 30 years. Or if you turn in Peyton, Bobby, and Sharif, you'll get 4. 30 versus 4.
Come on, man. Don't do it.
I'm not doing it. I don't know.
You're a damn liar.
I don't think so.
You're a damn liar.
Listen,
30.
I was my grandpa always told me, no matter what.
Yeah, I don't care what he said.
No matter what.
I don't care what he said.
He didn't rat. He didn't rat.
What did he have to rat about?
He had a brother. He had a brother who fixed the lottery.
Oh.
See, you just ratted on your uncle like without a problem. It doesn't matter. You keep those secrets.
He was dead.
Choppy would say, I'm not naming names, but listen at 840 on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, he was dead long before I met him. I never met him, and he had 8 brothers.
So did they clean up financially, or did he get caught fixing the lottery?
I think he cleaned up, but it wasn't like clean up like millions and millions. It was like, the Texas two-step is like you win like $1,000.
Why did he fix it for that?
I don't know.
Not the brightest.
It's like Office Space when they moved the decimal over and they were just taking little tiny transactions and stacking up the money.
Chopping it up here on 105.3 The Fan. China has public restrooms where you have to scan a QR code to watch ads before it dispenses toilet paper.
No way.
Yes.
No
now, China is
way.
like, they think of everything, and they're at the top of like the technological realm. But to me, this is awful because if you're going, all right, let's say you scan the QR code, you watch an ad, you get your TP, all right. What happens if it's one of those like Sharpie ones where it's like a crayon down there? You got to keep watching ads?
Yeah.
That's going to dry up.
Yeah, how much TP do you get? Is it one piece, or do you get 3 or 4, the usual?
How many squares do you get? And then is that unlimited, or do you got to watch another ad to get more? And you have to.
This is almost inhumane.
It's going to dry up on you.
I'm not wiping then.
Can't
I'm
spare
not
a
watching.
square.
Can't spare a square.
This is almost inhumane. I wonder if LeBron's got this in his house.
I look. I just don't know why. How is this even real? Like, how is this even like allowed? It doesn't make any sense. It is inhumane. And what do you do with baby wipes? First of all, you have to carry your own baby wipes.
China's usually been such a strong proponent of human rights.
They have.
That was my LeBron joke.
Yeah. Was it? I didn't know which one.
Payne's the only one who got it. Unless you fake laugh me.
It was a LeBron joke. I had to laugh at it.
Oh, you didn't get
no
the LeBron.
way.
No one got the LeBron China reference. Do you flush your baby wipes? They're flushable?
They are, but I don't. I roll them up in toilet paper and put them in the trash.
Wow. What a nasty extra step. Yeah.
That's disgusting, dude.
You've never wondered that about baby wipes? Because you're not
I
supposed
just figured he flushed them.
I flush them here.
Yeah.
But even still at home,
But you're
that's
not supposed to
gross.
flush them at home,
No.
right?
Well, they have some of them that
They
are
say some
flushable
are
wipes.
flushable, but even the ones they say are flushable, they
oh
also
my
say
God.
aren't really
Do you
flushable.
use wipes?
I don't use like the dude wipes. I use just the toilet paper.
Okay. So the answer is no then.
Wow. He's such a Neanderthal.
Are you supposed to flush those here, by the way? Are you supposed to admit that?
I'm not supposed to flush them, but I don't care. It's not my place.
And we're leaving.
And we're leaving. Anyway. Yeah, and I'll do it at the new place, too. Chopping it up here on 105 through the fan.
Yeah, we'll have the same problem at the new place, like with how far away the bathroom is.
Absolutely.
In terms of the toilet paper won't screw us the walk will, the run.
Southwest Airlines is coming to DFW.
I thought we already had it.
No, DFW Airport.
Oh, DFW Airport.
DFW Airport.
Okay, I thought it was over there at Love Field.
Yes, it is at Love Field. But the CEO announced that they still have plans in the future of taking the airline to DFW, not moving it, just operating out of DFW as well. They operate out of a couple of LA airports, right? All the New York airports. But for whatever reason, they've never operated out of DFW.
Yeah.
They only have operated out of Love Field. But there's this, they have ambitions of doing more international flights. And part of the agreement with Love Field is that no international flights. I think they have Mexico and like Jamaica. That's really it. So they want to expand to Europe or South America or whatever. They're going to have to go to DFW. So they do have plans to do that. 5, 10, 15 gates.
Yeah, this does nothing for me. This is good for you people in Fort Worth as you separated us. You separated us, Choppy. Well, this is good for you. I prefer all my flights in and out of Love anyway, and I don't like or love Southwest to begin with. So this does nothing for me.
Love is a better airport. Like if you just want to talk about like, but like it's too big at DFW.
DFW's gotten like, it feels like a biatch.
Like when you ended up wherever it was we were traveling last, when you ended up at the wrong gate initially,
it's a lot.
It's not just like, oh, I'll just walk to the next gate. It's like, oh, I got to go take a train.
3 monorails.
Yeah, it's like, it's too big. Love is, if you like when you need to pick somebody up, you just go around that loop a couple times. You wait. You don't have to like go, oh, okay, I guess I got to exit the airport and come back around. It's such a pain doing DFW.
It can be a pain. There's no doubt about it. No doubt. I like it better. I like the bigger, more options, more food options, more food stuff.
What's your go-to food there? You're walking.
Well, it depends on the
11 a.m.
11 a.m. Oh, Admiral's Club. Don't have that at. Don't have that at the.
What a brat! Well done. It was sick though.
Oh, it's great.
Chopping it up, putting up big time numbers on the YouTube here.
Hey.
Hump Day edition.
Take that, Jerry.
Hump Day.
DF, take that, Jerry. Take that, Jerry, with the next segment. Can you even see the Cowboys in this week's power rankings? How far did they fall? We need your 1 through 5, 5 through 1 with this week's power rankings on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053. That.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
You said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the greatest show in sport.
The biggest football game in the history of Western civilization. What a ride it's been.
How you doing? Let's go, let's go, let's go.
It is now time for this week's NFL Power Rankings as decided and chosen by us. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell, Peyton and Aiden in the background of the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The random Wednesday wheel spin coming up at the end of this segment. Below the belt at 8:40. Tomorrow in the 9 o'clock hour, we're giving away Monday night tickets for Cowboys Cardinals. Also heard on this radio station and nowhere else. How did we do last week?
All right.
Coming off a fantastic week prior.
Yes, we were. Sean Sharif, you had Detroit number 1. They run a bye.
Ding.
You had Indy number 2.
Dominant.
You had Kansas City number 3.
Easy money.
You had the Rams at number 4.
Who did they have?
Bye.
And you had
Buckets.
New England at number 6.
3-0-2.
That's 3-0.
3-0.
3-0.
Oh, money.
Robert Montgomery Belt, you had Detroit number 1.
Mm-hmm.
You had the Rams number 2. You had the
Bye.
Pats. You had the Pats number 3.
Win.
You had the Colts number 4.
Win.
And you had the Chefs number 5.
3-0.
Peyton Phillip Russell, you had Detroit number 1. Indy number 2. Kansas City number 3. Green Bay number 4. And New England number 5.
4-0.
And I had Detroit number 1, Kansas City number 2.
Come on, I want the entire show to go undefeated.
Indy number 4, and Green Bay number 5.
4-0.
We're the champs, baby.
4-0-1
We're the
for
champs.
me and Peyton.
We're the
3-0-2.
G-bag.
Undefeated.
G-bag.
We're all undefeated.
This is the show win today.
It's a show win.
High five, everybody.
You can't say nothing to us. High five.
And I don't know.
Corey, football show of record.
I was looking at it like, I don't know. There weren't I don't think any of the teams we would have been considering would have gotten a loss last week, unless anybody was considering the Bears or somebody like that.
Shut up, Bobby.
No.
Don't take away from it. How far did the Cowboys fall after getting whooped?
Not as far as you'd think. I was expecting them to have like a 5-spot drop or something like that. That didn't happen. You had ESPN, Yahoo, NFL, and The Athletic all dropped them 2 spots.
2.
So varying degrees. CBS dropped them 3. SI dropped them 6 spots, which they have wild swings every week. But their average placement is 20th right now. The high was from Yahoo. They were 17th. And the lowest was from Sports Illustrated. They had them at 22. So 17, 22, right around there.
Okay. Peyton, since you got the most wins, you can decide 1 through 5 or 5 through 1. And we need yours on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line 877-881-1053.
I want to keep it 1 through 5. Let's keep it 1 through 5 here.
1 through 5. Peyton, start us off.
For the 3rd week in a row, I believe, I have the Lions still there. They were on a bye week, but despite not being in first place, I still think in the long run they'll be champs in the NFC North. Sorry, Aiden, listening behind me, who's a Packers fan. I go back to that Monday night win against the Bucs. It was pure domination. I know Mike Evans got hurt. Baker's playing on the road, but they dominated the Bucs from start to finish. So I got the Lions at number 1.
I also have the Lions at number 1. Ralph?
I, too, have the Lions at number 1. It wasn't even a question to me. Was not.
Yeah, I still have the Lions at number 1. Unanimous.
All right.
Well, there's no one good enough to leapfrog them while on a bye, to me, it's by default. Number two.
Number 2, I have the Indianapolis Colts, the best team in the AFC. Jonathan Taylor, he has to be your MVP right now. I mean, you saw Mahomes Monday night. He was good, but 2 picks. Jonathan Taylor has to be your MVP. He has 14 touchdowns this season total, receiving and rushing.
I think he's got 3 straight weeks with 3 touchdowns.
Yeah, he had it this week and last week at least, for sure. I know that. But yeah, I mean, just impressive. Daniel Jones, he's the real deal. They played just 3 games with teams with a sub-500 record the rest of the season. 2 of those being the Texans. I mean, they're on pace to win at least 14 games.
I don't know, man. I think Daniel Jones would be the MVP before Jonathan. I mean, Taylor's had a great stretch, but
I think on the NFL MVP odds, I think Taylor's above Jones.
I have the odds. The favorite is, and this is messed up. We talk about broken system in other sports or baseball, the intentional walk, man. If Jonathan Taylor, he's not going to score 3 touchdowns every week, but if Jonathan Taylor continues on
this torrid pace, yes,
some type of pace, man, we got to make a non-quarterback the MVP if it calls for it. This is ridiculous. It should not be most valuable. It should be best season.
I mean, he's on pace halfway through the season, I believe, right now. He's on pace for 28 total touchdowns. That gets you the MVP.
Favorite probably still Mahomes.
It is at 3-2. Then,
that was his touchdown interceptions this week, so that makes sense.
Then, trying to crap on Pat the way
Drake
he's
May.
Good job, RJ Choppy, 13-4. Then,
and I didn't read your email.
I know.
I didn't read your email.
Goff.
No. Not even close.
Baker.
No. Not after last week.
Allen.
It is Josh Allen at 4-1. Then Jonathan Taylor is tied with Jordan Love at 12-1. That right there tells you everything. That Jordan Love, because of now this is Vegas, not who they think they're covering themselves, but the fact that Jonathan Taylor can be tied with Jordan Love, who's not having some all-world season, it's stupid. It's ridiculous. I also have Indianapolis at 2. I think I put them up there pretty early, and then Bobby and everyone else copied me, so I'm keeping the Colts at 2.
We had them the same week you did.
We had them up there first. No. We did. I have Kansas City at number 2. Sluggish first half. But to me right now, the Super Bowl will be KC versus Detroit, which I think a lot of us would be in on. And I think America.
America doesn't want Kansas City.
I don't think anybody's in on Kansas City going.
No, but they want Kansas City to lose.
Earlier than that.
Yeah, I don't know. We wanted the Dodgers in. Wanted the Dodgers in the World Series, right? Most people wanted the Dodgers.
I don't think so. I don't know where you're getting that from. The team that spends circles around everyone else is not the team that people root for.
Nobody wants to see Milwaukee.
Okay.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Like you want to see somebody that you hate. So I have KC too.
Number 2 on my list is the New England Patriots. And the NFL MVP, Drake May, who leads the NFL in completion percentage, yards per attempt, and passer rating, and continues to just look like he's been doing it for 10 years at the quarterback position. He's playing at such a high level with quarterback play being sort of middling throughout the league right now that I've just got to have New England up there. So New England's number 2.
Number 3, power rankings right here on Sean and RJ. Go ahead, babe.
Number 3, I have the Kansas City Chiefs. Left them there at number 3 after a win over Washington. Look, after the 2 early picks, Mahomes looked like himself. 3 straight touchdown passes. Rashee Rice, man, he makes that offense look so dangerous. That's going to be a really tough team to beat.
Dangerous.
And the Chiefs do have back-to-back road games against the Bills and Broncos coming up. So we'll see how really good they are. But right now I have the Chiefs at number 3.
Exact same as Peyton so far. Chiefs 3 for me. So you're on the right track, young man.
We have the same top 3, just different order. I've got Indy here at 3. 5 wins by 2 scores or more.
Ooh.
5 wins by 2 scores or more. The other one's a loss, and then one's like a 1 point victory.
Man, it is
pretty good.
Just amazing how, and I can't stress this enough, in sports and in life, luck factors in. It's nuts. Like Anthony Richardson is a bust. His eye gets knocked out from a stretching band. Daniel Jones fails in New York, and now Shane Steichen looks like a genius. It's amazing. A lot of it is luck.
Daniel Jones went to mini last year, right? After
to finish out the year.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be Kevin O'Connell that really got him on the right track, is what you could argue.
Yeah.
Number 3 is I'm going to be different again. Number 3 is the LA Rams, who I had at number 2 last week. They dropped, not because of anything they did, obviously with the bye. It's just New England. I felt weird not bumping New England up after watching Drake May play again like that. So I've got the Rams at number 3. I still think that Stafford is playing at a ridiculously high level right now, and they've been really strong defensively. So I got the Rams at number 3.
At number 4, I have the current number 1 seed in the NFC, the Green Bay Packers. It doesn't seem like it, but at 5-1-1, they do represent the NFC at the top of the conference. They finally had an impressive win on the road against Pittsburgh. We've been talking about the last few weeks. They, have been kind of sluggish. They haven't really, impressed you with these wins over the last few weeks. But they had a 10-point win on the road against Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. They host the Eagles next Monday, so they have a chance to really separate themselves there. But I have the Packers right now at number 4.
Not impressed with the Steeler win, Choppy?
I don't know. I struggle with Pittsburgh. Like, what is Pittsburgh? Like, they could beat anybody. I think they also lose to anybody. Plus, I like their helmets, the yellow helmets. The rest of the uniform was pretty cheeks.
Yeah, you go into Pittsburgh, though. That's still a good win.
Yeah, it is.
I have the Rams.
McCarthy was there.
I have the Rams at 4. Just solid, tough. They now have a commercial for Trust and Will. I give them extra credit for that.
There you go.
With
right.
Stafford and Sean McVay.
Absolutely.
So I struggled here with my 4 and 5, as I'm going to leave out 2 pretty big dogs, but I'm going to give it to the Rams at 4.
So last week I had New England 3 and Indy 4. This week I have Indy 3 and New England 4. I did drop the Pats. They beat a bad Browns team, but you cannot allow that many sacks. You cannot expect to win a championship and allow that many sacks. I don't care who the hell is on the other side. So 4 for me with New England.
Number 4 for me on this list is going to be Indianapolis, which is they're really, really good. And they've shown they're good. It's like, all right, can I see one of these victories? I just need to see them play somebody that's of levels where it's like, and then I see a victory like that. Because it's been the Titans or it's been the Raiders or who else, the Dolphins. But I mean, they can only play against who they play against, and they've been beating them down. But Indy, number 4.
At number 5, I kept the Patriots here. I really thought about it. Yeah, the Rams are the Broncos are 6-2. They've looked good, looked really good, I guess, against Cowboys. But everyone looks good against Cowboys. But this team might win the AFC East by default. They only play 2 teams with a winning record the rest of the season. A real chance to win 13, 14 games. They obviously have the tiebreaker over the Bills, and they host the Bills later on the season. But I have Drake May and the Patriots at number 5.
I do too.
Well,
New England number 5. Mike Vrabel looking fantastic.
Number 5, I have Green Bay. I had forgotten about them. The tie really screws with me.
Yeah.
That was a strong finish, though, this past week at Pittsburgh in the fourth quarter. They were down going in. They wound up winning by 9. Thought about the Rams.
It sounds like you just knocked Peyton for putting them up there for the Steeler win.
Yeah, come on, man.
I'm just saying. I don't think. I had them here last week. They didn't lose. They won. They didn't really do anything to drop me. I don't love it. I don't love having them here. But I'm not going to be like that Baton Rouge advocate voter in the college poll that has Ohio State 4. Okay? I'm not going to be like that kid.
That's good.
So I have Green Bay 5.
That's good. Number 5 for me is the Kansas City Chiefs, who beat the Commanders. It's a good victory, but I mean, they did have problems with the turnovers the other day. I still question how Rashee Rice changes the complexion for them completely, but I still question how much they'll be able to keep pace if they do get a Detroit or if they get somebody like the Rams. I feel like those teams are going to be able to really put pressure on them.
Your bigger question about them right now is offense or defense?
For me right now, it's weapons.
Okay.
Offensively.
For me, I'm back to questioning defense more.
Their defense is not like top tier anymore. They're not like a couple of years ago they rolled out there where it was like Mahomes and then they were still top 5 defensively. But for me, it's just still, I don't know if they have the weapons to keep up if they get into a match with the Rams or the Lions.
All right, so power rankings, recap, fan text as well. For me, it's Lions 1, Colts 2, Chiefs 3, Rams 4, New England 5.
Detroit 1, Chiefs 2, Indy 3, New England 4, Pack 5.
I got Detroit 1, New England 2, Rams 3, Colts 4, and then Chiefs 5.
Lions 1, Colts 2, Chiefs 3, Packers 4, and the Patriots at 5.
Undefeated last week with all these selections. We'll try to keep it going every hump day. At this time on Sean and RJ, let's spin the wheel.
Sports match. Let's go. Do it again, baby.
I mean, if you've got sports match ready, let's. It's going to be. What are you sick of?
Oh, what are you sick of?
That time.
All right.
Can be sports, can be a topic.
Coming at you, Mom.
Life. RJ's mother. What are you sick of? You can bring up anything you want on the fan text next on Sean and RJ.
in Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
And I'm so sick of people saying that love is just all a woman is fit for. I'm so sick of it.
Time to vent. Random Wednesday wheel spin landing on what are you sick of? It can be a sports topic. It can be an individual. It could be a life issue. Get it off your chest and your fingers with the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on Sean and RJ. 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. And Choppy, you've been simmering about this for days.
Yeah, and I got more to simmer on from yesterday. More to simmer on. My mother, she waits for the old man to die, takes all of his cash, and now is remodeling the house, okay? 30 years, didn't touch the house. Didn't touch it. So he starts to get dementia. Oh, Ralph, we need new windows. $30,000, new windows. And then it's like, we need a new kitchen. Whole new kitchen. Tore the whole thing down, remodeled it.
Do you think the house needs remodeling?
Yeah, it's been 30 years, right? It's been 30 years, so it needed it. Bathroom needs it. I mean, everything needs it. Well, this past few months or few weeks, she's been doing the entire living room, repainted it, and in the front room, she took all the wallpaper down and put up whatever the wooden thing is around. Is it wainscoting? I don't know what it's called. And then repainted that, and then she redid the little hall bath. Took the cabinet out over the toilet, put some shelving in, new countertops, new fresh paint, new toilet, everything.
Now, this is bugging you because this is your money.
No, I don't mind. I don't mind because eventually I'm going to sell the house anyway when I take it over, and I'm going to make money out of it anyway.
You're taking over the house.
Yeah.
It's not getting sold and then divided.
Well, we're gonna have it, and then
how many? You have two sisters?
Two sisters, and we'll just rent it out, or I'll just move in, and I'll say, here, you guys can take us for a while.
Just give it to your kids, so they can get into the real life without mortgage.
But
like you.
So I'm all for this, but she's going above and beyond it, and the people that she had doing the work, it's somebody that she has used in the past. Okay, it's not like a corporate, it's not a company. It's just private. So every morning, she has breakfast waiting for them when they get here.
Wow.
When they get over there, right? And
She's making it?
She would either make it or she would go.
Cooks more for them than you.
Yeah, she would either make it or she would go out and get something for them before. They would get over there. And they got there early. I mean, they start work early. You want to get done. They want to get done with their day. They start early.
Yep.
So she's up there, crack of dawn, out there, either making breakfast or getting it for them. And then she makes them a to-go plate when they leave. Well, then yesterday I was over there. I know. Yesterday I was over there, and she was paying them, and then she goes, and I left a little something in there for you. That's what she said to the guy. And afterwards she goes,
paying them
she paid him.
She paying them daily?
She tipped them on the end because they were done. They had finished the job.
Okay.
She goes, yeah, I gave all the workers some money, and then I gave him a little bit more. And then later that day, I hear this loud bang. This is yesterday. I hear this loud bang come up the garage, and I look up. Oh, the spring had broke. The spring broke on it. So she had just gotten the garage put in. New garage door, everything, right? She calls them up. They come out. Right within an hour, they're out there. And she pays this guy, which, by the way, I was like, it's under warranty. You don't need to pay for it. She tips him too, like $200. And I'm like, you are just throwing your money all over the place.
Yeah.
Just willy-nilly.
Yeah.
I never get any of this.
Makes sense
this
to me.
This is my cash. This is my cash you're doing
You
this
said you
too.
didn't care.
Well, I don't care now, but I will.
Upgrading the house.
I mean, it's like $1,000 she's been tipping people in the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, over the next 15 years, I mean, the interest rate.
Yeah.
I mean, that's going to be like $1,500.
My dad right now.
She's an over-tipper, and I like over-tipping, but holy cow.
My dad is like trying to throw his money around, like, oh, there's this, new physician we have, and I consider her like a daughter type, and I kind of want to buy a house. I said, excuse me? He said, yeah, and he's waiting for me to fight back and say, she's not a part of our family. That's our money, but I'm not doing it.
Right.
I say, fine, do what you want. It's your money. Do whatever you want. So I'm hoping that the I don't care approach counters him trying to buy these random strangers homes and houses.
Right.
And it's not about, it really isn't about the money. I think there's going to be enough to go around. I don't want to end up hating this person that I don't even know. Like, you don't be taking advantage of my pops like this. You're not a part of the family. Yeah, can't benefit like this.
And one of my big hangups is I've already talked to this guy. I want him. I've got work to be done.
Yeah.
Is he going to expect breakfast?
Oh.
Every morning?
Oh. So she's setting the bar.
She set the bar too high.
Of standard and being nice too high.
Yeah, you got to tip. Of course you got to tip, but I mean, I think she's going above and beyond, and I'm like, Ma.
Yeah.
You're setting this bar. I can't keep up with this bar.
Yeah.
I don't have a 401k. My 401k right now is not something I'm dipping into.
Yep.
Okay, I don't have Social Security. Okay, I'm on a very fixed income right now. Very fixed.
817 says, tell your mom I can do some handyman stuff at her house. I could really use the tips.
Yeah. She's going to have a line of Tolos sitting there with this type of treatment. What are you sick of, Bobby Belt?
Look, for a long time, I've been sick of the Dallas Mavericks and Nico Harrison. I'm sick of Dallas Mavericks fans.
Oh, no. Your day is ruined on Twitter the rest of the day.
Drinking the Nico Kool-Aid and trying to hitch a ride on Haley's Comet to a destination that doesn't exist, which is playoff success for this Mavericks team, which is not ready to compete. And I'm really tired of or sick of gotta keep the branding on there. I'm really sick of the acting like I'm crazy for not approving of them and not getting past what they've done. And no, the reality is that they still have not fully felt the repercussions. When Rick Welts stands up there on CNBC and tries to go, look, we were in the dumps, and then you know what? Third highest season ticket purchase rate in the NBA, players. And it thinks that they've done something, or the fortune favors the bold, or see, I hope people can now see the vision because you tripped into the number one pick. And that whole thing has just been forgotten, and people are like, get past it. No, there is still somebody behind there. And especially for a fan base that usually lectures us for like not pressing Jerry or other things like that. When I still have yet to say, when I go, what did you want us to ask that we didn't? Like, I feel like a lot of the stuff you wouldn't feel comfortable standing in there and asking Jerry, but you're acting like we didn't do stuff. They can't ever give me a question that we missed.
Yeah.
Like, when are you going to tell them to sell the team? That's stupid.
That's partially been my what are you sick of Twitter lately.
Dude.
X and Twitter lately dealing with all these losers that sit there and really, and I'm like, how do you really, what do you have a job? Like, it always makes me question how people are smart enough to function in life. Like, how do you run a household, or how do you maintain employment with how stupid and ignorant you are? And I'm talking to probably 5 to 10 people over the past 2 weeks. So it's just been extra annoying on Twitter.
I can't understand
Twitter's the worst.
The flip so quickly. Does Cooper Flagg really just undo everything for you in terms of how this organization treated you as a fan?
Maybe they're like, I don't want to live my life in misery being bitter. I want to move past it.
That probably is a lot of it.
Okay, well,
and
that's fine.
I don't necessarily have a problem with that way.
No, that's fine. They can live optimistically. They can cover their eyes and pretend that life is grand with the Dallas Mavericks, or they can try to demand change. And because I'll tell you what, that pressure that this fan base was putting on that organization was as close as we've gotten to a fan base driving somebody out of a job in a long time. And so you could have kept that up. So it's not a thing where it's like there's an end game here if you just hold steady. But no, everybody else wants to pretend like, well, I mean, their defense is really great, and like their front court, and they're so athletic. Great. I can't wait to watch this athletic front court go 36-46 and have me sipping on a midwinter's night dram that Sean's gonna have to give me when the Lakers make the playoffs.
You're taking the under on the win total.
I am sick of the cool weather not staying consistent. I'm sick of this.
I'm ready for summer.
I don't care what you want. Shut up. I hate your weather takes more than any other takes you have. It's my time now. You took up the majority of the segment. Yesterday it was like a windstorm. Did anyone else get this? You get this from Rockwall?
That was my sick of. I was sick of this wind, man.
I
Jeez.
Crazy. It's like we're in Jamaica here.
Oh, no.
It's like a trunk or treat that I had. It was a fantastic setup. Wind's blowing off. I don't know Saturday in Austin whether I'm supposed to have a sweatshirt or a T-shirt to support Vanderbilt against the Longhorns. I don't know what it. Just keep 90 away from me. Just keep it nice and chill and cool for just a couple of weeks until we start freezing with the winter time and power outages. Like, just give me a little bit of fall. That's it. Just for 10 straight days. That's all I ask. That's going to force me to move out of here. Yeah. It's going to force me to move out of this state because of no fall weather.
Well, this is what we have here. This is
no real spring.
This is first fall. What we have right now. Right? This is first fall. Then we're going to get back to hot again.
Yeah.
Right? By the end of the week. And then we'll have second fall. And then we'll have first winter. And then second winter and third winter. and then first spring, and then fourth winter.
I just don't want to see 90 anymore. Just keep it away. I'm sick of it. I'm so sick of it.
You want some fan text contributions here?
Yeah.
Okay, 903. I'm sick of the Cowboys not addressing the defense from an overall standpoint. Even when we had Parsons, we were still the Cowboys, the bad team beaters. We've got over here. Oh, this is perfect here. 682. I'm sick and tired of Gavin Dawson. Every day when I tune in, it's negative every flipping day. Can you be positive at least about one local sports team? 817. I'm sick of pretending that mustard is a good condiment. It's awful. I love mustard.
Screw you, Jared. Goodbye.
I didn't love it all the time, but I absolutely loved it. Some of the other ones here. I'm sick of Buc-ee's having the nicest bathrooms in the world, but having bad toilet paper, says the 214. I've never noticed that the toilet paper's bad there.
At least you don't have to watch apps to get it. Hey, what are you sick of?
Cover your ears, RJ. I'm sick of 6-7. I'm tired of it now. It's run its course. We've used it. I heard highlights of broadcasters using it. The camera pans over to the fans. That's all they're doing is moving their hands up and down. It doesn't make sense anymore. We're done with it. All these memes run its course. The hawk to a girl. You got a few months of fame. You run its course. Back in my day in high school, it was the dab. It ran its course. We're over with it.
Dab? Like the Cam Newton dab?
We were dabbing, RJ. That was quite the dab there. Hope we got that in the fan cam. But yeah, 6-7, we're done. We're moving on to a new number. 6-9 or something. Let's pick a new number.
That's not a new number. It's not a new number at all. Look, it's going to run its course. It'll run its course when the middle schoolers say it runs its course. That's how this works. That's how these trends work.
Any other final nominees?
Yeah, I'm sick of Bobby Belt and his fast talking. Also, I'm tired of Bobby Belt. We really miss Troy. I wanted to replace Troy. But let's see here. What else do we have here? I'm so tired, 254. I'm so freaking tired, all caps, of Dave Aranda. Hoping he gets the James Franklin, Chip Kelly treatment soon. Hashtag sick him, hashtag Tolo.
Man, he had a good start. But it has not worked out.
Then he talked about the little people.
That's right.
That was him, right?
Yes, it was.
Oh, 214.
Good callback.
I'm sick of y'all picking the same teams in power rankings. Well, we can't help that.
We just went undefeated.
Yeah. What do you want?
We just went undefeated. We just asserted our dominance.
We're not going to lose. We're going to win.
We're winners. Okay, we're not going to lose. We're not going to lose the Olympics. Okay, we don't lose. And then win a game.
I'm sick of hearing about the ballroom updates.
What are the ballroom updates?
Oh, at the White House.
Oh, at the White House. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that
due in 2029?
Yeah, it's going to be a while. They're not going to finish this thing by the weekend.
Yeah.
It's going to take years, months. Anyway.
Zach in Frisco, 469. I'm sick of everyone thinking that Cooper Flagg is going to replace Luka Doncic as a star right away.
Well, I don't know who thought that.
Half the Mavericks fan base while they sip on their Kool-Aid that Nico stirred for them.
I'm also sick of the voting texts. I mean, how many texts am I going to get this week about, hey, last week for early voting?
I haven't gotten one.
Really?
Nope.
Oh, I get them a lot.
They probably don't count me. 877-881.
Hey, you vote on property tax this week.
Vote on it?
Yeah, apparently they're putting that up for a vote.
Oh.
We got to go.
Direct me there.
Yes, baby.
877-881-1053. Franklin, I'm sick of John Ames. That's who I'm sick of.
Yeah.
Why there's a new number one media enemy for the Dallas Cowboys. Bobby has it next in Below the Belt. Right here on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What was it, Saffron Squad?
Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Bill Barnwell is a complete hack. We're going to finally pay off on a 5-day tease from Crosstalk on Friday. Bill Barnwell wrote about the best and worst NFL offseasons, and he completely misses the mark, in my opinion, on the Dallas Cowboys. We're going to talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. You guys were having a giggly time over there.
Giggly.
Choppy's just so happy these days.
Yeah.
Like,
about weird stuff.
Figure skating preview came on. He started dancing and going crazy.
Well, we're 100 days out for the Olympic Winter Games.
Some plane just flew by the building, and he tracked it and immediately called out like he shouldn't be heading there. That airport doesn't do that.
Well, I noticed it was a Delta 757 flying into. I could tell what kind of plane it was from the wheel. Flying into Love, and I was like, that doesn't. They only fly 707s or 717s to Love from Delta.
Choppy is so full of life. He's so full of life. It's a good thing. I wish I wasn't as jaded and cynical as I am at times. But you're full of it.
I try to be. And look, like I said, 100 days to the Olympics. I love the Winter Olympics. biathlon, cross country, figure skating, pairs, figure skating.
You deserve to live the longest of all of us.
And I won't.
Peyton, number 2.
And I won't.
Peyton, number 2. Bobby and I, we deserve an earlier death.
Yeah.
But you guys will live longer than we do. I guarantee you that.
Why?
It's the way it is.
Just because you want it more?
Yeah, my grandmother, miserable woman, 98.
Yeah.
And the only reason why she died is because she had a surgery, like an elective surgery, and she never woke up.
No, I'll go first. 100% I'll go first. Because I'm I no sleep. It's like all the run around. Not necessarily the best drinking habits on weekends. That's not good.
Mom, I'll see you soon.
The drugs.
The just rampant drug abuse. There's all that. And then, of course, I get stuff out of the vending machine.
No one eats more junk food.
Dude, all the time. All right, so let's talk about this Bill Barnwell article, which is, to me, ridiculous. So Bill Barnwell last week ranked all 32 teams for their NFL offseason. It's like, what are we doing that for? The NFL offseason occurred a while ago. Well, he's wanting to look back now that we're a little ways into the season, just kind of see, all right, how good has each team's offseason so far panned out to this point? Who has really hit on some stuff? Where were we wrong in some of our evaluations? Whatever. So he breaks them off into tiers. He doesn't exactly rank them, it doesn't look like, because he doesn't have them numbered, but he lists each team in a different tier. So we've got the first tier here, which right off the bat, what would you say, in general, you would grade the Cowboys' personnel moves? Not what they didn't do, but what they did do. So the moves that he includes on here, I'll just list them off so that you can know. The moves that he highlights here are Kenneth Murray, Kyer Elam, George Pickens, Javonte Williams, extending Ferguson, extending Osa, signing James Houston, Solomon Thomas, trading Micah Parsons, not re-signing Rico Dowdle. These are some of the things that he highlights here. Hiring Brian Schottenheimer was another one.
Wow, that's a lot.
So when you look over
all of it,
overall, what would you say how would you grade the way that that's played out? Again, not moves they didn't make, but moves they did make.
So you got to weigh the greatness of Pickens, the greatness of Javonte, the failure of the Micah deal, Murray, Elam. How do you weigh all those together?
And Eberflus, you can throw Eberflus in there.
Is he weighing coaches?
Yeah, he's got Schottenheimer and Eberflus in here.
That's
I'll say B-. B best, B- worst.
The Pickens and Javonte are so A-plussy.
Yeah. I mean, George Pickens is the trade of the offseason.
And a lot of this is related. He says a lot of the, what this grading is related to is expectation, which I don't think anybody really expected good out of any of those moves.
Right.
And some of them
we expected the one that got praised the most was Fowler.
And Osa resigning, and neither one of those have been great.
Like Fowler, we're like, all right, we're gonna get 10 sacks. We're gonna get 8 or 9 sacks out of Fowler.
He'll be productive.
It's guaranteed. Mm-hmm. Absolutely guaranteed.
He's gonna look at Eberflus as an F, Pickens and Javonte.
What do you look at it as, though?
Eberflus is an F.
No. In general, what do you grade based
give
on
us
the
the
moves
overall grade?
C+.
Okay, so you go on here. He's got the top. The NFL's best offseason. He gives it to the Indianapolis Colts. He has them in there for signing Daniel Jones, safety Cameron Bynum, hiring Lou Anarumo as their defensive coordinator, and drafting Tyler Warren as the tight end.
I don't give the Colts credit for signing Daniel Jones, by the way.
Right. No, but the expectations were 0 for that. It's actually, and obviously, it's far surpassed that.
You're not gonna convince me that Shane Steichen was evaluating Daniel Jones' film and went to Irsay, the awesome female owner, which we'll get to later on, and
Irsay Gordon,
and said, I got it. I can do this.
Yeah, no there was no.
Don't tell me that.
They didn't. If they thought that, they would have said he's the starter. They had a competition. Like they hadn't settled on him being the starter until it was
plyometrics day, and Anthony Richardson took himself out of it.
Yeah, just knocked himself down. All right, way ahead of expectations. So the best on their own was the Colts. Way ahead of expectations, the New England Patriots. They've got the New York Giants for drafting Abdul Carter and Jackson Dart and drafting 4th-round running back Cam Scatterbo.
And by the way, Abdul Carter, who we haven't talked about basically at all this year, he is now the favorite for Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Oh, gosh. So they have the favorite for offensive and defensive?
Yes.
Oh.
Look,
Scary.
I mean, right now, there's not been like a huge breakout defensive star. It felt like, wasn't Travis Hunter the favorite there initially?
I mean, maybe at game 1.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what I mean. Just at the start of things, I think he was the favorite.
Campbell second.
Some of the other here on above expectations: the San Francisco 49ers, the Seattle Seahawks, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, slightly above expectations. The Arizona Cardinals, the Atlanta Falcons, the Carolina Panthers, the Cleveland Browns, the Denver Broncos, the Jacksonville Jaguars. We're just naming the entire NFL at this point. The Philadelphia Eagles, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Now, finally, we get to exactly average, and he lists the Dallas Cowboys, which, to me, if you are basing this based off of what did we expect out of this group, Barnwell was one of the guys who trashed everything they did in the offseason, all of it, which is fine. I think most of us did. Most of us didn't like the moves they made.
We liked it better than the previous offseason.
Right.
Yeah. Felt much better about it.
They were being active. But a lot of people thought you gave up too much for Pickens, didn't think a third-round pick was necessary. They thought, how do you give up a third for a guy that's that toxic and doesn't have that good of a reputation? A lot of people didn't think that Javonte Williams was enough of an answer at running back.
Yep.
A lot of people had hated the Brian Schottenheimer hire when it happened.
Same, us included.
The Matt Eberflus hire was not one that was like super well received.
No.
Trading Micah was not super well received.
Yeah.
So here's the way that I look at this. He writes that a lot has happened here. It's been almost universally either a wild success or a dramatic failure with very little in between. All of that adds up to a roughly average offseason, although you could probably make a case in either direction. He mentions the positives. Pickens says that, Dak's been a success this year, like believing in Dak, continue to roll with him. Schottenheimer talking about what Javonte Williams has done. But then he goes, on the other hand, the Cowboys traded away Parsons and their defense completely and utterly collapsed. He says that I'd put most of the blame here on owner and general manager Jerry Jones, but Eberflus has received criticism and might be the latest one-and-done coordinator in Big D. Moves for former first-round picks Murray and Elam haven't panned out. Elam has allowed 133.4 passer rating and coverage, while Murray has struggled with his tackling and gap discipline. He also dings them for letting Dowdle go after Rico Dowdle's had the year that he has. Great offense, awful defense, average offseason, average team. I don't think anybody is trying to say like Dallas was one of the best off seasons in the NFL. But if you are going to talk about this from a level of expectation, there's zero chance that you can have Dallas in anything other than the off season was a success. The biggest moves they made were Schottenheimer as the head coach, which everybody has graded as a good addition. The Pickens trade was the biggest investment they made of acquiring a player. And that one has been a success when nobody thought it would. And the biggest hole that everybody was worried about this offseason was running back and the running. So if you're talking about these were their priorities, I don't see how you can say Kenneth Murray, which nobody thought was going to be a good player, playing like that somehow averages up to, well, it's an average offseason. If all the other teams that you're grading, you're telling me it's because we didn't expect them to be good, and they're good.
But he's factoring in Micah and Eberflus, too.
So here's the only thing.
Elam.
And maybe he doesn't think Schottenheimer's been a positive.
No, he says that he writes in there that he has been.
But the Micah deal is the biggest factor of all the offseason.
So the Micah deal, yes. First off, though, if you want to get really technical with it, the Micah deal was not an off-season move. They were into the season.
Is he
that's
factoring
part of
it in?
Yeah, he puts it in there, but that's technically not off-season if you want to look at it. But here's the thing.
Technical, Bobby.
No, I'm just saying, like, if we're gonna, if he
it feels like you're trying to hate Barnwell.
I mean,
in
hate
this
him.
instance, I know you do.
I do hate him,
which makes me biased towards your objectivity and not believing that you're not trying to search out. What would you grade it? Give your grade.
Slightly above expectations.
Okay. And his grade. So
average.
What is that?
No, he has
C.
He has positive. That you can't say that it's anything other than it was a positive outcome. The offseason has been a positive outcome in terms of the acquisitions they made.
But you're giving it a C.
No, I'm saying it's above expectations.
So what? Give me a letter grade.
B.
B.
Yeah.
And he's saying it's a what?
He said it's exactly average, so C, I would assume.
Okay.
And there's no way that you can justify it as being exactly average if you're talking about from expectations. There's not.
Well, Choppy gave it a C+, so he's not that far off. I said B-. So how are we not as stupid as Barnwell if we're close to him?
Well, A, you are above him. You're on a different letter. And B, Choppy just thinks like Barnwell.
Yeah. I mean, look, I am an idiot.
The biggest thing you can crush. The biggest thing you can crush is the Micah trade. But the Micah trade, again, it's one of those things where
I'm counting that as the offseason.
Sure.
Yeah.
That's fine. But I'm also saying the Micah trade, the crux of what you acquired, you haven't acquired yet.
Right.
And so that's the other problem, is that it looks bad right now. But if he's talking about how things have played out and what you got and all these different things, then it's hard to say that you can even issue a ruling on that one for him right now.
Yeah.
If he's gonna talk about
But
all
if we
the
judge
others.
Kenny Clark now, especially with the way you've been talking about him,
Right.
and he's been playing.
He's part of the offseason.
That's a
he's included
in that trade. I mean, C- like for Clark.
Yeah, Clark has been probably C-.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing is that like Clark was secondary to what you were acquiring, which was the draft capital, and what you're going to do with that. I just think that the three biggest moves they made were Schottenheimer, Pickens, and Williams. Like they traded away Mike, but if you talk about what they brought in, it was those three, and those three were all have been well above what anybody had them at.
Yes, they have been higher than you would have graded him for sure.
So it's hard for me to take it seriously from him that because Barnwell is consistently, he crushed them 2 off seasons ago. He said the worst move in the NFL a couple off seasons ago was that the Cowboys didn't replace or re-sign Ezekiel Elliott. Like the dude just like picks on random ass all the time. Like I don't know how he can count Dowdle as a big miss if they replace with Javonte Williams, who has been better. And that's where it just all of it right there feels like just hack writing to me.
Be low, the belt.
You didn't say that with the same enthusiasm as normal.
Well, infer. Take that for what it's worth. 877-881-1053. Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. We have some leftover college kegger shots fired at the University of Oklahoma. This guy continues to get crapped on all over the place, and the Blue Jays aren't dead yet. We got some Diamond Cavs and college kegger next.
This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-1. Vladdy hits it high. Left field. Hernandez back on the track. Looks up. It is gone. Block-a-top. Vladimir Guerrero Jr. puts them in the lead with a 2-run shot. 2-1 Blue Jays in the top of the third.
We are tied. Jays ready with the call. Final hour fist pump time here on Sean and RJ. And this time tomorrow, we're giving away Cowboys, Falcons, Monday night tickets for you to head on out to Arlington. And, of course, if you don't win the tickets or go to the game, you can listen right here pregame, play-by-play, post-game, Monday night on 105.3 The Fan. We got Bobby Bell, Peyton, and Aiden in the back. Mike Bassick popped up here yesterday for the first two segments of the Can't See Masterpiece. Good to see Mikey. And Mike said, there's just no way. That's part of the reason you love Mike, because he just gives these types of guarantees, basically. There's no way Toronto can win game 4.
Done. They were done.
They're done. He's like, but I'm so excited to see if they can and to watch Michael Jordan, Shohei Ohtani perform. Shohei doesn't do anything at the plate. He takes the loss with 4 earned runs given up, and we are now tied at 2 with Game 5 tonight and Blake Snell on the mound.
Yeah, look, that was if you're the Blue Jays, after last night, you've got to kick yourself about the night before, because you now, if you count last night, you went 19 straight innings and only allowed 3 runs to the Dodgers, and you've only got a split out of those 19 innings. Like, that's what they should have won Game 3. They should have. They had a lead. They played run prevention, and they basically put out a lineup there in the latter innings that was like, because it got kind of tedious there. But then you get to last night, I mean, they were fantastic, and the offense was clicking again.
What was the biggest lead they had in Game 3, and how late was it?
They had a 4-2,
and then Shohei tied it?
Yeah.
But how late?
It was 7th or 8th.
Okay.
7th or 8th, they won it. He tied it. So, like, I mean, they got to be kicking themselves.
George Springer did not play, hurt, spirit of their lineup, all the intangibles. We know him from the armpit. And that sets up a little either or that RJ came up with.
Yeah, so I saw a clip, and it was just a question that was posed to Dan Patrick, and it was like, would you rather have George Springer's career or Mike Trout's? And on the surface, it's like,
Mike Trout.
What are we doing here? Like, Mike Trout's going to go down as like one of the greatest players of all time, and George Springer will be, I don't say forgotten about, but
really good player.
A really good player.
With
Big time clutch player, too. Right? He's done a great job in the postseason.
Yeah.
And he's won.
This is like, would you rather be Elway, or not Elway anymore, but Marino or Eli?
Right. Absolutely. But I think Springer's better than Eli. I think he's a better ball player than Eli is a football player.
Okay.
Yeah, I think George Springer's a legit, top 10 center fielder, top 5 in current, in his career. Throughout his career, he's been probably a top 10 center fielder. I don't know that Eli was, for an elongated period of time, a top 10 quarterback in the NFL. Maybe close.
Ooh.
Being a top 10 quarterback feels like a bigger accomplishment, though, than a top 10 center fielder.
I would agree. So I was just like,
Springer's career average is 266. What other stat you want me to throw out to evaluate him?
I'm curious. What do you think he is?
OPS plus.
Active players, what do you think he is ranked in career WAR, wins above replacement?
Of just center fielders?
Of active players, period.
Oh. If you're going to include pitchers in that, it's probably in the 50s.
No. 20.
Wow.
He's had some nice seasons.
Yeah, he's had a good career.
Now, this is just position players here.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, he's had a good career. There's no doubt about that. But you wouldn't
293 career home runs.
You wouldn't want to be George Springer over Mike Trout.
I wouldn't.
No, yeah, Mike Trout.
But you have
rings.
You have dip S's. What's it all about? What are you playing for?
For sure.
What are you playing for?
So I was like, all right, let's just take a look at it. Let's just throw out some other guys and see in the same
all
kind
these
of
fake coaches. They're part of the Twitter annoyance over the past couple of days.
Please win the game.
Fake tough sideline guy. Coaching what? I wish they would tell me what the actual program was so I could steal their equipment.
Utah State.
What's that?
No, they're some local.
Well, that guy you were going at for his fake coaching pictures, Utah State guy, or was. He was a walk-on, so it doesn't really count.
So I was like, all right, let's look at other guys that have rings that are good, but not all-time greats, or maybe versus guys with nothing. like Mike Trout. So would you rather have Terry Bradshaw's career or Dan Marino's? Bradshaw's got 4. Marino's got none. But everybody kind of says Marino is one of the when he retired, one of the 3 or 4 best quarterbacks ever.
If it was like 2,
Bradshaw, Marino got remembered for a long time as like a loser. I don't want to be remembered as like just
but
a
he's
flat
not remembered
loser.
as a loser now.
Not at this point, but he's also his like everything that he accomplished is going to be forgotten because the prolific era of passing has now started to like
But
really.
nobody talks about Terry Bradshaw at all. They at least do talk about Marino.
I don't think. I mean, the fact that he's still on TV probably boosts it, but I think.
But in any all-time quarterback discussion, Terry Bradshaw's never brought up.
No one talks about
Dan Marino is.
But he is brought up as like just a guy who had a legacy. It's not like he's a forgotten player.
Yeah, he's pretty forgotten, but I agree with you a little bit. What's your answer to? I mean, your answer is Marino, right?
Yeah, I'd really be Marino because I think
but
that
0 to 4,
0 to 4 is a lot. It's a big jump, man.
How many Pro Bowls did Terry Bradshaw make?
7.
I don't know who the other AFC quarterbacks were.
What was it? Fouts would have made
4.
a couple.
3. But he won an MVP.
I'd rather be Marino.
I'd rather be Marino.
If we're at Radio Row, well, no, not Radio Row because Terry would be a better.
That's something to throw on there too, though. 4 Super Bowls, an MVP, like he.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah,
Look,
he had a good career.
First off, I didn't watch Bradshaw play week to week, but Dan Marino was one of the baddest mothers ever, and I would want to be known as that.
He was, no doubt. All right, Scottie Pippen, or you can throw a lot of guys in here. I try to make it local.
And by the way, you agree on Trout Springer?
Yeah, that I'd rather be Trout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eli or Marino?
Marino.
All right.
Scottie Pippen, 6 rings. And like I said, try to keep it local. Or Luka, who's not local anymore. I mean, you could throw Dirk in there, too, if you want. He's only got 1.
Oh,
Luka.
Yeah, Luka. I assume Luka. I mean, Luka's career's still not up. He could change a lot of that.
Sure.
But yeah, Luka or Dirk. Either one I would take.
Either
over
one?
being Pippen's career.
Either one.
What about Garnett?
Or
Pippen.
Pippen.
Yeah,
Pippen.
That's a good one. I'll say Scotty.
Scotty.
And this is just what we would want to be, right?
Yeah,
Now,
whose career would you want to have?
Yeah, Pippen.
Yeah. I mean,
on the all-time basketball player list, do you think that KG comes in higher than Scotty on all of them? I think he does.
Yeah, he does.
So
probably.
I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
I don't think it's close enough. I don't think it's a big enough gap.
I agree.
Right? Like the gap between Marino and Bradshaw, like most people have Marino like around 5-ish. I don't think anybody has Terry in the top 10. Very
Like
few.
if I need a 1, it's KG.
Yeah.
But I'm taking Scotty's overall career. KG winning it later with that Boston team takes away a little bit from me versus Scotty all with Chicago.
Jeter, who's got 5.
Whoever else you're going to name.
Or Barry Bonds, who has 0. But all the records, but
the cheating.
The cheating.
Wow. Jeter or Bonds? I think I'd still rather.
For my own self-fulfillment, I want to be Bonds. For walking around and being received, Jeter. But if it's just for me, like, how do I want to be?
So answer it yourself.
Bonds. I'd rather have Bonds' career.
Bonds is looked at like in awe. From people.
Oh, but
yeah,
there's a lot of all ...
Yeah, but the people
plus being a jackass.
I would think the people who played against Barry were like they just looked at him as like in awe.
That's what stands out to me about it is for all the ding he gets for the steroids, rightfully so. All of the greats from that era still talk about him like with reverence.
Yeah.
They adore him.
So last night with the meatballs, they kind of broke this out and they go, is this peak for Ohtani higher than Bonds' peak? And the baseball guy in the convo who I respect said, no, not even close. Ohtani's highest single season WAR is 9.2. Bonds had, and WAR factors in his pitching.
It would.
Bonds had 7 seasons higher than that, including 01 to 04, when he had 11.9, 11.7, 9.2, and 10.6. Ohtani's WAR this year was 7.7. Bonds had 13 years higher than that. The exception is that Bonds has 0 rings. Ohtani could have 2.
Right.
So Bonds or who did you say?
Jeter.
I'll be me walking around with people looking at me. I mean, Bobby said it right, the self-fulfillment, but walking where do I live? What city? Give me a it doesn't have to be even New York. Give me a city.
You live in
Denver.
Texas?
Where the Cowboys just were, Denver.
Who would you rather be, Peyton?
Derek Jeter. I think overall career and the postseason success. I mean, Bonds, the home runs, cool, but I'll take the postseason.
The Jeter knock, they're going to look at you maybe a little sideways of, you were never the best at your position. You played on stacked teams. And then the Bonds sideways is, you cheated, but we still know you were the man. Oh, that's tough. I'll slightly lean Bonds.
Only one.
I was still, despite the cheating, being an a-hole, the baddest man in the sport.
That's
like Barry Bonds is the most fun and most unstoppable at bat I've ever watched.
There's a case to be made that he's the greatest hitter ever.
Yeah, no doubt.
But
the Jeter clutch thing, like,
sure.
I love that. I love that aspect.
He is like
those short right field singles he used to hit in the playoffs were so good.
I do think I do think the restaurant stops if Jeter walks in before Barry. Well, the whole restaurant would just stop.
Well, Barry, they turn because he might throw the silverware at you. Yeah. Oh, that's a good one. All right, reset.
An interesting thought. The restaurant stop, and I think in Dallas, I think the restaurant stops for Bonds.
Why?
Because I think Bonds is just more reclusive and godlike, and like, oh my gosh, he's like this mythical
He's definitely more reclusive, no doubt.
Like he's a myth. Like people go, like I didn't even know this guy existed. Like I see Jeter on TV all the time.
Yeah, I don't know.
All right, Mookie Betts,
and this is for reset what you're doing.
There was a
George
question
Springer
posed to Dan Patrick: George Springer or Mike Trout? Whose career would you rather have? And I decided to take it to other places. Mookie Betts, who's got 3 rings, maybe 4 coming up.
God, he's got like Kevin Durant rings I don't even count, or
well, he's got a lot. Yeah,
I forget about.
Yeah, he won some with Boston. So Trout was in the original one. So Mookie Betts or Mike Trout?
Trout.
Betts.
Trout.
Betts is different because to me, Betts has like had a case like being really high up on the list of like being not only that, just like he's been really high up the list of best players in the league.
Yeah, but Trout, I have a discussion of best player ever. In my opinion, I'm taking Trout.
All right, well, let's do one more with a pitcher.
Mookie's a no doubt Hall of Famer.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, he had a stretch where he was a legit top 3 player in the league for a couple years.
6-time Gold Glove, 3 World Series titles, 7-time Silver Slugger, batting title. He's got a lot.
Now, let's do one on the flip because we did Bonds, who didn't have any rings but did have the cheating. Somebody with rings and the cheating. Would you rather be, and you could do 2 guys here.
Two guys. Oh, we shouldn't have said it like that.
You could choose either Andy Pettitte, who's got 5 rings, or Clemens. All the Cy Youngs.
Did Pettitte get in trouble?
Yeah, he got. Remember, it was.
Oh, that's not even a conversation then.
Yeah,
it's Clemens.
Well, so you could choose either one of those.
Yeah,
or Clayton Kershaw, who has all the regular season accolades, postseason choker, has a ring, but it was the COVID ring, and then last year, and he was I don't even think he was on the roster last year. He's going to make 1 appearance this year, 1 inning, 1 batter.
Pettitte's 3. It's not even.
I'm taking Kershaw over Pettitte easy.
Yeah, unless I live in New York.
Or
Kershaw or Clemens.
Clemens or Kershaw. So you're going to have the cheating, but you got more rings, and you got all the Cy Youngs. You have 7 Cy Youngs.
Who's your answer?
I'd rather be Clemens. Easy. It's closer. The Pettitte, if Pettitte didn't cheat, I could make a case, but that's because he was the top pitcher on all those teams. But I would still rather be Kershaw.
I remember
Kershaw
Pettitte was the one for all those teams. They didn't have a better pitcher than Andy.
I mean, they had Clemens, but Clemens was nearing the end. I'll tell you this: I always had more faith that Andy Pettitte was going to win a game than Clemens.
No, clutch. But I was like, was he there regular in the rotation?
The like being ostracized and the fallout from his career. I had somebody in the Houston area, which is very Roger related.
Oh yeah,
a couple years back, told me that they had him come do an appearance. $500 was all it took to get him to do an appearance fee.
Roger?
$500.
I'd pay him to do that show for
That's
$500.
what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Broadus
Like,
charges more than that.
I'm saying I think that's like where he's gotten at in terms of what a pariah he is that he's like, all right, $500, I'll take that to get some love.
So do you think Bonds is not the same level of pariah?
No, I mean, Bonds gets to pop up on TV and people love it. And like Clemens, I feel like is definitely more of a pariah because people viewed Clemens as like just a flagrant liar and like, you know, the way he recorded his trainer and tried to release I think.
You think people think that Roger Clemens is a bigger jerk than Barry Bonds?
I think people think Roger Clemens is a greater cheater than Bonds.
Okay. I don't know about that. I disagree.
He's a greater cheater?
Bonds has kept his mouth shut for the most part. Clemens has actively, vocally, like Lance Armstrong position said, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
He blamed his wife.
Yeah, I think that's what's kept him as negative as he has.
All right, so a little either or based off the World Series with Game 5 tonight tied at 2 apiece. Will Nick Eatman buy into Bobby Belt's plan to send the Cowboys to the Super Bowl this year without giving up a first-round pick? Nick joins us from DallasCowboys.com after this. But
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's check in with our boy Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com every hump day. At this time, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. Did you hear anything interesting from Jerry Jones yesterday? Or did you hear it at all?
Sure. Sure. I mean, I heard the first part of it. I was just like, it was a lot of X's and O's. I was like, he was breaking down film, and but it's weird. This whole Diggs thing is interesting. Everything is just it's like something's happening, or I feel like something's happening, but it's like it doesn't sound like it from Jerry. It doesn't sound like maybe we could, maybe we won't. Something has to happen, right? It has to. So it's just kind of like it feels like a calm before the storm, I guess.
Well, they're spinning it like he needs legit injury rehab. Calvin Watkins saying surgery may be a possibility. It feels like to me, this is just me speaking, that Calvin may have caught up with Diggs, and you have an injury justification there, making us forget about that concussion a little bit. And then you have people thinking that, they're just trying to go ahead and buy time until they make a decision on him.
Yeah, I wasn't even referring to Diggs. I was just saying this whole thing is kind of interesting how nothing's being said about it.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, I was talking about trade and making moves and that kind of stuff. That's what I mean. That's what I feel like is good. It has to happen here soon.
Okay.
As far as the Diggs thing go, though, I honestly it's so. This one's weird because how many people cover this team and are trying to get answers in the story and all that, and there's just not a lot of that going on. You know what I mean? And I've heard a few things here and there. Some of it's laughable, some of it you just don't know what to believe. But I know this: their best cover corner is not playing for them, and they're the worst defense in the league. So that's what I know. Those are the facts.
And Jerry yesterday talking a lot about linebacker, but Bobby at 7:20 in the Expressway cooked up about a 7 or 8 point plan to make the Cowboys a contender without giving up a first-round pick. We want to hear your evaluation on it, whether GM Nick Eatman would sign off, okay?
Okay, you ready for this, Nick?
I'm ready.
All right, so Shotty talked about personnel changes, scheme changes, and then obviously we got the trade deadline coming up, so we're going to investigate all these. Offense first. We're going to put a little bit more Jaden Blue out there, but mainly as a receiver, doing some stuff in the slot in a Kevontae Turpin type role. Maybe like putting them on the field at the same time to do different flexible things. We're going to go for it a little more frequently on fourth down and start forcing defenses to stop you more than just 3 plays in a series and start really putting pressure on them. And we're also going to ratchet up the deep crossers with Pickens and Lamb. So that's on offense. Defense, we're going to sign Stephon Gilmore. So you're going to move Gilmore and Bland as your outside guys. We're going to put Stewart back in the nickel because I think he was playing better there than the matchup with Bridges. You're going to trade a second-round pick for a safety. I won't identify who. You're just going to trade for a safety that's pretty versatile, okay?
But probably, could have been a Bama guy.
Maybe so. But second-round pick for a really good safety who can play versatile. You're going to trade a fifth-round pick for an aging veteran linebacker who's still playing at a really high level. Then you're going to start using more. Then you're going to start using more creeper and sim pressures because if you don't want to blitz, you just get creative with your 4-man rushes. And then I want to start tightening up the defensive line rotation so that you're really focusing on having just Ezeraku, Clowney, Solomon Thomas, and Oso Digizua out there consistently.
I like it. Everybody stays the same at left tackle or center, guard, all that.
Left tackle. Well, obviously you're going to get Cooper Beebe back.
Right.
Left tackle. Booker played better when I watched it back than I thought Guyton had played better when I watched it back than I thought he had. So I'm willing to give him a little bit of a reprieve for now. But yeah, sure. Nate Thomas could be a possibility as well.
Yeah. I like a lot of those. The one that I like the most, it's just something that I was thinking about as well is the going forward more on fourth down because when you're at your own, I don't know, 45-yard line, midfield, whatever, yeah, you could try a 70-yard field goal, 65 maybe, or you could punt and you're going to get the ball down there to the 10-yard line. But what does that do? I mean, like, teams are just going to run the ball, and then, okay, so we have to go 90, we'll go 90. So, like, I agree with you 100%. Like, pinning them back and then playing field position doesn't work when your defense isn't doing anything. So I'm totally cool with that. That second-round pick for the safety, as long as the safety's on the team next year, I'm fine with that. Because we know that these second-round picks are going to be for risky players anyways. I mean, that's what they've always been. So it's a risk if you're trading for someone. Might as well get ahead of free agency. I like all that. The Jaden Blue, like Jaden Blue, I leaned over to Derek Eagleton and I said, I don't know if he's the guy. I don't really like having him on the field as much as he is. And then he goes for like 18 yards and hurdles somebody, and I'm like, I like Jaden Blue. I think he needs more carries and more attempts. So, what do I know? But I do think that he just needs to keep playing football. Boy, he needed 3 preseason games, and he barely got 1. He just needs to keep playing. And I think, and you know him better than I do as far as what you've seen from his versatility at Texas. So, sure. I mean, I like that. I like all those things. I like the fact that you let's do something here. Something has to happen. But I'm totally fine for bringing some guys in. And I don't think Overshown's going to just be a savior. I do think he'll be a playmaker type, but I mean, he's not going to be like a savior, but he's just going to be better than what you have for sure.
Choppy's going to tell you why something does not have to happen. Maybe should not happen.
Yeah, because like what? Yeah. So my thing is, we talked about wasting another one of Dak's years.
Yeah.
To me, if you make a move, you might not be wasting this year, but I think you're wasting his future years by kind of you're gonna sign Pickens. That means you're gonna have another major contract. If you don't sign him, you just tag him. That's a crazy, unmanageable number because you can't manipulate it. So. Right. Would it not be better to just not do anything now and then maybe not waste the future years of Dak? Because if you do something that's going to be more expensive talent that is not draft picks, that could hurt his future years.
See, I disagree. And this isn't fair necessarily, but it's what we have to go off of. If you bring in a player, obviously it's a guy that's established. If you bring in a player and you say you do trade a first-round pick or a second-round pick for it, that player should be ready to go, should be ready to help and contribute right now for you. And, again, it's not fair to bring these guys up, but, when you're looking at, let's say, whatever Green Bay's pick's going to be, where's Mozzie Smith's development? Where's Tyler Smith's development, which is good. I'm not saying it's all bad. Tyler Smith, Mozzie Smith, Tyler Guyton. That's the kind of player you're going to get. And how long does it take for those guys to develop? So I don't think you're wasting as much years because I think you're kind of speeding up the process. Now, it doesn't help your cap. It doesn't help your cap at all. But as far as if you want to talk about wasting Dak's years or really putting it in right now for the window, then I think a trade actually makes more sense than saying let's draft a guy in the late 20s and see how he develops.
Yeah, look, I understand we were using Mozzie or using Taco. I think to me it's also like just look at who was on the board. Like, TJ was on the board.
Yeah.
They just made the wrong pick. It's not like there's not guys going to be there at 20-something.
Defensively, we haven't seen a lot of great picks like that lately. I think as Araku seems to be kind of turning the corner. I'd like for him to turn the corner, a little quicker past the offensive tackle and get to the quarterback. That's the kind of corner that I think he needs to turn more. But I see, you see the light coming on with him, and so that's a good thing. But any of these moves, you're trading for safety, because you have to look at next year, and when you look at next year, I can't see your starting safeties either. I don't see them both back. I don't see both Donovan Wilson and Malik Hooker back. If not, both of them could be playing somewhere else. So that's a position that you're going to have to get ahead of as well. So I'm fine with that move if it makes sense.
Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Nick, Monday after you joined us, Brian Schottenheimer spoke with the media, and he talked a lot about there would be changes this week, but especially into the bye week, scheme and personnel changes were coming. What do you think some of the differences we're going to see over the next couple of weeks are going to be?
Well, someone very, educated and plugged in just kind of brought this up, like Jaden Blue more at receiver, trade for a second. He received some other things that I was thinking of. I think you got the game plan. I mean, just send it to his office right there.
There we go.
I'm fine. I love the being more aggressive. I said that about fourth down. I mean, I do think you got to just lean on what you have and what's working here. And putting more pressure on the defense also helps your play calling as far as, okay, second and long isn't necessarily like we have to get half of it back because it's going to be third and long. Because if you know you got 4 downs, I mean that could change things. And I'm not saying completely, trade anger away because you don't need a punter. I'm not saying that. I just think though you got to be a little bit more aggressive with it because teams are scoring whether they start at their own 10 or they start at midfield. That they're scoring, and it sucks that you have to kind of lean into it. But that's just the nature of it. These numbers are staggering historically. That how they can't get off the field on third down, how much they're giving up. So I'm fine with a lot of those moves. You might see some, it might be some personnel changes in the coaching staff. And it may not be like the biggest one that everyone's yelling and screaming about over the internet. I'm just talking about certain things differently, coaching things, different voices for what we've seen or what they have seen so far.
You leave us with a little riddle there to solve at the end. Wow.
No, I honestly, I'm not trying to. It's not a riddle. I'm just saying. Okay, let's just cut to it. I'm not saying, they're gonna get rid of Eberflus or whatever. What I'm saying is there's 37 coaches over there, and I don't know if I'm exaggerating or not, but it's pretty close.
Yeah.
There's different ways to do this. Okay, well this coach is doing this. Let's move him more over here. All these across the hall meetings that we've seen, maybe there's more of that, less of that. I'm just saying there's different ways to skin the cat. We've seen some position coaches. I'm not saying fire position coaches. I'm saying just alter some of the things that they're doing. Maybe this assistant does a little bit more, works with this position more. I mean, there's just different ways to do it, and you have an extra week to maybe we'll see some of that.
Thank you, brother. Fantastic stuff. Appreciate it.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly from DallasCowboys.com. And speaking of moves, the Broncos are signing 41-year-old tight end Mercedes Lewis to their practice squad.
Oh, he's still in the league?
Well, he wasn't.
There you go.
They're signing him to the
I
practice
thought you were going to tell me it was Antonio Gates.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece next on Sean and RJ 105.3.
They say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course, it's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's the hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Not past Rantanen. Kept it in. Seguin, centering pass. Score! Deflected in front. That may have just been a fortunate bounce for Tyler Seguin as he was looking to center one through the crease, and it ends up in the back of the net.
Dallas Stars, with all the scoring last night, the 1-0 win to prevent Alex Ovechkin and more history. That was the call. Who was that with? Was that ESPN? Was that
ESPN? Was Shusin to the call, yeah. He's fantastic.
Stars win 1-0 over the Caps. This is Crosstalk with a KNC Masterpiece with Corey Major wearing his Stars gear. Good morning. What's coming up?
Guys, at 10:20, puck around and find out.
Yeah!
Did the KNC Masterpiece interview with Jim Nill start the winning streak? Yes, is
He's
the answer.
so good.
He's awesome.
He's amazing.
Yeah. And we also talk about the Stars heading to Plano. I'm looking forward to that. Be right around the corner.
Did you tell, were you trying to replace Nell?
Yeah.
Yeah. I asked, how many new coaches do you get to pick?
I think it's a fair question.
He tried to replace Neil, and he said the Mavs were going to be better with
Is that not hockey, though? I mean, hockey does recycle coaches like underwear.
And they fire coaches really quickly.
They do. It's
Well, wouldn't one have to come with the other?
Recycling and firing?
Oh, recycle or
Yeah.
hire?
Well, I mean, they recycle. They're
I'm saying they do
constantly-
it quickly. Like you'll see an NHL team fire somebody 11 games in the season.
Yeah.
People are like, that's
Like if you make it like 5 years as an NHL head coach with the same team, I mean you're like a blacksmith. I mean, you're just like completely. I don't even know what you're doing. You're just completely outdated.
Did you say they were moving to Plano, the Stars?
Yeah, the mall.
mark
the
it
hope.
down.
That's the
Moving to
hope.
the mall, just like the Coyotes used
Hold
to.
on, which mall?
How'd that work?
Is it Valley View or
No, it's
Willow
Bend?
Bend?
area.
So that's where Mexican Bar Company and Knife are.
Knife is, yeah.
But I know they when they moved in, they were like, "Hey, we would like the mall to change into like a multi-use property."
The Mavs are Valley View, I think, maybe.
They're talking about developing $1 billion sports complex.
Dude, that's a great location for me.
Dude, I would never want the sports team to move right there in my town.
No.
You want it.
Too much
I would
traffic.
love it.
Too much traffic,
Too much
man.
traffic.
I'd love to be able to go to that many games, and it's
You
right
still
off.
have to
It's
pay.
right off the toll road. So it's the traffic wise, the toll. It's just going to pop right there. I'm far enough away where it's not going to affect me.
Well,
but close enough to where I can get there if I need to.
What get screwed up is like right now, you could take the train to the Mavs games or the Stars game.
Oh yeah, that is true.
And if they move there, is there a train line right there that would drop you off?
It's further down. Yeah, they're actually. Well, no, because they have one on the east side and then one further west. So no, they don't.
Because
really
now
have
you
one.
can get there from like north of town with Dart, or you get there from Fort Worth.
Well, I think the thing there though is you drive through Plano, you drive through Frisco, you drive through those areas. There's a lot of residential and like a lot of those fans. I mean, that's the heat map they're using. A lot of those fans are right there in that area. It's not.
That's where
They're
the
not going to
money
need
is,
train,
man.
but that does take away a lot of the Dallas and Fort Worth fans. So that's just what they're betting on though.
what is the most games you've ever attended of a professional sports team in a season?
As a fan or as a reporter?
media or
Fan. Reporter doesn't
Stars.
Because
How many?
I've definitely been to like 20 Rangers games in a season.
Oh, I probably went to 25 Stars games in 1 year.
Okay.
35 Rangers games in 2010, something like that.
Did you have season tickets? I've
Yeah.
never had season tickets.
Yeah, no, I had
You
season
pug,
tickets
Kenny.
for it.
You pug, Kevin. So no one has had the Cowboy season tickets, obviously.
I can't afford that.
Well, I didn't know your parents.
Did you know that only 7% of NFL fans have ever actually been to a game? I don't know if you've ever heard that statistic.
Do you
or-
believe
Boy,
that
Mike
Jerry
was in
stat?
here for 40 minutes and rubbed off again on Kevin.
Doesn't that sound totally unbelievable?
Sounds completely impossible.
Yeah, I don't think it does sound completely impossible.
7% of people who love football have made up the intent that no.
So it's basically the same people going every game?
Most people I know.
Like what percent listening right now do you think have gone to a Cowboy game? It's more than 7%.
A regular season game?
Yes.
I don't know.
It has to be more
I
than
think
7.
that seems like a possible statistic.
Man, I'm just
tired
I
of
feel like
hearing it.
I feel like most people I know who follow football have not been able to get to a Cowboys game.
No.
Now the only thing. Now I'll tell you what's changed it. I'll tell you what's changed it to. The party deck has changed it for some people, where they can get like the $30 party pass and they can get in there. If you want to talk about like having a seat, though, like I mean, I don't know how many people have gotten.
Text him right now if you've ever been to a Cowboy game. You just yes or no. Like Y and N, and you're a Cowboy.
You think yes and no is too much to text out?
Yes.
Well, he also.
Although I don't know what to unsubscribe people, so I should figure that out too. But
so like 7%. How much of that percentage is season ticket holders? Because they go more consistently, right?
Sure.
Like they go every to 8 or 9 of those games a year.
At least half of it.
And then the rest of it is leftover. And how often are those people the same people? I don't know.
What's so funny?
Nothing. 469, no. 321, yes. Most of these coming in so far are no.
Really?
In your face.
No, they don't. They're not Cowboy fans.
Yes, but only preseason.
Hold on.
Transplants.
A lot of yeses now. Yeah. See, this is what this is. This is 2 a.m. in Michigan. All these late votes are coming in here.
Politics.
So I don't know. I don't believe it.
What do you think the number is then? It's like 20%.
Yeah.
We are also really bad at probability as people. In percentages, we just are.
That's fair.
I mean, I'm not going to take your word for it. Like, why should I believe you that we're bad at probability? What makes your opinion?
Because the probability that you're right about
the probability
that
that you're right is very, very high.
You're trying to fact check me as a fact checker.
Oh, no, I'm not fact checking. I'm just saying people.
You said like 2 days ago you're a fact checker.
Yeah, I am a fact checker, but not here. This is not fact checking. This is probability checking. It's a bit different. And probability is just, that's not facts.
Corey, I was rolling my eyes a little bit at your crosstalk tease yesterday with a surprise. But that would have been worth it. It would have been worth it if Bassick did walk in to the crosstalk.
Yeah.
Only reason expected Marty Jannetty or someone that Kevin picked.
Marty Jannetty, former Intercontinental Champion.
Is he still alive?
Yeah, I think he is.
Yeah,
amazingly.
I saw something about him.
Have you seen his Dark Side of the Ring?
Yeah, well, it was like just telling the story that him and Sean got like. What you did? They got sideways.
Yeah,
they got sideways towards the end.
Well, he was giving us stuff for Peace-a-thon, and that's what slowed down the process.
Mike?
Yeah.
What was he?
We asked
some more
to
signed
communicate communicate with the Rangers, and they gave us 3 boxes of like their specific ticket giveaway items. So we got all kinds of cool stuff for people who donate money and to put in the auction.
How much do you think Mike misses?
A lot.
The job? What does he miss?
Oh.
I know he
misses us.
What did you think I was asking? Ooh, I don't know about the job.
He misses you guys.
No, I wasn't going to ask you guys. I think Mike probably number one misses being heard the most.
I don't think so.
No?
I think he misses the camaraderie because it kind of reminded him of the clubhouse.
Yeah. You don't think with Dave Raymond, and Jared Sandler, it's the same?
I don't think it's exactly the same.
Well, it can't be exactly. Raymond seems like a Boy Scout.
He gets along well with Dave Raymond.
What?
Though.
I like Dave Raymond.
But see, I hate when people do that. It's a pet peeve of mine.
Kevin thinks we all hate.
But you just made it sound like he's boring.
I said he's a Boy Scout. Well, but even if he was boring, that doesn't mean he's unlikable.
You can have camaraderie with somebody who's boring.
You can't? I mean, someone who's not going to make crazy, outlandish statements that we make on our show. He's not going to talk about the stuff we do in a commercial break. That doesn't mean he's unlikable. I'm not sure.
He has some hot roasts.
Those are the freaks.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Those are the biggest freaks.
Gone too soon.
Anyway, I was trying to I was trying to figure out how much you think Mike actually misses it.
Well, wait, where were you going with that? What do I do all the time?
Everything.
If I say something, you say, well, what Kevin just did when I was like, Dave is a Boy Scout, and he goes, I like Dave.
Contrarian.
I don't think I
didn't
do
say.
that.
I didn't say I didn't like Dave.
Yeah.
I said something that wasn't totally connected and related.
That is fair. There's.
You know what I mean?
I would also
you
say
made an insinuation.
I would also say
insinuation. And
I would also say.
I'm sorry, Sean.
Would you not agree that it is fair that there are times you may choose to describe someone and you're trying to communicate you don't like them without saying you don't like them?
Well, that's because you know how I really feel about them.
I know, but I'm saying so there are those moments.
I haven't told anyone how maybe I have said how I felt about Dave Raymond off air. Okay, so Arch Manning is transferring.
Yeah, got pulled over.
Is that what that
That's
picture
what that is.
I was like, what am I looking at?
I know. I wanted to see. I also was interested in what Arch drove.
Denali.
Yeah, he's an SUV guy. Peyton drove an SUV back in the 90s on campus at Tennessee.
Did he?
Yeah, it was an Explorer, white one.
What else did you do on campus at Tennessee?
Of course it was.
Well, he mooned me one time. Me, personally. I was on an orientation tour.
Probably some other people,
and,
too.
And it was just, he mooned me. I knew that.
Yeah, I read those articles.
I don't believe that one.
You fact-checked it.
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Choppy's like, if he was going to be doing that, you better believe I would have been under there.
Oh, my
God.
God.
I would have been. I absolutely would have been.
So people are like, how dare
you?
They pull over
TV?
Arch.
This is why it's not a college town. Austin's not a college town because they don't protect. There's no protecting.
Okay, so you're disappointed
Yeah,
in
very
the
disappointed.
law enforcement of Austin.
Yeah.
For
They
enforcing
protect
the
him if
laws?
he was good. This actually makes them a better college town because they're up to date with how he's playing.
That's fair.
If he was balling out, top 3 Heisman vote like Diego Pavia or top 5, they wouldn't even have looked twice.
This is an A&M
Cowboys
fan
in
right
Dallas
here.
in the 90s.
Well,
They're not looking
irrelevant
twice at
to
Diego
A&M.
Pavia, not because of the Heisman thing.
Is Diego
They would have seen
Pavia-
Diego sitting in the seat.
Is Vanderbilt going to bury their season finally this weekend?
Are they going to bury the
Texas
Longhorns?
this season.
Yeah. Bobby is really surprised at whatever win percentage was on TV.
Yeah, ESPN's FPI says 70% Texas wins.
Yeah,
and
home games are, it's home.
I might be getting Theo Vaughn on.
Oh,
That'd be great.
I DM'd him.
Oh yeah,
when he was a little known.
We had him
improv weekly guest or monthly guest. He was in studio.
He was awesome. We had him on,
and he followed me
3-4 times.
Yeah, we follow each other.
Wow,
Yeah,
fantastic.
Do you have any?
What kind of feedback do you think you're going to get for that?
Okay, I'll ask. I mean, I ain't scared. I ain't scared. Is Theo Vaughn totally right?
So here's the thing.
He's correct. If you're
I
asking
actually
that.
don't know about his political beliefs. I
No,
just know
he's
he
not totally
came
right.
up on this show one time, and a lot of people got really mad.
Over what?
Whatever his political beliefs are.
People get mad. He has very fluid political beliefs.
I don't know what they
Theo
are.
is like most comedians, which is most comedians really aren't that political. Most comedians are just sort of
Who is more to a side between Rogan and Theo?
Rogan.
Rogan's more right.
Rogan takes stances definitely more than Theo. Theo's about people and he likes hanging out with certain people, and I don't think he thinks about politics very much.
Yes,
Rogan
stop
has
putting him
a
in a
lot
box,
of-
Kevin.
I didn't
Stop trying
say
to
that. I
just 'cause you
literally
had Ted
said I
Cruz on-
don't know his political
Just because you
views.
had Ted Cruz on, don't put that on us.
Rob
We
Schneider's
had Trump
really
We have
Jr.
an open forum for high-ranking Democrats to come on the show as well.
Oh, we run ads,
Yeah.
ads for it.
Yeah, like Rogan has his
Soros.
right beliefs. He also has his very left beliefs, like universal basic income and universal health care.
So I didn't know if you thought of Theo Vaughn as blank.
Psychedelics.
I actually
I just think
don't
of him
know
as,
about his
Pavia's
political-
mom's boyfriend.
I
That's
just
what
thought it was
think.
funny when he was talking about like seeing ghosts, and you'd have to be like Ray Charles, and he was like, "Oh, well, I guess not Ray Charles," and I just laughed
All right, Theo, forget it.
because he says weird things.
Kevin said no.
No, what?
Thanks
Mike
a lot,
Bassett
Kevin.
can come in here, but not Theo Vaughn.
Oh man, if we've had Derek Holland on. That's a good point.
I do know Mike's.
Talk about
That's a good
Rumspringa.
point. Never mind.
Talk about
Never
Rumspringa.
mind. I love you, Derek.
The K&C masterpiece is that Derek's.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Man, it has already been a spicy morning. You got me, Kevin Hageland. You got, Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today?
If you're on the left, text in L.
Oh, my God.
And if you're on the right, text in R.
Ooh, I'm on the left. I'm sitting on the left side.
That's not what I mean, Kevin. That is not what I mean. And if you're libertarian, text in
what do you do?
Liberty.
That feels...
And if you're utilitarian, text in util. And what else we got?
Do you feel like more people are going to go left and right because they only have one letter to type in?
Or they don't know. They're like, I don't really know, but I feel like that's where I am. So just let us know so we can know our audience. That's all I'm trying to do.
Oh, man.
Just trying to get to know the audience.
Do we have to talk politics accordingly?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Because I'm not going to.
Do that off air.
George Soros already tells me what to do.
Soros tells us what to do. You can't text in multiple times. We see your numbers, people. All right? So... Anyway, just Liberty Bibberty. Somebody text in Liberty Bibberty, and that is
that's what I'm going to text in now. That is what I'm going to text in.
Where's the email? But you know what? And that's the thing. Here's the thing, Kevin. As we're looking at this, look at how diverse it is. And look
I
at
haven't
how
had a chance.
Look at
I
how
had to reset one of my
diverse
email passwords.
our audience is. So for anybody out there that's like, this is my take, there's somebody that's listening that also thinks the opposite, but probably thinks something similar at the same time.
Right.
We can all do this together, man. We can all sports.
Okay, deal.
So let's sports it up. If you're a Rangers fan, text in Rangers. If you're a Cowboys fan, if you're all...
Are we just going to do this all day like an East Coast radio
Dude, that
show?
would be a fun radio show.
Call
for
in.
one
Why
day.
do I got a line open?
There we go. So, yeah, look at that, man. So let's get this thing rolling, Kevin. I'm doing fantastic. It's cold outside. What the hell happened?
I love it.
I didn't say I don't like it. I just said what happened.
Can I ask
who is controlling the weather?
I don't. God, I have a follow-up question or science. What if they put an L or an R and then a plus? Do you give extra weight to that vote?
So that means they're further L or further R.
Yeah, because I've seen a couple of pluses added on there, and so I don't know if we need to balance accordingly.
Who texted in Colts?
7-1.
That must be from the power rankings this morning on Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and sometimes Aiden show.
And one time Carter. That actually makes a lot of sense. So we're gonna go back to what Brian Schottenheimer said. By the way, we will hear from him today on the KNC Masterpiece.
I didn't hear that in our tease.
No, you didn't, and you never will. If it's just a press conference.
Okay.
So he said there are going to be big changes. Now, he also kind of set the expectation that they're always looking to get better and improve and everything like that. And you're probably more likely to see some of the changes after the bye week because you have a little bit more time to implement some of those changes. So specifically, what changes would you guys like to see? Whether or not, in terms of the football team, this is not a get rid of the Jones family. In terms of the football team, what would you like to see? Even if it's not maybe the most realistic idea in the world, I still want to hear it.
Well, seeing as the Lions and Aiden Hutchinson just reached a 4-year contract agreement.
Ooh, how much money did he get?
I don't have those numbers yet, Kevin, but as soon as we do, we will deliver those to your face.
So that's got to be what?
'Cause that's where your ears are.
170,
probably
180 million?
So I personally would love to see an addition that could be a long-term contract like that.
Okay.
At a good price for a younger player. Like if they can make a trade like that happen, I'd love for that to. This is the Kevin. If this year happens, awesome, cool.
Right.
But it is also building around the future. And people are like, hold on, but you could have done that with Micah. Yes, you could have. You also can add a little bit more while you're doing it now in the state that you're in. You are in this place now. Can you move on from what happened, or do you still have to go back to that well?
Right.
So I would like for them to make an addition. That's one. I would like for them to just get better defensively. How can that change happen in over a week?
Well, somebody said change all the defensive coaches and all the defensive players. So I was listening to the
All
Sean.
of them?
That's what they said. I was listening to the Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and Aiden and
Sometimes
Aiden
Carter,
and One-Time Carter show earlier.
That only name's getting long.
And I know Bobby was talking about how upon further view, perhaps Tyler Guyton wasn't as bad as we thought this past weekend. But I would still like to see Nate Thomas at left tackle, whether that's just for a game or two, but we can take it even a step further. Hey, we're experimenting, Alec. Let's go ahead and put Nate Thomas at left tackle and Tyler Guyton at right tackle, and let's see what that looks like for a couple of weeks. And I know people are like, you're paying Terrence Steele so much money. That money is already spent. So put the best player out there. Let's see what it looks like if Terrence Steele is on the bench for a minute.
I do wonder if if moving him to right would be like a off-season move. Like if that would be the case, or
season's over.
If you can say, "Hey, it is a one-game season," is what Schottenheimer said. So the one game, and then start the next season on the other side.
And this is why I think I would infuriate all the fans, but be an effective GM. Because I wouldn't say this publicly, but I would be like, the season is over. So let's go ahead and try some things out. For
even though
real
you're not saying it publicly,
play.
You can see that.
I don't think changing out your tackles makes it seem like the season's over. I think most Cowboys fans don't like the job our tackles have been doing, and they'd be like, good for you.
Yeah, but if you sit Nathan Eovaldi and you sit Corey Seager and you sit Simeon,
true,
you start to believe that the season's over.
But I'm not doing that. I'm benching Josh Young. You know?
Okay.
Like,
so
I'm not.
It's just the one move.
Yeah, I'm not benching one of our marquee players.
Do you think that's the only move that they could make that helps?
I have a group.
That would make the offense more potent, I believe.
have a list of 7 moves I would like to see the Cowboys implement.
Okay, hold on. I know we only have 6 minutes to get through those 7. Actually, there's only 6 left. But is one of them fire Eberflus?
No.
Why not?
Because
I'm with you, by the way.
Yeah.
Why not?
Because I think we need to deal with the bigger picture reality of you're not, like, you know how Jerry says you're not one player away? I don't think you're one move away from fixing the defense. I do think there's a lot of people who think firing Matt Eberflus is a panacea. But the other thing is they said they're not going to do it. So, like, I'm trying to focus on things that they haven't necessarily said, hey, we're definitely not going to do that.
I'm not there either because I'm just not the big fan of doing that, A, mid-season.
Right.
B, now we have another voice that we got to hope fixes it, and we're just denying the fact that the talent isn't good enough.
Yes. So 2 more things on offense, a real secondary running back, and then we talked about this, I don't know, like 3 weeks ago, less Jalen Tolbert, more Ryan Flanoy. Like, let's just go ahead and officially.
Did you not see that Tolbert catch, though, when Dak threw it like 80 yards down the field and Tolbert came back to get it?
Oh, yes. A couple weeks ago, I thought you were talking about the Joe Milton one. Yes. That was awesome.
Did you not see the Joe Milton touchdown catch?
How many other catches did he have in either one of those games?
I don't know.
Exactly.
Probably a lot.
Probably not. So, defensively.
What do you like about Flanoy?
The fact that he catches the ball.
I feel like he fights for the ball a little bit better.
Exactly.
I feel like he creates a little more space.
And the fact that when I saw him out there, when he got more of an opportunity, he didn't immediately get washed away and disappear.
Took advantage of it, yeah.
Yes.
Yep.
So defensively, we're going a little more radical here.
We do love Tolbert Garage, though.
Tolbert Garage is the best. If Jalen Tolbert could be as good as Tolbert Garage, oh, baby.
Yeah.
I want Ezraku and Nealon to get more snaps in the first opportunities off the edge. I realize issues that people have with both of those players, maybe right now, particularly Nealon, but screw it. Let's go for it. Also, I want more snaps for James Houston. Guess what? We can't stop the run anyway. So might as well give me somebody who's got a better chance at getting to the quarterback as long as he can learn not to line up with his head over the football. Like, we should be able to work on that. Look, your defense is not good anyway. When you keep hearing all this flowery rhetoric about, oh, we need a defensive end that can stop the run. Yes, agreed. That would be great. Who is that person? Are they on this roster? No? Then go ahead and give me people that are more effective at getting to the pass rush or to the quarterback, or give me people that I know less about, like Ezraku and Nealon, and let's try to accelerate how much we know about them in a quicker fashion. And then also, I want to shift to 70 to 30% man coverage, especially with zone communication being as bad as it can be. I know Eberflus said that, hey, they are going to go dependent on matchup. Pass. We can't figure out communication in the zone. Go ahead and switch me to at least 70 to 30 man coverage, and those are the things that I want.
Nealand is at 27% snap count. Ezraku's at 48. Your leading is 99% from Kenneth Murray. That's tough.
As we all.
And then Donovan Wilson at 85%.
And I feel like people aren't thrilled with either one of those.
And I don't know if the Donovan Wilson, the thrill is the placement of him as much as the amount of time he's playing.
Right.
But Sam Williams has 47%. What are you seeing from Sam Williams?
I'm with you. And I loved, one of my favorite interviews we've ever had at training camp.
He was blessed.
With Sam Williams and Trayvon Diggs. But that doesn't mean that you're like, oh, I love them so much, we should just keep playing them, even if what you're not seeing. Because unfortunately, you're still seeing some of the foolish Sam Williams mistakes that we hoped would kind of dissipate over the years, especially when he got to watch so much football while he was injured, and that just hasn't happened.
Are you concerned that Ezraku can handle those snaps yet, or
Absolutely.
is this just a...
No, see, and that's the thing. I'm closer to the example that you gave about, what if you bench Seager and Simeon. I think this is closer to that.
This is getting Osuna in?
Because I'm accelerating it. Because I want to get a better feel, because, what's really going to happen? You're going to end up being, 5-9-1 or something like that, and the season's going to be over. And then these last two games, you're like, yeah, we really want to see what we can get from these players. All right, I'm giving you half the season.
And at this point, quite honestly, Eberflus should know the guys that have the majority of snaps. He should know everything he needs to know about them.
Yes.
Whether or not they can or can't do that job.
So, and that's why I want to see it. Look, and they don't view it this way. And I know that's why they keep dangling, hey, we might make a big move or maybe whatever. I think you've seen what this team is, and unfortunately, it's not going to get you to ultimately where you want to be. You know what could get you to ultimately where you want to be? Finding out if you need to move on from probably more Marshawn Nealand than Donovan Ezraku. But seeing what you've got in Nealand, in Ezraku, is James Houston worth keeping around? What do you have in Ryan Flanoy? All while keeping all of your draft assets so you can kind of mini reboot next year. That is what I support.
Your cornerbacks?
Kalen Carson. I want to see him. Well,
Ravel,
when he can stay healthy. Look.
He's on the way,
The
Kevin.
second he's ready to go, let's do it. Let's play it. But I'm tired of listening to the Ravel and Overshone talk, because while I think both of them have incredible amounts of physical potential, Ravel's never even played, and he's being sold as if he's going to be the next Revis Island, and he's never even played one snap in the NFL. And then Overshone has all of the tools mentally and physically that you want in a football player, that you want for this team. How many games has he played? And he's in his third year. If you're depending on that, I think that is a foolish strategy. And that's why I hate, not that they're coming back. I'm thrilled that Overshone is coming back. But he's coming back, in 2 more weeks? 3 more weeks if you count the bye? We've been talking about him, or the Jones family has, for a month and a half.
Is Kalen Carson playing more we just need to see?
Yes.
Or what is working is not working? Or what we're using isn't working? Or we just need to see? Or, man, this is our last straw before we have to go make another major move?
Do you know what's unfortunate? I think the answer to that might be all three. And, none of those examples are desirable, right?
Not yet.
But I think,
unless you make a major move that gives you something that you want for a very cheap price.
But I think all three of them are probably accurate. So, I mean, I think that's just where you are. Well, and somebody said, what is a panacea? Essentially a cure-all.
Mickey said it the other day. I've used it multiple times around the house. Everybody thinks it's a fake word. I kind of now, that's where I show my superiority in the home.
Okay.
Because I'm just guys, do y'all not understand?
And they don't.
Look in the dictionary.
Penultimate.
Read it every day.
The dictionary?
Yeah. Learn a new word.
All right.
Or get the toilet paper.
Do you know people who actually have that toilet paper?
I've been in a house that had that once.
Did you read it?
It was a very rich house. So I probably should have been you know what? This is maybe add this to the thing.
Okay.
Because they're smart people, I guess. They got lots of money.
Good
People with lots of money are smart, right?
I think it is dangerous to assume people with a lot of money are
Going
smart.
back to the very beginning of this segment.
Oh, well, that puts me on the other side then, doesn't it?
I didn't know what we were talking about.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, puck around and find out the KNC Jim Nill winning streak reaches 3, plus the Mavs lawsuit and the Stars countersuit.
Look at that.
Next on The Fan.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Carlson has it. Ovechkin in front. Wilson puts it on net. Save made, snapping the pads together is Ottinger. Hard to believe Ovechkin didn't shoot it.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Time to puck around and find out, which actually feels more relevant than ever given the legal issues the Dallas Stars are currently embroiled in. But do you want to start with the game or the lawsuits?
Anti-disestablishmentarianism. Let's start with that, Kevin.
Okay, did people text that in?
Mm-hmm.
Is theirs as well?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
No, let's go ahead. Actually, I'm very interested in the lawsuit, the move, like those things right now. The season will play out.
Sure.
Game by game, the hockey is going to be played.
Good news. Passing lanes look tighter. Yeah, I thought. Why did the passing lanes look tighter?
Just was this a Glenn Gulletson going, guys, here's the things we need to work on? And the Stars went, damn it, you're right.
I hate to do this. Man,
I think they got a
this.
little lazy a couple times after the quick start.
I think that's probably true. Can I tell you this? I don't like using this word. I kind of think they just executed better.
That's really all it's about, huh?
In this particular instance last night, I really did think they executed the game plan better, and I know that makes me the worst.
No, I mean, it is a real thing.
Because I've seen them get far in the playoffs, so I'll trust them.
This is that is a real thing.
Yes.
And when they say execution regarding the Cowboys, they're like, if that guy that is probably a C- player would go out and execute the A+ thing, that's the difference. The Stars have A players.
Yes.
And they just needed to play like that.
Yes. I think that is a very fair way to put it.
That's the difference for me.
And so good on Ottinger for getting the clean sheet, unless I guess that's probably more of a soccer term. But getting the shutout, they win 1-0. So on the lawsuit front, because I know that has fascinated a lot of people. So yesterday, the Mavericks filed or seeking a legal ruling against the Stars. And so it is fascinating the way that some of these legal issues, like what issues they actually address. So the Mavericks ownership filed in Texas Business Court a 253-page petition. Can we all agree that's too long? I would love for one thing to happen throughout law school.
Give me a one sheet.
And politics school is like, it's capped at 10 pages or something like that.
Give me a one sheet.
There you go. They cannot.
You can bullet point it.
No.
All the thee to thy. We don't need that. Nobody talks like that. Not even lawyers.
That's fair. That is very fair. All right. So based on the agreement they had in 1998, it said that both the Mavericks and the Stars would have their corporate headquarters located within the city of Dallas. Okay, fine. The Mavericks in this judgment are saying that the Stars have not been in agreement with that because their headquarters is not in Dallas. You know where it's at? It's in Frisco. You know when it first moved to Frisco? 2003. What?
Weren't they in Valley Ranch before that?
It's been, were they?
I believe Brad Townsend said that.
Well, it's been 22 years since the Stars were not in Frisco. So what are we even talking about? If it really bothered you that much, shouldn't you have brought it up before? But what the real issue is that the Mavericks are claiming that the Stars have slowed down progress on improvements to the American Airlines Center. It's supposed to cost about $300 million. And I know both teams are looking to move, or so it would seem, but that lease goes until 2031. So you still have 6 more years that you're going to be at this place unless you want to negotiate it out. That's a whole different conversation. And so they're looking to get the facility improved, if you believe the Mavericks line of thinking. Now, let's go to the Stars, who filed a countersuit late last night that said it's against the Mavericks, said that the Mavericks are, quote, seeking essentially a hostile takeover of the American Airlines Center. And so they're nitpicking at these things, including where our organization is located. And it's been in the same place for 20 years because they're trying to push through these renovations that we don't necessarily think the facility needs, because essentially they're trying to say we're defaulting on our contract so they could take over the American Airlines Center until they move out.
You need a new facility to move out?
Probably. One would think.
Is there a place to play hockey around here that we can...
I mean, I think it would be amazing if the Stars played their games at the Dr. Pepper Star Center in Frisco? Yes, I do. I do not believe the NHL would allow that.
Why?
Because I think, isn't that the same thing that the Coyotes ran into? Is they tried to run another building. The NHL's like, your building is bootleg. They said it nicer.
Did you not see how things worked for the A's this year in Sacramento? It went swimmingly.
I don't think it did.
I feel like somebody was swimming.
The injunction says, to put it plainly, the Stars are holding the American Airlines Center hostage. That's what the Mavericks say, and the Stars say that the Mavericks are attempting a hostile takeover.
Is this gonna need a mediator? Is that what it's going to be? Somebody that
in the business
bring them
court
to the table, sit them down, or is this going to take a judgment by a judge in a court?
I think it's going to be that. I'm sure they try mediation. I don't know the exact procedure of the Texas Business Court.
Or let each of them play the other one's sport and see who wins.
So I have one more theory about.
Because don't you think Bischel would be a pretty good center? Actually, dude, he's built.
Yeah.
Like a forward.
Yeah. He's a 1980s power forward. So here's just a theory that I think could happen. So I think that, and we heard the news about the Stars are considering building a $1 billion arena in Plano at the shops of Willow Bend. I wonder if the Mavericks knew that and they're like, hey, our new facility and everything and figuring all that out is going to take a little longer. So we think the Stars facility will be done early. Let's try to get them to opt out of their contract early and pay us and or the city a fee for that. That's just a theory. I don't know that to be the case.
That is a perfect location.
So,
like the space that's needed, parking, ice hockey arena, which I would also say, hey, maybe we cover that sucker up too, so we can have a circus every once in a while. Is Barnum and Bailey available? That little area right there is, I think, the perfect little space to drop an arena into.
Right.
Just as somebody who lives around there too, like I've driven around there. I know the space is pretty nice.
Yeah.
There are some businesses. Maybe you could work with those businesses that are there too to say, hey, as we develop this, would you guys like to have some of these other outside, just like that down at the AAC, have some other things around there? I think it's a good development. Or is it just a good threat? Because it's a perfect little gym for it.
I mean, that could be, I guess the other little wrinkle, I'm going to have to pour through the legal papers a little bit more, is that the Mavericks and the city say that the Stars had already agreed to remain in the American Airlines Center through 2061. So they had essentially signed another 30-year lease. So that's going to be a whole separate...
You need to see that documentation.
Yes, that's going to be a whole separate legal issue that I guess maybe the Stars and the city of Dallas are going to be dealing with. So, yeah, there's a lot of stuff, and it just sucks that, two of the teams that I bet a lot of our listeners really like, myself included, are in the midst of a legal battle.
Kevin, their practice facilities were in Irving. The corporate offices were in Dallas for much of the 90s, prior to the 98 AAC franchise agreement document in question.
Okay.
Told that the Stars headquarters was in Dallas in 93 in the Bank of America building. The following year, they moved to Valley Ranch until 2003.
Okay.
Now that we have that lineup.
Okay.
And then they went to Frisco, as you said earlier.
Pretty much they've been in violation for that for a
the
really
whole time.
long time.
The whole time.
But that's the thing. Think about it in your personal life. Have you ever had an argument? We all have. That's about one thing. But then you take this other thing that's been bothering you and you drop that into the conversation because you're like, that's fine. As long as we're litigating all these things, I'm mad about this other thing that you did 3 weeks ago. This is the legal version of that. Mm-hmm. The Mavericks have been sitting on that forever. And now they're like, you know what? Also, they haven't been in the right place for 22 years. Is the Texas Business Court going to look at that and be like, what?
Why didn't y'all bring this up before?
Well, that's a fair point.
Y'all didn't say anything about this until just now.
But again, if your argument tactic is that, my argument has been, I thought I could let it go. But now, as long as we're airing our grievances, might as well throw this in there as well. And that, I don't know if that has a specific legal precedent.
I think it's valid in the living room argument.
Yeah. I don't know if the Texas Business Court or the mediators or however this eventually goes through are going to feel about
Somebody's going to have to get these two together alone with a couple glasses of wine and some candles and some flowers.
What?
And get them to make sweet love together.
Oh, my God.
So they can get past this together. Or just move on from each other.
So,
that's what happens with sweet
coming
love.
up in 2031, the Dallas Starvericks. Is that what you're saying? I'm not entirely.
The Mavs.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Now, here's the thing from the 972. In terms of, let's just say it is Plano. We talked about this a few weeks ago as well. I'm a Stars fan in Waxahachie, and it's already a drive to get to the Stars game. But if they move to Plano, it's pretty much going to keep me from being able to go to the game. So I will tell you essentially what the Stars ownership group said.
Dallas is centralized to a lot of areas.
True. But the Stars ownership group essentially already said, that's unfortunate. It sucks to see you go, but we think we're going to get 1.5 to 2 more customers in your place by moving over here.
Being in Dallas, the population of people, the amount of people surrounding the Dallas area is very dense.
Sure.
The percentage of Stars fans, they feel, based on the heat maps that they've done, and we know how heat maps work, they feel that the majority of their fans are in the northern part of DFW.
Or the majority of potential growth, I think, too.
That too, yes. And so that's what they're looking at, the potential growth, the current situation, and how the tollway allows for other fans that they have or want to access that area. So that's unfortunately, and I don't feel this way about you. You fan in Waxahachie, you are the fat that they'll cut out.
The Stars have said that.
They're okay with that because, as Kevin said, 2-1.
Yeah. And look, I've always wanted to see, and I realize the reasons it doesn't happen. I absolutely think that you could support a major franchise in both Fort Worth and Dallas, but I get how ownership of these Dallas teams have been really hesitant to allow that to happen. And I'm sure they have ownership documents that say you can't have another team within, I don't know if it's like usually 250 miles or whatever the case is, that they have had drawn up to prevent that from happening. But I definitely think both cities could hold up a major franchise. On a side note to all of that, a huge deal for the Stars yesterday. They signed Thomas Harley to an 8-year extension with an annual value of $10.587 million. So huge deal gets done by the Stars. They call Thomas Harley one of the anchors of their team. Obviously, we have talked a great deal about how much ice time he gets for this team, only behind Miro. So one of what they described as an anchor for the team. And Nil said in a statement, we're thrilled to lock up Thomas for the next 8 years.
Absolutely, they are.
This extension is well-deserved.
Yeah, it's well-deserved, and a player that I think that team benefits from now and will for a long future. And is that correct? Team Canada also is hoping to benefit from him and Wyatt.
Oh,
is that what Jim Nil was kind of?
Yeah, probably. I can definitely see that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Probably no more legal talk today. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets. The Blue Jays draw even, and are the Rangers in on these players? Next on The Fan.
of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yamamoto. There's a fly ball to deep left center field. Headed back there. It is gone. Brad Jr. gives the Jays the lead.
Vladimir Guerrero continues his torrid pace in the postseason. So right now, let's fire up some baseball nuggets. This has turned out to be, I will tell you, a far more entertaining World Series than I anticipated. And I have a question for you. Oh, look, I told you. I told you at the beginning of the week that stat you gave lives in my head. It is that Corey said the last 4 times the World Series matched up, a team that swept in the LCS versus a team that went the full 7 in the LCS, the team that went the full 7 has won all 4. That stat has lived in my head.
You had a hard time getting past the Dodgers have everything invested in all the best players, and Toronto might actually be a good team. You didn't think they were as good as the Dodgers.
For sure. I thought Toronto was a good team, but think about this. Through 4 games, the Blue Jays have already beat the Dodgers more than all 3 of their other opponents combined.
Mm-hmm.
They lost 1 game on the march to the World Series, and now they've lost 2. And I wonder, could this have the makings of an all-time great World Series? Because you have what you need to start. It's 2-2. You're looking to topple the established giant. You saw a historic performance individually and team-wise in Game 3.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder when you get to Game 7, if you get to Game 7, if it could just be the most star-studded pitching lineup you've ever seen in your life.
And if Toronto was to win, it would give us, as a country, every reason to attack Canada.
No.
As we've always wanted to, so we can claim their land.
No to all of that. I'm not going to claim there were never times the United States wanted to take over Canada. But to the rest of that, no.
I think so, Kevin. And uniquely, it's not two markets that are captivating, because Toronto really isn't captivating to us.
Sure.
But it is to Toronto. Like they're pumped. That Canada is pumped about this right now. The term for all-time classic, what you're asking is not necessarily the ratings and all that, but the action on the field and the games that we're seeing. This is putting us in really good position for that for sure. And you know what? Somebody came on our station yesterday and claimed that Shohei Ohtani was Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan would never give up 4 runs in a World Series.
Yeah, 6 ERA from yesterday's game.
Jeez Louise, what is this?
But he's going to have a chance of redemption, because I'm going to go ahead and draw up the picture for you.
Okay.
We get to Saturday. You get to Toronto, where they have a stadium that is also a hotel. And it is Game 7.
Awesome. The Stars should do that with the arena.
Yes! I would love that.
Hotel arena.
You get to Game 7. Maybe the most iconic moment in baseball in like the last 5 years was the end of the World Baseball Classic. This go around, Shohei Ohtani pitched in Game 4, so he would not be ready to fully start for Game 7. But you get to the bottom of the 9th. Roki Sasaki has trouble once again closing the game out, but the Dodgers still hold a 4-3 lead. You have 1 runner on. Shohei Ohtani is ready to pitch. And who steps up to the plate? Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And this exact scenario had played out once before. And Joe Carter hit an iconic home run to win the World Series for the Blue Jays. This go around, you get a repeat of that. You get a repeat of the World Baseball Classic. And let's see what happens.
He was born in Montreal. Wow. And then the World Baseball Classic comes back, and we get now all the countries are back invested in this. I see what you're doing here, man.
But
this is US, this is all the countries.
Yeah,
dude.
Absolutely. It's been a fun series. So
it's a melting pot.
It is. It has been a fun series thus far, and Game 1 was the second highest Game 1 of the World Series since 2018. It was surpassed, of course, by last year because it was Dodgers-Yankees, and what did you expect? But more importantly, for the viewership here, if you care, Game 2 was the most watched Game 2 of the World Series since 2019. So at least early on, we've talked about how ratings have been up for the baseball playoffs across the board, especially in Japan, which makes sense. But you've seen World Series numbers have remained high for this matchup, which I'm a tiny bit surprised about.
You know, the other thing I've loved about this series so far, Kevin, is that the big names have stepped up.
Sure.
In each one of these wins,
right,
a big name has been like, oh, this is my game, to make that statement. And that's why a Game 7 that would present itself in that way would be so much fun. Is all right, all of you guys, you're going to be called upon.
Yeah,
like that's the fun part of that.
You go back to Game 2, Yamamoto dominates.
Yep.
You go back to Game 3, you had an all-timer from Shohei, and then you have the legend that is Freddie Freeman, who all he does is hit game-winning World Series home runs. And then last night, you had Vlad Guerrero continue to hit bombs out of the park. And then today, you have an opportunity once again for something truly special. We've talked about this gentleman quite a bit. Trey Savage will get the start for the Toronto Blue Jays. He was underwhelming at best to start the World Series, and the Blue Jays fell behind. But this is somebody who started the season in high A ball, and he's pitching in the World Series. And that is remarkable. He's 22 years old. I would love to see him have a phenomenal outing today.
Dude, how do you like Shane Bieber getting out there too, man? He's been on fire.
Yeah.
That's what the guy that we discussed multiple times
Right.
are trying to go pursue. And then we were like, but we got DeGrom and Evaldi, and they're like, all right, but he's amazing.
I wonder if control problems were the only thing that prevented him from going deeper into the game. yesterday.
Or maybe managing it like 80 pitches also keeps you in the window of being able to pitch in a Game 7 if needed.
Absolutely.
In multiple different areas.
But a fun thing about this series is it will go back to Toronto. So I know we talked about it yesterday. Maybe a lot of folks thinking it could end up 4-1 Dodgers. But this series will go back to Toronto. Game 5 tonight. We'll see how it pivots.
Do you think Springer's going to be able to be back at all this series with his injury? I mean, it kind of became
I think I heard he was. I have not checked on that.
In the 18-inning game.
Yeah.
But like that injury is it kept him out of last night, and I'm just kind of curious if he'll be able to help, at some other point in this series. Hopefully so, because I want to see the best with the best, man. I hate to see an injury have a player out like that.
So yesterday, the Blue Jays manager called him hour to hour.
I love it.
Yeah.
Well, especially whenever their game literally ended hours before their next game.
And essentially he followed up with, I'll let you interpret this. I have a thought. Whenever the season is over, you guys will be surprised to see how much he has grinded physically. So it sounds like he is about done. But with the opportunity to win a world championship and the opportunity to win that team's first world championship in 32 years, can he grind out another 2 games? Maybe.
Have you noticed his batting gloves?
I guess not.
His batting gloves are Hartford Whaler colored.
Oh, are they really?
And he said it was the only pro team in Connecticut. As a kid, I loved them. I love the Whalers, so I said, well, why not? So he's wearing Whalers inspired gloves, which Whalers have a lot of connection in my life, Kevin. I don't know if you know that.
I'm going to go ahead and tell you to show up to Uncle Julio's on Friday, 16150 Dallas Parkway. We will tell you the exact story off air of what Corey is referencing. It includes multiple people from the station, and I will just leave it at that. But it is a fantastic story. I would love to get the opportunity to tell people that. In the meantime, I wanted to just throw this out there if you're looking for a little bit of Rangers content. MLB.com put up a stat for every team in baseball, a minor leaguer stat. And here's what they put up for the Rangers. David Davaio, a whip of .93 among minor league pitchers who threw at least 100 innings last year or this past season. Only 6 had a whip under 1. Only 2 were better than Davaio. And this part's crazy. The unranked White Sox prospect and the MLB pitching prospect of the year. So the only 2 people ahead of him were the prospect of the year pitching and then somebody who can't even get ranked, which feels unfair. Kind of feel like that fellow should probably now be ranked. But there's another potential because he got to AA for the first time, top 10 in batting average against, .182, and he was tremendous this year. So just keep an eye out on his progression.
Eyes keeping out. Kevin is suggesting an underdog play. Thank you very much.
That one was not necessarily what I was getting at. And sorry we didn't have an opportunity to run through some of the potential free agents that The Athletic thinks the Rangers could be tied to. We'll get into that tomorrow. Probably the name of most interest would be Pete Alonso. He's up at number 3 on the list of free agents. He is projected to get a 6-year, $182 million contract. The Rangers are listed as one of the 5 best fits.
What about Shohei and Aaron Judge?
They are not free agents. I'm sorry to tell you.
Can we still pursue them?
What contract would Shohei get now?
Seager's. Just more.
Okay. I was going to say, if you could do Seager's deal, holy crap, I'll tamper forever to get that deal done. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, plus perhaps part 1 of navigating the NFC East next on The Fan.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Club?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
It's good, man. How are you?
I'm just fine.
Okay. Now, by the way, we were just talking about this. I know you love you some baseball. Do you think this has the makings and potential for an all-time World Series?
It's pretty darn good.
Yes.
Pretty riveting, even though I was at the Stars game last night. I had the World Series on my phone and kept checking on it. Yeah.
I love it. Did you, were
Stars game in Dallas?
Yeah, for now. Were you proud of the Stars for taking better care of the puck and having better passing lanes along the way?
That sounds good. I was most proud that the defense kind of hung in there and helped Ottinger out, and were able to clear out any second chances for the majority of the game.
Now, that is a perfect segue because, as we usually do here, we will talk about defense. But I had a broader question for you to kick this off. What does defensive consistency look like to you for this Cowboys team? Because we've talked a lot about, like, if they can be more consistent or execute and this and that. Like, what does that defensive consistency look like to you for this team?
Well, if we just use the previous two games, against Washington, they basically, kind of cut down on the amount of big plays they gave up, the explosive plays. I think those are the things that really, really hurt a defense. I don't know if I told you guys this, but that first half Sunday, Broncos needed only 22 plays to score 27 points.
Oh.
So these drives were like 5 plays, 6 plays, 8 plays, 7 plays, whatever, something like that. And I think that's one thing that against Washington, I know they had a big play early, but they kind of limited that. Now, they also had their 4th, 5th, and 6th wide receivers on the field, right?
Right.
So we can consider that. But they eliminated big runs also. Not a 40-yard touchdown run when no one lays a hand on the guy for 40 yards.
Yeah.
So
James
that's part of that consistency. I thought they were more active up front against Washington. And they certainly weren't in this game. Now, sometimes it has to do who you're playing, right? And, maybe their offensive line was much better than what Washington's offensive line was. So, but that's kind of coach speak for playing uneven from week to week is, we got to be more consistent. Until, that game, the offense scoring 17 points on, I'm not counting that garbage time touchdown. The offense had been pretty much consistent other than the second half against Philadelphia and the Bears game. So you can, kind of count on them to score 31 or more points. And this one, not so much. Well, maybe the Broncos were that good. You always blame yourself, right? You never give the other guy any
I am guilty
credit,
of that, yes.
Right? And that Denver's won now 5 straight games? They got something going.
The trap I fall into there, and you're definitely right about that, and it is hard to win games in the NFL. I fall into the trap of I just look at that first 3 quarters of how garbage they were against the Giants, and I'm like, are they that good?
Right. And so, does the last quarter count?
Yeah.
So they obviously had something to be able to do that, right?
For sure.
Now look what they've done over 5 quarters, though. Counting the Cowboys game in the 4th quarter.
Yeah.
What does that come to? Like 77 points?
It's crazy, yeah.
Right? Yeah. So going back to your consistency, I think that's kind of coach speak. That kind of covers everything. Well, we're not consistent. Well, what wasn't consistent? Were you not consistently prepared the same way? Did you not prepare? Did you not study? Did you take an opponent for granted, which I can't imagine you can take anybody for granted when you're just sitting there at 3-3-1, right?
Sure.
You haven't done anything to act like, oh, okay, I'm just going to walk into Denver and no problem. So I think that has something to do with the consistency. And, was the coaching staff consistent? For how they prepared against Washington did what they planned to do against Denver not work as well? Maybe something, they said, okay, we can do this, and then they couldn't do it. The pass rush wasn't consistent. Now, if it's effort, then I really got a problem.
Do you think it is?
I just can't imagine you don't go out there and try your best, right? Now, is it preparation, like during the week? Did you practice as hard as you should have? And that's, we don't get to see that, so that's hard to judge. But I just can't imagine guys go out there and try to embarrass themselves by not giving good effort. Right? I think it's a fallback. Well, they didn't give good effort. Well, maybe they were just getting their butts beat. Maybe they weren't good enough. And God forbid if we ever say that, right?
Yeah.
Whoa, they weren't as good. Well, the score suggests they weren't. Now, for the reasons, that's left to decide.
Marvin Harrison Jr. has not cracked 100 yards this year. He got to 98 against the Titans, but he has not cracked that 100-yard
He hadn't
marker.
played against this secondary.
Yeah, that's why I was going to ask Mickey, is Dallas the panacea for that?
Oh, nice. You're going to start stealing my word, huh?
Already did.
Yeah, Kevin said it this morning, so it's now just in our
I think I heard it, by the way. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Now, again, who's he playing with at quarterback too?
Yeah, the difference between Kyler and
Brissett.
Yeah,
Is that
Brissett.
the backup that's been
Correct.
playing? So that has a little bit to do with it. I don't know that it's all on the wide receiver. Protection, things like that. You can say, well, George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb didn't have as good a game. What happened? Well, I can tell you what happened. It happened in the pocket because Dak was under siege about the entire game. There are very few times that he have a clean pocket or he didn't have to hurry and throw the ball. So, yeah, that's hard to say just looking at the stat and understanding, well, why is this happening? There's probably a lot of factors that go into that.
Panacea is still on my mind there, Kevin. So that's
a good word.
Yeah,
it is absolutely a good word.
They also they have a chaos running back room. DeMarcado, the drop ball at the goal line. That running game, though, we've seen Arizona go at the Cowboys before and take advantage of it. Micah, that was the first time I think I noticed that Micah struggled in certain areas. That was my first time to notice that. Do you feel like their running game without James Conner is still potent?
Yeah, probably not as good, right?
Yeah.
There's a reason the guy's the starter, and there's a reason the guys are backups. But I realize they're, not scoring a heck of a lot of points. What is it, in the last 5 games that they've lost? They scored 27 against Indianapolis, but the rest are 20, 21, 23, 15. So, yeah, they haven't been consistent off it. Well, they've been consistently low scoring, right? But here's the other thing. In those 5 losses, none of them have been by more than, what,
one score.
4
It is
points?
remarkable how close they've been in those
Even
5
their
losses
wins.
to good teams. The teams that they've lost to are good teams, and th're remarkably close.
Yeah, they won by 7. They won by 5. I'm looking at the thing right now.
every
they
game.
lost by 1, 3, 1, 4, and 4.
Wow.
So gear up for a close game, Mickey.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's this team too, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The ones they win usually not a blowout.
True.
And the ones they lose, doesn't look so good. Although, with a couple of them, you've got a possession at the end of the game down 4, and you didn't do anything with it. And then, you squandered opportunities in the Carolina loss, and you lost by 3, and the tie ends up with 1 second to go in overtime.
Right.
So, yeah, you can sit there and go, okay. But sometimes I go back and I look at the 1-15 season in '89.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of close scores, and that's why you say, well, you could have if you did this, but you didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
And it kind of piles up. Or you can look at 500 seasons, and you go, well, if you just had done this and this, you at least could have been 9-7, maybe 10-6. So yeah, that's kind of the way this league goes. Now, the key thing is if defensively in the secondary, if they can get healthy, and I just from the looks of things, maybe Donovan Wilson gets back out there,
right?
But sounded like from what Schottenheimer had to say, Hooker not going to get there, Wanye not going to get there, and then Elijah Clark probably a week or two. So you're kind of in the same situation at the safety position. And now at cornerback, you're kind of in the same deal now. And who knows, even if, after the IR stint for Trayvon Diggs, if he comes back, well enough to play, just being out the 3 more games.
Speaking of that, I know
somebody bugged my conversation yesterday also.
Okay.
Oh, really?
About
I just chucked on it, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, I had something for you guys, and then I saw it got in the morning news this morning.
Yeah.
We will stop asking for those things.
No, and so the bottom line was, both surgeries he had were on the left knee, the ACL, and then the krl, whatever they called it, this past off season, right?
Yeah.
And then when Jerry said, well, it's the other knee, well, Dr. Jerry was right. It was the right knee, and he's got somewhat of a, how do I explain it, sort of a degenerative thing going on there. And that's why, I don't know if you saw it in games, I've seen it in practice, he's riding the stationary bike to keep that leg loose. And that's what's bothering him. But now that he's on injured reserve and in concussion protocol, then they don't list a injury update when you're on IR. You're on IR, right? So you probably won't hear anything official about that unless Trayvon Diggs decides to talk about it.
Right.
And then this other thing, and here's another thing bugging me. I keep hearing, and I heard, and so I didn't read it, right? I'm just telling you secondhand information that it was Micah Parsons said the Cowboys forced Trayvon to return sooner than should have.
He
right?
said they effed him over.
Yeah, right. Okay, give me a break. Who went with that without trying to double check on it, right? To see what happened.
You know how media culture works. A lot of people went with it.
Here's what happened is he did his off-season training on his own, and he wasn't far as long as he would have been if he'd done it here, and that delayed it. But they didn't force him to go play, right?
Right.
It just took longer than it should have. He should have been ready for training camp, or at least have an opportunity if he was working with the people here, not working on his own from afar. Now, they kept tabs of him. My understanding was they were getting video and stuff like that, but they weren't actually doing it themselves, right? And then, did he continue rehabbing after the break, after the mini camp? Because he should have, to try to get ready for the start of the season.
Right.
Now, who knows if he did or not, because he wasn't here. Guys that were rehabbing, they don't take a break. They continue rehabbing. So, I saw that get started, and it's like, you might double check with somebody else before you, believe whatever Dr. Parsons has to say.
Well,
and best friend, by the way.
Yeah, I am shocked that you insinuate that Micah Parsons would just say something that was not based in tons of factual
his
evidence.
Friend. Yeah, right. Just like, all right, they forced him to go back too soon. No, he didn't get back soon enough, probably.
Thank you very much, Mickey. Outstanding stuff as always. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Okay, talk to you.
Kevin, you're a big A&M fan, right?
That's true.
Do you follow Marcel Reed on Instagram?
I do not follow anybody on Instagram except for, I think, like my wife and this station.
He posted pictures of him from LSU's game.
Okay.
And the caption says Kyle Field East.
I mean, the way that game ended, it did kind of feel like that.
You think LSU fans hate him?
Oh, yeah. Well,
actually, just destroyed them, dude.
But they shouldn't. Actually, you know what? I rescind that opinion. They love him because he helped get rid of the coach they didn't like.
Oh.
So I think they're fine. They're like, if that is the crap that you have to eat to get rid of Brian Kelly, then so be it, right?
I like it. I love the confidence, too.
Absolutely. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus we have a bear epidemic next on The Fan.
product? I never remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, yeah.
Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Ground ball left side. Pass Mookie Betts, and it's 6-1. A fourth spot for the Jays in the seventh.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Alec, I have a question. This is my question of the day for you.
I'm scared.
If someone or an entity gives a really generous Peace-a-thon package, but you see one little other thing that could make it even better, it's probably rude to go back to that person and be like, hey, would you do this as well? And I should just accept what was given for the charitable auction.
I think the rule of ethics kind of goes away when charity's involved.
Ooh.
So I know how the Kevin Hagelin shakedown works when it comes to getting things for Peace-a-thon. So I say all that's out the window. Do what you can to get the best available prize package.
Speaking of the shakedown, breaking Peace-a-thon auction news in case you want. The lovely, lovely people at Worth Collecting in Waxahachie have donated a Topps basketball package that includes a blaster box, a hobby box, and a jumbo hobby box of 2025-26 Topps basketball so you can chase those Cooper flags. Now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, we have a bear epidemic. We'll get to that here in just a little bit. Yeah, Corey. Bears.
Beware.
Real bears. Not here, though.
Do you have a healthy fear of the bear?
I would say so. I mean, they're cute and fluffy and everything when they're babies, but seeing how massive, like fully grown adult black bears are, yeah, I don't want to mess with them. I really don't. And I even, I've seen some TikToks of people that live in those areas that are bear infested.
You look at.
Yeah. Don't expand on that. Where they'll come up to their back porch and they're just sitting there fraternizing with the bear. And I'm like, why? Why do you choose this? I don't care if you've been around long enough to know if they're nice or not. I'm not messing with a bear.
I could take on a bear.
Oh.
For what? Before you die?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay.
See, because Alec, what am I supposed to do? I want to put that to the test, but he'll die.
Yeah.
And so I don't
really
want
rent
that.
a bear?
Oh, I'd rent a bear to fight you. But again, in theory, because I think you'll die, and I don't want that. But I also want you to recognize that you're wrong.
But what if I took the bear down?
Then I would have, you know what? Then nothing I ever said on this show would be able to be held to scrutiny by Corey, because he's like, really? Are you sure that's what we're gonna do? And I'd be like, never mind.
So you would then start going, you know what? I guess a team can go 162 and
yes. Oh, 100%.
Now I kind of want to fight the bear just because.
Because you know what you would say? You'd be like, oh, just like I couldn't beat up that bear. And I'd be like, well, all right, you've got me there.
I'm going to make some phone calls after the show and see if I can commission a bear. We'll get to that.
But he's going to die.
Or not.
I mean, he seems confident, doesn't he?
That's great. The world is not littered with confident people right before they got taken down. Like that person who texted in about A&M. They're probably right.
We'll get to that on Friday.
That's valid. That's very valid. But Before we get to the question of the day or any of that good stuff, friend of the morning show, friend of the station, Tommy Yarish, doing some reporting on the Dallas Cowboys, as that's his job, so good for him. Tommy has tweeted and said that the Cowboys have opened the 21-day return to practice window for defensive tackle Perion Winfrey.
Man, remember what an issue that was during training camp, whether or not he was on the team?
Yeah, and the misreporting about him getting cut, and then he wasn't actually cut. And yeah, that was a whole mess. Everybody was really in love with the idea of him being on this team. He gets hurt in practice, and now it sounds like he's going to return to practice. So here we go. The cavalry is on the way, Kevin.
Oh my gosh, Big changes. So
yeah,
Big
don't
changes
you dare be sour.
Oh, he's going to come back when Overshone does?
Yeah.
How come he never got mentioned in the people coming back?
Well.
We have to ask these serious questions.
I'm sorry. Could Corey beat up a bear or not?
Yeah. I kind of want to change my question of the day to that, but that's ill-advised.
No is my answer if that is your question.
No, it's not. It's National Cat Day.
No.
It's National Cat Day. Yes, it is. 877-881-1053. I want to know, because Kevin doesn't like real cats, who's your favorite fictional animal of all time? 877-881-1053.
Garfield.
Garfield is a cat, so that works.
Fictional animal.
Do you count Falcor as an animal? The flying dragon from Neverending Story?
Yeah.
Okay.
What about the liger?
Is that real?
From Napoleon Dynamite.
Oh,
he drew them, the ligers. I think it's unicorn. It's easily unicorn. And you know,
yes.
Their sex field is a rainbow.
Oh.
I pick the murdering unicorn from Cabin in the Woods.
Why are you doing
when
that?
all of the evil creatures get out? This unicorn straight up runs and gores this dude into a wall. That was awesome.
I could take on a murder unicorn.
You could not.
Prove it.
Well, you got me there.
Yeah, great point. Go find one. Can you commission one of those too?
Unicorns are amazing, dude. Just think about it.
They're not real.
He said fictional animal.
Oh, yeah.
Is that not fictional?
I thought he meant more from like TV and movies, not things we've made
It can be animated. It can be, like whatever. As long as it's not real. If it's a character.
Okay.
I got the 1 seed, bro.
You do. With Garfield.
No.
Man, go check out that Garfield Halloween special. Still kind of scary.
And I'm glad that Corey mentioned that, because it allows me to dig this back up from like 2 or 3 years ago.
Garfield is a cat.
So, thank you.
Does it make it more definitive that I said so after that? Like,
so
what did I say after? I wonder.
Get it?
We may never know. Yeah, deal with it, Kevin.
Okay.
Deal with it. Favorite fictional animal for National Cat Day, as we all celebrate National Cat Day.
So I'm allergic to cats.
Okay, that's why you have
That's why
a disdain in your heart.
I don't care for cats.
What happens if you touch a cat?
It's not one of those allergies that like I have to get the EpiPen or anything like that.
Okay, good.
It just
irritates you.
Yeah, and my eyes will get swollen and red, and like if I go outside for a little bit and just take in some of that outside air, we can calm it all down and then do the process all over again.
So you're not a fan of the cat then?
No.
Interesting.
I don't like that. I'm glad that it's not like anything life-threatening for you, Kevin, because I often show up with cat hair on me because it is impossible to get all of the animal fur off of your clothes at one single time.
Are you ever surprised that that's not more disqualifying for some animals? You're like, hey, they'll love you, but they'll be crap everywhere all of the time. And you're like, that's fine.
That's what I hate about the battle of like picking out a dog breed is like if you go with the long hair, it's a lot of maintenance, right?
Yeah.
But if you go with the short hair, they shed everywhere.
Yeah.
And it gets all over the furniture. It gets all over the clothes that you haven't even worn in years. So you're like, how? Furniture.
Swaggy Booty says
funny.
birds. Since birds aren't real.
Oh,
Are we we're really going to do that today?
They're little satellites.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is kind of somehow weirdly going back to the open of this show. Just in a weird way. I don't know. Maybe
By the way, I think the fan text is broken.
I called that one.
Yeah, I think it is too.
No.
Yeah, if you've sent a text in and Alec has not read it, it's because I think the fan text is broken.
Looks like it has been for about 14 minutes now.
Even my response to the A&M person didn't come through.
Yeah, I just tested it, and there's
no dice.
There's nothing coming through. So if you want to hit us up on the YouTube or the Twitch, or you can hit up Alec on Twitter.
That's right. Alec on the radio, on any socials,
Boom.
really. So now what we have here in front of me is I do have a list of the greatest fictional animals in pop culture history.
That's what I'm talking about.
Do you have any guesses?
Unicorn!
Or any votes? I'm talking about, like, characters.
Okay. Yeah. As long as Garfield's above Heathcliff, I'm all right.
You didn't like Heathcliff.
No, I did. Heathcliff, no one should terrify the neighborhood, I think. But Garfield is better than Heathcliff because he was more of a smack talker in his own way.
He definitely was.
And I do respect the, like...
Dory.
Oh, that's a good one.
Is she on the list?
Oh, yeah.
Let's
Wallaby
see.
Way.
I think I intentionally pulled up an awful list here.
Oh, no.
Yeah, this is actually terrible.
Okay.
There's a lot of
Snoopy.
omissions on this one, and I like it. Gresham Davis wrote this article in 2018.
Snoopy helped us win World War II.
That's true.
That's right. So this list is headlined by none other than Mickey Mouse.
It makes sense. Makes sense.
Kevin has some
You don't
some
like
context
Mickey
on
Mouse?
Walt Disney as well.
Look, man.
Why do you hate Mickey?
Look up who Walt Disney really was.
It's not Walt Disney we're judging here. It's Mickey Mouse. He's a different character. Yeah.
Guy who made me had hate in his heart.
Okay, every single character was made by a man.
Whoa! Whoa!
Name a woman. Y'all can't.
Tori Spelling is what we
It
got.
took Bobby to do that, guys.
Because I was laughing at your every character was made by a man. Definitive statement.
Even,
telling you.
Even Minnie Mouse. I bet a woman didn't make Minnie Mouse.
Why not?
Maybe she suggested
I bet
it.
she did, and someone stole her idea.
Let's go see.
I'm really not beating the allegations that this segment is just clip farming for Masterpiece of the Week every week. I'm starting to think that I might be the problem here. But elsewhere on this list, after Mickey Mouse, you have Tom and Jerry coming in at number 2 and 3.
Oh, okay. Which one is ranked higher?
Tom.
Okay.
That makes sense.
It's the cat.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Jerry's the better one.
Why?
Because he got the best of the cat all the time. Cat didn't know what he was doing. He was always trying to capture Jerry. Guess what?
Or protect his house.
Remember that time that Jerry was invisible and then he came back from invisibility and he was like, oh crap, you can see me?
What?
Yeah.
We'll run down the rest of this list real quick here. Coming in at number 4 and beyond, Scooby-Doo.
Yeah.
Thank you. Bugs Bunny.
Bugs Bunny was classic, dude.
Daffy
Yeah.
Duck.
What's up, Doc?
He could strike people out with one pitch.
Nobody liked
That's
Daffy
right.
Duck.
Because he was the foil.
Remember that time he exploded
Yeah.
himself?
And his beak was on the other side. And he just,
That was always my favorite bit. It was so
do you think cartoons set a dangerous precedent of like you break your ankle and you can just twist it back around?
Yes.
That's what Romo thought about that one Dak
Oh,
play.
jeez. All right. The rest of this list, before this goes any crazier, Top Cat, Barney coming in as well. Yogi Bear.
Oh, yeah.
Simba.
Ooh.
Simba.
Timon.
Ahead of
from
the
Lion
dad?
King. Yeah. Pumbaa. And then rounding out this list, Garfield.
Yeah.
Garfield comes in at number 10.
Your face, Kevin.
The best
know
pop
if I-
culture animals.
I don't know if I feel good about Pumbaa or whatever being ahead of Mufasa.
Well, I don't feel good about if I'm going to go to Japan anytime soon because Japan is deploying its army to address unprecedented spike in bear attacks.
Oh, no. What?
The army?
Yeah, they are deploying.
We gotta send the army to go take down the
army.
bears.
There are 60 countries on the planet where bears can be found in the wild, with the bulk of them in the northern hemisphere. That includes Japan, which is home to upwards of 60,000 bears in the wild, not including zoos. And thanks to the estimated 44,000 black bears on the islands of Honshu, and a couple of other islands as well, where there is a combined 44,000 black bears. And there has been an unprecedented spike, which has recorded a high annual death toll while injuring more than 100 people.
So I believe that. I'm not disputing that bears can kill people. I wouldn't have thought we need to deploy our army to take care of the bears. But here we are.
The reason that the spike has happened is because climate change, topical to the open of the show, has impacted natural food sources and led to the animals getting desperate for a meal. So they are attacking campers and people near the forest. So if you're traveling to Japan anywhere, get your anti-sea bear circle ready to go.
Man, that might have been an all-time edition of AM on the FM.
Thanks, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we didn't get a chance to do this a little bit ago. We'll go through some of the NFC East while also discussing the Daniel Jones effect. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation NFL.
You're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get the classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit KlassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
From the gun, Jones fires, end zone, touchdown, Tyler Warren. The Colts can do no wrong.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
And thanks to Men's Tea Clinic for giving me the confidence that I could take on a bear. I don't know if that's like their selling point, but for me, that's a personal thing.
If you win, I feel like that could go in the promo. I don't know. I don't know if that is.
I think I would probably add that.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So I want to start with some navigating the NFC East. We got a ton of content today, so we don't have a chance to fit it all in just one segment. We're going to save the Eagles. Do you want Commanders or Giants?
Let's go with the Giants.
Okay. So for the Giants, Jackson Dart was sacked 5 times on Sunday, and in part because of that and the pressure they were getting on him, completed just 58% of his passes.
Dang. How much of, like you say, pressure, how much of that do you think Scattaboo not being there affects that as well?
Yeah. No, I could absolutely
just
see
because like his threat now changes things a lot.
Now, Saquon Barkley was able to run all over them because the Giants were 31st in the NFL, allowing 5.2 yards per carry going into Sunday's game. Don't worry about who's 32nd. That only got worse.
That's the Cowboys.
Oh, well, you don't know that. Actually, you probably do.
Who is it?
I mean, it is the Cowboys. That's why I told you not to worry about it, okay?
Gotcha.
So the Eagles ran for 277 yards against them. Saquon Barkley had 10.7 yards per carry, and the Eagles averaged 8.4 yards per carry as a team.
And now Saquon's on a bye week, and I have to find another running back for this week in fantasy.
Ooh.
Oh, I mean...
Question.
Dang it.
Would you like a new solution for the bye week? Instead of the bye week, you can, of course, bench that player still, or you get their average total points thus far that year in its spot.
That's interesting.
Could we change the fantasy football game here?
No. Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think that's just fantasy football is very real, and so you gotta have to keep it as realistic as possible.
And then Darius Slayton. Just 2 catches on
quarterbacks out there.
5 targets for 26 yards, although that offensive pass interference could have really changed that up.
When Neighbors went out, that passing game really fell a lot.
Yes.
Darius Slayton is not, there's no comparison with that group.
Yes, I absolutely agree with that. All right, I want to ask you guys about the concept of the Daniel Jones effect. All right, do you think this will be a real thing? Daniel Jones, you've seen it with Sam Darnold, you've seen it with Baker Mayfield. Do you think that more teams are going to be like, you know what, I can rehabilitate a former first-round quarterback or a whoever, and maybe more teams will be okay with going that route? Because I realize like Sam Darnold ultimately in the playoffs didn't work out. We'll see about Daniel Jones, Baker Mayfield, but they've all had really good regular seasons. Do you think more teams will be like, you know what, I can find somebody off the scrap heap?
If you have the connection, and the connection is somebody from the McVay offensive tree.
Okay.
Most of these guys have either gone through McVay or O'Connell. Like they're in that grouping. And so I think if you have somebody that can break it down for those guys the way they do, then yes. But Kevin, like that idea of that's been around for a while. Oh, we can pick up this quarterback and try him out, and he's a journeyman quarterback.
But it feels like maybe it's starting to move in a better direction.
Like Daniel Jones floats through Minnesota at the end of his last year, and then he steps into this. And now, obviously, Steichen's doing something good with that, but he learned a little bit about himself while he was there. And I just think that you look at the window or the Shanahan group.
Yeah.
I think that helps out as well. But that group right there seems to have done something to help the quarterback organize the importance of things and help them refine themselves.
Now, James Cook and Jordan Love were named the AFC and NFC Offensive Players of the Week, respectively. You mentioned Aiden Hutchinson in the first segment of the show. My guess was 170 to 180. He comes in at 4 years, $180 million, with $141 million of that guaranteed. Feels like he's lived up to every bit of the draft position hype.
Is that good for him, the amount of money?
It's $45 million per year, so that puts him behind Micah, but firmly ahead of the previous crop of people who got
Why
paid.
wasn't there like a lot of...
He was the first ever millionaire.
I don't know. I don't think that's
You might be right, Mike.
I don't think that is right.
Why was there not a lot of back and forth in the media?
Because maybe either A, the Lions run a tighter ship, or let's be honest, B, Aiden Hutchinson seems to have a completely different personality focus than Micah. Aiden Hutchinson seems to care about winning first and his branding next.
And
I do not think that is the case for Micah.
What about Dak?
Yeah, that's interesting.
And CD. What is the common denominator here, Kevin?
They're all with the Cowboys with an owner that loves to talk.
He's
By
like,
the way,
hey, these are headlines. Let's use them.
He'll be on with us at 10:30 on Friday. So, there you go. All right. Let's go from that to mid-season All-Pro picks. I thought this was interesting. If I told you the Cowboys have 2 All-Pros from Sports Illustrated at the halfway point, one first team, one second team, who are they?
Dak?
Nope.
CD?
Nope.
George Pickens?
Kyle Yeomans.
Not Kyle Yeomans. George Pickens was named the second team wide receiver.
Jake Ferguson.
One of the second team wide receivers. Ooh, that is a good answer. It's Brandon Aubrey.
Yep.
Brandon Aubrey.
Does he count?
First team All-Pro. Yes,
Wow.
he counts.
Kickers are people too, Majors.
All right. Fine.
So what you want to say is one real All-Pro.
And then a special teams player.
Wow.
Hey, does everybody agree with me that you would rather not see him kick?
No.
Oh, I was going to say yes.
I'm just saying, I would rather my team, him be kicking extra points. That's it.
Sure.
That's all I need.
Sure.
But here we are.
Here we are indeed. Now, we mentioned Jordan Love. I want to go back to Jordan Love for just 1 second. Obviously, one of the reasons that he won that award is the game that they had on Sunday night. Jordan Love tied Brett Favre's 18-year-old record by completing 20 consecutive passes. So just amazing. Now, most quarterback pressures when blocked one-on-one this season. This is per Next Gen Stats. Which player do you think has the most quarterback pressures when blocked one-on-one?
I don't think Myles Garrett gets one-on-one blocks, so I'm going to say Micah Parsons.
Micah Parsons is tied for third with Aiden Hutchinson.
Interesting. Myles Garrett?
Nope.
Because he doesn't ever get blocked one-on-one.
You just saw one of them.
Oh, Benito?
Nick Benito leads the way with 30. George Karlaftis, 29, while Parsons and Hutchinson are both at 28. Let's go from that to Lamar Jackson, who revealed he is the one who had the ping pong table and all the fun things taken out of the Ravens locker room because he said he didn't want to say they weren't taking their job seriously. But that feels like it implies that he thinks they weren't taking their job seriously.
I like the leadership.
Yeah.
We need to focus. Our record is what it is right now, and there's got to be reasons for it. And I'm sitting around watching you guys play games while we should be focusing on winning games.
You are going to like this level of leadership as well. Did you see Jackson Dart dress up as Superman to go to a New Jersey pediatric cancer center?
Oh, really?
Yeah. And there's videos of these little kids
Lighting
hugging
up.
him and stuff like that. And it's really cool
Did you
because
take the dog with him too?
I do not see
Dog wearing a cape.
the dog, but I saw something even cuter. This little kid named Giuseppe was dressed as the Mogwai. Dang it. Gizmo. There we go. Gizmo from Gremlins. And he took his little head down and gave him a hug, and he's bouncing around.
His name's Giuseppe?
Yeah, that's what it says.
I love that. I really do.
It's tough to spell. I would not have spelled it correctly. You want to give it a shot?
Giuseppie.
Oh!
PI?
It ends PPI.
PPI? Okay.
But you got the rest of it. That was very impressive. All right, let's go.
I know names.
You know, Corey, that's what I always say about you. You know names.
Thank you.
And then the Patriots traded Keon White to the 49ers and Kyle Duggar to the Steelers.
Fantex is back, baby!
Oh, I thought you were really...
Start texting now.
I thought you were really, really excited about these Patriots trades.
Patriots are in the top 5 power rankings for the whole morning show.
Yeah, oh, I heard that.
Yeah, so I would say that's a big deal for them to get more.
All right. Probably because of those trades. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio. Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors. And then trapped in the other studio, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, it is time for overreaction or reality, and I will start with this. Overreaction or reality? Philadelphia Eagles offense is better off without A.J. Brown. Consider this. They've been trying to get Saquon Barkley going all year. Now, it is true they were going up against a crap defense, at least rushing-wise, but they put up 427 yards, 7.5 yards per play, 38 points. Jalen Hurts threw 4 touchdown passes, and Saquon Barkley had 150 yards rushing.
The Eagles are all-time 24, 28, and 1 without A.J. Brown.
Since he's been there?
That's what it says.
Okay, because surely not all time. They played a lot of games before.
Yeah, since he's been there, Kevin.
Okay. I was going to say that feels wrong.
The team rushes for 276 yards and averages 8.4 yards per carry without him. Jalen Hurts has actually been pretty decent without him.
Yes.
28 touchdowns, 15 interceptions. So that's all right. 5,000 passing yards. Kevin, I think he has an emotional side, much like Adolis.
I could see that. That's an interesting description.
Where if he's not into it and he isn't focused, it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
That being said, physically, the dude is insanely talented. I think it's an overreaction, but I'm perfectly fine with finding out if he needs to be traded and they can be without him. I'm okay with that.
Alec, what say you?
I don't think he's really okay with that. We know his ulterior motives. For me, I'm going to go reality. And I reserve the right to change my mind if he comes back, goes off, and they win another Super Bowl. I hope that doesn't happen. But I just think of it like this because of the emotional aspect. If you show up to work one day with a headache, do you think that your production is going to be equal to usual, less, more so? You take the Advil when you get home, you feel better the next day. I guarantee that the headache is gone and you're more productive the next day. I think there's something to that. I'm not saying that it's going to prevent them from winning long term or anything, but whenever you don't have that presence on the sideline causing issues and just getting in people's ear about, I'm not happy, get me the ball, get me the ball, get me the ball. People get tired of that. And when things are a little bit more open and a little bit more free just mentally, I think it pays off. And you saw it last week.
NFL overreaction or reality, Micah would have made the 2025 Cowboys a playoff team.
Reality.
Oh.
I don't think a true Super Bowl contender.
I gotcha.
But, dude, think about how many of these games are a couple plays away.
Yeah.
Now, again, those aren't against great teams. So that's where the great teams in the playoffs, you do realize there are better teams in the playoffs, right?
I've heard.
And so that's where the difference is. But I think that it's like maybe that Eagles game is a little bit different.
Okay.
Maybe that Packers game is a little bit different. Maybe you're not giving up 40 points. Maybe you're just giving up 32 points. But I think it's just, and with this offense, the way that this offense is playing, I think that you're right there. So I think that's a reality. But do I think they're a contender for anything beyond that? No.
Okay. Alec, overreaction reality. Micah would have made the 2025 Cowboys a playoff team.
Corey, you swayed me. I was going to say overreaction, but I'm going reality because of the 2 games that you mentioned. I think that you don't have a tie on your record because
so then that puts you at 4 and 4.
Yeah, and I think the pressure alone will get you 1 extra possession in regulation that you would have probably scored on because you were playing that well. And then I think you win the season opener against the Eagles. I really do, because that Eagles offense looked bad.
Mm-hmm.
So I think
that'd have been 5 and 3.
Literally, all it takes is 1 crucial sack on a 3rd down that gets you 1 extra possession, and you're ahead at the end of the game.
Yeah, I do question this though. With all of the failures this defense has had this year, I don't think it would be that much different. Like, you are going to have, like you said, a crucial sack, a crucial pressure. You're going to have those things. But this defense still has a lot of holes. And if Eberflus couldn't fix that, do you think Micah is the unifying voice in that locker room on his side of the ball that gets them all together to go?
Yeah.
I don't know about that because I never saw it really here.
Yeah.
I just knew that he was an uber talented player that felt like an individual uber talented player.
NFL overreaction or reality? Most NFL fans want an expanded regular season schedule.
Fans do? Overreaction.
Okay.
I think we want more football. I think we love football. We'd love to see, good football played in the spring too. Because we do want it back immediately.
Sure.
But this season has gotten long. Like, you're in August, rolling all the way to February, mid-February now. And I do think that fans are kind of like, I love football season, but I think the owners want it far more than the fans do.
Alec?
I'm going to go reality, because even though the season keeps extending, and it does, like, on paper, the season is very lengthy. It takes up a big chunk of the calendar. But I still find it amazing that we're as far into the season already as we are.
Okay, this is one of the rare times ever I have an answer to this question. There is a new poll from Quinnipiac that found that most fans, approximately 60%, support expanding the season.
I think it's either Quebec or Winnipeg, Kevin.
Those are different.
You just merged them, it sounded like.
Quinnipiag.
Uh-huh.
No. That actually sounds kind of awesome. But yes, no.
60%, huh?
60%. So not like...
So they support it.
Yes.
Oh, well.
But they also have pie in the sky ideas about how they would work, because they said that would expand for more players and more money. And I'm like, maybe.
That wouldn't.
But
no.
Yeah.
We've already discussed that at length.
Yes.
They're like, actually, I feel like the owners would be like, no, actually, since we're going to add more players, we need to reduce y'all's salaries so that we can pay the other players.
Overreaction or reality, the Chiefs are going back to the Super Bowl.
Overreaction.
Are you sure? They started out 0-2.
Colts are in the way.
Since they got Rashee Rice back, they annihilated the Raiders.
He looks so good with that bunch right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I think I said this off air the other day. Travis Kelce has so much gravity that when you watch, players pull to him. When he goes into a route, somebody's like, "Oh crap, I have to be around him," which creates so much other space for Rashee Rice. Well, then now Rashee Rice has had a couple of catches, and he creates so much gravity that now Kelce and Worthy, that offense now is correct for Andy Reid. And Rashee Rice is playing with speed and playing with tenacity, and he is moving at a pace with fresh legs too that team needed desperately.
And yet you will deny the inevitable, eh? Overreaction or reality, Alec? The Chiefs are going to the Super Bowl.
I got to go reality at this point. It's tough to say no, because like Corey was mentioning, like just on the surface level, it's amazing what happens when you give one of the best quarterbacks we've seen play, at least in this generation, if not all time. It's amazing what happens when you give him a weapon. On top of that, it's amazing how sometimes easy it is to open things up for an aging superstar like Travis Kelce. How do you get him spacing? You get somebody else to command attention.
Yeah.
And it makes him look just as good as he ever has been, because he's getting more open looks. Whenever you've got dudes coming off the street playing wide receiver, what are you going to do? Crash in on the future Hall of Fame tight end. Now everything is opening up for that offense, and it's going to be very difficult to stop.
You guys are going to have to think about this one just a little bit. NFL overreaction or reality? Caleb Williams will be the fourth best quarterback from his draft class. You've got Jaden Daniels, you've got Drake May, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix, and Caleb Williams. So overreaction or reality, Caleb Williams will be the fourth best quarterback from his draft class.
Who do you have in front of him?
Theoretically, then I would think Nix, Daniels, and May. Not
Daniels still, huh?
Not in that order. I still think, and I understand the injury
Dude's going to play with injuries his whole career.
You might be right, and that feels like the number one thing that is going to derail him. But that talent is unbelievable.
I can see Nix with Sean Payton being there.
Drake
May is right now one of the best quarterbacks playing.
Yep.
But this is a small sample for him at the moment too. Sure. I'll say overreaction for now. I'm still giving space for the Ben Johnson revival here.
And you know what's interesting about that then? If we could stop on that for just 1 second.
Stop.
Being the fourth best quarterback in this draft class seems like definitely a negative, right? It could oddly turn into...
Could be a great draft class.
Still pretty positive. All right, overreaction to reality, Alec. Caleb Williams will be the fourth best QB from this draft class. His draft class.
This one's tough. I'm gonna go overreaction because I do think that he needs more time with a distinguished play caller like Ben Johnson, and this trend that has been an awful trend throughout the NFL of, these top picks getting their play callers abandoned within their first season or after their first season. It's never really fair to them. It's never really fair to the projection of what they can or can't be. The talent is just so unreal, and I think his shortcomings are stupid little things that can be fixed and can be addressed. It's all between the ears. Some of the stuff like you see him side-arming something out to a swing pass, and he's just drilling his running back in the feet, on a wide open play. Stuff like that, it's gonna get fixed, I think. So when those things get fixed, I think he'll be in the top 2 conversation.
Overreaction to reality, the tush push will be banned after this season. It just... After another
every year you ask this, Kevin, and every year I say no.
This is the time.
Why? Because of all the penalties?
It just feels like these missed calls in the tush push have gotten egregious.
I think they're just going to tweak that and say, hey, we gotta do this better, rather than taking the whole thing out of it altogether. But I say overreaction. That's where I still stand on it.
Alec?
It's a reality. It's going to be gone. It was close enough the first time around, but now people are getting so fed up with it because of the officiating and because we're seeing it more and more. And you saw, a few weeks ago, 4 straight plays or whatever it was where they ran it. That's just not good for the game. But they've already tried to address the officiating of it. They already told the officials,
hey, job that
you gotta be better at this. And what have they done? They've been better at it with every other team in the league, not Philly. They're not officiating it fairly for Philly. It's weird. And I think it was close enough last time around. I think people are fed up.
I wonder why.
Because it's against
What does Philly have on them?
Yeah. They're special.
They have Big Dom.
Oh, yeah. 2 weeks ago, I said, screw it. The Bengals are going to win the AFC North. Today, overreaction to reality. Screw it. Now the Ravens are going to win the AFC North again.
Yeah, what are you doing? Because of Lamar Jackson taking
Lamar
the ping pong
Jackson is
tables
back,
out?
and Pittsburgh exists, barely, but they don't want to win it.
So you're saying somebody has to win it?
Somebody has to win this division. I don't know if I'll get all the way back around to Cleveland, but we'll see. Overreaction to reality, screw it. Now the Ravens, who were 1-5 at one point, are going to, and they're just 1 win removed. They're still 2-5. The 2-5 Ravens are going to win that division.
Push.
No push.
I'm pushing on this one.
No push.
I'll say overreaction.
Okay. I don't know.
I think Pittsburgh's going to somehow win it.
I think
they're going to win just enough games in the division to have like a 8-9 record, and that's just better than everybody else in that division.
All right, Alec, what say you?
I hate this question because everything is still on the table, and I hate that because that division stinks. It's such bad football. It's not even entertaining. It's entertaining maybe once every 3 weeks to watch that division play against each other. I'm going to go overreaction. The Steelers are going to...
But you kind of hate yourself for it a little bit, don't you?
I do, because I don't want any of them to be a playoff team. None of them deserve it.
Right.
They all stink. Yeah, they're going to accidentally... They're not going to try to win. It's just going to be a, hey, you happen to have the best record. Here's the banner. Put it up.
There's overreaction to reality.
You know what too about that? One of those teams will accidentally get in the playoffs and then win a playoff game because the style of football they play and the opponent, it's just the right matchup, and it'll infuriate us even more.
Just like the Giants and Daniel Jones a couple years ago.
Yeah. Yes. You might be right about that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will hear from Dallas Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer, but also navigating the NFC East. Are the efficient Eagles back? Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Hey there, folks. I want to tell you about our friends Mark and Scott Frankel at Frankel and Frankel. Look, if you or perhaps somebody you know unfortunately gets injured in a car or truck wreck, I want you to go with the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys here in the DFW. That's the Frankels. They've been helping people in the Metroplex for almost 30 years. So this is a generational law firm that can help you out. So they're trusted, experienced, family-owned, local, highly awarded. You call the Frankels first because they put the client first and get you the resolution that you deserve. Plus, there's a free consultation, and that means there's never an out-of-pocket cost. Those Frankels, well, they only get paid when you win. So if you or loved one have gotten injured in this car or truck wreck, I want you to go.
for grafts, okay? Advanced Hair, they have changed tens of thousands of lives, and they are the team that I personally recommend. So don't wait. Check out the before and afters online for yourself, 469-599-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Hurts on the keeper. Zone read. He's got a man wide open. It is Goddard who walks in. Touchdown number 2 for him and for Philly.
We're going to navigate some more of the NFC East. Your options: the Commanders, Cowboys, or the Eagles?
Commanders.
Ooh, all right. Let's go with the Commanders, where they have some issues, man, outside of Jaden Daniels. Once again, they gave the opposing quarterback too long to throw on Monday night. Patrick Mahomes, 2.95 seconds to throw on Monday night. That's the most time he's had to throw the ball all season. On throws of over 4 seconds, he completed 8 of 9 for 149 yards and all 3 of his touchdown passes.
Good job by the offensive line.
For sure.
Also, Dan Quinn's defense struggling.
Yes. And so my question is, what direction are they going? Because Jaden Daniels coming back versus the fact over the next 5 weeks, they play Seattle, Detroit, Denver. Like, they have several really tough teams on their schedule, and they're already in a disadvantaged place with their record. Feels like this season could go pretty south pretty fast.
I think it's happening.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're seeing very quickly for them right now. Dan Quinn's got to be able to turn that around as fast as he can, but there's a variety of things regarding injuries and their defense. And we kind of did see there are times once you see a Dan Quinn defense, you're like, okay, I get it. And you start to he evolved.
Yeah.
But he has to do some more of that too. And I think there's more to it than just Dan Quinn, because there's some good play callers there too.
Big few days for their kicker, or former kicker, Matthew Wright. He joined the Commanders on Monday and was released on Tuesday. He was signed to their practice squad and elevated to the active roster for their game against the Chiefs because Matt Gay was ruled out with a back injury. He made an extra point, but they didn't score anymore, so all he did was kickoffs, and then he was let go. Now, keep an eye on Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. This has been something really interesting, and you saw it at play in the Cowboys game. You go back to the beginning of the month. They play against the Chargers. They dominate the Chargers in the second half. He goes wild out there. Since then, every single one of his rushing totals has dropped, even though his carries haven't dropped as much as you would think. So the next week against the Bears, 17 carries, 61 yards. Cowboys, 13 carries, 33 yards. Last week, just a couple days ago, 9 carries for 25 yards. So his average has been 3.6, 2.5, and 2.8 yards per carry. He was he was a 7th round pick, and he started off the season really well, but these last 3 weeks have been a slog.
Yeah, I remember after the Panthers game, everybody was like, "Oh my gosh,
yes,
we are in so much trouble." And then he had a couple of good runs to start.
Yeah.
And then
not so much.
I wonder if how much does Mariota affect that?
Sure. But to a certain extent, I agree. But that is a drastic fall off. It doesn't. The Cowboys still stink at defense.
Yeah.
And they've shown they can't really stop the run. And they look like a freaking brick wall against him.
Yeah. And I think you add in that Kingsbury sometimes does get into, abandon the run game effectively, and let's focus on how we can pass the ball more.
Let's go with the Cowboys next. After 2 rushing touchdowns on Sunday, Javonte Williams has 8 in 2025. The last Dallas Cowboys running back with 8 or more rushing touchdowns through the first 8 games of the season was Emmitt Smith in 1999, when he already had 10 at this point.
So what you're saying is
he's the next Emmitt Smith.
We have the future all-time leading rusher right here for like $3 million.
You might have the Emmitt Smith of Even $19.99 feels too generous. All right, let's go from that to he's still really good then. The Cowboys have scored points in 20 consecutive quarters, if you count overtime as a quarter, dating back to the second quarter of their Week 4 tie against Green Bay. That is the longest active quarter scoring streak in the NFL, so I'm sure they're looking really good for the playoffs.
I mean, they're in it still.
That's true.
Yeah, they're in the hunt.
I don't believe even the Jets have been eliminated just quite
I wouldn't even
yet.
put them on the bubble right now. I'd just say they're in the hunt. You know?
Okay. Now, for the first time since his rookie season 3 years ago, Jake Ferguson, no catches.
Why?
He had 51 receptions going into the week to lead all tight ends, was averaging more than 7 receptions a game. Then I believe he got targeted, once? No catches. That is the first time since he was a rookie that no catch game.
Well, I mean, obviously, Sean Payton and company were like, Vance Joseph was like, we got to make sure we stop that because that's Dak's security blanket. If all else fails, he's going to pick up yards there. But, dude, he was just announced as the 2025 Salute to Service Award nominee presented by USAA.
Hey!
He made it a priority to honor, empower, and connect service members, veterans, and their families.
So it's USAA throwing the ball. Right?
Yeah.
All right. For the Eagles, who still lead the division and look like they might break the unbelievable NFC East streak, this is the first time they have had 2 running backs with 100-plus yards in 12 years.
Really?
Saquon had 156, not as well publicized. Tank Bigsby had 104 yards. First time they've had multiple 100-yard rushers in the same game in 12 years.
That is impressive on their part.
It
man.
really is.
And that shows, the opponent, for one. So that was a great opportunity to take advantage of that. But, man, to see Saquon open the game up the way he did was good for them and for my fantasy team.
Well, see, that's what we were waiting for. And then one more unfortunately positive thing for the Eagles is they went 3 for 3 in the red zone. And so then I asked the question, do you worry that the efficient Eagles have made their way back? Because the efficient Eagles marched all the way to a Super Bowl title last year.
Oh, and now they're on a bye week, so they get to come from that game and go, okay, what adjustments did we make to look good there? And what adjustments can we make? Getting the rest, coming off a bye week, having an extra week to prepare for the next opponent. I think the next game they're going to look very good. But can they clear up whatever the turmoil is with A.J. Brown to keep that from being a problem for the team?
Yeah.
Because, Kevin, you've seen over the years that he's been there, good A.J. Brown, good team.
Right.
Sad A.J. Brown, bad team. Like that seems to be the thing that cracks the foundation for them.
Yeah, I'm honestly not
sure.
So
as efficiency goes, I think that's going to be a huge factor in that.
The Eagles have found themselves at 6-2 or better for a franchise record 4th straight season. Like, if you wonder how they continually are so good, well, you've seen they've had incredible first halves of the season. They've been 6-2 or better 4 straight years.
Not how you start, though.
It is how you finish.
Well, I mean, sometimes it's also how you start, because you can finish really good, but your start was so bad that it's like, doesn't matter.
Do you care about the specific uniforms and records that go along with them?
I do.
Okay.
I'm ridiculously invested in this because we did the study that red uniforms win more often than not. I just think that's fascinating.
Then you will no doubt be ecstatic to learn, well, probably not, hopefully, in their Kelly green uniforms. Since bringing them back in 2023, the Eagles are 5-0.
The ones that like Randall Cunningham used to wear? That look?
Yes.
I'm not going to lie.
Those are sweet.
It is a pretty sweet looking look. As far as like the throwbacks go, like that's a pretty nice one. I wonder if that's like they feel good, look good, feel good, play good, and kind of thing. I wonder if that's the thing for them.
Yeah, that I know that saying. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure
sometimes when you
prevalent that is. In sports,
you look at the uniform and you lay it like Randall Cobb used to lay his uniform on the floor as like his body. So he would lay his cleats down at the foot and he would line it all up all the way to his helmet, and then he'd stare at it for like 20 minutes and then he'd put it on.
Huh.
And I don't know how did he jump into his pants 2 legs at a time? Nobody knows the answer to that. But he would put everything on, and that was part of his mindset of that looks awesome.
Yeah.
And now I'm about to put that on my body, and I feel like that's a big deal.
I have one more thing for the Eagles if you needed more positive news for them, unfortunately. Jalix Hunter, the third-round pick from last year, he had a sack and generated 9 pressures this past weekend, and that was 9 pressures on 22 pass rushes. That's a pressure rate of 41%. That exceeded his, think about this, his career high previously for pressures was 5. And in this one, he had 9.
Really?
So that is a staggering increase right there. And unfortunately, yet more good news about the personnel and drafting ability of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Now you are caught up as we go around or across the NFC East is what I'm going to say. I want to go back, if we can. Can you give me cut number 1? And let's take just another second to enjoy the NHL Frozen Frenzy.
Not past Rantanen. Kept it in. Seguin. Centering pass. Score! Deflected in front. That may have just been a fortunate bounce for Tyler Seguin as he was looking to center one through the crease, and it ends up in the back of the net.
Are you familiar with the NHL's Frozen Frenzy?
No, I'm not. Should I be?
I don't recall particularly hearing of this before either, but it is the day of the season where all of the teams are in play.
There's only one day the whole year?
I think there might only be.
You are kidding me.
The one day.
The Frozen Frenzy.
The Frozen Frenzy.
I did not know this, and I don't know why. Dude, there's 82 games for each team.
And it's about to be 84.
And yeah, they might change it, which means at that point, maybe somebody could go 84-0. Nobody knows.
And
but
I'm going to go back to Jim Nill on that. And they're all staggered like 15 to 30 minutes apart, which means like there's always kind of something going and something to watch. The last game started, I believe, at 11 p.m.
Really?
11 p.m. Eastern, though. So, like, it took place on the West Coast, and so it would have been 8 o'clock their
so
local
that's like
time.
4 a.m. for the Eastern Coast.
I mean, by the time that game ends, it could easily be like 2 a.m. or something like that, or like a World Series game.
So, hold on. NBA, do they have only one day per year when all the teams are playing?
See, I don't know if it's only one day, but I know they definitely have a day where all of their teams are playing.
The NFL does this. Well, I guess not, because they have Mondays and Thursdays, sometimes Tuesdays.
The NFL does not have one single day where all the teams play.
Wow, that is...
They don't.
Yeah, because even late in the season when they're like, we want everybody to kind of finish at the same time, they throw in Saturday games.
Yes, correct.
Interesting.
So see, like you assume this happens all the time, but it actually very rarely happens.
We got to ask the baseballers. You got to see what they're doing.
All right, we'll do that. In the meantime, we will hear from Brian Schottenheimer right here on The Fan.
Like that, 40-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we'll see. Golf, yeah. I'm game. Let's go.
Calvin Watkins, Dallas Morning News. Your safety situation, how much do you think Donovan will go today? Or Wanya, is he feeling better?
Yeah, again, both guys are trending. I don't know how much they'll do today. We do have the extra day this week, but like I always say, each day there's information that's given, and I would say that both guys are doing everything they need to get back, but we'll see kind of where today, tomorrow, and next couple of days look. But definitely a little thin right now.
Cooper, how's he doing? Do you think he'll practice as Devils on target?
Yeah, for sure.
Trade deadline next week. How much do you talk to your guys about blocking out the noise of what goes on around here in terms of making a trade or that kind of thing?
Yeah, I don't really talk a whole lot about that. I mean, I just focus on us trusting the process, and there's always going to be noise, and these guys can't control the noise any less or more than we can, and there's always going to be noise, and there's always going to be speculation and things like that, but our focus is really truly just on one day at a time, get ready for Arizona, and so I don't go too much into that.
Brian Tauberts with ESPN. CD had, besides the Chicago game, had his lowest play time of the season. And maybe some of that's due to the end of the game. He brought in the backups for the last drive. But even before that, he was going in and out of the lineup. What was wrong?
Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong. I think, again, he's, there's different personnel tags. We certainly don't have many that take him out of the game. But there are a few things that we will put somebody else in to do certain jobs. I won't tell you all the jobs that those guys do. But, Yeah, I think it was more of a deal. We knew it was going to be a long game playing, in Denver and playing a good team, and I really don't think it was anything, concerning. No, absolutely not. No, he's feeling good.
And then, as everything with this season comes back to Micah and the trade and all that stuff, did you guys underestimate in any way what he does for guys around him, or overestimate what you guys had remaining after the trade?
No, Todd, I think Mike is certainly a great player. And we all know that. No one will ever point to the fact that Mike is not a credible player. But defense is about more than just one guy. I mean, like, some of our defensive struggles have not been because of one guy not doing the right thing, and it's not been, one assignment. It hasn't been one defense, whether it's man, zone, whatever. It's been, what team defense is about. I saw a crazy stat. Myles Garrett, somebody said, had 5 sacks last game, and they lost. I mean, this is the ultimate team game, and defense, and the more I spend time over there, you realize, I guess as the offensive guy, I just kind of always took it for granted because we had our own issues. But, if you're not aligned perfectly in terms of your fits and things like that, it makes it really, really difficult. And so, again, I all respect to Mike, what a great player, but, team defense is what we need to play better.
Do you have enough guys to play that? Have the guys you've had not played to the potential that you guys thought it would?
No, I think none of us have done good enough. Coaches, players, head coach, none of us have done good enough. That's real. I mean, our scorecard is what it is. And that's not just defensively. That's offensively. We're a football team. That's 3-4-1. You can take the stats on offense and shove them up your ass. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, is what it is. We want to win. And people talk about, hey, MVP and this and that. Dak Prescott doesn't want to win MVP. He wants to win a Super Bowl, and that's what we want to win. And we're not there yet. We've not played that consistently well enough to certainly be in that discussion, but it doesn't mean the journey stops. It certainly doesn't stop. It just, you get more focused, you get more intentional, and we got to do it together.
John Machado with The Athletic. Arizona lost 5 in a row, but every one of those games are all 3, 4, 2-point games. What have you seen from them? What stands out about them to you?
Good football team. They've had missed Kyler for a few games. He's obviously a dynamic player, and they've been a little bit beat up, like a lot of teams in the league. But I see a team that's hungry. They play you hard. They have lost some close games. I know on defense, they went out. They spent quite a bit of money on adding guys like Calais Campbell and good players like that. Budda Baker. Shoot, I mean, this guy, he just doesn't get enough credit for what a great football player he is. I saw him in a game, literally in a game, when I was in Seattle, literally take out 2 of our running backs. I mean, he plays the game the right way, and not enough people talk about what an elite player he is. And they want to run the football. They want to get the ball, obviously, to McBride. He's a really good weapon. And I just think that they're, like everybody, they're aggressive. Defensively, they're very multiple. They do a lot. Nick Rallis is a really sharp defensive coordinator, puts his guys in good positions, and they're a good football team. Don't let the record fool you.
And then with Kyler Murray, it'll be a big story this week. Obviously, he's 9-0 at AT&T Stadium, going back to high school. Do you think any of that stuff even matters? Is that even something that you even would talk or mention to your team?
No, I don't think so. Hopefully it means he's due to lose one. Kyler, if you want to help. But no, I think, obviously you can't speak about Kyler Murray without talking about what an incredible player he was at Allen and in high school, and one of maybe the greatest high school quarterbacks of all time. He's in that discussion, but I'm sure he'll be excited to come back here and very comfortable playing here. But again, whether you play at AT&T Stadium, you play out in Arizona, you play in a neutral site, he's still a damn good football player. They're a good football team, and we're going to have to play well to beat them.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. A little bit more on Kyler in high school. That 2015 year with Georgia, did you evaluate him at all or look at his high school tape from that context?
I don't think so. I remember I've known the name for a long time, because you couldn't open up an article, or I guess the internet was rolling back then, but you'd hear his name, this kid from Allen, Texas, and the more you study him and you jump into it, which I did a little bit, you always see the crossover tape, but when you study them like you kind of do this week and like we've done this week, sitting in some of the meetings, you just see the incredible speed and quickness and agility, but the passer is pretty elite too. So presents a lot of problems for you defensively. And It's one of those situations that, again, you can get pressure on him, but he's hard to get down. He doesn't get sacked very often. Nick, he gets out in space, and then, you have the perfect contain plan, but he's so quick and so fast, he's able to avoid it and get outside. And that's why we got to do a really good job, not just up to the 2.3, but beyond with our coverage responsibility.
You guys are opening the window for Perry on Winfrey today. What do you hope to see from him this week?
Yeah, again, just looking to get depth. Here's a guy that, again, has good flexibility for us, can play inside, can play outside, love his play style. That's a big part of what we're looking for. All 11 guys, just playing hard, playing to the whistle, playing on the edge without going over the edge, and that's all he knows. And so I know he's worked really hard to get back and feels great, and he's excited.
And then where is Josh Butler in his recovery right
now? Again, I think Josh is doing everything that he's supposed to. I think he's another guy that at any moment we probably could, lean on, but right now he's doing an awesome job with Britt and those guys, and he's chomping at the bit. I have kind of a line of people at my door every couple of days of guys that want to get back out there and help us, and that's how you have the right chemistry in the locker room, the right culture, because these guys see us struggling in some areas and they want to help, and I love that.
Tommy
Irish, DallasCowboys.com. Jerry was talking about yesterday how one of the changes defensively this week, coach is spending some more time in the linebacker room specifically. Has that been the case? Have you been in there? And if so, what do you say to them, and what do you kind of try to tell them in terms of how to get the ship back on track?
Well, like I said the other day, I think Monday somebody asked me about it. The linebackers, obviously, they get everything started. And, they're the ones making the call, number one, with the green dot, with K9. And then they got to set the front, based on how we want to go, whether it's close right, close left. And the biggest thing for us is the focus of making sure that we can kind of, like I said, see less. Right now we're seeing too much, and so therefore our fits aren't exactly right. Is it them every time? No. But it's more of an emphasis of, hey, these guys have some indicators and things that we want to be on top of, and so it's just a big, push from myself and Flus and guys like that to make sure that, these guys are doing the things they need to do to see less. And because a lot of times your defense will go how your linebackers play because of the proximity to where they are to the ball.
And you were talking about with Arizona, how they've had some close losses. You have as well this year. And there's no textbook answer for finishing close games, but what do you feel like in your mind gives teams the best chance to finish and win in those close one-possession games when it comes down the wire?
Yeah, I'm probably old school on that, Tommy. I think it comes down to confidence. I think when you've done it before or multiple times, you watch some teams that they find a way to win a lot of games. It carries over to the next time you're in that situation. Most of these games in this league are going to come down to, close games, and we know we've got a quarterback that knows how to win. We know we've got talented players on both sides of the ball. We know we've got a kicker that can kick it from, Midland through the uprights. We have those things, but you draw back on the experience of the close games and finding a way to battle back against the Giants and things like that. So I think it comes down to confidence.
Skylar
Dixon with the AP. Monday night game, bye week, Monday night game. You've been other places, you've been here a few years. Is it real that the Cowboys' schedule is courtier than most just because of the profile and stuff?
That's a good question, Skylar. This year certainly it is. You can't say that it's not. The multiple Thursday night games in this schedule, but I don't think they're doing that to penalize us. I think people love or hate the Cowboys, and that's part of why we play how we play, where we play, and whatnot. But again, it really doesn't matter. These guys would go and play anybody, anytime, anywhere. But I can't say that it's not something that is definitely noticeable when you look at the schedule, and the Thursdays and things like that are a little different.
And the extra day this week, obviously, and then the extra day coming out of the bye, what difference does that make? Does that help in terms of recovery and all those kinds of things, sort of mini buys, however you want to look at it?
Yeah, well, like this week, for example, we're going to work normal today and tomorrow, and then Friday will be kind of we're calling it a bonus day. It's a chance to kind of look back on our first, second, and third down plan to tighten up some things there. We won't really do anything on the field other than a mock, kind of a walk tempo, because we really don't want these guys having to run 4 days in a row, and then Friday, Saturday of not the week, but so Saturday, Sunday, we'll get back to our normal routine. But you use that. And we need that for mental reps. We need that for communication. We need that to tighten up some of the things that, again, going back to Tommy's question, what we're seeing, and great chance to dive into more film and let them see Arizona, and what they're doing offensively, what they're doing defensively, because they do create problems defensively with some of their alignments and the multiple fronts that they play, the different personnel. They got 3 safeties and they do things like that. So I think the extra day will be big for their bodies, talking about our players, but also for them to see more and more game film, because you'd be surprised how much game film you really don't get to watch, because you're watching more cut-ups and things like that based on the situation of the day.
Dave Loffner, 105.3 The Fan, Cowboys Radio. Brian, so you talked about Kyler Murray being out the last couple of games, but with Brissett, they've been better every statistical category across the board: yards, third downs, throwing for 100 more yards a game. So what do you see when you look at those 2 games compared to what they were doing previously? Why have they been?
Well, I'm a huge Jacoby Brissett fan. I mean, I had him in Indianapolis, babe, and he's one of my favorite guys ever. I think maybe it's because after, we were surprised that Andrew couldn't come back. Talking about Andrew Luck, of course. We traded for Jacoby during the bye before the first game, and I think there's something about Jacoby. I'll brag on him for a minute. Just the type of leader he is and things like that. His arm talent's incredible, but they do play a little different. They played more from under center than they do with Kyler, and with Kyler they're in the gun more and they do a little bit more pistol and things like that. Jacoby's not going to run a whole lot. He's not going to run some of the counter read schemes that they do with Kyler, so that certainly looks different. But again, I think they're very comfortable with both quarterbacks, and certainly Kyler's their starter. But I'm not surprised that they played well with Jacoby. He's a incredible competitor and incredible young man.
Been in a situation as the offensive coordinator or whatnot where you start doing some things differently because you have to, because of the personnel, but then all of a sudden you say, hey, maybe we should do a little more of this. I mean, do you expect some of that?
Yeah, potentially. Again, I think that ultimately you need to do what your players do well, and you're certainly going to start with what your quarterback does well. So, there's plenty of games from Kyler's history to look at, but, Jacoby did exactly what a good backup's supposed to do. He went in and gave him a chance, and they didn't get the wins on a couple of games, but he's done what he's had to do and he's performed well.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Brian, you were on the Cowboys staff when Jonathan Gannon was with the Eagles. What are your thoughts on going against him as a play caller, and both he and Josh Sweat?
Really like Jonathan a lot. Good guy, damn good football coach. You saw it when you played Philadelphia, the intense, the style that they played with, that his defenses played with. You see that with this Arizona team. They're tough. Talked about Budda Baker, Calais Campbell. But, Josh is still playing at a very high level. I think he leads the team in sacks. He's really playing on both sides. They're moving around, playing him some in the boundary. The positive thing for going up against a great player like Josh is we have some awareness of him. We've played him a number of times, and they've got good pieces. And again, when you look at this team and the way they're built, you can see Jonathan's personality.
Joe.
Joe White, Dallas Morning News. Jaden Blue had the most carries of his young career so far, had a 14-yard run, also had a fumble. What do you make of his performance on Sunday, and how important is it, as the season goes on with Javonte, to try and identify someone who can spell him pretty consistently?
Again, I think, you hit it best. I mean, Jaden was inconsistent in the game. He did some really good things, and there were some other things that he's got to do at a higher level. The fumble was a good hit. He needs to hold on to the ball, and actually our combination block was supposed to come off to it, and it didn't. So, again, that's a blocking issue. Again, he can continue to play and emphasize playing more physical with and without the ball. That's real. That's a young back learning the speed of the game, the physicality of the game. But to me, I'm always going to go back to the consistency. You can't put the ball on the ground. You have to, be on top of your blitz pickups. You have to do those things. And the big thing I've told him about is, like, you've got the perfect guy sitting right to your left in Javonte to learn from, who was you a couple years ago as a young rookie trying to figure it out, and lean on him. Javonte does everything right, and so Jaden's doing that. But again, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about Malik Davis and the job he's doing for us. And we're all about creating competition. It's not just creating competition on the defensive side of the ball for jobs and who's going to play. It's on offense as well, and that would be another battle to watch.
You talked after the game about how the Broncos defended play action with legs, kind of tight end outlets and stuff like that. Is it simple as, when it comes to the effectiveness of that, just, hey, if you're having a good running game, that will be a little bit more mysterious, or how do you kind of defend against
It
that?
helps. Yeah, I mean, it definitely helps if you got them worried about, fitting their gaps and running the ball. And if they look the same, we talk marriage all the time, right? They have to look the same. And if they're not concerned about the run game, then certainly they're going to be a little less apt to pursue and flow to the football, which makes it easier to handle those things. The other thing that I would say is if you're not winning first down and you're dealing with 2nd and 7 or 2nd and 8, a play pass will not be as effective as it would be on 1st and 10 or 2nd and 3, 2nd and 4, because they're not as concerned about the run.
Jeff.
Jeff Cole with Fox Sports. Coach, you mentioned spending more time with the defense each week. When you think back to week 1 preparing for Philly to now, like how much more time do you feel like you're spending, and how much more are you trying to put your fingerprints on the decision making with the defense?
Yeah, it's a significant amount more. And again, that's to help. It's not to get in the way. It's to, offer my expertise on what I see and how I would attack them and things like that. And it's been awesome. I mean, it's been really good conversations, and I'll give Flus a ton of credit. Having been a coordinator and having had head coaches come and sit in my meetings and stuff, you don't like it, and you kind of take it a little bit. Myself personally, I took it personal. Like, why are you in my meeting? Hey, Pete, get out of my meeting. I don't want you in my meeting, Pete. Hey, Rex, why are you in my meeting? Get out, Flus has not been like that at all. And he's been very open to some of the thoughts. And again, he's leaning on the staff. And again, it's a good plan. Like I said, there will be changes, and there'll be, some bigger than others. And but the change is not necessarily what makes this thing go. What makes it go is going to be the execution. And that's what I want everybody to understand. And I would say it's been good, because I'm able to, look at this thing from the offensive perspective and maybe clear up some things that they look at opposite of how the offense looks at it.
Again, there's Brian Schottenheimer again right here on 105.3 The Fan. Again, coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Again, we'll talk about what Michael Jordan said next in the Fan.
krld-fm Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, again, I wanted to point out you said a special Tolo giveaway on site at Uncle Julio's on Friday.
Stop saying it like that.
Double wall stainless steel bistro travel mug while supplies last, says Tolo and 105.3 The Fan on it.
Ooh.
You want to come see us at Uncle Julio's? It'll be an absolute blast.
You know what?
Again.
I just had a thought, Corey.
Think about it.
We've just come into a windfall of items for Peace-a-thon. Perhaps I go through the box and bring a couple of extra bonus giveaway items for Uncle Julio's.
Those were given to us for a charity event, though.
Dude, so you're taking another nice thing I'm trying to do, and you're
saying,
like, I'm going to undercut
those
that.
had a specific purpose.
Like 2 or 3. We got 3 boxes of stuff. I haven't had a chance to catalog them all yet.
You know, I think, actually, Kevin...
Never mind. I'm not doing anything nice for people at Uncle Julio's because of Corey.
Any Rangers things that you might have probably are from your personal collection. And
I don't
not
think the
necessarily from
Rangers
the
are going to
grouping.
get furious about a misappropriation, but I'll check. You're right.
See
I
it-
found those boxes. They fell off a truck.
Again, we'll see you at Uncle Julio's on
Stop
Friday.
that.
All right, guys, I'm going to give y'all some options here. Do y'all want to talk Michael Jordan, private jets, or humanoids?
Can we talk about Giannis taking like 6 steps and no travel getting called when he scored a basket?
That's pretty
yesterday?
awesome, huh?
No, it's not.
I'm glad that the referees are getting with the times of the sport.
I'm going to choose Michael Jordan, but that humanoid story is
We'll get to the humanoid story. Trust me, Alec.
It's amazing.
No.
Before we do any of those, last night, 8th grade football ended for Carter. I want to send a shout out. I know it's Wednesday, but I want to send a shout out to all the Tolo dads out there that come by and say hi. Like, this was really awesome. I did not know how many Tolo fathers were on my kids' football team's dads. You know what I mean?
Right.
You know what I'm saying.
I do.
And it was...
I speak Corey.
It's been a really cool season to be able to get to know and meet them, and I look forward to next year as we all... Some of them are already starting to think about next year and getting their kids ready for it.
Oh,
as we go into
okay.
high school, maybe Kevin, maybe just maybe, we'll have ourselves a Rex Burkhead situation where he's starting as a fresh. Not Carter.
Oh,
hopefully, but you know, somebody out there in that group.
I always thought Rex was a nice young man.
Nice kid. Happy, and you remember how happy he was when he saw our faces at that golf tournament?
That was fun.
Michael Jordan on his weekly appearance. They call it a segment. I call it a interview. They have chopped up into multiple segments, if you will. He does not love missing games, and here's why. Cut 10.
It shouldn't be needed, first and foremost. You know, I never wanted to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like, you know, the fans are there to watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his ass off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket.
You really cared about the guy who sat in the top deck at the Palace in Auburn Hills to watch you when you came to Detroit?
Yeah, because I know he's probably yelling at me, and I want to shut him up. You know, he's calling me all kinds of names. I definitely want to shut him up.
Right.
You have a duty that if they're wanting to see you, and as an entertainer, I want to show, right? So if the guys are coming to watch me play, I don't want to miss that opportunity. Now, physically, if I can't do it, then I can't do it. But physically, if I can do it, and I just don't feel like doing it, that's a whole different lens.
And he also talked about being out there. I love what he was saying there. If I physically can't do it, I get it. But if I can do it, you never know what will happen. He might actually talk about that in a second. But I love the line of, that dude paid money to come see me, and he might be yelling at me, and I want to shut him up too. But also the ones that came because they love me, I want them to see me too.
See, and that is amazing. But what I really loved was him saying, to prove. Like, surely he got to a point, or I would have thought.
No.
But he didn't.
I think Michael Jordan always had a fear. And even that audio we had last week of him being nervous to shoot a free throw. He always had a fear of failure that drove him to be great.
Yeah.
And I think the players nowadays, we'll get to it in just a second, but this is him specifically on load management.
You play basketball 2.5 hours a day, 3 hours a day, right? That's your job. That's what you get paid to do as an NBA player. What are you doing the other 21 hours? I mean, to me, that's when you should be preparing for your next day of work or your next, challenge. Now, I'm the worst. I mean, maybe I'm not one of the guys that you would probably model that, or
I was going to say, did you do that every time?
But you should think about that in retrospect of what load management really is. I always felt like one is a sense of pride for the fans that are paying.
Right.
Two is a sense of making sure that I stay sharp. I'm not going to lose it. And three, I want our rhythm as a team to always be there. It can disrupt that synergy that's happening.
And that part of it, Kevin, how many times have we seen load management in nowadays game disrupt that rhythm for a team? Here they are doing this, and all of a sudden this guy needs a back-to-back night off.
Yeah.
And it's not you. Did you ever feel like the Mavericks got into a rhythm last year? Because half the season Luka's out, half the season Kyrie's out. It just always felt like they could never figure out that 20-game window where everything was rolling.
So I really go back to, and I know you've pivoted off to another point. I really go back to, like, if you got the truth serum with today's star players, if you ask them, like, do you care about the people who buy tickets? Do you think they would be like, not really? I mean, we get our money through TV mostly, or like something along those lines. I am curious about that.
And load management is a way to lengthen a career.
Sure.
It's like a lawyer pushing off a case, giving you a little bit more here, more time. We got to push this off for 10 years and bleed the person out so that they eventually just quit.
Not that would ever happen.
They'll lose their boat, they'll lose their house, they'll lose everything on their journey to try and sue us as we just bleed it out and get rid of it.
But like, if the greatest of all time is saying, no, you don't need to do that.
I don't think we'll ever get back to that.
No, you're right.
And Popovich kind of started this, right? Like as a way to preserve Tim Duncan a little bit longer. And more athletes are seeing it and saying, that's a way for me. LeBron James is like, I can extend my career.
Sure.
I can play an extra 2 years because of load management. Kawhi Leonard, look, his whole career has been load management.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I don't think we're ever going to be able to get away from it. But somehow, some way, I do hope some people go to Michael Jordan, or he's able to speak to them more and inspires them to have that kind of same level. But you're right. The NBA was not an entity that was that powerful at one point. And now, because of where it stands, they don't have to do the things Michael Jordan did.
No, you're right. But it is a shame that the guy who made that happen
very similar to the Cowboys, right?
Yeah. Magic and Larry had a huge part of that. Their part cannot be understated. They got the NBA Finals off of tape delay. Think about it. I realize the media culture has expanded a lot since then, but the NBA Finals were on tape delay. So Magic and Larry came along, and I'd be willing to bet that neither one of them were humongous fans of load management either. But that guy and Jordan, who helped all of that happen, they're the ones who made this possible, and they would be against it.
And that's why the guys like Troy Aikman and Darren Woodson and Emmitt Smith are so frustrated about nowadays Cowboys. They're like, you have everything. You entitled.
We set it up. And you know what? It's a shame because they also made it too easy for the Cowboys to get by without winning. Like, as much as I love Emmitt, Aikman, Irvin, Darren Woodson, Nate Newton, everybody involved with that, the fact that they won and the fact that some of them, not all of them, but some of them, turned the Cowboys into a show is why they're not pressed to win. If you want to know why the Cowboys aren't pressed to win, it's because they don't have to.
There were lots of seasons of 82 games for Michael Jordan. There were injury seasons. There were off seasons. But lots of 82-game seasons for Michael Jordan. Stephen Ross is the owner for the Miami Dolphins. Carter, if you wouldn't mind, let's pull the video up on the fan cam for the Tolos out there to see.
I did not know about this at all until you showed it off.
So this is Stephen Ross, the owner of the Miami Dolphins, getting off of his private jet. And Alec, as he gets off of his private jet, he is absolutely furious.
Apoplectic,
if you will, about how far his car is parked from his private jet. How far I have to walk. And look at this. Why is it parked so far away? And he's just furious about why is it parked so far. And Kevin, we ended up watching the video. It's 15 yards.
Yes.
If that, 15 yards away from the door of his private jet. I think the guy that drove the car is arguing back at him that I had to get out of the way of the wing.
Which makes sense. But also, he started complaining the second the first step he took onto the private jet stairs from his private jet, he started running his mouth. And I'm like, are you serious?
Mm-hmm. And Alec, I just wanted to know, if you had that much money, would you also be an a-hole like that too?
No. Like, just be a
believe we
decent
wouldn't.
human. Jeez, it's not that big of a deal. Get your steps in.
And he is like lighting that dude up.
Exactly. Like, he is making a scene out of this. I hate parking far away more than most people. But come on, dude. You're already getting escorted everywhere.
Exactly.
You're being
Just got off your
chauffeured.
private jet.
Like, come on. And like you said, the second he hit the ground, he's complaining. It would be one thing if you're walking. Okay, this is kind of far. No, the second he hit the ground.
Dude, does he have to deal with TSA in private jet world?
I don't
He doesn't
know
have to stand in a
exactly
single
the
line.
system on
His
that.
car drives him up to his jet.
Yeah.
He gets on the jet, flies. Another car picks him up, takes him to the hotel or house or home or whatever.
He just goes from one comfortably well-lit place to the next. And maybe that's what got him in this area.
Maybe
He's
so.
like, are you kidding me?
I can't believe
I
this.
walk at most 5 yards to a place. That's the most.
That's why I got rich.
Yeah.
And if I got rich, I would have more tables probably.
Do
All
you
right,
think
guys.
you would be a nice rich person?
I would hope so.
Okay.
I've always thought about that.
Have you? Why?
Because I would like to be rich.
Okay.
So that I could, I like to think that I would do a lot to help, but I know that when you have those dollars, you're just trying to figure out how to get more dollars a lot of times. But I would like to think that I would do some things.
Okay.
A 5'6" robot has been made and is available.
Nope.
For $500 per month or $20,000 up front. This humanoid, if you will, does every chore in the house. Every single chore in the house. Alec, whenever you leave the house, you, I don't know, program it or tell it, whatever, to, hey, I need you to vacuum. I need you to fold the laundry. I need you to take the groceries to the bedroom. And I need you to clean the toilets. Guess what humanoid does? It walks around and cleans everything for you.
Yeah. It's also going to clean up your kids' dead bodies when it murders them, because I saw this video when Corey showed it to me. Those are the two things that I had to see this morning. Freaking dude like, oh, I got to walk 15 yards. And the humanoids that are going to kill us all, and you're going to pay them for the right to do it. If you're wondering what they look like, give me an opportunity to describe them to you. Remember the soldiers in Squid Game?
Yes.
They look like that, except they're all white. But they look devoid of any feeling because, first of all, they're robots. And second of all, that's how they were constructed. They will have no qualms about murdering you and everybody else. And they'll already know how to clean up your body because that's part of their task. And you might have paid them $20,000. Somebody is going to get murdered by that robot.
5'6", 66 pounds. They can lift up to 154 pounds, and they can carry 55 pounds. They have 4 microphones, 3 speakers, 2x8 MP, which is a fisheye cameras for their vision so they can see you. And their human level hand dexterity is 22. I don't know what that means, but it's terrifying. 1x Cortex based on NVIDIA, which is the first $5 trillion company in the world, by the way. And they have a soft body made from 3D lattice polymer.
Yeah, I wonder if the first $5 trillion company can make some murders disappear.
Kevin, guess what, though? Only 4 hours battery life.
Yeah, okay, great.
So just wait
if
for
you
that
have the
last
cardio
hour.
like Alec from cross country to run away from the killer robot for 4 hours, then you're fine.
Otherwise,
you're going to
don't
die.
Do this, America. Do not buy the humanoid robot.
Look, man, chores are the worst. But if I told you that something would do your chores, but it's 50-50 whether or not it was going to kill you, I think you should just take the groceries and put them away.
As in this commercial, Kevin, it looks like it follows you around and looks like it's ready to take you out with a towel.
That commercial is going to cancel all pre-sales.
It wants to wrap that towel around your face and take you down.
Make no mistake about it. It's going to happen.
Good luck, us.
If you needed advice for how this is probably going to play out, go watch the 1980s movie Chopping Mall. I think that will give you a really good idea of how I anticipate this playing out.
Well, based on Sleepaway Camp, I'm betting this is going to get riveting results from our audience.
This does not have as much of a stunning ending, but it's still worth 77 minutes of your time, which is how you know a movie's good. Coming up next, it's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports, pop culture, or maybe Halloween movie opinion? You know what? Screw y'all. We're going to do Halloween movies tomorrow. And we will talk with FC Dallas keeper Michael Collodi to find out what the hell happened this weekend. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. It's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, that's your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A catch and a drive. Washington door was shut. Here's Brandon Williams. That's a nice drive and finish by Brandon Williams.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We will bring back our buddy Michael Collodi from FC Dallas in just a few minutes. But let's start with my buddy is an idiot. And unfortunately, I think Brandon Williams, the Mavericks guard, has to go in that list. He was arrested on Saturday at DFW Airport for marijuana possession.
We still doing that?
The arresting or the taking pot to the airport?
The illegality of it.
Yes. We are.
If it's illegal, like the law, the rules are the rules.
Yeah.
Whether or not we think they're dumb,
look,
different story.
And that you're
rules
right.
Are the rules.
And I think that is a conversation worth having.
Which I tell my kids.
Yes.
Like you could think my rule is dumb, but it is the rule, so follow it.
And so you have to know, right? Like, hey, don't take pot to the airport.
Especially if you're that person.
Yes.
You're high profile, you're doing this. You're not just going to slide by because you're that person.
Yes.
You're going to be treated like other people.
You are right about that.
In most instances, I know there are some instances where like, well, we'll let that guy slide on it. But you can't not think it's going to happen to you. And so, like Chris Carter said, have a fall guy.
Oh, I don't. Yeah.
Or
I didn't love when he said
don't need a fall guy.
Yeah, you need a fall guy. All right. Now, this one is up. We're going to stick with NBA for just a second. It's up for potential debate. Joel Embiid was talking about his minute restriction. He said, you play 2 to 3 minutes and you got to get out. That's nothing. I might as well just stay at home and be with my family.
Whoa. Dang.
Thus
you think
far,
he can really do that?
In his regular season games, he's played 20 minutes, 20 minutes, and 23 minutes. But I think he means in bursts of 2 to 3 minutes.
But obviously, is like his body. They're trying to hold up his body.
Yes,
because that thing will just fall apart on you very fast.
I mean,
load managemently.
He's had lots of problems. It's only been 3 games. I feel like, or I think he's only played 3, maybe 4.
What are his goals? Giannis wanted a championship. Dirk wanted a championship. Like we know certain guys' goals. Joel Embiid, I've never really quite have understood him.
Yeah,
completely.
I'm not sure. You've seen flashes of his ability to potentially be great. Does he want it enough, or is it a fact that he wants it enough? It's just his body, unfortunately, isn't programmed for that, or is that his fault as well? Or is that just, unfortunately, the way he was made? There's a lot to that.
And I think that was something like Michael Jordan was saying. He was like, look, sometimes I wasn't the best example, but what are you doing the other 21 hours?
Yeah.
When Embiid's on the court, I see tenacity. I see a player that I'm like, oh, man, there are moments where you're like, no, he's competitive right now. But those other things that lead to that moment are the things that set you up for the success.
I don't think I've ever seen this one before. From the 469, the wind is an idiot. Knocking down all my Halloween decorations.
Bro.
Oh.
Wind last night got us. It was chilly outside.
Yeah.
And now I have a lot of leaves in my pool right now.
I'm sorry about
I need to
that.
put a table over my pool.
Okay. A table or a tarp? Okay, I get where you're going, though. All right. Is Terry Rozier an idiot again?
What did he do this time?
Look, this doesn't look good. He's accused of the gambling scandal going back to 2023. Now, of course, because the media needed to investigate this, they have found out that Terry Rozier faced an $8 million tax lien from the IRS in 2023. So the year that he had that tax lien is also the year. And it looks like some shady things were happening with the under on the over-under.
So here's the thing.
Doesn't look good.
I understand that that's a big amount of money that you owed.
Yes.
To the government.
Right.
Because
they'll probably let it slide.
Taxes and stuff. No,
Yeah.
they won't. You just pay $100 a month or something like that.
And this is not the time to have the discussion about whether taxes are constitutional, which apparently everybody I know posts that on social media.
I don't care if it's constitutional. I'm perfectly fine helping this country be it what it is. Anyway, But like this is dire straits for him.
Yeah.
He needs money, and he's like, here's a way I can do it, as we were talking about, and that's he was desperate to do it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he chose the path that was against the rules.
Yeah.
Instead of choosing a path that was with the rules.
Now, he is not the only person in sports that has been caught cheating or betting. First of all, I can't believe there's this many. Turkish soccer has 371 referees that have been caught in a betting scandal.
That's too many.
What? So...
And doesn't Choppy want a Turkish accountant? And
yeah,
what he says?
And this is why there's 571 active pro soccer referees in the Turkish Football Federation, and 371 of them are currently busted or potentially busted for gambling. A 5-year investigation revealed that 42 of that group bet on more than 1,000 games each, and one ref bet on 18,000 games.
What? 18,000 games?
So
that's too much.
What is that, like 10 a day over the span of 5 years?
That's a collective ring right there of people that know people that know people they're like, hey, look, all these bets, let's make them.
And if you think
they win? Did they all win?
I doubt that. But
they were just
The exact number was 18,227. The president of the Turkish Football Federation, in the most understated moment ever, said it was a wake-up call. Yeah, dude.
Because they were dreaming.
Like, what was that? Like 60% of your reps
They were absolutely dreaming, dude. They were just like, this is such a great dream
that you're involved in. That is bananas, man.
I mean, what are you doing? You're just sitting around all day waiting for the soccer match to happen.
I guess.
And you start looking at your apps.
Well, you know what? Right now, let's go to the pitch. We will talk with FC Dallas keeper, our buddy. It is Michael Colodi right here on 105.3 The Fan. Good afternoon, sir.
Afternoon. How are y'all?
Man, we're doing good. So we were just having this conversation about soccer, Turkish soccer, and how they had this huge gambling scandal, and obviously we've seen it in the NBA. Is it a weird dynamic for you at all as a professional athlete that, like, you're not supposed to gamble on the sport, and yet your sport and other sports can make so much money off of gambling themselves?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, though, especially because you're having you can have either inside knowledge or actually actions that can affect games. So
that makes sense.
Do you sometimes have to like hold off on injury information on your own? Like, I can't talk about that. That's something like you're like, oh, I can't say anything about that. Does the team talk about that kind of stuff with you?
I think it's just kind of more so just common knowledge that there's no need to go and run your mouth anywhere in terms of anything.
Now, you say common knowledge. Your level of common knowledge is high, though, because you went to an Ivy League school. Do you have more common knowledge than the rest of us regular folk?
I would say like just more like common sense as opposed to learn stuff. I'm not sure if common sense and degrees go hand in hand all the time, you know?
Yeah. They didn't have a common sense class at Columbia or anything?
Not one that I took, no.
But I bet that class is available for somebody.
Okay.
Yeah, probably
Maybe so. Now, I don't know of a better way to put this. What exactly happened in game one? No shots from the offense. Y'all were getting peppered. The possession was out of whack. What happened in game one against Vancouver?
Yeah, it was obviously we're really frustrated with it and not happy with it at all. But it was just I don't really have any excuse for it. Just an off day, and luckily we get another chance to go at it, and it wasn't a one and done. So we're a little fortunate in that aspect.
Are you disappointed that our radio magic let you down in that game?
Yeah, we're sorry about that.
I wouldn't bring it all to the Magic, but I was hoping it would work again, and still the winning record though with it. So
Okay.
we don't want to count it out too much.
And we still have the rest of this thing to go. You know, we still have the rest of this to go.
Exactly.
What when it comes to like adjustments, do you make major adjustments after something like that, or you don't? No, we're going to run out there and play our game again, or is there something you learned from this match?
I think the biggest adjustment that we made, just the players, not even talking coaching staff, is just the mindset going into it. And I think we could have gone into it with a little bit better mindset in the last game, and we came out slower and not as intense as we would have liked to. And that just is something that we've come to kind of show as our brand. And we go out, we play hard, and we fight and claw and give everything for it. And if you ask anyone, I don't think we had that last weekend. So just kind of really getting back to our roots and what's got us here and bounce back like we normally do.
Okay, that's interesting because last night my kid, he plays middle school football in Plano, and I could tell before the game. I was watching them and I was like, they don't look like they're as into it. Can you tell before a game where your team's mindset is?
Yeah, I think with anything you can always kind of get a little bit of a sense of when energy's there and not. So yeah, I think so. But I mean, sometimes you get surprised. Sometimes you feel like it's there and it's not, and you never really know what's going to happen until you step on the pitch, right?
If you think it's not there, is there anything that can be done to like fire it up? Like if you're in warm-ups and you're like, man, we look a little flat, like what can be done about that?
I think that just comes from the players and staff and just kind of recognizing it, and it's just making sure that it's known and that we know and that's not who we are or what we do, and just bringing the energy up and that's the good part about team sports, right? So you have people to hold each other accountable, and you have teammates to get you up and get the energy up. So it's not just you out there. It's not a solo sport.
You light the shield, Kevin.
Oh.
You light the shield. That's what you do. You say, home game, light the shield.
Okay, I like that. And much like the team has been on an upward trajectory for several months, y'all have played significantly better at home. Is there anything in particular that you think has led to better success at home? And again, how big of a deal is it to get that home playoff match?
I think it's everything. I mean, having your home fans behind you and getting them into the momentum of the game, and it can do a lot for, like you say, the mental side of it, and just having people that have your back and are cheering for you and just bringing energy as well. So just the more energy that gets brought, it's infectious, right? Throughout the team, whether it's from a player, whether it's from the fans, staff, whatever. Whenever energy is brought, more tends to follow.
All right, so you're going to go ahead and block out next Wednesday at 1:30 so we can get geared up for game 3 of this series, right?
Absolutely.
That's what I'm talking about.
It's already cleared.
Let's go.
I love it.
Saying. I'm excited.
Back on track this Saturday, 8:30, Toyota Stadium.
Beautiful
in
weather.
Frisco. I'm excited. Michael, I know y'all are excited, man. I hope the intensity gets turned up and the result gets flipped for you guys.
It'll be there.
Love it.
Love it.
There's a promise from an Ivy Leaguer. Thank you very much, Michael.
Of course. Thanks for having me, guys.
There you go, Michael Collodi right here on 105.3 The Fan. And, you know, there was news today that FC Dallas and Toyota renewed their sponsorship and naming rights, and then it kind of goes back all up into the updating of the stadium that we've talked to that's going to have more seats, more concessions, everything like that. And then we're also going to get the World Cup in 2030.
Let's do that. Hey, Kevin, real quick. Magic Johnson tweeted about an hour ago.
Is it about load management?
With the series being 2-2, Game 5 is very important. Whichever team wins takes control of the series. I love Magic Johnson.
I mean, that's true.
He tweets the information that needs to be tweeted.
Do you think, I'm just sorry, just one quick question. Do you think he was like, people don't know? They need to know this.
He's just right down the middle with everything as you could possibly get.
He's just a fan of being technically correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, good job, Magic.
Hey, hold on. The other night, Shohei Ohtani hits 2 home runs in Game 3 against Toronto. Words just can't explain how great he is. See, words just can't explain it, Kevin.
But if there were words, do you think he
Those
would
are
have used them?
You use adjectives to explain some of these
Would
things.
he have
and some
used that
verbs.
or just told us another fact?
Probably the facts. Sentence structure is important, Kevin.
He's had a lot of success in his life, except for that talk show. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up Thursday morning.
Said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
The 2-1. Cole hits it in the air out to left. Straw going back. Makes the grab. The Blue Jays tie the series. One night after heartbreak, they beat the Dodgers 6-2, and it is a best-of-3 now for the World Series.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I'm doing awesome as well. Thank you very much for asking. Any particular reason you're amazing today?
Just looking forward to the show. My parents are coming into town.
Hey.
So things are looking up. It's Halloween week. Had a great week of preparation. Got my spider web in the mail last night. Got it installed. It's got some LED purple lights that highlight the spider web. Got a big old spider web.
Do you call a local spider web installer, or do you handle that yourself? Are you a hands-on spider web guy?
I did it myself. It was a little annoying unraveling it and getting it all ready, but hung it up on the gutter and then staked it into the lawn. And positioned the spider, wrapped his legs around the rope to withstand what feels like 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts out there right now. So everybody be careful.
Is that a little late in the game to be putting the stuff up? When do you usually do this?
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, it is pretty late in the game.
I'm just asking.
We've had our normal stuff, and a couple of weeks ago we got all that down and put it out there. But Remy has just kept on asking and saying, "Daddy, our house isn't spooky enough yet.
Not spooky enough.
We need something ramping it up."
As soon as we hit October, Lucy's like, "Get the stuff out of the attic," and I'm just like, "Okay, all right, whatever," because otherwise she'll never stop.
Did she say it in a bossy way?
Very much so, yeah.
Breaking news.
And I'm one of those that I don't like. I get tired of listening to things, so I just do it so I don't have to hear it anymore.
Same.
All right. Wolchuk, I wanted to ask you specifically because of our shared hatred of ourselves about Chris Weidman and Anderson Silva. Manny Pacquiao confirms that there are, in fact, negotiations for him and Floyd Mayweather to fight on Netflix. Now, aside from the fact that we might be invited to cover this fight, do you kind of hate yourself knowing that you'll watch it?
Yeah,
just like I will watch it.
I do. I mean, I asked Lucius about this the other day, and even Lucius was like, is it an exhibition? Like, is it a real fight? I'm like, it's probably an exhibition. Because I have no interest in it. I think it's going to stink.
Yeah.
But yes, I hate myself because inevitably, if I'm able to, I'm probably just going to have it on and watch it, and then I can whine and complain about it. It's like, are we miserable people? Because that's what we're going to do. We're going to watch it and then whine and complain about how silly it is and why they're doing it anyway. But I thought the original fight was bad, and they waited way too long to do it anyway.
Agreed. Well, at least one of them waited way too long so he could pad his undefeated record.
Right. That was Floyd for you.
Now, in the least surprising thing ever, Jacob deGrom wins the AL Comeback Player of the Year award. Congratulations to him.
Way to go, Jake.
He did it. Do you think it's soft that baseball has two different awards for two different leagues? Other sports don't do that.
We should combine them, especially now that there's not the DH in the NL. Like, I think originally that would make sense.
All kinds of interleague play.
Yeah, you had different rules, so that made sense. Now that they've got rules for the same rules for both leagues, I think we need to do away with that, and we just make one unified award.
One big family baseball unit.
Yeah, exactly. What say you, Dawson? One award for both leagues combined?
I'm old enough to remember when there was a distinct difference between the AL and the NL, and I like it for historical purposes.
Right.
So I say keep it in there.
Okay.
More the merrier.
Okay. Now, for the World Series, we're down to best of three. As you just heard, this series has been more competitive than I anticipated.
Yeah, we were pretty damn wrong about this one, Hagee.
Except for Corey.
No, Corey, you were right.
He tried to warn us.
Corey's the baseball truther.
I would have thought after Wednesday, I know some people thought, like, not only would that tip the balance in the Dodgers' favor in terms of the series, but mentally. But, man, Toronto just struck right back. That team feels mentally strong as hell.
Yeah, I mean, to be able to do, like you said, bouncing back from that game, I think there's most of us were thinking, okay, that's just like, that's too deflating to come back from. And Ohtani did his thing last night right up until that seventh inning, just totally everything unraveled.
It really did. Do you think Do you think they looked at it in retrospect, or they had a real discussion about just wrapping him up at 6? Or do you think that was always going to be the plan?
Yeah, I mean, I guess with how everything took place from bullpen stuff from the night before, and you're just like, hey,
That's a great point.
He is dealing right now. Like, you just run him back out there, and then it's like, oh no, first guy on base, down in the count, bang. Now it's Dunsky.
Yeah, the relievers didn't have it after him last night either. I think they gave up 5 base runners in a couple of innings. So, and the Dodgers bullpen has struggled all year long. So, I think for
That's
a lot
why
of
they had
reasons,
to move Roki.
yeah, they were hoping for the best. But I mean, you go out there and you only score 2 runs, and you're going to lose. So,
Bieber got it done.
I do still believe the Dodgers are going to win this World Series, but I'm enjoying the competitiveness of it.
Have you guys changed your predictions?
Yeah.
I was going to say, outside of the 5 games, do you still think the Dodgers take it down, or are you now looking at this and be like, I think the Blue Jays are winning?
I kind of am going Blue Jays, and I find myself rooting for them, and I don't like it.
Yeah,
I'm
I
like,
can see that.
why am I doing this? This is like, I mean, Brian, you're selling this to me as like
how about
USA versus Canada. And
how about some Canadian hate going on here?
They've been some real jerks to the Rangers over the years.
I know. There's a lot, but it's also like the Dodgers to me are kind of
They're the evil empire.
Yeah. So it's like, I mean,
even though they've only won 1
it's strange.
in a row, it's not like they're in the middle of
but
a
I feel like they're going to be in it every year.
Yeah.
Just kind of how they're probably going to trade for Skubal in the offseason. Yeah, I'm very jealous. I think it's hate watching. I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
It's jealousy. And I do like just the team aspect of Toronto. And I've always liked Vladdy Guerrero Jr., his brother in the Rangers farm system, by the way. Hopefully he can become like Big Brother one day. That'd be awesome. Ultimately, I still think the Dodgers are going to get this done, but I think this is going 7.
Yeah.
But I'm not like.
Did you hear my scenario from earlier?
No, what'd you say?
All right, so Game 7, Shohei's not going to be ready to start, but he could be ready to come out of the bullpen. You go to the bottom of the 9th, it's 4-3, the Dodgers are ahead. There's one person on base. Shohei is in there because Sasaki can't close it out yet again. And then Vlad Guerrero Jr. comes to the plate. Can he hit a walk-off home run just like Joe Carter did 32 years ago? Or is this going to be a repeat of the World Baseball Classic where Shohei mows down the stud player to close it out?
Extra point if you could tell me who gave up that home run.
Mitch Williams!
Mitch Williams.
The wild
Mitch
thing.
Big Mitch Williams.
Mitch Williams.
What's he done?
Eric, was he right or left-handed?
He was a lefty. Yeah, he's
All
southpaw.
right. Oh,
Very good.
there we go.
He pulled that out of his butt.
That's a 50-50 situation.
Okay, yeah.
Let's just be honest.
Yeah, like the killer robots. I got you.
I got to continue to be honest about something as well. I think I'm going to be distracted for the next 5 hours trying to do the show.
Uh-oh. Why?
Have you guys seen Wolchuk's nipples today? Show them.
No.
Show them. Look at those bad boys.
Oh, nice.
Diamonds.
It is getting colder. It is getting colder.
That's the real diamond cutter right there.
Better than
over
DDP.
I should really charge on the fan cam.
You should, man.
Oh, we could call it the
I
only
could
fan
use a
cam.
I could use a side hustle.
What do you guys, aside from softcore, what do you guys got on
More
the show
hardcore
today?
coming up for these 5 hours, baby.
Man, the Blue Jays payroll is $255 million.
So it's
they're
not
kind of
like they're a...
No,
they're a
I mean, they were
Canadian
trying to
evil
pay for
empire.
Ohtani, too.
Yeah.
I mean, the Blue Jays also are one of these that are trying to money whip people, but it's just the Dodgers.
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We got reactions to everything developing with the Cowboys over the afternoon, right out of the gates here. And then Kevin Harlan's going to join us at 2:20.
Yes, love Kevin Harlan. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece Maker. Way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour 1, G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan on a Wednesday for you. Welcome into the show. Hope you're having a great day. General at your service, at ease. There's Broadus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champ. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there. Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Wolchuk and Chiafalo both in the house, feeling good, ready for a full show, and Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. You can watch us at 105thethefan.com, Twitch, and YouTube. How the heck you guys doing?
Fantastic, man. Happy hump day.
It's a loaded hump day today, boys.
Happy hump day to you. Yeah, we got a lot of good guests, don't we? We got a big show coming up here. Kevin Harlan at about 2:25. Fox NFL insider Jordan Schultz at 3. We'll see what kind of rumorooskies he's got flying around with your Cowboys. NFL trade deadline now just 6 days away. Leah Asimakopoulos is going to join us coming up at 5:20. And at 6 o'clock today, is he most famous for Loveline or The Man Show? Adam Carolla is going to join us here at 6 o'clock.
All right.
Maybe the Adam Carolla Show. I saw, he hit 4,000 shows, and he's got millions and gajillions of downloads.
I think he just had Charlie Sheen on.
Really?
That was probably a wild interview.
Yeah, I've never heard it, but it's one of the bigger, more popular podcasts out there, and Adam Carolla's still crushing. It's going to join us coming up in 4 hours from now right here on The Fan. Yeah, Shoddy says there's going to be change, but the change is not necessarily what makes this thing go. He said what makes it go is the execution, and that's what I want everybody to understand. So what's your reaction to hearing that? When a coach says that, what you're telling me is you have tried everything, and now you're just waiting for the players to start playing better. And if that's the case, then I guess you can hope to get healthy and a couple of those guys be better. But you're all coached out at that point. You've tried everything, and you're basically saying, we're waiting on the players to be better or to get different players.
It's hard to have really good execution when you're not very good at something.
Yeah.
It's really hard. It's like, hey, Brian, do me a favor. Hang that picture over there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not very good with the leveler thing, even though you try and move the bubble where it, and then when I hit the nail, I miss and hit the wall.
Yeah.
And then when I hang the picture, it tends to speak a little bit crooked.
Yeah.
If I'm not very good at it, don't ask me to hang the picture.
I probably bought a crappy picture to begin with. I'm not good at picking out pictures. I know nothing.
I'm kind of in that mode right now when the word execution.
Yeah.
The word execution is basically telling you that we're not good enough to do what we're asking them to do.
Yeah.
We're not.
We've been coaching a long time. If you give us good players, we're going to be all right.
Yeah,
but these players, we can't help them any more than we have.
Nick Saban said it the best. Nick Saban, Hall of Fame coach. Nick Saban says, damn players.
Yeah.
Coaching's important. Don't get me wrong.
It's about player acquisition.
Players.
And then coaches that don't screw it up.
Players can make a coach.
Players make great coaches. They really, really do. There's some guys and gals that coach at a very, very high level, and they'll admit why do you go out and recruit? Why do you go out and spend NIL money to go get the best players?
Yeah.
Right now you're struggling with some coaching things. You are. Maybe you're a little stubborn. Shoddy's a little stubborn. There's some things offensively that he does that like, no, don't do that.
Sure.
Don't do that. Don't get cute down there. You got Williams. Hand him the damn ball. Run straight ahead. Block that thing up. You get a little stubborn. you know? And when you start to talk about execution, God, I hate that. Because you know what that tells me? Hey, Brian, you sucked bringing us players this year. You sucked at this. And I'm like, you know what? You're right. I did suck. I'm lucky to have a damn job.
Yeah.
You know, that's really what it comes down to. They don't want to explain to you the real issues.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want to explain the real issues here. You know,
no, you'd be inappropriate and unprofessional.
Yeah, you're talking about the players, and that's why when Jerry kind of called out the linebackers, it was a change. It was a change. He's called out Diggs now too.
Jerry will be honest.
Yeah.
He's the one that'll kind of slip up and give you something.
We also got to remember that all of us were standing there at that famous restaurant in Malibu, and they looked right at us in the eye and this straight lied to us.
Yeah.
And every time now I think about that, I'm thinking about he's not telling the truth.
Right.
No.
That guy's not telling me exactly what's going on here. And he doesn't owe me an explanation. I keep asking. But when the coaches and stuff start to talk about execution, they don't want to talk about what the real problem is.
Yeah.
We effed up getting these players together.
Yeah.
And we effed up in a way that we can't coach them. We're not good enough coaches to coach effed up players.
Yeah, nobody is.
Yeah, nobody is.
But you don't want to say the players just flat out aren't good enough, so you say execution.
Yeah,
or
exactly.
You talk for about a week, a month and a half about how much you believe in them, and we're going to get this thing turned around. And then when it becomes apparent that you're not going to get it turned around, it's just we've been inconsistent. You know, the players are good enough; they're just not doing it every down.
We fixed the running game here, guys.
Yeah,
we fixed the run defense.
No, you didn't.
Fixed the run defense.
Yeah,
we're like, oh. Okay.
My God.
Yeah.
They got a defensive tackle.
Fix the run defense.
Hell yeah.
Watch Carolina just run it down your throat.
Shoddy also said you can take the stats on offense and shove them up your bleep.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, is what he said. We want to win, so not impressed with the stats. That's great, you know, and at least the cussing makes the pressers pretty entertaining with Shoddy. But he looked tired up there today.
Well, he made a comment. His wife said he was looking tired a couple weeks ago.
Losing sucks.
It does. And then they've
Losing
got
sucks.
The Cowboys also have just one of the weirdest schedules in all of the NFL. I mean, upcoming, they're playing nothing but primetime days. There's no consistency of like, okay, you know you're playing on Sunday. They got back-to-back Mondays, and they got back-to-back Thursday night games, and they're playing. When's the Christmas Day game? Is it a Thursday again?
Thursday game,
another one?
Yeah,
so they got 3 of those this year.
Yeah.
So it's tough. Like the schedule's constantly changing. The time in which you're playing is constantly changing.
Well, if they don't win over the next couple of weeks, they might end up getting flexed out of those. It's always possible. You know, that could do you guys
Sunday
some
night
favor.
Minnesota game, yeah.
Not having to, this I guess the Sunday nights, you're not going to get flexed out of the Thursdays.
Yeah, I mean, the Thanksgiving games, and I think that prime game, I don't think you can get flexed out of either.
Okay, he said Wanye Thomas and Donovan Wilson are trending positively, but no confirmation on those. They have opened the 21-day return window for Perry and Winfrey. There's somebody who could execute better.
Yeah.
Woo!
That's your help.
Don't know if they'll play the guy, man. I mean, listen.
Why the hell not, Brian?
Oh, they probably feel like, well, no, we're okay at defensive tackle right now.
We like our guys.
We like our guy. But no, but Carson. What about Carson at corner? What about Butler? I'm hearing whispers that Butler's healthy and ready to go. They're just waiting. How many guys are we waiting on right now?
Why are we waiting?
That's what I'm saying, though. You look at the problem is that coaches get in this mode where they had a successful game against the Commanders. And it's like they don't want to change anything. Well, now you just had a non-successful game against the Broncos. So, you know, it's been some violent swings with good and bad here. So now, you know, but you got guys available, but to get them on, you have to get rid of somebody. And coaches don't want to get rid of somebody, even though you should look at your roster and go, yeah, we could probably play without that guy today.
Well, the great news is, at least for the next couple of games, you're not up against a defense that's going to prohibit you from going out there and scoring 40. As long as you take care of the ball, should have a decent chance to win these games. 5-4-1. I imagine the vibes would get significantly better around here if you win, you know, this game here. Then you have a bye and you come back and you beat the Raiders. And the Eagles' defense isn't world beaters. The Lions and Chiefs aren't as good as the Broncos, although they are pretty good. I felt like the Cowboys missed an opportunity last night. The Patriots trade safety Kyle Duggar to the Steelers for a 7, and defensive end Keon White to the Niners for a 6. On the Duggar deal, the Patriots picked up the majority of the money that's left for this year And for whatever reason, Duggar and his agent agreed to terminate the last 2 years of the contract, so there's no obligation. You could have had Kyle Duggar, who would be a massive upgrade for your safeties. He'd probably be your best safety right now for nothing. I just wonder, how urgently are you guys looking at this if you're not even willing to give up a 7 for a starting caliber safety who's got a little bit of star ability?
And especially a position of need. They're bad up the middle right now.
You're not paying attention, or you're just lying. Like Jerry said earlier in the day, there's not a trade out there for us right now. This is really dried up. There's just not teams willing to deal players. You guys have you're playing undrafted corners at safety, and you're okay with that because Donovan Wilson, who you're kind of playing out of position, is coming back, and you have
Bell.
Bell and Thomas, just backup level players. Malik Hooker's got another week to go. Like, I don't know. I just don't know how much the Cowboys are locked in and urgently trying to get things fixed at this point. Maybe they have kind of waved the white flag. All right, what else is going on here in our fair world of sports here at G-Bag Nation? Trayvon Diggs might need surgery on the knee. I didn't hear that yesterday. Did you guys?
That was Nick Calvin.
Yeah, Calvin.
I wonder if he was talking to Diggs.
Yeah, I saw Diggs this morning walking out of the Star. I was walking out.
Was he walking okay?
Looked like he was walking fine.
Was he in a ski mask?
Yeah, was he wearing a ski mask?
No, he was not very well dressed for the cold temperatures we have outside right now.
Oh yeah,
he was.
It'll sneak up on you.
It did. I think he probably had the heater on in the car. He was. Hey, I'm not going to say the guy looked beat down or anything like that, but he was just coming in, probably come to get some treatment or whatever. Been trying to be a part of things, but that's the unfortunate part when you're out of sight, out of mind kind of guy. A little bit.
He does have the lowest yards per route run or per coverage snap. I think that I was looking at an analytic, and for everything that hasn't gone well for him, he's, I guess, down in and down out been the most efficient corner on the team, and you just add him to a list of players that you're missing right now. But man, it's tough to say. Replacement level players are just so significantly better than what they're putting out there at a lot of positions. It's crazy how bad drafts and injuries have all combined to, make this group of players so horribly bad after they were pretty dang good in 21, 22, and 23 under Dan Quinn. And it's not like they had elite talent spread out. They were getting the job done. They were well organized. They were, I think, pretty dang well coached. And ever since Dan Quinn left, it has just been deterioration to the point now where hopefully this is rock bottom. But you're going to have to spend a lot of money or dominate a draft coming up in the offseason to get right. Diggs eligible to return on Thanksgiving. I think the best thing that can happen right now is a team trades for him, or you're able to make an insurance claim on the injuries. Like if he does need surgery, could you recoup some of that cap space for next season if they got that contract insurance on there? Maybe that's the only silver lining left is another impact defensive player. Just, career either over or play has declined so much that Cowboys got to look at moving on from him as the best case scenario. A new Quinnipiac poll found about a half of NFL fans say the league is doing enough to protect players from serious injuries and are looking forward to adding an 18th game to the schedule. They also think it would include a salary increase is worth the increased risk of injury. I wonder how players look at that. We have had a number of high-profile injuries this year, but adding the 17th game hasn't drastically changed it. You've always had these. What's the limit on it? 18, 19, 20? Do you really need preseason games? Could you seriously see them getting to 20 at some point?
No, I don't think it'd go beyond 18. I think 2 preseason games, 18 regular season games kind of, you never know. I guess, the money talks, but I think 18 would be the cap. Because you already have players that were not loving the 17. Now you go to the 18, and they'll be okay as long as that helps their wallets, if they're getting a share of that. But I think 18 and 2 preseason games kind of the sweet spot.
It's going to go up. I think the compensation would go up like 6%. It's a pretty good chunk of change for adding the 18th game. The poll also says we're in favor of moving the Super Bowl one more weekend back, which would put it on President's Day weekend and give you that Monday off. That's a no-brainer right there, isn't it?
That's beautiful.
That's big on Super Bowl Sunday.
That's exactly what you want.
Yeah, no doubt. Okay, Stars are suing the Mavericks back. This story is fascinating. We'll have Leah Simakopoulos coming up at 5:20. She'll join us and break that down. I've been trying to get a great handle on exactly what's going down. The Mavs are saying you violated
250 pages of the document.
No. I've read a couple of stories on it though.
Yeah.
Whenever you get into legal type of situations, like a couple of words, and I just gloss over, and I'm like, it feels like I'm back taking the SAT, and I'm
a little overwhelming.
The words just bounce off your forehead, go right back onto the screen.
That's a good way to describe it, but. I think what a lot of it comes down to is the Mavs and Stars had a great relationship and things didn't need to be so formal and official. And it's like, yeah, you do what you want to do. We're going to be partners here. And when the Adelson family takes over, now they're looking at things much more shrewdly from a pure business perspective, from a casino management perspective. And by that, I mean every contractual agreement we have is for us to pursue maximum financial exploitation of whatever party we're involved in. So they're bringing up, a contract that goes back 25 years and moving the HQ out of Dallas in 2003. That just seems bizarre that would even be enforceable. They also claim the Stars have obstructed maintenance and improvements to the AAC. The Mavs feel like the Stars are bailing out of an agreement to continue the upkeep, and because of that, they've withheld tens of millions of dollars from in-arena revenue going back to October of 2024, and it's been brewing. I'm surprised with the amount of money involved. It's taken this long really to go public. The Stars saying in their statement, after a quarter century of partnership, the Mavs now take issue with the location of the Stars office in Frisco, which the team uses in conjunction with its principal office in downtown Dallas. This change in position is solely to enrich one party. The Mavericks and their actions show no concern for the negative impact on the Dallas community or the future of the AAC. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty easy to be anti-Adelson and Dumont at this point. And the way this story reads, it seems like the Mavs are the bad guy.
Yeah.
Doesn't it?
I mean, it kind of seems like they're cherry picking. They found this clause, and okay, let's go ahead. And now I guess the city backed them, so that kind of made me think, well, maybe they were. I don't know, but I do kind of look at the Mavs kind of being the bad guy in this one.
Yeah, so we'll let it play out, and we'll get more details from Leah Simakopoulos coming up at 5:20. Okay, we got legendary play-by-play man Kevin Harlan coming up next here. We'll talk Cowboys, we'll talk NBA with him, and go all the way until 7 o'clock tonight here. It's the G-Bag Nation, the Fan.
But first, I want to tell you about my friends at Cars for Kids. Tolos, as parents, I know we would all...
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden? No. Said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Sapphire Squad?
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, Stars president Brad Albert said the team's business would suffer significantly. Quote, "It's really sad that a relationship has turned into this for no reason. The Stars are not the Dallas Mavericks' enemy, never have been and never will be. We want to work together with them and run a really good sports and entertainment business at this arena. We want what's best for them if they want to build a new arena." And he says, "We're not trying to take interest away from the Mavs. We're not trying to take position away from the Mavericks. And it's just unfortunate. It's the biggest disappointment in my career." This just goes along with everything this Adelson family has done. Trading Luka, becoming maybe the most disliked sports family since the Hicks. You know, just as far as your trust. And it goes to how they don't have their finger on the pulse of the community at all. And, man, I wish we could go back in time. I know Mark Cuban already regrets selling this team to them for several reasons.
I wonder how many of these owners really aren't sports fans. I wonder how many. I mean, it used to be that ownership of these teams really were fans. They really loved the teams. They loved the cities. They loved to do all that. I don't know if we have that anymore. I mean, you got so many of these groups that have multiple teams. Are they fans? Or are they doing this for a business? I think we unfortunately have a group here that aren't fans.
No, this definitely seems business.
Venture capitalists, they call it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this is not and I think Mark Cuban was a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was a fan of the NBA. I think he was a fan of his team. You know, he'd do anything for his team. I don't know if these folks necessarily will do anything for, they don't care about us.
No.
They really don't. And that's why I'm saying when you have an ownership group that doesn't care about the fans, what do you got?
And, I don't understand this lawsuit either way that well, right? So I'm totally open-minded to more information coming out that proves they're actually in the right and the Stars are trying to worm off the hook for previous obligations. Like, I don't want people going back on contracts, but the way that it reads to me is the Mavs and Stars have had a great relationship and a handshake would get it done, very much in the North Texas way of doing things, Jerry Jones' way of doing things. And if that's the case, as years and years are going by, there could be things that could come up that one party wouldn't appreciate about the other, but they're not going to pursue legal action against each other because they're co-tenants. And, they have a respect. You do what you want to do. I'm going to do what I want to do. And then a new party comes around and gets involved. And now they're going over these contracts and looking for ways they can leverage that into lawsuits.
Absolutely.
To try to take millions and millions of dollars from your business partner and your neighbor. It does seem very weird that, this is happening now, and I just hope that it's not what it looks like. And if it is what it looks like, I hope this is part of things blowing up so bad that they would, want to sell the team, not move it. I know that the conspiracy is out there from some people who insist what the Adelsons are doing right now is trying to piss off everybody so much that we want them to leave. We want them to take a team to Vegas.
We've talked about that a bunch.
That would surprise me.
Let's go ahead and trade the player that you guys love, and now we're just going to sour everybody, threaten to move, and go ahead and make the Stars look bad and all this. The timing of it's just very sketchy.
All right, let's go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the Day champion, buddy. How we doing?
We're still standing by for the great Kevin Harlan.
Mm-hmm. He's a busy man calling a lot of games.
Stand by on that one. I believe this would be day number 2. Day number 2 going for. This is day number 1 going for 2.
Yeah, looking for 2.
Yeah, day number 1 going for 2.
It's a new champ. New champ.
New champ.
Yeah, the Fan After Dark with Fred Davis and his special co-host Blake Elliott. Blake, a younger fellow, wet behind the ears, we call a young whippersnapper right here, claims he has no idea who Monica Lewinsky is or what she's famous for.
Unbelievable.
Oh, my God.
I didn't want to hear about my KU Jayhawks after I'd already said that they're terrible. But no, Blake comes in swashbuckling, loud,
not listening to even the slightest bit of radio on the way in, and then just slaps me around for 3 minutes straight after I'd already said, I know.
I Monica Lewinsky'd you.
No, you didn't. No.
Is that the right way to use it?
No, in fact, I would not want you to Monica Lewinsky me.
Oh, how about that? Shots fired.
I would not want you to Monica Lewinsky me.
I mean, it's just, it is so good.
We moved for clarification last night in Crosstalk. What did you think that meant? And he totally avoided the question.
Yeah, he didn't even his response didn't make any sense for the way he used it.
Well, then he did say that he's going to wear a dress on Friday for Halloween.
Yeah.
And dress like Monica Lewinsky, but just might leave off the stain.
Wow. Quite a scene as we're joined now by a legendary play-by-play man, NFL on CBS. Of course, longtime NBA on TNT. He's calling NBA games now for Amazon Prime. And Westwood One, NFL Radio, he'll be on the call Monday night for Cowboys Cardinals. Our favorite, Kevin Harlan, joining us now once again on the Fan, buddy. How you doing?
I'm doing good, but the first thing I hear is Monica Lewinsky in the dress. That's a nice way to begin a conversation.
Well, we have you know how we're doing. We're getting older. We have a young broadcaster who did not understand the Monica Lewinsky reference, and actually,
really?
he actually said he had Monica Lewinsky'd his co-host, thinking it was some way of badgering or abusing. I'm not sure, but yeah, it was used out of context.
Imagine if he Marv Alberted his co-host.
Now hold on.
Should ate that one.
Kevin, let's shift to baseball before we offend any more of your colleagues.
Okay, yeah.
Over here to sports. Massive up and down season. Let's start with the Cowboys. The game of the year might have been the tie against the Green Bay Packers. Do the Cowboys look like a playoff team to you right now as you evaluate them?
Well, they've got superstars, and if they can keep those receivers healthy and continue a running game, quarterback is playing well, as we know, and the overall overarching picture, I would say the Cowboys is strong. Washington doesn't seem to be what they were, which is good. Philly has a susceptibility to them that I think that may not have been present at this time last year when they were rattling off, 11 or 12, 13 consecutive wins and looked unbeatable. They quickly have turned the corner defending a title and have seen that it's a little bit different now, and they've lost a lot of players. So, everyone talks about the Cowboy defense and where it is not and what maybe they could do before the deadline. A lot of focus on the Parsons trade, clearly, and the ramifications of that. The team is probably like a lot of teams just now beginning to get a grip on what they are and what, they can do. So, like last week, this week, next week, I think that's going to give us an indication. I would like to think that the Monday night game coming up against a solid, not great, not bad, but kind of a solid Arizona team will give them more definition for what they feel they need to do, where they are and what they can possibly get ahead. One of the issues is the conference is strong. Green Bay, Detroit, maybe even, I don't know, Chicago, that they're clearly on the fence, but the two teams are going to come out of the 7 from that division. Rams are playing great. Philly's going to clearly be in that conversation. Then you got a team from the South, and that might be Tampa Bay. I don't know. I think there are too many questions with a lot of teams, not just the Cowboys, but a lot of teams now to figure out, where that compass is pointed. But the one thing they can hang their hat on, they've got some explosive playmakers on both sides of the ball. In particular, the quarterback just is getting rave reviews for the totality of his season so far, and that's a good place to start to think if a team is going to make that stride and get to the postseason.
Is this team, worthy of being aggressive at the trade deadline for then, in your opinion, with this offense?
That is a good question. I don't know that I know the team exceptionally well right now as I'm just getting into my work this week. I saw them week 1, Thursday in Philadelphia, and they look great. And they have subsequently put together some incredible performances, not the least of which was the explosive display against Green Bay. Even though it was a tie, they still had to know that with all the hoopla around Micah coming back and the pressure and the national eyes on that game, that they answered him point for point. And I would think that would be a pretty empowering thing. You know what? They are clearly in the upper half of the NFC, and so much can happen between now and even December 1st, a month after the deadline, and we get into the kind of the ramp-up final stage, the stretch run of the season. I just don't know how you can say that they're not a contending team at this stage. Record out the door. I just think that they've got enough there on their resume to show that they can explode at any time. And a first-year head coach. I mean, there's a lot of stuff at play here, but there are some signs which are pointing straight up, and there's no denying it. And there are others that say, well, they're a little leaky on one end of the ball, and that's got to be fixed, and that's got to be tightened a little bit. I just don't know if for certain. There are some teams that you feel right now have got everything that they need. Green Bay being one of them, who the Cowboys tied at 40, but Green Bay is one of them. I don't know how you can shut the door on Philly just by virtue of what they've done, and when they need to play well, they have. They got a big game in Green Bay, by the way, coming up in a couple of weeks, as the Eagles go to the Packers on Monday night. So we got some big games ahead of us, and a lot more to this season to be written. We're 7-8 games in right now for some teams, and we're just now reaching the turn in the season, and these next 2 weeks I think will give us more answers than questions about where the Cowboys are.
So with all the different games and stuff that you got, your schedule's loaded. How many nights a week does Kevin Harlan sleep in his own bed?
Well, now that the TNT situation is gone and Amazon has really given me a great one game a month schedule until I get to January and the end of the NFL season, a lot more. I mean, I have probably by this time at TNT would have done 5 NBA games, maybe 6 by this point, a couple preseason, couple regular week, and then 2 again this week. And I've got 1 in October, 1 in November, and 1 in December with Amazon by design. So I'm getting a lot more time at home, which is exactly what we wanted it to do. I quite frankly, I was after the TNT run, I was content. I had put in 38 years in the NBA and had enjoyed basically the entirety of Michael's career, all of Kobe's and all of LeBron's. Got to call a bunch of Dirk. Saw the end of Bird and Magic, and then have seen the beginning of Gilgeous Alexander and Wembanyama, and I feel like I was pretty satisfied. And then Amazon came along, and they've made it very easy for me and my family, which I appreciate more than I can express. And I can still be involved in the league, but have a cut down schedule, which is exactly what I want. It's been a great beginning.
Do you have a game that you've done in Dallas, whether it be Cowboys, Mavs, that stands out to you more than any other?
Well, some of those Luka games, were pretty special. When he was going and that place is rocking, those are some pretty big games. I don't know how anybody can, at any level that covers any sport, can't sit and watch that kid play and not think, oh my God, like this is, it's like we've never seen this kind of performance before, and with a body like that and a style like that and everything else. So those have been pretty good. There was a McGrady dunk over Sean Bradley back in a playoff game on an afternoon. It was pretty devastating for the Rockets. And then I've done a lot of Cowboy games. We did the first game in Dallas after 9/11, You remember the NFL took a weekend off after 9/11, and our crew, and I think I was with Randy Cross or Craig James, and I cannot recall right now, but maybe Sam White actually. And the first game that we did was the Cowboys. I forget who they played, and that was the first game after 9/11. That was a pretty memorable game for all the reasons you might expect, certainly. And fun memories of doing NBA and NFL down there, and I've always enjoyed my wife's family is from Texas, and so we've got a lot of connections to the state.
Hey, Kevin, I worked with you. You and I've always talked about this. I worked with your dad in Green Bay, and I remember when he told us, Ron Wolf and us, like, go ahead with the Reggie White signing and all that, that he was going to come up with all that. He had to be pretty happy about that whole thing with Micah Parsons making a big old move like that, right?
Well, it was like when Charles Woodson joined him, and then you refer clearly to probably the most historic move the organization had made, aside from drafting Rodgers and trading for Favre, but that was to sign Reggie White, who basically they had agreed to a deal. The players in the league had agreed to free agency, and he'd played 8 years with the Eagles and was the number one target of every team in the league. And he had basically said yes in Detroit, but he had promised the Packers, and as he had always said, my word is my bond.
Right.
When he promised the Packers that he would make a trip to Green Bay and hear their pitch, and his agent at the time said, well, that's great. I'll stay here, work out the details. You go fulfill whatever you think you need to fulfill in Green Bay. Get back to Detroit. We'll sign the deal and we'll go celebrate. And then he got to Green Bay, and Ron Wolf took him to a Red Lobster.
Yeah.
And that's basically where he sold him on the Green Bay vision.
Yeah.
And they paid him $14 million over 3 years, and he brought him a world championship, changed the complexion of the organization, literally and figuratively. Players of color did not want to go to Green Bay and play. And when Reggie White went there as a free agent and signed with the Packers, it changed the organization as much as Wolf getting hired, trading for Favre, and drafting Rodgers. It was that kind of a monumental thing because it showed players that regardless of color, you could go to Green Bay, be incredibly happy as a player there, but as a person there. And that was huge.
No, your dad did a great job. Your dad gave us everything that we needed to be successful up there. And I'll tell you what, like I always tell you, it was a great honor to work for him. It really, really was.
Well, you're kind to say that. And he loved the people that he was with, including you and everybody that was there in his regime. He was there for 21 years.
Yeah.
As president, 37 years in the organization, beginning as assistant general manager. He left the Cardinals in the late 60s when they had Bob Gibson, Lou Brock, Curt Flood, Roger Maris, like all those, Tim McCarver, all those great players were with the baseball Cardinals, but he didn't like to travel. And then he went to Green Bay to become the assistant general manager with Dan Devine, who left the University of Missouri and took the Packer job. And then they kept him around. So he worked under Bart Starr. He worked under Forrest Gregg, Lindy Infante. And then eventually they named him president, and he hired Ron Wolf, and they hired Mike Holmgren, and the rest is history.
Well, brilliant job by Amazon to pick you up. We're excited to hear your basketball calls once again. Can't wait to hear you Monday night. Westwood 1, Cowboys, Cardinals. The great Kevin Harlan. Salute to you, sir. Thanks for joining us once again.
Thank you, guys. Looking forward to getting down there on Monday. Take care.
Let's go. All righty. Top 10 at 2:40 coming up next. Chuck, you want to snuggle us in here?
Let's snuggle. What are the top 10 foods you should never eat on a plane? That's next. But
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. We got 6 days to go until the NFL trade deadline. Insider Jordan Schultz is going to join us coming up in 10 minutes. It's been a very interesting day of speculation around Myles Garrett and how frustrated he is there, what his contract looks like. It appears to be very palatable, and I would love to find out the Cowboys are making a hard push to send 2 ones, maybe even something else to Cleveland to get this done. We'll talk more about that coming up at 3 o'clock and at 3:20 and Cowboys Twitter. Here's Wolchuk with your top 10.
All righty. Well, the Eagles did just make another move. They are sending John Mechie in a 6th-round pick in 2027 to the Jets. Jets are giving them back Michael Carter, the corner, who can play nickel for them, so he can move into the slot, allow Cooper DeJean to move back outside. So it's a little pick swap there with 7th-rounders. 7th going back to the Eagles, and the Jets are getting the 6th and Mechie, whom, I mean, the Eagles just traded for in the offseason. So Howie Roseman, always in the mix. Not every move works, but you got to respect the way Howie goes about his business. All right, I saw this story today. A lady was on a 16-hour flight, and she documented this, put it on TikTok. It's got 1.2 million views. And she was in the window seat, and the 2 passengers next to her were just indulging in hard-boiled eggs and, I guess, steamed broccoli.
Oh, come on.
Oh, no.
Okay, the broccoli is too much, man.
Yeah.
That's way you over the top at this point. You
Right.
trolling? Is there a camera around?
Yeah, this has got to be a social media bit.
I mean, she films them, and her whole face
Eggs
is,
and broccoli. Who does that?
it's just rude.
That's not even a meal.
It's just rude.
Nobody eats that.
You just see all the
You got
shells.
a
that have
competition
been-
coming up? What are you doing?
disgusting. Just been peeled off the eggs there. And then I don't even know what they did with this broccoli, like how they even were able to. Did they steam this before and had it in a bag? I don't know.
You can eat it raw.
Just, oh gosh, it's just gross.
Broccoli, asparagus, cabbage, those things kick up.
But crazy.
blow you out.
So I'm thinking, all right, what are the top 10 worst foods to eat on a plane? And I do think, like, plane etiquette, there are people that probably should go to class for this. A lot of people don't understand what's proper etiquette on a plane.
There should be a plane etiquette course before you take flights, Wolchuk, and you should have to get it updated like every decade.
Agreed. We need to do. Don't be hitting the back of people's chairs. Honestly, the whole like leaning back bit. Sometimes you're leaning back into somebody's chest. I mean, it's like, we need to do a better job of our flight etiquette out there. But
I don't think those seats should lean back, to be honest with you.
I'm with you, man.
It just invites too much chaos.
It's just somebody's going to get ticked off. It could start a fight. The armrest. Like, what do we do about this? I mean, this is just. And I love broccoli too. 214, but we're not doing this on planes.
You should make it your goal to not even touch the chair in front of you. But a lot of people grab it and pull it back to get up.
Yeah.
It's like, whoa, what's going on here?
Why are you doing that?
I'll say this, though. I think people are real comfortable sitting in their seat with how wide their knees are.
Oh, yeah.
That's another thing.
Like you're a lot of folks out there are violating leg space.
You respect
They're going into and hey, tall guy. I really do my best to try and, slide as far to my right as I can if I'm next to the window. Or not have that contact.
Yeah.
There's people that just don't care. They plop down in there like they're at home in their Easy Boy recliner.
Absolutely. It is a cesspool of lack of awareness.
Yeah. I mean, $4.69 sat next to someone with a butter chicken and extra garlic naan. Might have been my wife. Not pleasant. And I'm with you. You're not eating Indian food on a plane. There's too many cents there.
Yeah.
As delicious as it is, we can't be doing that on a plane.
I'll tell you what, if you're throwing out like any type of seafood,
100%.
Yeah. If you're throwing in there a tuna fish sandwich,
absolutely.
If you're throwing in there some type of boiled shrimp,
an egg sandwich,
we're
not doing that.
Can't do that.
Brussels sprouts being texted in, sloppy
Man,
joes.
it's the right tuna though. It might make me hungry.
And I love tuna.
If your tuna fish sandwich is smacking though,
but
it's not just out of the can and on the bread. Like you put some work into it, there's some seasoning into it. It might make me hit though.
Yeah, let me get a bite of that.
But it's gonna smell.
I just think any time that you bring any type of fish product on a plane, you're asking for trouble.
Sardines and crackers.
Shouldn't leave your house.
Really.
Yeah, planes really should just be for snacks.
Yeah. Well, so in
I
on
hate
this
the
list,
fact that
16 hours though, bro.
I hate the fact.
Well, that's a good point. I don't go far.
I hate the fact they don't feed us on planes anymore. I hate the fact they don't feed us on planes.
It just has to be a longer flight, and they will feed you.
Yeah, the longer flights.
The longer flights now.
But I feel like that we've flown out to L.A. a bunch and stuff like that. How about a sandwich?
Yeah.
How about it's a 3-hour flight. You're just going to give me like one ginger ale, and that's
they
all
want
I
you to
get.
pay for it.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Oh, I did. I spent damn near $100 on charcuterie.
The charcuterie,
board.
man. You got sacked on that one.
Yep.
I tell you, the charcuterie board was damn good though. It was good, but I didn't expect to spend $100 on it.
Not good.
I didn't even know.
That's not good.
They didn't tell me how much it was, and I looked down at my phone, and it went.
They don't play.
It went $97. I go, what did I just do?
That's unbelievable.
And I go, man, it was pretty good though.
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Number 10 on here is actually goldfish, and the issue is they say that have you ever stepped on one of the goldfish and now that is everywhere?
That's dust.
Okay.
That's
So
dust.
like the dirty nature of that, and I guess that could go with like other chips, like hummus is an honorable mention, yogurt, jerky.
You got cleaning people for this though.
Jerky I didn't really get.
Somebody's
But
job to clean the plane.
Jerky kind of smells like a fart.
Have you guys
that'd be why.
you guys ever had this problem though? Have you ever been served yogurt like as a meal? Okay, you're flying, and then you try and open it up, and because of the altitude.
Oh, yeah, it bursts.
It bursts.
That makes sense.
So you got to be mindful, like open that thing on the person next to you or way in front of you is what you do. But that thing just kind of gets it boom, it explodes.
9 is bananas and other like
I'm
juicy
trying to say
fruits.
it a nice way.
Nah, I'll see where you was going. I was watching
trying.
you, bro.
I know where you.
I was trying, Lucius. I really was.
See how you gonna finish?
8 is salami and other meats. That can be stinky.
That could be. Yeah, salami can be stinky.
7, anything with onions and garlic. Just don't do it. That's going to be potent. So is cheese. Number 6 is cheese.
So the Philly cheesesteak's kind of out of bounds.
Well, I think it's more so like the blue cheese. The really pungent Philly cheesesteak. Also, it could be stinky. That could be a stinky one.
Peppers and onions. Could be a really
Right?
good smell, though,
Right?
too. Yeah.
5 is pistachios or anything with shells.
Oh, come on, bro.
'Cause it's going to be loud. One, it's going to be loud, and then what are you going to do with those shells?
Just gonna put it right under my seat.
Like if it's shelled pistachios, right? I don't think there's an issue there. But if you're like having to use your teeth, now you're trying to get the pistachio out of the shell, and then what do you do with said shell?
Ask for a coffee cup. Ask for just a paper coffee cup.
They got that bag, the throw-up bag in the front too, right there in front of you.
Yeah.
Use that joint.
Absolutely.
It's true.
Yep.
4 is tuna.
Yeah.
3 is fried foods.
I'll crash out on the nuts. I don't care. I'm cracking the nuts.
Crack them nuts.
Yeah.
Fried foods are great, man. You get some chicken strips or something.
And I think it's mainly the fried fish, but like other fried foods can it can get
It is
stinky.
a heavy scent.
Sardines, there you go, Lucius, at number 2.
Somebody said sardines and Doritos or something like Cool Ranch Doritos on the Fantex. You a wild boy.
But number 1, don't eat on a plane is the boiled eggs.
Yeah, well, Chuck, your dead ball is on right
That's
about that.
generally in life.
That's going to be stinky.
We got 1 hour down, 4 to go. Fox NFL insider Jordan Schultz joins you next right here on your home of the Cowboys as the trade deadline is heating up. We're back with him on the Fan here. I want to...
M&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 2 here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan, as Fox NFL insider Jordan Schultz joins us now to talk about the NFL with the trade deadline sitting 6 days away. Jordan, thanks for joining us once again. How the heck are you?
Hey, I'm doing really well. Thanks, guys.
Hey, could the Browns be trading Myles Garrett? Is this realistic to talk about from your perspective?
No, they're not going to move off of. It's very easy to think, this team is bad. Let's have a fire sale. The problem is that it's not good business to trade really good players. I mean, it's kind of the same reason why a team like Miami, I don't see trading a Jalen Waddle. Garrett obviously just signed a record-setting extension, and obviously teams are going to call on someone like that and try to take advantage of a team like Cleveland that is clearly not going to the playoffs and doesn't have a ton of young talent around him, but he will not be moved, no.
So is the entire trade market trending in that direction where all the star players we're talking about just are pretty much going to stay home, or do you think any of these big names will be moved?
I don't think this is going to be the type of trade market that blows fans out of the water, but I do wonder if there's a significant move, dark horse out of nowhere move that does happen, because that seems to be the case every year. I go back to a Von Miller, a Leonard Williams, to the Rams and Seahawks. There are moves that could be made. The problem is that a lot of these teams, mentioned Cleveland, mentioned Miami, a team like Tennessee, they're not keen to give up their top players. So, for example, Tennessee with Jeffrey Simmons, every team damn near in the league has called on him. And he needs an extension after this year, and he has switched agents. There's a lot of teams that would love to get Jeffrey Simmons, but Tennessee is going to say, well, we need 3 ones or 2 ones and a 2. It's incredibly hard to get a big-time elite player. It's pretty hard to get a good player. What you mostly see are pick swaps. I reported yesterday on Keon White and Kyle Duggar. These are late-round pick swaps. There's not a whole lot of monster moves that move the needle.
Jordan, when it comes to the linebackers that are possibly available on the market, I know Jerry's told our station, maybe that's the position the Cowboys would be most interested in. What are some names that could be moved at linebacker?
I think the name that is probably most appetizing is Quincy Williams from the Jets. He is a very, very good player. And the Jets have some young playmakers on defense. I had mentioned last week there was about 5 or 6 that could be moved. Michael Carter was just traded their safety. But whether it's Jermaine Johnson or Will McDonald or, in this case, Quincy Williams, I think there's potentially more trades for the Jets to make. Now, Williams is one of those players that is incredibly intriguing because he can play in different schemes. He's very fast. He can cover some. He can blitz. He's just a really good football player. And I think the Jets are, as they're trying to build a new identity, one of these teams to really watch for because acquiring draft capital is very, very important for a first-year GM, a first-year head coach. So I'd say Quincy Williams is one. One name that was brought up to me was Jordan Brooks, but I don't see him getting moved. He's been very good. They're winning. There's going to be 1 or 2 backers moved. We just saw a safety or a nickel corner moved. I think defensive tackle, a lot of teams desperate for help up front. I mentioned Jeffrey Simmons, but I just don't see that. But, you could see pass rusher, defensive tackle. I think those are the positions to really look out for.
What about Jets defensive tackle Quinnen Williams? Is there any? I've seen some stuff about him floating around.
So Quinnen is far and away the best player on that defense. He's fantastic. He's an all-pro. He's a difference maker. The Jets, it's my understanding, they have gotten a number of calls. They are not willingly shopping him. But if they're blown away by a team that, let's say, picks up the phone and says, hey, here's 2 1s and a 2, something of that nature, monster offer, then I think they would strongly consider it. But, having spoken to just a few teams today, I don't get the sense that anyone's going to blow them away. I don't get the sense that Aaron Glenn wants, or Darren Musi wants to trade Quinnen Williams. But I do think they're going to be active. I think Jermaine Johnson, good young pass rusher, Will McDonald potentially. Obviously, I mentioned Quincy. There's other moves to be made there.
NFL insider Jordan Schultz with us here on 105.3 The Fan. You brought up Jalen Waddle. You don't think Miami's going to move him. What about Bradley Chubb, Phillips, Minkah Fitzpatrick? Is that a team that maybe, from a Cowboys lens, they could get involved with?
Chubb, all 3 of those pass rushers, Chubb, Phillips, and Judon to a lesser extent because he won't move the needle as much. But all 3 of those guys could be available or are available. It's a situation where, in that order, I would say it's in terms of most attractive to teams. It's Phillips 1, Chubb 2, Judon 3. Phillips is, he's the youngest. He has a ton of tools. I think if I had to say right now, less than a week or so away, I think Phillips or Chubb gets traded. Not both, but one of them would be moved. And to your point about Dallas, that would absolutely move the needle. It's not going to fix all your problems, but it'll move the needle in a real way.
Hey, Jordan, what do you feel like? Do you and you mentioned that maybe teams aren't interested in moving guys. What if we move the trade deadline back another couple of weeks? Does that do anything, do you think, to get people interested? Or is there just so much with the parity and stuff right now that people still feel like they're in it, and that's why they're not getting any movement?
I think we just lost Jordan Schultz there. Fox Sports NFL insider Jordan Schultz joining us here on our home of the Cowboys.
I thought that was a good one. Maybe we can get him back.
Yeah. I thought that was a good point too. But what he was saying earlier, that teams. I think it's not only about thinking they're contenders now, but it's like, how do we become a playoff team next year?
Yeah.
And trading a Quinnen Williams or Myles Garrett, like, that is going to set you back because it's just so tough to find all pro talent like that. We got you back here, Jordan. We got Jordan Schultz back here with you. Jordan, can I not hear him?
No,
is it just my headphones that are out? Oh, okay. Nobody can hear Jordan Schultz. So something weird happened with our phone. Is that
That's possible.
Yeah, we are getting ready to move studios next week. So apologies to Jordan Schultz.
Do you want me to go out in the parking lot and do it on the phone?
Go out there.
Well, you never know. We'll have to stay frosty. We got you now, Jordan.
Yeah, I'm here. I was saying, I think you were asking about
trade deadlines. The trade deadlines. Do we need to move them back?
They moved it back a year. 2 years ago, they moved it back a week. It used to be on Halloween.
Right.
And they moved it back a week. And I thought that helped, but I'm not convinced it did. I think it might have made it worse.
Oh, okay.
Because now, but I don't know. I mean, listen, you have basically 22 teams that are 500 or better. I mean, all these teams think they're still in contention.
Right.
And then the teams that aren't in contention, pick a New Orleans. They don't like to make trades. There's certain teams that just don't want to make moves. So you're limiting the field is already limited. But I guess to your point, if you moved it back another week or two, and you had teams that were firmly out of it or really close to being out of it, perhaps it would help spur some more action.
Jordan Schultz with us now. What do you think about the idea of the Cowboys? Maybe they lose to Arizona, they fall to 3-5-1. Could they be in any way sellers at this deadline?
I don't think so. I think if anyone, if I look at Dallas realistically and the state of the NFC East and really the NFC as a whole, there's still a massive window for them to make a playoff push, even with another loss. I think I wouldn't say they're going to be sellers. I don't think they're going to be huge buyers, but I do think a move is going to be made on the defense side of the ball.
we've had a weird situation going on with Trayvon Diggs. I don't know, and this might be something that you haven't even put out feelers for, but do you think there would be a market for Diggs out there if the Cowboys were to try and shop him?
Yeah, I do. I think, there is clearly a real disconnect between him and the front office and the organization based on, and I don't think it takes a rocket scientist to figure that out, based on what Jerry has said, based on what Micah has said in recent days. It's just the fact that they're such good friends and how that was handled. I don't know what the fix is in Dallas between the two, but there is a market for Diggs. Now, the question would become, how much of the salary would Dallas be willing to take on? And I think he still has 3 years left, so there's a lot of contract there, but there's nothing guaranteed, I believe, after this season, which would help potentially a move to be made. And I think I don't know if it's I wouldn't say this with certainty, but I would imagine that maybe both sides might benefit from a change of scenery.
How much are your insider social circles buzzing about what exactly went down there a week and a half ago? With Trayvon and the team? And the concussion.
Oh, I think there's a lot of question marks about Dallas. First of all, there's a lot of these teams. Baltimore was another one. Baltimore didn't, the way that they didn't report Lamar's practice, that whole thing, that was really strange. Mm-hmm. I don't think there's a lot of trust in general right now in terms of how teams are putting out injuries. And that one, I think, was very strange. I think when Trayvon Diggs was at his best a couple of years ago and really a true playmaker, elite corner, which I think he still can be, he was incredibly competitive. And I don't know what the disconnect is, but when Jerry came out and said that, he wasn't here, he wasn't in the facility, just as a fan, that bothered me first and foremost. So I can imagine it really upset and probably bothered the player. And I think since then, both sides have been on completely opposite sides of the page.
Okay, let's just before we get out of here, ask you about Max Crosby and Trey Hendrickson. Do you feel the same way about them as you do Myles Garrett, that they won't be traded, or is there still a possibility?
Crosby, no. I definitively would say Crosby, no. But Hendrickson, I tell you what, I know several teams have called on Hendrickson, San Francisco being one of them, although they just made the trade yesterday, last night for Keon White. Hendrickson, I don't think is going to be back in Cincinnati after the season. I feel confident about that. And the Bengals, the AFC North is so open that even as much as they struggle without Burrow, there's still a window for them to make a playoff run. And if they were to, they have basically told me that Burrow's rehab has gone very well, and they believe he'll be back mid-December. If they're even remotely close to the playoffs, then it's worth keeping Hendrickson. But the defense has been horrible, and they just don't, to me, everything has to go very well for them to make a playoff push. And you're already seeing injuries with Flacco, and we know what Jake Browning is and isn't. I would be very surprised if Hendrickson's traded. They don't want to trade him, but it's not one of those situations, to me, like a Max Crosby, where if the phone rings, you're just hanging it up, if that makes any sense.
Hey, Jordan, real quick, I know we'd say we're going to let you go. Do you think there's a market for George Pickens?
Oh, massive. But I know they haven't had any extension talks, and obviously there's a lot of contention, or at least there was, between David Mulugeta and Jerry Jones in the organization.
Sure.
There would be a monster market for Pickens. I mean, he's a bona fide number one wide receiver. He's already eclipsed his touchdown rate. I think he's at 6. He should be a Pro Bowler.
Sure.
I mean, he's been awesome. To be honest, full transparency, I haven't even asked whether or not he'd be available because I haven't heard his name at all.
Sure.
And I think Dallas, to me, I don't see a scenario where they'd move him. And from everything I've been told, he's been really good in the locker room, and that was obviously, Pittsburgh didn't didn't feel good for whatever reason about him. I don't see a scenario where he's dealt, but I could see a scenario where Diggs is dealt. And again, I think there is a move or two to be made for them on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, the only reason we would say that is because if they didn't have the intent of re-signing him,
right,
or franchise tagging him, could you get more value for him now than, say, waiting for the compensatory pick?
Oh, his value would never be higher than it is right now.
Gotcha.
The problem is that, Dallas, I think the organization believes that if they get another defensive player or two, that they can win 10, 11 games.
Yeah.
And you don't want to be, obviously we saw it with Micah, and that was its own story in its entirety, but you don't want to be a team that's just trading away your best players. And for all intents and purposes, I don't know who's been better than George Pickens this year.
Yeah.
I did want to promote the Schultz Report. Great episode with the Marvin Overshone, Agent Zero. What were your takeaways talking with him? He's just the man, isn't he?
Yeah, that was so cool. I was blown away by him. I think the biggest takeaway was his attitude. The story he told me that stood out the most, fellas, was he tears his ACL, MCL, PCL. The trainer comes out on the field and says, do you need a cart? He says no, because I know I'm not going to be on this field for a really long time. So he basically gets helped off the field, but he walks off on his own power. And his entire demeanor and his maturity and the fact that he beat the timeline by basically 6 months, it's incredible. And I think he's going to be one of the premier linebackers in the league, and the fact that he's going to be playing an NFL game in basically 2 weeks is awesome.
Thank you so much for your time, Jordan. Enjoy the trade deadline. We'll try to catch up with you soon.
Thank you, guys. Take care.
Fox NFL insider Jordan Schultz here with you in the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys. Okay, we got a C-note coming up here, Cowboys news of the evening, as we'll get you even more names that are churning with the trade deadline coming up 6 days away, and answer some of your texts about this coming up next year on The Fan.
V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. It's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
All right, let's rock some C-Note here. Cowboys news of the evening brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car, truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. What do you think of 903 here? Says, I don't understand why we would want Trey Hendrickson so much. He's not that great of an answer to Cincinnati. Why would he be the big solution for us? I think you make a good point. You know, Trey Hendrickson is far down on my top targets for the Cowboys. A guy that rushes the passer well but does not play the defense. Well, he'd obviously make you better. But the depressing thing for Cincinnati's defense and the Cowboys defense right now, you got to get 4 or 5 good players. And if you look at it like that, maybe saving all of your money and your draft picks and trying to spread that out and hit home runs on some budget pieces and your draft picks is a better way of trying to get good. You look at Quinnen Williams, Jeffrey Simmons, Max Crosby, Myles Garrett. Those are the players that, in my mind, just one could shift the dynamic significantly in your favor. And Hendrickson isn't one of those. I think he's probably 32 years old now, and he's been dealing with the back. Now he's got a hip situation going on. So I'm right there with you. Hendrickson wouldn't fix this thing by himself.
I mean, he's 30. He's got 4 sacks already on the year, and he's got 17.5 sacks the last 2 years. I think he's a very good player. I'd absolutely want Trey Hendrickson on this team. He's not fixing it by himself. But I disagree with the texter. I think he's much better than that person thinks he is.
Okay, the most interesting thing ESPN wrote about today from a Cowboys perspective is how tradable Myles Garrett is. And this contract might be structured so well for a trade that it would make the compensation maybe 3 ones. What it really comes down to is they backloaded and tied so much of it into signing bonuses that for the team trading for him, you're getting a massively low cap hit. Spotrac posted it $1.2 million for this year, $8 million cap hit for next year for Myles Garrett, 16 in 2027, $21 million cap hit in 2028 for Myles Garrett, and then the salary cap catches up to him, and it would be like a $60 million cap number in 2029 and 2030. But Cleveland structured this in a way to give themselves cap relief for the immediate to try to win big now. They would eat $50 or $60 million in cap space to trade Myles Garrett. And in order to do that, I think the price would be 3 ones, and I'm not sure he's not worth it. 3 ones for Myles Garrett?
He's the best defense player in football, in my opinion. So, I mean, I don't know. I think that if I had to go that way, he can play any position on the defensive line. Again, like, you're not one player away, but you've got to start somewhere. You've got to just get help, right? And then you can focus on what do you do in the offseason. Like, yeah, you're not one player away. Saying, okay, one player's not going to fix that is not a reason to not make a move. You need to add talent. You need to add bodies. So Myles Garrett, I think, is the best possible player you could add. If it ends up going to 3 ones, it's a lot, but I'd consider it for a player like that.
Especially when you have 4 first-round picks over the next 2 years, it becomes a lot more palatable.
Sure.
As opposed to you're punting on 3 first-round picks for the next 3 years. It's a different story. So, yes,
I think I'd do it for him.
I would totally do that.
He's unblockable. He stops the run. I mean, the only concern is his age. He's been fairly healthy throughout his career. He's a hometown guy. I would implore whoever is in charge up there, let's call about Myles Garrett every day between now and Tuesday. And 3 ones probably isn't going to happen, but 2 ones plus something. I'm just trying to figure out at what point would Cleveland deal him, because in all the articles you read, all the insiders you talk to, it really comes down to value. And, at some point, it would become worth it. I want to find out what that point is for the Cleveland Browns. Brian Schottenheimer today says he has spent a significant amount more time in defensive meetings compared to the start of the season. That's to help. It's not to get in the way. And he says he gives Eberflus a ton of credit, having been a coordinator, having had head coaches come sit in my meetings and stuff. You don't like it. Shoddy says, I took it personal. Why are you in my meeting? And he says, Flus has not been like that at all.
I mean, not to his face.
Okay.
Yeah. He leaves, and then the coaches all get together, and they put their feet up on the desk, and they talk about, he needs to mind his own damn business, and, why is he over here messing with us? And
he's the head coach of the football team. It is his business.
If maybe, and he's probably saying, if we had better players, if they would have fought for a guy that we wanted, and, that's what coaches do. They sit around and they bitch about.
Just crank up the excuse machine.
Yeah, they sit in their office and they talk about what's going on around the league and why poor me, why they can't get anything done. I've been there. I've seen it.
Go into Steven's office or Will McClay's office and talk to them about what's wrong is what I think I'd be saying if I'm the defensive coordinator. But, I mean, if it's that intense of a dynamic, I guess I salute Schottenheimer for being a good enough leader and courageous enough to get in there. But whatever hope that we had coming out of the Washington game that Schotty had helped fix it quickly was dashed in Denver.
See, that's what I'm saying, though. He went in there for the Commanders game, and supposedly everything, turned around a little bit, but and then he forget to go for the Denver game. I don't know, but I
don't think he did.
I know how coaches are. They close the door, they sit in their office, and they bitch about their problems. That's what they do.
If you're ready to do that, though,
personnel guys.
This defense is only 16 points better so far than Mike Nolan's was in 2020.
Oh, sure.
It's just another reason to believe this thing is going to end here after 1 year, and you'll be on to another defensive coordinator.
Yeah, your fourth guy, and then he'll have a hand in the players that they pick. And then we'll complain about that because then, the guys like the Mike Zimmer picks, like Maris Leofau will then get pushed out. And then, who else will get pushed out that was a pick by a former guy? Everybody comes in here and I said this, and this is the problem with this organization is that there's too many voices in this thing. And I mean, there's too many voices telling the guy who's making the decision what's going on. I mean, it's like, and the coaches, they have so much say in personnel that it F's up the guy trying to do the personnel the right way.
Yeah.
And so now you have a team that looks ridiculous because you're playing with, we can't get Maris Leofau on the field. Well, remember how when Maris Leofau got drafted, Mike Zimmer and that whole crew was so excited about Maris Leofau.
Oh, yeah.
Now the poor son of a gun can't get him on the field.
Yeah.
Wait, he's not our guy.
If you're planning an A-gap blitz, he's your guy.
Yeah. If you're
him and Shamar James.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, to me, it's the more you just keep turning that position over, the worse your defense is going to look.
Yeah, and then they let the new coach bring in a couple of his guys because they understand the scheme.
Well, see, that's what you do. You don't want to be the bad guy. You're Will McClay. You don't want to tell Matt Eberflus, hey, Flus, I know you've been here before and you might know the Joneses, but you're full of S right now. I'm not bringing in any of those guys. And then he'll go, well, what? And then he'll get mad and he'll go in his office and close his door and get on the phone and bitch about the fact that the personnel guy doesn't care about him, and I can't win because I don't have my own guys, That's how this thing works. I've lived this. I live this. Everything that's going on right now, I lived it.
And whose fault is it?
Mostly Jerry Jones.
Right.
Yeah. Because he's in charge of this leadership dynamic because it allows him to have the ultimate final say and not have to be an expert in anything.
Well, he has the final say because he allows too many people to have a voice.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Yeah. But if he also would say, okay, I'm willing to not let my ego be in the way and be the owner and just give Will control as the general manager, then it's different. Then you have Will McClay who's making the decisions.
You guys know this for a fact that when I ran the draft in Philadelphia, Jeff Lurie told me we're not drafting Randy Moss. Okay? That's an owner coming in and saying, hey, Brian, I really don't feel like we need to draft Randy Moss here. So, I mean, and I said, well, Mr. Lurie, I go, he is one of our best players on the board. Well, I wouldn't feel comfortable with that. So, sometimes, people
For sure, there's always going to be an owner.
There's always going to be somebody who's going to walk in.
You still need one decision maker.
I agree.
That would probably help solve a lot of issues here.
I agree.
And I'd like to at least see it.
Yeah, I totally agree. I feel like that, though, when this situation is, they take a lot of pride in the fact that they have this great communication and the pods and all that. But and actually, I watched a coach one time say that that I watched the coach with the Cowboys, Chan Gailey, stand up there. Him and Dwayne Painter tell Jerry Jones that Randy Moss again want nothing to do with Randy Moss. And the coach and the scouts are like, "You're nuts! What? No! What are you talking about? That's what I'm saying." Then all of a sudden, Jerry has to make a decision. What decision did he make? He made the decision to go with his coaches. Now, if he'd have gone with the scouts, that would have pissed off the coaches. See, this is the problem with this organization is too many parties have a seat at the table and they get mad when the other one gets a little bit more of the pie.
Right.
When that's the problem Will has. Will might be really good at his job, but the problem is he has to sit there and cater to the Joneses. He has to cater to the coaches, and he has to cater to his own scouts. And he can't make it. He can't help because he's always going to have somebody mad at him, you know? And that's why then everybody in that organization kind of gets mad, like, oh, geez, I can't believe they brought that guy in.
Yeah.
There's people that didn't like Tyler Smith, offensive line coach. The scouts said, BS, this guy can play. What are we doing?
And they hit on him.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm sure that there's some scout guys. Like, how about this? Just real quick. I'm going around. I know we got Krusty's Corner coming up. We got to deal. You got to deal with when Surtain and Horn were. If Surtain and Horn were on the board, the scouts were fighting for Surtain. The coaches were fighting for Horn because you know why? Mike McCarthy coached his dad in New Orleans.
Mm-hmm. Oh, geez.
So all of a sudden, watch where that thing would have gone. Oh, they take Joe Horn. They take J.C. Horn.
And you take the wrong guy.
You took the wrong guy. Yep. Why? Because the coaches got involved. See, that's
the moral of the story is don't have the coaches be involved.
Well, no, the moral is, though, unless you have one just central voice saying, this is what we're going to do.
Yeah.
We're not going to allow everything else to interfere with us. This is the problems you have.
And that's the Jones family dynamic.
I love it, Brian. You were on fire. It's a perfect segue into Krusty's Corner. Where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's talk about how the Cowboys are going to beat the Arizona Cardinals. We'll do that next.
Hey, if you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's Brian.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you very much to my teammates. Appreciate you guys very, very, very much. Thank you for allowing me, Dawson, to go over a little bit on that.
Dude, you were on fire. The text loved it. Twitter loved it.
I just, like I said, I
go off.
I've lived that.
Tear their ass up.
I've lived that over there.
I also feel like the coaches are then often too loyal to the players that they have drafted. They want them to be a success. They probably like them personally. They want them to get paid. So then when it comes for second contract time, it's like, yeah, pay my guy. Yeah. And the coach and the player are high-fiving, you got paid, man. I believed in you. And it's like it's like a doom cycle from the time the player gets drafted.
Yeah, whether you want to believe this or not, just talking to some folks and kind of some of the dynamics and things. Talk about player-coach relationships, which we're cool. No problem. Player-coach relationship, great. Some of the problems that Diggs has had is because of things that Al Harris did as a coach over there.
Mm-hmm.
That he was coddling the player. That allowed him to do some of the things like to be late or miss things or not be buttoned up on some things. There's some talk. There's some like, well, hey, why don't you keep Al? Well, maybe we need to move on from Al. That kind of thing, because of some of the things that were going on. So players and coaches have relationships, and that's cool. I don't have a problem with that. I really, really don't. But
I do. I don't think there's a lot of room for player-friend friendships or player-coach friendships.
It's funny you say that, because I saw one that was really actually kind of cool.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying this, but it was way back in the day. Favre and Steve Mariucci were like best friends.
Okay.
In that way, it was kind of at the time, I was kind of a young personnel guy, so I thought it was kind of cool. But you're not wrong. You got to be able to kind of keep things separated.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of these coaches, especially nowadays, that these players don't have like a father figure. Yeah. And these coaches become that with them. And everything, it means so much to them when they have some success that the guy saw some good in,
Yeah.
And so that's, I'm with you though. I mean, I don't think you could always be friends with the players.
I mean, you can have respect. You can be a mentor without being so friendly that you're biased.
Yeah.
You can't let it get in the way of what's the best decision for the team.
Yeah.
If your buddy that's a player is not playing well and the other guy's better, you can't allow that to conflict.
But
be a conflict in the decision.
Yeah, but there's also that. I've seen this before where the coach says, "Listen, man, I'm fighting for you." That front office guys don't believe in you.
Yeah,
I'm fighting for you. I told them. I told them. You need to be the guy here.
Yeah.
Thanks, coach. Appreciate. I've seen that with my own eyes. So it's unique.
And there's advantages to be gained, I think, by being friendly with the players, by having a good rapport. But, I feel like the Cowboys have a hard time evaluating their own players, and they ask their coaches for help. So I don't think I'm connecting dots that aren't there at all. Like, this is a big issue for them, and they need to go to a more objective Bill Walsh, Jimmy Johnson type of approach to their talent.
Yeah, I think that, with Jimmy and that group, though, that was some coaches that knew how to evaluate when you look at,
real deal.
Real deal, yeah. So, to me, if you're going to have coaches involved, make sure they know who can.
Like Jason Garrett, son of a scout. There's an evaluator.
I had more problems with Jason Garrett, and he hated me, and to this day, he still does. But I would have loved to work with him because I worked with his dad. And I do respect his eye as a coach for football talent.
Yeah.
I mean, I do respect his eye for what a good player looks like.
Belichick, son of a scout.
Yeah.
That's the guy you want also heading up your personnel department.
Absolutely. Something like that. Okay. Arizona
At
Cardinals.
least when it came to pro talent.
Yeah, exactly.
Might have failed in the college draft, but they were always picking in the 30s.
Yeah. Well, they did some crazy ass stuff. I told Lombardi, I go, man, you guys did some crazy ass stuff.
Yeah.
He goes, oh yeah, I go, you acted like you were smarter than everybody else. Just stop it. Okay, what you need to know about the Arizona Cardinals offense. We'll do the defense tomorrow. This is one of those games though where, to me, I kind of feel like if Jacoby Brissett was playing, you might really get lit up in this game.
Wow. I've read that. I've read in Arizona where they think Brissett might be better than Murray.
You watch the tape, clearly throwing the ball better.
Okay.
Clearly throwing the ball better. But the mobility fact of it, or running around fact of it, it's Kyler Murray. It's Kyler Murray scramble man, and Kyler Murray like ducking under a rush, Kyler Murray moving around, but
he's like Super Mario with the turbo hit. He just nutmegs him with his own body. Doesn't have to duck.
It's amazing. It's amazing how he escapes, and then he gets to the open field, and it's like he's just kind of cruising, and it's like a 28-yard gain.
He's a patented Gavin Dawson Wiggly guy.
How many? When's the last time the Cowboys? I come on here every week and tell you about running quarterback. When's the last time the running quarterback has beat this team?
Hurts week 1.
Yeah, week 1.
Yeah, so I that's what I'm saying. Maybe
they haven't needed to run.
That's
that
what I'm
helps.
saying. And probably Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray might throw for 500 yards in this game, but
he will.
But Brissett's the one guy that actually is throwing the ball pretty well. I'll say this though about their running game is very, very similar to the kind that's still the same. When you talk about Clayton Adams being now here, they're still trying to do Clayton Adams things at Arizona running the football.
Right.
They just don't have James Conner running the football. They have this guy, Bam Knight, that's running the ball. And he's kind of a guy that's got a little bit of some quickness, some elusiveness to him. But you're gonna get the pulls, you're gonna get the tight end pull, you're gonna get all these things of trying to the movement, the down blocks and stuff. They're trying to do very similar to what they've done in the past, just without the offensive line coach to coach it up. The thing that's going to hurt them, and it's the same thing that hurts Dallas. You watch Arizona play the Packers. You watch them play the Colts. It's the penetrations. If you can find out, this is one of those games where, to me, Dallas defensively needs to play downhill. Play downhill. And it's, if you get a chance, run throughs, the penetration, anything that messes with their blocking schemes. Okay, that's the one way that when they get in that formation, that sidecar formation, and Kyler Murray wants to hand it off, and the ball starts going sideways, and they're pulling guys.
You should
just go, just shoot gaps and go for it. Because it throws off their blocking schemes, and that's how teams have been able to kind of control them a little bit in the running game. I personally, in this game, would think about, I know I'm going to talk about Marvin Harrison here for a minute, but the guy I really, really want to talk about, though, is Trey McBride. Okay? And Trey McBride, I think you need to treat Trey McBride like he is a big-time wide receiver, because you do see routes down the field. You do see routes along the sidelines. You do see a lot of their passes go inside. So here's Dallas that's struggling with their safety play. We've struggled with the depth of a linebacker, ball over the top. I have a feeling they're going to try and attack you in the middle of the field. That's kind of where they live. But I would consider every once in a while going in certain down and distances, taking Bland and putting him on Trey McBride, and then trying to cover Marvin Harrison and Zay Jones or Michael Wilson and those guys with the other corners is what I would try and do. I think the guy that could absolutely hurt you the most in this game is their tight end. And I think
their best offensive player.
Yeah, Brissett used him pretty well, but I would take my best defensive back and say, okay, certain down and distances, I'm gonna cover you up with my best guy and play. I'm not saying do it all the time, but I think you have to give him a changeup. You have to give him a changeup, because if you put a safety or linebacker on, they're going to wear you out with this guy. So I would take my best guy and try and neutralize him, and then hope. I don't think Marvin Harrison is what the Marvin Harrison when we were thinking about the draft and what he was going to be coming out.
Well, he will be Monday night.
He probably will be.
But you're
right.
right. Be a great week to have Jordan Lewis, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but you're absolutely
Probably
right.
wasn't friends enough with the coaches.
Yeah, they're not going to move Marvin Harrison around a bunch. They're not a big motion team. But when they do, it's kind of like I don't think they're running motion the same way you're running motion. But here you are. You've got a chance. I would say the right tackle, Jonah Williams.
Oh, the former Bengal?
Yeah, Jonah Williams is your guy this week. And that means that Flus will put Houston and Ezra-Rocco over on the other side.
On Paris Johnson.
and work that matchup.
Strength on strength, man.
Clowney work Williams.
Get some good reps over there.
Hey, Nealon, go have fun with Williams.
Yeah, but Jonah Williams, the right tackle, is, I think, where you need to be very mindful of this game.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, sir.
Krusty's Corner every afternoon, 3:40 here in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got a little bit of a need for a fix, Wolchuk. What you got for me?
Oh, we got trade deadline intel and just wheeling around the facility. That's next in the nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every day.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Mike Tomlin is absolutely one of the best coaches in the National Football League, but it might be time for a change. An aging defense is now at the brink of delivering Tomlin perhaps his most disappointing season in a decade. Maybe it's time for Tomlin and the Steelers to say goodbye. I'm Bill Ryder.
If you are 50 or older, it is recommended that you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia, a potentially serious bacterial lung disease that can disrupt your life for weeks. If you're an adult 19 to 49 with certain underlying medical conditions like asthma, diabetes, chronic heart disease, or COPD, vaccination is also recommended. Talk to your doctor about vaccination today and learn more at lung.org/protectyourself. Furnished by the American Lung Association in collaboration with Pfizer.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Find what you love and love what you find at Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you.
With the lowest prices for over 30 years, find what you love only at Total Wine and More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Corey, you paint your house, and 5 years later, you're paying to do it again. Yeah, and good luck getting them back out to your house for repairs. That's why we called in the expert, Gary Zanobi with Rhino Shield. Gary?
Thanks, guys. Rhino Shield isn't paint. It's a ceramic coating that flexes, seals, and protects your home's exterior for 25 years.
Save money, beat the Texas weather, and never deal with repainting again. Why just paint your house when you could shield your home?
Visit RhinoShieldTX.com or give us a call to schedule your free estimate. I'd love to come out and take a look at your home.
Tolos, we're back on the road for 105.3 The Fans Friday Football Feast. Come join me, Kevin, alongside Corey, broadcasting live from Uncle Julio's at 16150 Dallas Parkway from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We'll be previewing the upcoming weekend slate of football games and doing giveaways every hour. They've rolled out some new food and drink menu items you need to see for yourself. Come get your weekend started right with us at Uncle Julio's at 16150 Dallas Parkway by the Addison Airport. This Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Get that end zone dance ready. Football is back. And nobody brings a pregame party like Specs, proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Specs has Texas' largest selection of canned cocktails, spirits, wines, and gourmet bites. Everything you need to take your watch party from JV to the pros. So head down to Specs and cheers to savings. Down, set, delicious. Specs, the fun starts here.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stopped, opt out.
Figures. The car breaks down right before my paycheck hit. I can't cover the repair until next week.
Man, that's rough. But with Current, you don't have to wait. They'll advance you up to $750 before payday if you qualify.
Up to $750 before payday?
Yep. Just set up an eligible payroll deposit and see if you qualify for an advance. No credit checks, no hassle.
That'll get me back on the road today.
Exactly. Current makes sure you got what you need when you need it.
Need money before payday? Qualify for up to $750 in paycheck advances when you set up an eligible payroll deposit. Join the millions already relying on Current, the banking app you can count on. Text COUNT to 323232. That's COUNT to 323232.
Paycheck Advance is offered by FindCo Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Eligibility and available amounts may vary and are subject to change at any time. For full terms and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177 for more information.
Are you ready for some football? The Dallas Cowboys have some smoking news. They've partnered with Dickey's Barbecue to bring you the best barbecue sausage for game day. That's right, Dickey's Barbecue is handcrafted, the official sausage of the Dallas Cowboys. They're delicious jalapeno pepper jack sausage. It's bold, flavorful, and a sure win. Come try this new fan favorite at a Cowboys game or event at AT&T Stadium. Again, try Dickey's Barbecue Pit. Slow smoked, legit Texas barbecue since 1941.
Hey, it's Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy. We're not just a radio show, we're also a podcast. Find the Sean and RJ show anytime on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your pods.
Catch the full episode, listen by individual hour, or jump straight to the highlights.
Just open up your favorite podcast app, search for our names, and hit the follow button, or get every minute of the show on demand the way you want to listen.
This college football season, AAA is your MVP. The real hero that gets you to game day and back with zero stress. On or off the field, AAA has your back. With member perks that keep your plans moving. We're talking roadside help when you need it, affordable car insurance to protect your ride, plus discounts on sports and event tickets, gas, gym memberships, dining, and more. AAA members save an average of $220 a year. And here's the game-winning play. Enter now for your shot at a $5,000 AAA travel package. Just head to AAA.com/MVP for your chance to win.
Are you stuck waiting on hold for hours just to reach the IRS? Or worse, still waiting for a response to a letter you sent the IRS last year? The IRS may be slow, but your tax problems can get worse daily. I'm Dallas attorney Nick Namath, the Texas tax attorney. We help Texans take back control fast. Frozen accounts, garnished wages, unfiled returns, we've seen it all, and we know what works. Call my office now for a free confidential consultation at 972-484-0TAX or visit myiRSteam.com. Offices in Dallas, Fort Worth, and Frisco.
Platinum Chevrolet has become an all-in-the-family business for the KNC Masterpiece. Corey told me to go there to buy my brand new car. 5 years later and 4 new cars later, I love Platinum Chevrolet. And now we've got our producer Alec in on the Platinum Chevrolet business as well.
You walk in and you gently ask for GM Justin Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves the Tolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 3, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a good day. Just missed Krusty's Corner there. He previewed the Arizona offense for you if you want to go back and listen with the Odyssey app, YouTube or Twitch. Brian?
Hey, can I real quick, too, say thanks to Reliant? I know their thing ran out, but thank you so much. If they're listening out there, thank you for everything you did for the show and sponsoring Krusty's Corner. Really do appreciate you guys.
It was a hell of a run.
Yeah.
We're going to talk some hoop with you coming up in about 15, 20 minutes. Chief will walk us through a rim session, but here's Wolchuk with a daily football fix.
All right, some good stuff when it comes to Jeremy Fowler and Dan Graziano, their weekly NFL Week 9 buzz, trade deadline questions, and the Trey Hendrickson stuff. They did mention Cowboys and Niners among the most interested teams in Trey Hendrickson. Now, the hip injury is the thing for me that I'm like, dude, if that's serious and there's no point in even talking about it, you have to find out like how legit that hip injury is.
Got a Bo Jackson hip? Or it'd be like trading for Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
It's like you know that he's immediately going to miss games when you trade for him.
Right.
Like he's going from... He's traded to your team, and then he goes immediately. First thing he does is walk right over to the injury report.
There'd be absolutely no point because it's also a rental. And I wouldn't mind keeping Trey Hendrickson here in Dallas because I do think that highly of him. I mean, he's a guy that's had 17.5 sacks 2024, 2023. He's got 4 already this year. I think he's a good player, and he would help you. But there's no point in trading for a player if he's hurt. So you got to find out what's the severity of that hip injury. And right now, Cincinnati also saying we're not moving him, but who knows?
I mean, the most compelling case, I think, for acquiring Trey Hendrickson to me is that it wouldn't take a 1.
Right. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You can get a great and check one thing off. Okay, we don't have a 2 or a 3, but we got 2 1s. and now we have an edge player that there might not be 5 better than in the entire league.
Now, the Myles Garrett stuff's interesting, and you hinted at this earlier, and I did kind of get a little bit excited. Now, Jordan Schultz kind of crapped on it earlier. He's like, no way.
That was a super crap.
It was a big one.
Dawson couldn't even get the question out. He's like, no.
Yeah.
No.
He took a dump on my dreams. I'm just going to try and speak it into existence. Myles Garrett will be a Dallas Cowboy by the trade deadline. Right? I just want to make it happen.
And I think it's worth 3 ones because you get to save $35 to $40 million off the cap hit.
You know what?
You get to keep all of your cap space.
I think he's and he's an upgrade. Like for the fans that were ticked off, and I get it. You traded Micah, you're getting a better player. Like I think Myles Garrett is the one guy that you're like, okay, for sure, yeah, that guy's better than what you just had. He's absolutely a freak show. Now,
can I ask you a question though?
We got a broadest index finger up in the air.
What's up? What's up? Lay it on me.
Do you worry with the state of this defense right now that it might be just like him playing at Cleveland?
It would be different because he'd be playing with a bad defense and a great offense.
You just need, that's the thing. I'm not looking
I'm asking for 2 or 3 more stops. That's all I need.
That's it.
Right?
And he's going to help you get that.
Okay.
He's going to help you get that.
But I just wondered if you're playing with such a bad defense, does it just totally neutralize his ability to be great?
You add him here, that's, again, like your defense isn't going to be awesome, but it's going to be now good enough to where I can get a stop. I'm not punting the ball away and thinking this team's going to run right down the field or pass right down the field and score. I now believe maybe I've got a chance of getting a stop and getting the ball back to my offense.
Gives you a great chance to hold the lead. You know, you don't go to overtime against the Giants. Maybe you beat Carolina. There's just, I do want to add, though, that it can't be the end of the line. You can't say defense fix. It's got to be, okay, we're trading all these picks for Myles Garrett. This is going to free up a ton of cap space and give us a great player, and we're going to go attack free agency to get a linebacker, to get a defensive tackle, a corner, and a safety. And if that's part of the plan, I think the Cowboys could win the Super Bowl next year after giving up 3 ones for Myles Garrett.
Yeah, you gotta continue to build on that side of the football, but Myles Garrett would go a long way. Now, they dug into the contract on ESPN. They don't think it's out of the question that the Browns could trade Myles Garrett even this week if he really wanted out. And I don't think there's a single team. I mean, Myles Garrett's been very outspoken even before the draft about how he would have loved to have been a Dallas Cowboy. I think you dangle the Cowboy carrot in front of Myles Garrett, he's going to say, yeah, I'm good here. I'm down.
Yeah, he got talked into it by this record-breaking contract of $4,160 that was just beaten already $4,180. The money's exploding, but I think now he's got the money and he's like, dude, let's get out of here. And I would not be surprised if Cleveland structured it in a way that makes him infinitely tradable. They're basically going to buy an extra first-round pick off you.
So if the Browns traded him right now, his 2025 cap number would stay about the same. And they'd have, it's the dead money. That's the issue here. Mm-hmm. The Browns would have $41 million in dead money for 2026 and then $17.5 million more. Now, that's not anywhere close to what the Broncos just had to eat when they cut Russell Wilson. So there's already a standard out there for a team doing this previously, and maybe the Cowboys could help them in terms of that a little bit. I mean, maybe you're looking at, could you swap Diggs' contract over there? Maybe the Browns would be open-minded to that. I mean, I thought that was an interesting answer that Jordan Schultz gave, that there would be a market out there, he believes, for Trayvon Diggs if the Cowboys were to float him out.
Unless the Calvin Watkins knee surgery report.
Yes, again, that's the same thing as Trey Hendrickson, right? You got to check out how healthy is he. If he's going to have surgery, then a team's going to say, no. We're not doing that here. If it's something where he could play in 3 weeks, then that changes things dramatically. And again, maybe the Browns would even say, okay, because they're not going anywhere, if I can get him, well, I don't know if he could pass a physical. That's the thing. That might put the kibosh on it. But maybe the Browns would say that's a move for next year anyway. We're just trying to align contracts here. But they wrote in this hypothetical, Cowboys or Rams, let's say they offered both first-round picks. They have with the prior trades they've made. Cleveland would be looking at the possibility now of having 4 first-round picks in the upcoming draft. The Browns could control round 1, and they could come out of it with whatever quarterback they want. And that acquiring team would have to pay Garrett a fairly reasonable $31.5 million in fully guaranteed money next year and $30.5 million the following year. And yeah, that's very reasonable when you're considering what Aiden Hutchinson just got, $45 million APY, $47 million APY that Micah just got, $31.5 million guaranteed, $30.5 million guaranteed for the next 2 years for maybe the best defensive player in football. Yeah. I'm in.
Spotrac said it like that's the cash flow, but the cap number is single-digit millions for the next couple of years.
And that's just fully guaranteed. But you're right. I mean, for the cap,
so
it's even better.
Those cap numbers don't come around till 29 and 2030 for Myles Garrett. So they kind of like Howie Roseman, Philadelphia Eagled that contract, creating voidable years on the back end of it. And it's almost too good to be true that the Cowboys could trade Myles Garrett and still have all of this cap space available to go attack free agency.
And the 469, Myles Garrett ain't fixing this bleep show. Jeez. Well, then, yeah, the Cowboys are going to suck forever with your mentality. Don't do anything. Just continue to live in this pigsty that they're in.
Well,
right
I mean,
now.
we
He's
said
helping.
the same thing.
He's helping.
Yeah, he's helping.
That's all it is.
And you add no single edge rusher is making your team awesome, just like Micah Parsons couldn't last year. You know, it's a team game. But yes, to me, the edge is the most important piece because of what it allows you to do with a lead.
Yeah.
You know, and how it takes away the opponent pass game. You saw it big time this last week.
Does he then help Kenny Clark, Osa Digizua, like guys, Solomon Thomas, the ones that are underperforming? Can they now, start to play better along the defensive line? I think obviously we've talked about the corners, how they benefited from having a player like Micah. You're now benefiting them as well now by having a Myles Garrett, who I think would be an upgrade and even better. Now, more trade deadline buzz. They had an article out about who could the Cowboys possibly be looking at. You've got linebacker out there. Are there other players they could target?
Any safeties? We're broken in the safety room. We don't have real safeties. And the ones that we do have are all banged up. And
can I just say what a joke they didn't make a move for Duggar?
I think Kyle Duggar's a lot of what you have.
The Patriots are eating all that money.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt to just do it. I would have loved both those players. Keon White would have been number one for me. I'm a big Keon White fan. I liked him coming out of Georgia Tech.
What did Zach when he never really out of Georgia Tech more run player than pass rush guy? Right?
I saw that. I think that was the defense they were playing, but he was fast off the ball.
Okay,
he flies off the ball. His first step quickness to me was really stood out.
I just wondered how he played at New England though. That's what
He was really good last year.
Was he?
But I think this was a coaching thing. Him and Kyle Duggar both got demoted. I don't think they were part of the Mike Vrabel defensive plan.
Well, when you're winning games, you can get rid of players.
Absolutely. So they both fell out of favor, and they moved on. And basically, I mean, it was late. We're talking about like even the Kyle Duggar thing. Like I think he's similar to what you've got, more of an in the box safety, like the Donovan Wilsons, the Marquise Bells. But he's better than those guys. So you still would have upgraded by going to get a Kyle Duggar. I don't disagree with you at all by being in the mix there. Now, Minkah Fitzpatrick, I mean, Jordan Schultz didn't even mention his name. I tried to throw it out there, and he kind of danced around that one. I don't know. Maybe Minkah's not available. But I don't know right now the safeties that you could really go get. But I'm totally with you. This team has undervalued safety. It's been a weakness for them really ever since. I mean, I think our buddy Barry Church is probably the best safety they've had since Darren Woodson. Like, they don't have really good safety play.
No, they haven't invested in it.
Not at all.
And he's better than like Elijah Clark and Marquise Bell.
Yeah, he is. He's an upgrade there. Now, who could be a target? Seth Walder's putting out a corner. What about a corner? Joshua Williams in Kansas City.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
Every Dallas corner aside from Diggs has allowed more than this is what the stat you were talking about, General.
Yeah.
The 1.1 yards per coverage snap this season, according to Next Gen. Diggs on IR, we know this, but Williams is in a contract year and buried now on the Kansas City depth chart. He's also only played 775 regular season coverage snaps in his career, but he's produced a very impressive 0.9 yards per coverage snap in that span when Diggs returns. And if Williams worked out, the team now could keep both on the field, and you have Bland in the slot. So maybe that's a wide receiver. I don't even know if he's on the Cowboys' radar or a cornerback. Joshua Williams is not a name that I even know much about. Player might not be good. I mean, those numbers could be impressive because he hasn't played much, right? You're able to help there with a small sample size. But maybe. I mean, I want to leave no stone unturned here. Joshua Williams, if he's your guy, go get him.
Well, he played 520 snaps, 420, 411 over the last couple of years, but they got new players in, and now his snap count's down to 16 for the entire season.
Yeah. Coaches, he's out. He's out. He was a Lou Anarumo guy or whatever the hell that guy's name
is. That's like 1,500 snaps with an above average coverage grade. I think that's enough.
Could be
good. That's enough football that's
you said this
been
guy
played.
Was in Kansas City, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he's hurt this year. He's barely playing.
Yeah.
Well, they got Noel Williams, the Cal corner, the rookie.
Yeah.
He's taken over his spot.
I see.
And he's good. He's good. But they like
Lou
him.
was at Cincinnati.
Yeah, Lou was in Cincinnati, now is in Indianapolis. Oh, it was Spags.
Yeah.
Spags might just say, hey, I like this Noel Williams guy.
Man, you got me confused there for a second.
I'm glad. Well, I was just glad you're listening. I thought you were buried in the
I'm watching
I heard
this.
Lou
I'm watching this.
Anarumo, and I was like, oh no.
I'm watching this Quincy Williams play.
Oh, the Jets linebacker?
Yeah, a little bit.
You don't like him?
Well, I tell you what, man. The one thing the guy does, he's like a will linebacker. So he's like this guy you play uncovered. So he's like a run guy. He's almost like it would be what they do with Maris and guys like that.
Okay.
And James. The guy tackles really well. He can actually cover.
Okay, so he is better than James and Leofau.
And they don't have a linebacker that can cover.
This guy can cover. And whether it's the tight end, he's a shorter, smaller guy. He could really, really, really run. I liked him better than the Cincinnati linebacker that I watched the other day.
All right, Quincy Williams. Yeah. I'm in. Aiden Hutchinson, 4-year, $180 million extension. Congratulations. $141 million guaranteed. Well done for him. He's sticking around there in Detroit. Now,
and they're paying a lot of dudes.
Yeah, a lot of dudes. I don't know how. I don't know how they can.
Ford Motor Company.
They paid their quarterback, right? I don't know how they're in the world. They're paying all these guys. Amon-Ra St. Brown. This is nuts.
David Montgomery, Penei Sewell.
The runner, Jahmyr Gibbs.
The guy, John Dorsey there.
I mean, how in the world are they going to be able to keep all these players? This is nuts. Cam Skattebo. We got more. Okay? It's a little worse than we initially thought.
Worse? It was turned, and we were disgusted. We were all vomiting together.
Well, we thought just a dislocated ankle. It's also a fractured fibula and a ruptured deltoid ligament.
Deltoid? I thought your delts were up in your shoulder.
Apparently.
A guy like Skattebo's got multiple delts.
He's all
He's
delts.
got more
He's
delts.
probably got delts
he's a whole delt.
Front, back, side to side. He's got delts everywhere. So when can he return? They're hoping by OTAs, but that sounded gruesome. The good thing is he's in great spirits. According to Dabes, he's just wheeling himself around and partying in the facility right now. So he's trying to lighten the mood. So can you just imagine you're having a team meeting?
That's the painkillers.
Here comes Scat, just like, whoop, skirt, in his wheelchair, just wheeling his little ass around. It's incredible.
He's still flying high from those cheesesteaks and the pizza.
Damn
Big
right.
Dom.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Cheesesteaks are no joke.
That's just that Italian hospitality.
Yeah.
You know? Like, they're violent, and they will kill you.
I saw Big
but
Dom.
Also, like, we'll send you some
Yeah,
pizza.
they might just give you a little cut here and there, but I got some sausages and peppers ready for you when you're recovering.
Don't mind the ankle I just snapped
It's all
off your
good.
body. Here's some pizza.
Here's the gabagool.
Have a slice.
I saw Big Dom on the floor at the Sixers game the other night.
Yeah, he was with Cooper DeJean.
Yeah.
They were both
Big Dom
in their very
hanging out.
Italian jumpsuits.
Hanging out. Yeah.
Oh, he was sitting courtside.
He was sitting courtside.
I thought you meant he was just like vegging out on the floor.
No.
Doing snow angels on the hardwood.
Okay, we got 6 to 12 plus months if a full tear is involved. So there's a big range on how that could go. That sounds very painful and a very lengthy recovery process.
Some of the most legendary 3.5 yards per carry we'll ever remember, though, in Cam Skattebo.
Damn
That's
right.
Respect.
Too soon. Running through a mofo's face over and over again.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk. A mixed bag's coming up with Zachary here before too long as well. But we need to talk some hoop, Chief. Where are we going?
Yeah, let's go around the rim with a tip of the cap to Mark Followill, your hoops clips of the day, and the Win VP next in the nation.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I never remember that.
No, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute one. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I didn't know your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Segment here, we're going to do some basketball. Rim session with the Chief, brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Eric.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids down for that afternoon snoozer so the G-Bag Nation can go all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Mark Followell gives a nice little dig at SGA at the free throw line. Did you guys hear this a couple of days ago? Mavs lose to the Thunder. SGA at the line for the first time in the game in like the final few seconds. And I like the way Followell described it.
Around 90% in recent years for his career. He's 87.5, a little down this season, 37 of 44 in the first 3 games. And stunningly, this is his first time on the line tonight.
Just put a little extra sauce on that. We're all blown away. That has to be the longest stretch of a game without getting to the free throw line for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is still your odds-on favorite to be the league MVP. But Victor Wembanyama's closing. 33% chance for SGA, 22% for Wemby, 18% for Nikola Jokic. But what Wemby is doing right now, I mean, Draymond Green is saying that he could literally win the most improved player, the MVP, and the DPOY all in the same season.
Wow.
It could happen. And he is playing at such a level right now that it's honestly hard to fathom. I mean, the Spurs are giving up the fewest points in the league right now. His blocks, like I saw something today where like through 120 games of their career, he's got more points than LeBron James, more boards than Karl Malone, more blocks than Hakeem, and more threes made than Steph Curry through his first 120 games of his career.
Wow.
I mean, what we're witnessing is truly ridiculous.
Our guy Sweeney's down there coaching him up, huh?
He's going to
Playing
slow down on
defense.
taking those, but
True.
And the Mavs game was his best one yet, still, right? But it wasn't necessarily an outlier.
No, it was his best game, but he's still. I mean, through the first week, it was still averaging like over 30 points per game.
Yeah, it's at 31 right now on
Yeah.
60% from the floor, 14 rebounds, 5 blocks a game.
And apparently we can thank Chet Holmgren for this. Mark J. Spears said that Chet Holmgren, for whatever reason, he's so annoyed by Chet Holmgren winning a championship.
Is he like
He
the
says-
similar body types?
He says, I was told by somebody inside that room that Wemby is motivated by Chet. Chet having one up on him on the championship has him seeing fire.
Yeah.
So I don't know what
Couple
type
of
of
big, skinny, slender
Yeah,
bigs.
he's like, wait, no, I'm
the best.
that build, and I'm the one who's supposed to be the thin big man who's getting it done. Kendrick Perkins says the GOAT conversation is going to go like this: MJ, LeBron, and Wemby when it's all said and done.
I mean, assuming health.
Assuming health. That's what, there's no question. But outside of that, we've never seen anything like this guy before. Now, I do want to give a tip of the cap to Giannis as well. I mean, he's been unbelievable this year. And Wemby's kind of stolen the headlines. And there's been a ton of outrageous stat lines, to be fair. There's been a bunch of dudes that have gone off Tyrese Maxey is having one hell of a season. And there's just dudes all over the place that are putting up ridiculous numbers. But Giannis is going like 37-8, 40-14, 31-20, 37-14. And his field goal percentages are super high. Like he's playing out of his mind right now as well. So it's
Still just 30 years old. Incredible.
Yeah. And
it's 36-14 on average right now with 7 assists on 70% from the floor.
He's playing unbelievable basketball.
If the Bucks do trade him, he's making sure they are going to get the absolute most.
Yes, yeah, they're going to get a haul for him, but it feels like just a ticking time bomb before he maneuvers his way out of there. Did you guys see the Jaylen Brown fiasco with his dome?
Yeah,
I was hearing about that. Yeah, he had some of that spray on hair that rubbed off on somebody's jersey.
Yeah, they're playing a team. Who were they playing? That white jersey.
They were playing the Knicks. It was OG Anunoby who's guarding him.
Looked
and
like
he
he had eye black all over his jersey or something like that.
Dude, I can't imagine how how deflating that would be in the middle of a game. You're like, oh no, my hair paint is on my opponent's jersey. And you feel like they would have learned from Carlos Boozer all those years ago.
Yeah,
right?
There's examples of who you don't want to be.
When you get the Beijing.
Maybe you thought it had leveled up and it was like a no streak. Hair spray paint, I guess. Yeah, but that's tough.
They used to have that on TV. You could order cans of that stuff. They had it like late night, like you're sitting around.
Please tell me you took a shot on that. You never took a shot at.
No.
It's like, let's just test it out.
Yes, you did.
Just behind closed doors, just you,
No.
just you in your mirror.
No.
How long you been rocking the cul-de-sac for? Is that a 40-year due for you?
Oh no, it's since 1983. I've been bald.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you didn't just one Hail Mary. Let's give it a shot. We'll call the infomercial and we'll spray it on and go scout some dudes.
The only thing he's done is the Crosby, Stills, Nash and Young look.
Yeah,
the change up with the long COVID hair.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, and I feel like you're itching to bring that back.
I'd love to bring that back.
Feel the wind blowing.
Yeah.
Are you chilly in here too, Wolchuk? I'm getting the chills.
Oh,
I feel like that.
Is he going?
Cutting through.
I thought somebody turned on the heater because
I am.
It got a little.
The heater did just get turned up, but I just wanted to get a little Jedi.
A little Assassin's Creed going.
Yeah, let's go. The hoodie. It's the callback.
I like that.
Let's go.
I mean, if you guys need to turn the heat down, that's fine, but I was shivering. My hands are frozen.
No, I like it. I want to get a little toasty up in this.
There you go.
Area.
Jeez.
We'll sauna it up for you.
Embarrassed, Brian?
No, I'm embarrassed the fact that you like. I thought I was the old dude in here getting all cold. You know.
I mean, I was wearing the stocking cap last night.
Cutting unbelievable.
You're not wearing a t-shirt under that hoodie, then?
Hell no.
I would hope not, based on the protrusion of those nips.
I don't think I can ever wear this again. Eric's got me so damn self-conscious.
No, you don't. It's incredible. You should be proud of that.
I'm shamed.
Well, Jaylen Brown was shamed by his hair. So
defense. Oh, what was that?
Is he going to shave it?
He did. He went on the live stream.
There you go.
And he came home with it, but. He decided to call LeBron James beforehand, and he left him a voicemail. And there were so many not safe for work words used that it was just not worth playing. But he literally calls LeBron James, leaves him a voicemail asking him for advice on hairline treatment in Turkey.
He was thinking about flying overseas.
So I guess he just kind of betrayed some trust there. Or he's just cracking jokes about LeBron.
Awesome.
But he's like, yeah, should I go to Turkey and get this hairline thing done? He ended up just doing away with it, and we credit him for that. There's a new 3-on-3 street basketball game called NBA The Run. It's coming from Play-by-Play Studios in partnership with the NBA, bringing back the vibes of NBA Jam and NBA Street is what they're alleging. So a little 3-on-3 action. I think you still have that mode in 2K, right?
Yeah, yes, you do.
You can still do that, but I guess this game is just 100% what it's going to be.
You want the more tricks and stuff that came with the NBA Street, like the spin move where you fall down on your butt, off the heezy, the spider jam.
Off the heezy's unreal, too.
The skip to my loo. You want to be able to do all that stuff.
Yeah, there's so much of a repertoire right there. So you do have Rick Carlisle and the Pacers coming to the AAC to take on these Mavericks. And
I wished him happy birthday from all of us the other day.
Thank you.
He said, hey, yeah, great, thanks, guys. He did one of those.
Can I get some healthy players instead?
He got back. But I said, hey.
Even better, he gets to play the Mavericks offense.
Oh, really?
I mean, it's so bad.
The Mavs, it's a really tough watch.
What's up with our sports teams and just bad something? Bad offense, bad defense.
Well, I don't think the Mavs defense has even been very good.
Bad penalty kill.
I'm trying to find positives watching them. Like, this is just gross.
And I love it. ISO, dribble handoff, ISO, dribble handoff. Every once in a while, they'll get on a fast break, and you're like, oh, that looks pretty nice. Yeah. Maybe they should try to do that a little bit more.
Here's PJ with the slam. Like, okay, that was fun. Yeah, here we go. No.
Every time you see horrible Mavs defense, it's 1% more of probability that Patrick Dumont is going to have the light turned on and realize, oh, my God, this dude traded Luka so he could build the perfect defensive team, and we suck on defense. Yeah. Maybe I should fire Nico.
Please fire Nico. I can't stand that guy.
We closed down this rim sesh with a nice little...
what?
What'd you say?
Chlamydia? Finish the sentence.
What?
You've said that word a lot the
Guess
last
that
2 weeks.
sentence.
Jeez, what is going
Fill
on?
in the blank. We're playing Mad Libs.
Yeah.
I was going to pivot from Clyde Frazier to Walt Frazier in the middle of Clyde.
Who's Walt?
And so it screwed me up.
I'm
But
just kidding.
he was on the call for Knicks Heat the other day. They pan
He has
over.
been for 100 years.
They pan over to.
God, like you act like you just started.
They pan over to Pat Riley, and Frazier had a nice little. Go F yourselves. Should we even play this?
Yeah.
Here he is. He's
No,
Frazier.
Yes, we should.
Riley and I entered the league the same year. He tried to guard me, and that's how he ended up as a coach.
I was like, damn, that's a nice little burn right there.
That is a good one.
Thanks, Clyde Walt. Chlamydia
Thank you,
Frazier.
Chief. There it goes. A rim session is in the books here.
He's done it.
We got a tip off at 7:30 tonight. Mavs and Pacers at the AAC.
I was really hoping they weren't playing tonight.
Man, I think right now you're hoping for brutal losses. Let's get Nico fired. Let's get another lottery pick. Let's justify trading Anthony Davis and Kyrie Irving and get this thing going. Like I think Bassick said it months ago, you need to go young around Cooper Flagg. And with every loss, I think that brings it a little bit closer to reality. We got a mixed bag coming up, though. Wolchuk, where are you taking it?
Yeah, let's do it. LSU is not letting their AD pick their head coach.
What?
More leftovers, and goodness gracious, are they really the favorites? That's next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. 682 says Cooper Flagg's not even a starter. The comeback happened with him on the bench, and bringing him back stopped the flow. I know it's a little uncomfortable right now. It's still very early for Cooper Flagg. He's going to become that guy. It's just not ready to happen right now. And that was the hope when you drafted him, that he is going to, push this thing over the top. You have Kyrie Irving, you have Anthony Davis. Now you got this young kid who's rookie of the year and ready to dominate. So let's do this. But his timeline's 2 or 3 years out from now for when Cooper Flagg's going to be ready to lead something like that. And it's totally normal for a future great player. Anyway, it's time now for a mixed bag. Here's Zach Wolchuk.
Let's do it. All right, some college news for you. Steve Sarkisian saying that Arch Manning and Michael Taft both practiced today. Now, Arch still needs to go ahead and fully clear protocol, which is a little weird that he practiced, right? Like, I don't know, maybe college football's got different rules, but Taft's been on the field the last 2 days. This is after he had to have surgery, so they might be trending to be a go against Vandy, which would be a big one. Couple of big 11 a.m. kicks here in the state of Texas, as you've got Army and UNT, and then or Navy and UNT, and then Vandy taking on Or Air Force,
Or Air
throw them all in
Force,
there.
maybe the Coast Guard.
Okay, the Coast Guard's playing hell of a good football this year. Really good. They're undefeated too, just like Navy is right now.
I'll take your word for it.
Big American matchup. And then Vandy and Texas. Now, scary Terry McLaurin. He's got that quad, re-injured it. It's already been ruled out. So Washington's not going to have Terry McLaurin.
That's
playing for
done
us.
for the year then, probably.
It's the horror story of just kicking the can on a guy that you know you want to sign. And in training camp, you can't get him in.
Yeah, it's bad. We need to, that's the Sunday night game, Seattle and Washington. Is it too late to flex? Can we flex it? Maybe if Jaden Daniels plays, it'll be worth watching.
It will.
But I didn't like watching Marcus Mariota.
Where's the game being played, by the way?
I think it's in Washington.
Okay.
It said versus the Seahawks. So I'm thinking that means Washington's the home team.
Unless it was a soccer match.
It could be, yeah. You never know. That can get real wonky on you. What do you think about the governor, Jeff Landry of Louisiana, Brian?
Basically said our AD's not picking the next
He did.
coach.
He said, in fact, he's not going to be hiring LSU's next football coach. It's going to be LSU's board of supervisors. They're going to be the ones to get this thing done. Now, Nick Saban has come out and said Lane might already be at a better job. He thinks Ole Miss might be better right now than the LSU and Florida gigs. Is that Nick Saban just kind of being a jerk? I mean, that's a former LSU coach right there, Brian. What, you have any response to Nick?
He might not be wrong, because I think that, like I told you guys earlier, I feel like that Lane Kiffin is perfect for college football right now because he understands the NIL stuff. He's an offensive innovator. He knows how to recruit, get those players. I mean, he's got an exciting offense. He went out and he got a defensive coach from Alabama to come and be his defensive coordinator. Yeah, I mean, this guy's doing it the right way, and I think the thing that
goes viral. That social media component helps.
You draw the way he does things. It draws in the people that are willing to put up the money. Now, let's say there's people in Louisiana that have money. There's people in Mississippi that have money. I mean, it's not the richest states, but obviously we've got enough money to be paying off coaches and stuff. And I'd like to believe that we could go get him as a coach, and I'd love to have him because he's a pain in the ass to play against.
Yeah.
He gives your team a lot of swagger.
He does.
And the players
recruits well.
And the players responded for him that way. So I want to disagree with Coach on that one, on Coach Saban. I always want to believe my program has the better job, but I think we sometimes we have unrealistic expectations. How about that?
Yeah, I think that's totally fair. Michael Carter II, who got traded from the Jets to the Eagles, how badly did he want to go to Filthy, says Ian Rappaport. Sources say he agreed to delete $5 million guaranteed for injury in his contract year to complete the trade to Filthy. So I guess that's how bad. Well, I mean, I'd like to think it's just how bad he wanted to get out of New York. Not necessarily the Eagles. Screw them. But pretty impressive and a good move for them. Dave Roberts has confirmed that Shohei Ohtani, he's going to be available out of the bullpen in Game 6 and Game 7. So obviously not tonight for Game 5, but moving forward, if they need Shohei to come in relief to try and win the whole thing, he is available to do so. It'll be Blake Snell getting the start tonight for the Dodgers. That'd be pretty cool.
That'll be so fun, dude.
Yeah, wouldn't be. This is not a good story for the Jets. There's not really many that are. But the 1-7 Jets have announced that they plan to raise their season ticket prices for 2026.
I hate this team.
That's something I'll never understand. Your team stinks. You haven't made the playoffs since, 2011? I mean, it's just been an utter disappointment there, and they're raising ticket prices.
They were waiting for their first win of the season to announce it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, hell,
why would you even announce that, though?
Take it while it's hot, guys.
Just put that in an email.
You got to you just got to keep that internal, and maybe in the offseason that thing ends up becoming public.
I think a lot of these billionaires, they just don't have the gear to consider how the common man thinks or feels. They're incapable of it.
Yeah.
And I think right now, unfortunately, the Mavericks are some of those people.
Yeah.
Shout out to Mercedes Lewis at 41 years old. He's joining the Broncos practice squad.
Yeah, got to work out there.
He's still doing it. He's still in the league, still making it happen. Flacco might not be able to play for Cincy.
I'm watching him right now, man. He did a great job for them.
Golly.
He throws the ball he really is, for a big guy, man, he throws the ball well.
He's got an AC joint sprain, so his status is in jeopardy. And I don't know what they're going to do because I don't think they really want to play Browning again. So this could be a big problem. I'm sure Jamar Chase is not happy about this. Cincinnati actually had a players-only meeting on defense.
Calling for an all-Wildcat offense.
I'm
Let's
into
do
this. Let's let Chase Brown throw passes like they saw Breece Hall do against him last week. Let's make that happen. How are the Ravens at 2-5 are now once again improbable favorites in the AFC North after they got a win over the Bears? Incredible.
Schedule get better for them?
I guess they're going to get healthier.
Yeah.
You've got Lamar Jackson, who's supposed to be coming back and playing tomorrow night against Miami. But and I guess the Steelers have kind of regressed a little bit. They've got a couple of losses, so they're now 4-3. So the Ravens now the favorites to come back and end up leapfrogging Pittsburgh and even Cincinnati, who's ahead of them, and winning that AFC North.
Yeah, it does not look like Pittsburgh is going to be able to follow up on its hot start. This is a pathetically bad defense, one of the worst 5 defenses. They've spent $200 million on. They're even talking about, actually blaming Mike Tomlin, who, after 15 years has been considered Teflon. But that's about the stint that Cowher had.
Yeah.
So maybe it's coming towards the end of the line.
When I was there last year and they lost to the Cowboys, the fan base was like, we need to fire Tomlin. It's the same thing every year. It's like they'll be in the they'll make the playoffs, but they'll be one and done. The team's not that good. And he is too good of a coach, really, to ever have them completely sucking to where like they can really rebuild and get top 10 picks. So maybe it's time.
I do feel like it could make them better. Like you had a situation the other day where Jordan Love is number 1 in the NFL against blitzes. The Steelers are blitzing the most of the entire league. They set a new season high for blitzes at Jordan Love. Wow. And he roasted him for like 3 touchdowns.
Picked him apart.
He had 20 straight completions in that game.
And then Tomlin gets up on the podium and says the biggest problem today was we settled for field goals instead of touchdowns. While you're getting 45 hung on you?
Yeah, that's a problem. That's a problem.
Yeah. And he is, we talk about Shoddy being a bit cowardly with the 4th down decisions. No one's worse than the Steelers. The Steelers are perpetually just afraid of doing anything other than punting the ball.
Well, those 20 straight completions tied Aaron Rodgers' franchise record, whom he was playing against. Just kind of a cool little connection.
Full circle.
Absolutely.
It's beautiful.
All right, we got some new concession items in the NHL and the NBA. New arena food, fellas. What do you think?
Let's go.
San Jose Sharks have a chum bucket and shark cone taiyaki. And I say it's taiyaki because that's how it's spelled. Taiyaki.
Chum bucket is not a great name for something that you want people to eat, right?
No.
I mean, it might be incredible.
It's a shark. It's a shark.
I get
You're throwing out chum for the shark. So
it sounds gross, though.
It would be some type of kind of like...
Broadus, come on over. We're having some chum at the house tonight. We're going to watch the Sharks game.
Hey, Brian, you want this chum bucket that includes buttery popcorn, strawberry Pop-Tarts, teal chocolate, red chocolate, and freeze-dried strawberries?
Now, okay. Now are you feeling different right now, or did you think this was
Did that make you feel nice?
Did you think this was like a sushi bucket?
Did you not hear what I said? I said this might be incredible. It just doesn't sound great.
I heard
it's
you
just
say
like
that.
the poo-poo platter.
It's the poo-poo platter.
It's the poo-poo platter. Right? Everybody loves the poo-poo platter, but nobody wants to say, I want the poo-poo platter.
No, I feel weird. I only ordered online.
Can we hold the strawberry Pop-Tarts, the most overrated sweet in all of food?
Gavin,
Pop-Tarts.
What the hell?
Well, we do a cardboard box with a thin layer of jelly in the middle.
Gosh.
I think, man,
jelly does doll it up nice, though. I love jelly.
I'm going to tell you one thing. You put some like vanilla ice cream between those 2 Pop-Tarts, now you're talking dessert.
Okay, well, they
That's
also are giving away shark-shaped waffles that are served as a cone as a topping for soft serve during the San Jose Shark games.
By the way, we do have a breaking news update correction on the Wolchuk stat. Apparently, Jordan Love did not tie Aaron Rodgers. He, in fact, tied.
No. Don't say that. Don't do that. This person's not right.
972 says he tied Brett Favre.
He didn't.
He didn't.
Speaking of waffles,
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks. I want to say, Mama, take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to say, hungry. for the Crimson Tide. And maybe I just didn't want to say his damn name, Eric.
Maybe so you just
Golly. Yeah, I'm trying to ball sack everybody and just say it's Aaron Rodgers, not the other guy, because I didn't want to get into this. And now you made me do it.
Let's go back to the chum bucket for a second.
All right, so chum buckets.
Dawson with the terrible take about the Pop.
I agree. I think the strawberry Pop-Tart is elite, and it's delicious.
He tried
not
to
as good as the cookies and cream
slip
one,
that
though.
in there.
Or the s'mores.
Or the s'mores.
The Utah Jazz have a Jazz Note donut that you can get, and I like donuts for dinner. Ottawa Senators have a chocolate puck, and that's puck with a P, that has the shape of their logo on top of
like
chocolate.
a ding dong.
It's just a chocolate puck. Yeah, is there cream in the middle?
It's
a ding dong, very underrated.
It's a dark
them bad boys in
chocolate
the freezer.
mousse and raspberry coulis.
Oh, what are we doing?
Coulis.
Hey,
is it coulis? It's
raspberry coulis.
Put some
C-O-U-
raspberry coulis in this chocolate for you. It's a puck.
Now you have my
C-O-U-L-I-S.
attention.
Solid chocolate.
You ever had the ding dong with like coming in foil when it was in a foil wrapper?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I thought maybe that was something went by the wayside.
It sounds good. I'll get some more of these foods another time. I got them
Looking
saved
forward to
in
that.
the Spank Bank.
Just whatever.
There's some more like crazy creations here that I think one of them Dawson's going to like.
We got Leah Simakopoulos. I doubt that.
Was that just animal crackers?
I don't think
Leah's coming up at 5:20. She's
I
going
love
to
that
tell you
vanilla wafer.
about this Stars Mavs suit, counter suit, but a little finest coming up next, Chief.
Shoddy should make a statement with this game day move, plus an unbelievable, truly ridiculous admission from a friend of the show next to the nation.
Okay.
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time now for an edition of football's finest, and here is the Chief, Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir, thank you. Okay, plenty to get to here. I'm excited. We're going to hear from a friend of the show here in just a moment. But I do think it would be a nice statement for Shoddy. Like, we want him to just be Mr. Aggressive, put on, like, a Man Campbell costume, not only for Halloween, but for the rest of the season.
It's one of your best takes, dude.
I appreciate that.
Just go for it all the time.
Just go for the gusto.
Every play.
And I think he should make a statement by making punter Mr. Anger inactive on game day on Monday.
And who's active in his place? Another wide receiver?
My only request is not Mozzie Smith. Yeah. After that, like, have at it. Put whoever you want in there.
Hunter Lipke can do it.
We still have to have the long snapper, of course, because maybe Butter hits a walk-off or something like that.
Yeah, we still want that.
From 140 yards. But otherwise, let's just make the statement from the jump. Say, hey, we're not punting. I'm not even going to give myself that opportunity. We're making our punter inactive.
Cut him.
And if you want to go that far, Dawson, I'm here for it. But I do care about the guy's livelihood. I don't know what type of game checks he gets, but being on the roster's got to count for something.
Yeah,
give him a
buyout.
Your family, but we don't need you. We don't need you.
No.
And you can go to Matt Eberflus's office and thank him for that. This is why we don't need you, Matt Anger.
Matt Anger. Yeah, you might as well forget his first name because the Cowboys shouldn't use him the rest of the season. I don't know what the circumstances are where you'd be comfortable turning the ball over to the other team and saying, hey, you got to go 90 yards. They're like, okay, give us 4 minutes. There's no advantage to punting right now. It's crazy that you could have this good of an offense, this bad of a defense, and be so readily leaking the win probability that you brag about your analytics department. You know, is it the worst analytics department? Because I know you're leaning on them.
He brings up the guy's name. What is it? Fennerin or something like that?
Fennerin?
There's like or Fenner?
That's his guy. It's like his,
He brings it up every
Shoddy's
Friday.
guy. Yeah.
With
The decision-making.
We talk about this stuff every week. Is that guy telling him to not do what the numbers are telling him to do every single time?
Well, the numbers don't always tell the story.
Is Brad Sham his analytics guy?
Maybe.
It's a fair question.
If you trust your defense, you should be more comfortable giving them a short field. If you don't trust your defense, you punt it away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You trust your defense. You say you're trusting your defense, then turn it over at midfield and have them get a stop for you real quick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. That's true. That's how you can say, no, we trusted our defense to get a stop there, which you can't say without.
Well, then take the
laughing.
chance of keeping the ball if you really trust them that much.
Yeah, and we mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, but it continues to hold true. All 17 of George Pickens' receptions on 3rd and 4th down this season have been converted for a first down.
First downs.
Of course there are.
I think they need to keep this guy around, man.
His 17 third down conversions are the most among NFL receivers in the year 2025.
Wow.
He continues to play well. I mean, he was one of the few guys that even on Sunday you were like, yeah, it was a bad football game. George Pickens was still getting it done. Still getting it done at a high level. Okay, elsewhere around the National Football League, there are a couple of concerning things on Caleb Williams right now, and I'm not totally out on him. I think things can still happen for him. And the pressure's been tough on him from an offensive line standpoint. But 5th worst in bad throw percentage, 2nd worst in on-target throw percentage. Jackson Dart happens to be worse.
Oh.
And he's dead balls last in the next-gen stats completion percentage over expectation. So still some things to work through there. But I mentioned Jackson Dart.
About him?
This would concern me if I was a Raiders fan, unless Brady's just ball-sacking people. Because I don't know that Jackson Dart's been all that awesome. But when Tom Brady talks about Jackson Dart, he says this: he's got all those QB1 traits that I look for. He says, and this is a direct quote, "What I like is all the things that come out of his mouth." I always look at quarterbacks and go, how would I answer that question? When I hear Dart, especially after the loss to Denver, it was the same way. He took accountability for the mistakes. So I guess that's all you have to do. Just raise your hand and say, I was bad. And Brady's like, you're awesome. You can be my guy. And if that's true, and he's making decisions for the Raiders, can't wait to see who their next quarterback is going to be. Swung and missed on the Geno thing. Granted, they haven't given him an offensive line to really give him much
Didn't
help.
we kind of think like that Geno was going to be okay there?
Yeah, we thought Pete Carroll and Geno Smith, we thought stabilize.
Yeah.
Go sit you, go win 8 games, something like that. Get out of the cellar of what usual Raiders football is and start to crawl before you walk a little bit.
And you guys want to have
unfortunately,
a real humbling moment? I think if we were to go back, like old takes exposed, and we were going through top 10 quarterback conversation.
Was he in there like top 5?
I think we as a show were like talking Geno possibly at number 10, even ahead of Dakota.
He had a good week 1, didn't
Dakota Rain.
Week 1, man, it was explosives. It was fireworks.
Just needed to get out of Seattle.
You're
I
right.
think was the narrative.
It's not his fault. It's his product. It's the surroundings.
It's really unfortunate.
Yeah, what do we know? Nothing.
Next to nothing.
Pretty much.
It's a week-to-week league.
We're just trying. That's what it is.
What does Pat Mahomes say? Day by day, by one at a time, by day.
No days off. Day by day.
Josh Allen takes on Mahomes this weekend.
Yes.
Haven't they already played this year?
And we have a Sunday off to Red Zone in. Where are we going, boys? Where are we watching?
I feel like
they already played this year.
It does feel like they play a lot.
I feel like
they do.
I feel like they played like 3 weeks ago.
I think they've played 9 times because I'm looking at some of the numbers here. In the regular season, Josh Allen is pretty nails versus the Chiefs.
Yeah.
He's 4-1, almost 300 total yards per game for him, and they score like 26 points per game. And then in the postseason, he's 0 for 4, but he does even better there. It's the Bills' defense that completely collapses come postseason time. Regular season, Bills defense versus Mahomes and the Chiefs, they figure out a way to hold them to like 20 points per game. And then when you get to the playoffs? Here goes the Chiefs for 35 points.
It's different.
And it is definitely a different version of the Chiefs once you get him in must-win mode. Well, he is the defensive guy. He's supposed to be that dude to keep it on lock.
He kicks field goals instead of going for it in the playoffs. Pisses me off.
McDermott?
Well, and his defense gives up 35 points to Mahomes in the postseason and only like 20 in the regular season.
Ridiculous.
How did they lose to Atlanta 2 weeks ago?
That's what's so that goes back to we know nothing about this league thing, where it's like,
it's a strange lady.
What
right?
is going on? Their defense looked incredible, and then Tua with pink eye went out there.
It was on the road
and lit them on fire.
It was on the road. That's why. That's that Buffalo game. Yeah, that Buffalo game in Atlanta. I think
it was the big Penix energy.
Yeah,
they didn't have Penix energy this past week. It was Cousins energy.
It was not good.
It's a good point. And Cousins might as well hang him up after that one.
Yeah, well, there was a report yesterday he wants to get traded and go be a starting quarterback somewhere.
No.
What team wants him?
Back to Minnesota.
These guys just have...
Cincy?
It's crazy that they're willing to get out there like they still have the confidence in themselves to go out there and just get beat around and embarrassed.
Delusional athletes, you know?
Yeah.
It's common, but it's ultimately admirable because, something had to drive them to this greatness. They did, and because of that delusional nature of their sports brain, they were allowed to reach heights that almost nobody can. I mean, you talk about starting level NFL football compared to the backups, how big of a jump that is.
Yeah.
There's only like 500 people in the entire world who are actually pretty good at it, and thousands just struggling. You saw last week with the Cowboys. Just one half step down from starting level is a complete dumpster fire of pathetic football players who would dominate in college or the CFL.
It's tough.
It's tough sledding.
It is, man. I just love looking at Walchuk with that hoodie on his head. It just looks incredible.
I think we're crushing it. Gavin's got his hood up.
You're wearing it well.
We're doing a good thing over here.
Looks like a monk.
I'm just glad I don't have any illness symptoms yet because I cannot get rid of these chills. Like I would expect to have a fever and a sore throat right now.
Well, you can go home after the 6 o'clock segment.
That's right.
I need you for that interview.
Dawson's setting us up for something here. You're setting us up, aren't you? Guys, I just don't feel very well today. You'll be out there like...
I guess you'll find out tomorrow morning.
He's going to be hung over from his mom's
Mom, where's my pie?
Just a coincidence.
If Dawson doesn't
I'm
trip
done with
her,
my segment.
if Dawson doesn't
You're giving me
trip her,
way too much credit for planning, though.
Yeah, that's also a good point.
I don't know, man. I feel a little something coming down with something right now.
Hey, it's all right.
I'm not sick yet, but
we're not going to watch you like Brian does.
That would be diabolical to fake illness as your parents come into town.
Yeah. I need a couple days here, boys.
Yeah.
In fact, it's the opposite. I'm trying to get the hell out of the house.
Mom's bringing the pies.
Got an 8-day illness here. Yeah, that new strain of COVID's out.
What do you think we'll get first, the sugar cream pie from his mom or the incredible cookies from Abby.
Oh, it's the pie.
Probably
The cookies are never happening.
I don't think the cookies are happening either.
I was going to invest in this cookie company, talk about it on a podcast.
I imagine he gets the cookies. Like his daughter's like, "Hey, like bring them to the fellas."
Yeah.
You know, she's trying to hook us up. A
I
little
haven't
bit.
eaten any cookies in
And
2
then
weeks.
He's just got cookie crumbs all.
I'm never
going to
live that down. I mean, at training camp, she sent me with 20 cookies.
You're an a-hole, bro.
I ate them all in 2 nights.
On the way to the
After
airport.
I was halfway through, I was like, man, there's no way I'm taking these other 10 to the guys in the morning. I only have 10 left.
All right, we got to get to this sound. This is Mark Schlereth, our buddy.
Oh,
He's
no.
on with Nick Costos, our other buddy, GM, who screams a lot.
Nick's a good guy.
That's the guy that was next to us on Radio Row?
Yeah, he's a good dude. But
I'll take your word for it. He's obnoxious
You better, you
on the
bet.
air.
Okay, but grade his interview
Costos
here
tonight.
because there's so much to sort of break down with this interaction.
DJ, fix our equipment.
that Schlereth had with Costos. But okay. So he asked him, like, Stink, what annoys you in life? Like, what non-sports related like really gets under your skin?
I'm the happiest, luckiest guy you'll ever meet in your entire life. I will say one thing that irritates me is now I'm telling on myself. People that don't know how to travel. Like, nobody wants to see your feet in flip-flops on a plane. Not one person. Nobody wants to see you in a tank top with your armpits hanging out. That drives me insane. Have some couth about you and, dress appropriately. Put on a pair of pants.
Can I ask you this?
Put on some shoes.
Should the people in flip-flops on airplanes, should they be executed?
Well, I don't know about that, but I always pee on the floor to make sure. I've seen people walk in the
Wait, you got to stop and play that back. I'm sorry, because I don't know if you guys heard what he just said. They shouldn't be executed, but this is how I treat them.
And, dress appropriately. Put on a pair of pants.
Can I ask you this?
Put on some shoes.
Should the people in flip-flops on airplanes, should they be executed?
Well, I don't know about that, but I always pee on the floor to make sure. I've seen people walk in in socks in the bathroom. I always pee on the floor to make sure if you walk in socks, you're getting urine on your feet.
What awesome stuff, Stink. We'll talk to you next week.
Clearly a happy-go-lucky guy.
Awesome stuff, Stink.
Wow.
What the hell, Costos? Should they be executed? Well, I don't know about that, but I piss on the floor from time to time.
It's like, what? Thanks for the time.
Wow. We got to follow up with Costos on that next year Radio Row. Santa Clara, right? We're going back to California.
San Francisco.
Stink.
Okay.
Should they be executed in front of America?
Great stuff, Stink.
Should we broadcast it while we kill them?
Leah Simakopoulos explaining why the Mavs and Stars are suing each other coming up next year in the nation.
But first,
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, so Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, bring it down a bit.
Welcome back, G-Bag Nation. Time now to find out what's going on with this Stars and Mavs lawsuit. Leah Simakopoulos, Morning News, set to join us. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And thanks for joining us once again, Leah. How the heck are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Now, just my first question, is this like billionaires being weird with petty lawsuits, or is this a real thing?
It's a little bit of both, I think. It definitely, parts of it feel very petty, but no, it's a very real thing. There's a very real feud happening between these two teams, and it could impact their future here in Dallas or elsewhere. So it is absolutely a real thing, and pretty crazy that it's gotten to this point.
I've tried to read a couple of articles and get it to really sink in, but once you get into legalese and stuff, I start getting confused. Maybe I need some sort of a chart or visual, but maybe just in your own words, what is the Mavericks? What's the nature of their grievance against the hockey team?
Yeah, so it kind of all stems from an agreement that the Mavericks and the city of Dallas claim the three parties reached back in October of last year. So the city and the Mavericks said in documents that the Stars, the Mavs, and the city agreed to a $300 million renovation deal to American Airlines Center, that the Mavericks and the city of Dallas would have footed the bill 50-50, and the Mavericks could have then gone and built their own arena after 2031, and when the lease ended, and the Stars would then stay at American Airlines Center until 2061. The Stars say they never agreed to that deal. The Mavericks basically negotiated that deal on their behalf, on behalf of the company that operates AAC, and the Stars said, hold on, we're not agreeing to that deal. We don't want to stay at AAC till 2061, and the Mavs would still be able to control half the revenue here. And the Mavs essentially were not happy that the Stars pulled out of that deal, and then raised a clause that they were aware of, that the Stars were in breach of their franchise agreement that dates back to 1998. And that agreement says that both the Stars and the Mavs need to have their headquarters in the city of Dallas, and the Stars have been in Frisco since 2003. So essentially, the Stars are in violation of this. It was never an issue when Cuban was the owner. It was never an issue with the city, but the Mavericks are now raising it as an issue. The city has sided with the Mavericks on this, and the Stars have basically said, well, we don't understand why this is an issue because it hasn't been for 20-some years. And the Mavericks and Stars are now taking legal action against one another to essentially get this sorted out and determine who's in the right and who's in the wrong here and who should be able to control American Airlines Center in the future.
Yeah, how'd the Mavs end up with the right, I guess, to negotiate that on the hockey team's behalf?
Yeah, so the Stars say that back in August of last year, they and the Mavs agreed to terms that would have kept both of them at American Airlines Center, extending the current lease as it stands until 2035. So the Stars say we agreed to that, and we told the Mavs, you go present this to the city. The Mavs and the Stars are 50-50 partners in Center Operating Company, which is the company that operates American Airlines Center. So the Mavs were going to take it to the city on their behalf, and the Stars say then on October 4th, they were presented with a deal that had been negotiated with the city, and the terms were completely different. So they said that what they had originally agreed to was not the deal that they were presented, and that's essentially how things kind of started to spiral.
So how do we get down to finding out what really happened? Do you think all this is going to be spelled out clearly in court, or do you think this is going to be drug out and it's going to be like a he said, she said type of deal?
I mean, I think that they're going to have to get to the bottom of this in court, assuming that's what both sides want at this point. I mean, there is a lot of he said, she said, but I mean, there are emails, there are documents, there's been written communication about this. And, when the city of Dallas is involved, I mean, it's not just two sports teams. I mean, it's a city involved, it's communities involved. Like it's a big deal. So I'm sure they're eventually going to get to the bottom of this, but I don't know who's right and who's wrong here. I mean, I don't know whether the Stars having their headquarters in Frisco means that they should lose their operating control at American Airlines Center. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me if it hasn't been a problem. But also, they're in violation here. So does that mean that legally they're, I don't know what happens then. I mean, I don't know how the courts are going to read it. So it's complicated. And it's probably going to determine if anyone stays at American Airlines Center once this lease ends.
Wow. So, I saw the story today, Leah, about the Stars looking at Plano, where the Willow Bend Mall was. Do you think that they're kind of just going to move forward with that? Is that the next step here, or is there still a possibility of salvaging keeping the team in Dallas?
And they've said that they still want to find a way to make it work to stay at American Airlines Center. I mean, for years they've told us that their top choice was to remain in Dallas, to remain at American Airlines Center. They've always felt like it's a good building and just needs some upgrades, and those are upgrades that can be done, and they could reach an agreement on that, and there's no need to tear the whole thing down and start fresh. So I think that if there's a way to make it work, then they would like to. I think they're entertaining other offers because they have to, and they have to have backup plans at this point. And so that location in Plano seems like one. But I mean, they said to me yesterday that there is no way that they would stay at American Airlines Center if the Mavericks have full control over Center Operating Company and essentially win this lawsuit, and then just get to go build their own arena and get all the revenue from the Star. They don't want to become the Mavericks tenant, so they said they would never agree to that. And if the Mavericks win this lawsuit, then that might be the situation that they would be forced into should they choose to stay at American Airlines Center past 2031.
It's so hard to tell from the outside looking in, like what's fact and what's opinion, but it would be really hard to believe that the Stars would actually agree to what the Mavs put them into, isn't it?
Right. Yeah, and that's what I would say. That's what I thought as well. And that was my question is, we had heard the Mavs said the Stars agreed to this, and we asked the Stars, why'd you agree to this? And they said we didn't. So that it makes more sense to me that way. The Stars have said from a business standpoint, it would be detrimental to essentially be tenants to the Mavericks. And of course it would. So I think a lot of people were really upset when they heard, news earlier this month that the Stars might be moving north. But I think it kind of made a lot more sense to people when they understood the situation that was ongoing. And it feels like the easiest fix is just to say, okay, well, we're going to leave Dallas and not have to worry about this.
How's this playing with the fans as we get into the second day of this? Is this hurting the Mavs ownership's likability even more?
It doesn't seem like many people are siding with the Mavs on this. I think some people say, maybe the Stars are in violation, so maybe they do have a right to do this. But I think a lot of people are taking the perspective of, so this wasn't an issue for 20-some years, and now all of a sudden it is, and the only thing that's changed in that time is new ownership for the Mavericks. So I think some people are kind of reading between the lines there. I don't think it really helps that the Mavs ownership is already not a favorite of many fans. So it's just another thing that they're adding to the list.
Have the players said anything to you about it?
I haven't
Do they
asked.
care?
No,
Yeah.
I'm curious I'm very curious what they think and how they would feel about not playing in downtown Dallas. A part of this is also that the Mavs have been holding tens of millions of dollars of the Stars arena revenue in an escrow account for the last year, and that's money that goes to the business, and that's a business that pays the players. So This all kind of gets tied up when you think about it, and if that continues, maybe it does impact the players. So I'm sure they'll care at that point. I'm sure they have thoughts on it, but I haven't had a chance to ask them yet.
Leah, who figured all this out though? I'm kind of interested because you said it's taken 20 years. I mean, did someone just sit down one day and say, "Well, let's look over this lease and see what's going on here today"?
That's my understanding, and I mean, I've seen the lease, and the clause is pretty high up, so it's kind of surprising that no one saw it sooner, or maybe they knew that it was there and they just didn't care. Yeah. My understanding is that the Stars didn't know that they were in violation of this until pretty recently, until the Mavericks made them aware. So, yeah, someone's lawyers did some digging and found something.
Tremendous job, Leah. I totally understand the story now, and I thank you very much for that. Terrific job covering the team and the story. We look forward to catching up with you soon.
Thanks so much. No problem at all.
There she goes, Leah Asimakopoulos, Dallas Morning News, here with you on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so it's time now to go into the Pimp Cup, where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Woo! Hey, G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on The Fan at 5:30. How you doing out there in traffic, huh? Stars, Mavs suing each other, all types of chaos going on out here. But I got you for this one right here. I got some clips of chaos, if you will, for you. My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. You can hit me up if there's anything you think I should be playing at Lucky Lucius P on social media. And it's Lucious or Lucius Alexander on Facebook. Yep. If you still go down there to that old Facebook street, I might be down there sometime, especially when it comes to questions for the Tolos, which I have today. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter, all right? This is day number 1, going for 2 of this champion audio. We go to the Fan After Dark with Fred Davis and co-host Blake Elliott. He's claiming he didn't know what Monica Lewinsky meant or what she did and how she got famous, but he's offering it out to anybody that wants some.
I didn't want to hear about my KU Jayhawks after I'd already said that they're terrible. But no, Blake comes in swashbuckling, loud, not listening to even the slightest bit of radio on the way in. And then just slaps me around for 3 minutes straight after I'd already said, I know.
I Monica Lewinsky'd you.
No, you didn't. No.
Is that the right way to use it?
No, in fact, I would not want you to Monica Lewinsky me. You said you studied and you researched it, but that comment alone tells me that you didn't. Okay? That comment right there tells me that you didn't. Because if you knew what Monica Lewinsky did, you wouldn't say that.
Yeah, you just wouldn't be offering it out. I'm Monica Lewinsky'd you. Yeah, you just wouldn't be saying it like that, bro. Jeez.
Didn't Blake a couple of months ago tell him his friend admitted that he loved him?
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
Maybe knew something about him.
I didn't know that.
Oh.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, hey, Blake, this is not a safe space, by the way.
No,
this is not a safe
You think
space.
Fred's going to handle that news well?
Yeah. This is
Not at all.
It's not what you think. It's like Justin Fields. Hey, I'm going to be honest with you guys. No! Don't do that, bro. Don't do that. All right, there's a content creator named Cassidy Campbell. He's just starting off in the game. By the way, there was a study done that most of these kids right now, all they want to do is be content creators when they grow up. There's not a dentist, there's not engineers, doctors, none of that. It's all content creators.
Can only be so many of them.
How about that? That should be scary. That's scary information to you right now. This should be.
Yeah.
Because how are we going to keep this infrastructure up if everybody wants to be content creators? Anyway, he's out there wearing a Colorado jersey, University of Utah, trolling the frat boys. Got into it. They said they were going to call the police on him. There you go.
They keep chirping at us. No! He gonna call the cops? He started it with me. I was walking down there. He was cussing at me. So why don't you call the cops on them then, fam? So you want to be a Karen? Seriously? That's how you gonna go down as a Karen? I guess it might be. That's crazy because your team ass, bruh. You burgers, bruh. Y'all lost to Mormons last week, bruh. I'll be mad too. Look how dumb you look. Look how dumb you look. I haven't said a word. I'm gonna call the cops. I haven't said a word. You just did. You came up to me, fam. Now you trying to act tough, frat boy. Seriously, frat boy acting tough. Bro, you wearing a damn Patagonia zip up and some damn gold pants and some old ass shoes. You so damn goofy. Bro, an average ass white boy in Utah. Bro, you probably got done soaking like before this. With your white Mormon looking ass.
That's not very nice.
What a mess.
With your white Mormon looking ass.
You probably just got done soaking before this.
He said y'all ass, y'all burgers.
Y'all burgers, bro.
They got done soaking.
Fam.
Shaking the bed.
That's what Dirk would call players that couldn't defend him. Kind of a funny burn.
Let's see what else let's go to FanDuel TV. Run It Back show. Michelle Beadle, Chandler Parsons, Lou Will is on there. We got Boogie Cousins. He got some smoke for his former teammate, Kings teammate Jason Thompson. You guys familiar with that cat?
Jason.
Yeah, it was about a 6'10" power forward. Had a little 2-3 year run where he's pretty good, maybe a double guy.
And he's got a problem with Boogie Cousins.
Jason Thompson, man. Hey,
really?
Why?
Wet tissue. Wet tissue. Paper. And do me a favor, man. Stop DMing my coworkers speaking on me, bro. Don't do that. Because it's going to get back to me.
Yeah, he was in Chandler's DM.
Go find you a wife. Go have you some kids. Stop speaking on other men.
Oh, my God.
Have a nice day.
Go find you a wife. Go have you some kids. Stop speaking on other men's. Chatty Patty.
So he's DMing Michelle Beadle?
I don't know which one he's DMing, but he's DMing somebody up there about Boogie. And Boogie said, don't DM my co-host about me.
I think Michelle chirped in there and said Chandler.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think she was joking, though.
Oh, okay. Well,
man.
Maybe not.
Sounds like dude needs to get a life.
Yeah.
It's a classic 80s burn. Get a life, dude.
Get a life, dude.
One more for you boys. On a hump day! Hey!
Oopsies.
That's weed.
Do. Trap House Sports react to the Cowboys loss to the Browns. No, not the Browns, the Broncos.
Yeah.
Week 8 reaction right here. Kind of goes over the game and just gives his reaction. Sometime a song with this. He was just venting on this one.
Oh my God. I was so excited. I was like, oh my God, this game's starting off good. Like, bro, Nick's out there throwing hemorrhoids. We good to go. I was like, damn, we lit. Dak throwing a ball. Dak with the he bought a CD, but CD don't score, and neither does the team. Settle for 3 like always, and this is when it started getting devious. I was like, this game pissed me off. So I haven't been this mad in a minute. It almost made me stop loving football, bro. Look at this. I'm not gonna get too mad at Brandon Arbor because he's our best player. He can do whatever the he want to do. The best kicker in the league, and Dak decides to throw a CTE ball down the middle of the field. Every Dak CTE ball, there's a Dak. Why the did you throw that ball? Our secondary is collard green, fried chicken, mashed potato, macaroni and cheese touching the yam. That's our secondary. Said Miami gonna give up generational stat lines. Nope. My bad. It was us instead. Dak with another CTE ball. Dak cut that mustache off right now. Dak got that Hispanic mustache. Dak, you not Hispanic. Can't even make the tackle. He running that BBL holding him down. Dak cut the BBL off. It got so bad they put Joe Milton in the game. I ain't even get excited about this because I know what you are. I know exactly what you are. I know exactly who you are.
Exactly. Man, I love the overmodulated mic. He is working that well. That's a content creator I could use a little bit more of. Going off as the Cowboys lose to Denver. It's Trap House Reacts. He's a multi-time G-Bag of the Day champion, like Lucius said, usually for his songs. FanDuel TV ripping Jason Thompson. Content creator agitating the frat boy there in the state of Utah. Or our champ, the Fan After Dark. I'm going to go with Fred and Blake once again, Chief. How about you?
Yeah, samesies.
Lucius?
Yeah, I guess so.
3-0, Wolchuk.
I'll go with the overmodulated Cowboys emotional.
Yeah, I'll make that 3-2.
Okay, by a score of 3-2, and still your G-Bag of the Day champion. I'm starting to feel like maybe Blake was doing that on purpose. You know, he's got that Kavanaugh gear a little bit to him, where he'll say something where Arnie used to call him Slow Jeff. Maybe we should call him Slow Blake. Whatever the case, let's stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
Blake.
Man, that's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. All right, let's get into a Butt Naked Wednesday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Flagg down. He was looking for booty.
Pass interference, defense, number 26.
He grabbed booty. I tried to keep it together. You're good.
It's Butt Naked Wednesdays.
Yeah, grabbing that booty. Squeeze it.
I just grabbed booty off the fantasy waiver wire.
Right.
There you go. Grab that booty.
This is LA Live for Wednesday, October 29th, 2025. It is a Butt Naked Wednesday here in LA Live. Shout out to Miss Erica Badu. I too was born underwater, Miss Erica. $3, 6 dimes. And Miss Badu, I've been studying my lessons too. And every time I think I know it all, something new comes up, Miss Badu. That's how I know the lessons are working. That's how I know they're working. Peace to the guys, man. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Call me Peptide P, too. I've been on them peptides.
Nice.
I broke my ankle maybe like 3 years ago, 2 years ago, something like that. I'm feeling good.
Working.
You back?
It's working. It's feeling good. Oh, my God. Why are they keeping that from us? Why are they keeping that from us, fam?
What'd they call that? The muscle stack or something? What stack was it? The Savage? The Wolverine stack.
I'm doing the Wolverine. Feeling fire, man. My ankle doesn't even hurt whatsoever after a workout. It's crazy. All right. Did the 3-Eye Atlas comet pivot today? Did it pivot today? I know we were supposed to be looking for the 3-Eye Atlas comet to pivot today.
Oh.
It was big news.
Big news.
Big news. 3-Eye Atlas. The object is the size of Manhattan.
Whoops.
3-Eye Atlas originated from another star system, a whole other star system, and it's not bound to our sun whatsoever. The comet could be over 7 billion years old. Other people are thinking it might not be a comet, though.
Might be a giant spaceship planet.
Might be a probe. Yep. There's a Harvard scientist that says it could be possibly concerning this 3-Eye Atlas thing. When the 3-Eye Atlas first popped up in our solar system in July, it had a anti-tail. So that means we can see it flying through the space, no tail on it. Now it's showing signs of now it's showing signs of a tail. So the guys want to know if it's being controlled. And he's concerned about it. So today's a critical day. If it made a turn towards our sun or whatever, towards our direction, that means it could be an alien probe.
Okay.
If not, it could just be a comet or whatever. I don't know, man.
How long are they saying? Like, this is the scariest thing about a doomsday scenario is you get the countdown.
I don't even know if it's doomsday. I don't know what it is. I don't know.
If they're saying, Lucius, if it goes the other side of the sun from Earth, it's expected to become visible to telescopes in November and December.
Yeah, they said like December 19th or something like that. It should be real close to here.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that's if it makes a certain type of pivot or whatever.
But the comet is not visible to the naked eye, they're saying.
No. And we can't track it like we want to because the government is shut down.
Yeah.
So we have to rely on other countries right now to give us the information.
I didn't know we named telescopes after people.
Yeah, man.
The James Webb Space Telescope.
Yep.
That's pretty awesome.
That is.
Yep. That's Harvard scientist, man. He's the one that kind of alerted us. Blew the whistle, if you will.
Glad someone did.
Yeah, let's go to KREX News, Channel 5. They got a show called Wake Up Western Slope. with host Justin Adam Brown. Justin Adam Brown is the host. He was talking to the Harvard scientists about 3I Atlas, the mysterious interstellar object. And he pushed back on him a little bit. He pushed back on him a little bit. It's a fight.
A lot of people who don't understand the scientific terminology, who aren't, very deep into this story, but they're maybe seeing headlines, seeing that you're telling people to take a vacation before October 29th, that gives end of the world signals, doesn't it? Do you think that that's, a little much?
No, what I'm saying is it could be a potential threat of a type that we've never imagined.
It could be a threat, but you think it could be a potential apocalyptic event?
Yeah, when you go on a blind date, you never know whether on the other side there is a serial.
Yeah, but when you go on a blind date, you're not thinking the world's going to end.
Unless you're a woman, you could be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, the point is that we contemplate scenarios
very rarely. Okay, go ahead, because just to me that seems...
Is this guy coming off a little smarmy to you guys?
Very, very smarmy.
Okay, I'm just making sure. Just make sure.
There is a
serial... Yeah, but when you go on a blind date, you're not thinking the world's going to end.
Well, the point is that we contemplate scenarios
very rarely. Okay, go ahead, because just to me that seems like people will be like, okay, this guy's suggesting it could be the end of the world.
We contemplated scenarios that are similar to what happened to the dinosaurs. The dinosaurs 66 million years ago were killed by a giant asteroid the size of Manhattan Island, and that's definitely a risk that NASA takes seriously. Now we are entering a new era where we will find new interstellar objects every few months, and my point is we launched Voyager and other spacecraft out of the solar system, and other civilizations may have done the same in our direction.
That'd be pretty cool if it is.
3I Atlas, if there's really like an alien probe just checking us out, see what's going down.
Yes, it'd be outstanding.
Yeah.
Airdrop us some knowledge.
Yeah.
Some tech.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope they step out with afros.
Oh.
We would be so blessed.
That Cowboy defense looks
Step out
bad.
with big-ass afros.
They're up there watching them.
Watch everybody shaking their boots. Our bad. Sorry.
Yeah. Oops. Where's the Harvard guy now? Yeah.
Yeah, man, there's so much stuff going on about this 3I Atlas. But I don't know if it made this pivot or not, whatever. That's the pivot we need to be looking for here on October 29th to let us know if it's like a real craft or whatever the case may be. So I'm looking for that update. So that's a new conspiracy theory bouncing around there. 3I Atlas. 3I Atlas. Which takes me to my question for the Tolos. Tell me your most unhinged conspiracy theory you truly believe. Fellas, you got any real quick?
That's weed. That's weed.
I know I got some.
Okay.
I know that I really, but there's some that I think could be possible.